Welcome to GWENT Masters, the official esports series for GWENT The Witcher Party. In Masters, rivalries and friendships are established in an action-packed series of tournaments. Witness as the best GWENT players from all around the world go head-to-head for the title of GWENT World Masters. GWENT Standard Rank Play is the entry point for all players wishing to join the world of GWENT esports. Each rank season lasts 1 calendar month, and its highest achievable rank is the Pro rank. To remain competitive throughout the seasons, players will need to actively participate in the rank play, reaching Pro rank as well as constantly vary the factions and deck types they use. Every ranked season players will be rewarded with crown points accounting to their achievements during GWENT Masters and its events. Players will receive crown points for placing in the top 200 of the Pro rank at the end of each season, official GWENT Open tournaments organized by CD Projekt Red, licensed GWENT tournaments not organized by CD Projekt Red. You will be able to check how many crown points you have at any time at masters.playgwent.com. There are 3 tiers of official GWENT tournaments. GWENT Online Qualifiers are the entry tier tournaments happening twice a month through the GWENT Masters competitive season. Top 16 and top 64 players in the Pro rank leaderboard of the previous month will compete for spots in the next GWENT Open. The second tournament tier is GWENT Open. There will be a total of 4 open tournaments held throughout the GWENT Masters competitive season. Each of the events taking place every 2 months will feature 8 competitors. Finalists of the 4 online qualifiers from 2 previous ranked seasons. They will battle it out for a share of a prize pool and a spot in World Masters event. The GWENT Masters series will conclude with GWENT World Masters, the final tier of official GWENT tournaments. The event will feature 8 competitors, up to 4 winners of previous open events, up to 7 players with the most crown points accumulated over the ranked seasons leading up to GWENT World Masters. They will be competing for a share of a prize pool as well as a trophy and a title of GWENT Masters World Champion. GWENT Open and GWENT World Masters tournaments will follow the same single elimination format, with the winner being determined in a best of 5 game series. Online qualifiers, on the other hand, will utilize a mix of Swiss system and double elimination format. GWENT Open and World Masters tournaments will have a base prize pool of $10,000 and $50,000 US dollars. Additionally, GWENT Masters community will have the ability to contribute to the prize pool of each event by purchasing special items from the in-game shop. Ready to become a GWENT Master? Visit masters.playgwent.com for the complete rule set, tournament dates, and more details regarding the format. And make sure to follow @GWENT Masters official Twitter account. Play GWENT now.
Hello and welcome to Season 2 Finals GWENT World Masters. We're here. My name is Pavel Busha. I will be your host for the next 2 days. And we have the top 8 players from this season. And actually, we have the first World Masters event ever happening. This means this is GWENT Esports history happening live before all of you watching at home. I'm excited. I will be hosting, so doing hostings, but I also will be leaking stuff from our next expansion, Way of the Witcher. And we also have our casting crew, which I'll just throw to right now.
Thanks so much, pal. From around the world to your homes, we are live here with GWENT Masters number 2, season 2. 88,720 USD on the line. 8 of the best players that we've seen all throughout 2020. They qualified by either winning one of the 4 opens this year or being one of the top player by crown point score.
Yeah, and we don't need to tell you who we are. I'm Flake, that's McBee. It's great to be back, McBee, alongside you. This is a dream come true, as always, and everyone out there, thanks for tuning in. But I do have to let everyone know, of course, this is I don't want to say it's a special circumstance anymore because we're all used to what's going on. This is a at-home play tournament. Everyone is just kind of in the online format, way of the world that we are now. Players casters, hosts, everyone are playing from home. Their computers are beamed directly into space and then directly into your mind's eye. Twitch Observer is locked and loaded, so you guys can follow along, play the home version if you want, and just follow along with the plays, highlight the cards, and keep track of what is going on in the matches.
And it is great, of course, to be around all with you, be part of the show, and of course, be casting next to Flake. Welcome back, my friends. If you are watching on Twitch, like Flake just talked about, we do have some special rewards for you as well. Of course, the Twitch drops. You would expect some big ones here from GWENT World Masters. So if you link your GOG.com account with your Twitch account, watch for at least 4 hours, get the Beholder title, watch for at least 8 hours this weekend, get the Elemental World Masters 2 card back, which is great. A nice throwback to the Elemental packs that helped bring Gwent esports to life this year.
Yeah, and now before we meet the players and start the competition, get that rolling, I want to just remind everyone what is going on in the world of Gwent right now. There's a whole lot of cool things that you guys have been seeing over the past few days and weeks. A lot of leaks. Way of the Witcher is around the corner. I know that Pavel Burja has a giant sack of leaks that ready to just toss them out just like they're nothing, and he's ready to go ahead and sprinkle those out throughout the entire broadcast over the next few days. December 8th, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is when Way of the Witcher hits, so make sure that you get your hands on those sweet pre-orders. But wait, hold on a second, maybe you don't know what Way of the Witcher is, or you want to get a little taste of what it is. Take a look at this.
Serene Majesty, we find ourselves in a world turned most foul. A world filled with innumerable horrors, monstrosities that prey on the meek and mighty alike. 'Tis truly a wretched scourge born of nightmares. Yet it need not be so. Freed of the fetters of the spineless council, we can create something new. Hunters of exceptional strength, speed, agility. Equipped to overcome absolutely any foe. Bards will toil to do justice to their feats. For sometimes one needs a monster to slay a monster. Is it just me, or does that sound far too serious? Once again, from the top.
I love that trailer. I could just keep watching it and watching it. And in case you missed at the end of that trailer, because man, that trailer can just really catch your attention. There were 3 pre-order.
Did you know that sometimes it takes a monster to slay a monster? That is some crazy Witcher math. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I just thought that was pretty damn cool.
It is cool, absolutely. And also, there are the pre-order packs that you saw at the end of that video. We have the Alzer's pre-order pack, and this is all available to you right now in the shop. You can unlock the premium Alzer's card and play with it as it is available in the current meta. You get a bunch of premium kegs as well as the exclusive Alzer's Workshop board. You also have the chance to get the Extraordinary Pre-Order Pack, which has 12 levels boosted in your journey, as well as in a card back that changes based on who you're playing. And you can combo it all up and knock $10 USD off the price. Pick up the exclusive Witcher title as well and grab it all in the pre-order. So lots of stuff to get excited as we are mere days away from the expansion. I know.
I can honestly just, I can't see it, but I'm probably assuming that there's just a whole lot of leaks. Where are the leaks? Leak emotes 1,000 million times. They're coming, friends. They're scattered over the next few days. I promise you, keep your eyes peeled. Keep them directly locked and loaded onto the screen because there are going to be leaks going on. But, let's just take a look at these players and the prize pool that they're playing for.
Yeah, we have Chems and Graves, Tailbot and Valuable. They'll be taking up the first half of the day. Everybody just getting 2,200 for walking in the door. And I hope you were paying attention to your screen there and you saw those first couple of renditions of those players. Each match has a match stake of 53.20, and that will be split among the players based on how well they do. If they go 3-0, you get the entire stake. Or if you go 3-2, it would be divided 60-40, etc., etc. So we have Chems, Gravish, Tailbot, and Payable.
course, we got Wanged and Colamon and Saber versus Demarcation to round out today. And again, we mentioned this earlier, or we were discussing this privately. Any one of these matchups could be a final. There's so much pedigree. There's so much Gwent, prowess in this lineup. I am so excited for this. This is truly a GWENT Masters finale, and I'm just over the moon with what we're seeing here for this. But what do you guys think? That's also part of this, friends, is that we want to know what you guys are talking about, what's going through your noggin, your nugget there. So what is going on? What do you think about who's going to win? Our wardrobe, all this crap I got on the wall. Hashtag World Masters. Tweet about it. We want to hear about it. And I mean, your opinion is just as good as ours in most cases when it comes down to it, because this is a stacked lineup.
Yeah, really anybody could win, of course. And we will see that stack right now in the brackets. And if you are out there trying to divine the winner, I'm sure you are very, very clear about these matchups. And as a reminder, as you see on these brackets, the player on top of each of these matchups is in the blue coin position, which also means they will be going first in games 1, 3, and 5, and the bottom player will be going first in games 2 and 4. So, Cams and Gravish will be starting off. Jaggerus and Impetuous Panda will be taking Tailbot and Payable. That series will be presented to you by them, and we'll continue.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say Wanged and Colamon. I mean, these are two fantastic names, tournament winners. Colamon probably looking to just kind of get a little bit of retribution over what occurred in the infamous Keltulis incident of not too long ago. Again, Saber97, this is somebody who has terrorized the ladder, the pro rank ladder, for so long. Tournament scene, a different story, though. We're going to see how he fares in this environment versus Demarcation, somebody who, again, has recent win under his belt in the GWENT Masters circuit.
It doesn't matter how you heard about Gwent. Either this is your first World Masters, or perhaps you're hearing about the new Witcher expansion coming to the Witcher card game. But either way, if you need any information about the game, head on over to playgwent.com. Get all that information, all the upcoming cards. There's a reveal page there, all the Gwent news about the patches as well. You also can follow us on Twitter at PlayGwent. The competitive side is at Gwent Masters, and you can find us on Facebook as well.
Yeah, and the prize pool for World Masters is such that you guys really had your toe in the pool on this one. We do want to thank you for your support ongoing throughout the year. The prize pool got a nice little $38,000 boost, a little injection, if you will, a little Visigoda 38,000 times on it. It was amazing. Again, that happens because you guys were purchasing the cosmetics, supporting it, and the extra prize pool is honestly because of you guys, and we want to thank you for that. Yes, you specifically. You're like, is Blake talking to me? Talking to you right there in your living room in slippers.
How did you know I was wearing slippers? Anyway, it's fine. Maybe you just had a divination about it, and perhaps a lot of people did. They had the divination results. You had a chance to pick who you thought would win any given matchup and by how much. I would love to know if anybody has a chance to pick this one up. Seems astronomically low, but it still gives us a good idea of who you think has the chance. And the line almost 50-50. There's much there. And
so, I mean, the margins for here are incredibly close. I mean, most official polls usually have a 3 or 4 point margin of error. We're all kind of just coming on back into the world here. This is amazing. Reborn! And 53 to 47 is so close. I mean, this is really a coin flip in its purest form when it comes down to the actual divination results, where it's all going to come down to the bans, the lists, etc. But more so, it's going to come down to the players and how they play the game. And we do have Shidmiri, who's locked and loaded again for you guys to break down all the matches. But before we get the matches, Big B, we want to meet the players.
Absolutely.
Hello there, Camps. Welcome to the GWENT Master Grind Finale. It's great to see you here. I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. And the first one would be a pretty easy one. Could you introduce yourself to the viewers and pick 3 words that describe you best?
Hey Hester, I'm glad to see you again.
Jeśli miałbym opowiedzieć trochę o sobie.
If I had to say a few words about myself, I'd say that I'm persistent, which is definitely proven by the number of games I've played on the pro ladder.
Liczba gier na laderze, na drabinie.
The three words that describe me best though would probably Kams, the young wolf.
Będzie to Kams, młody wilk.
All right, awesome. Great one. And right now, you know your opponent, unlike the other tournaments before. Is there anything you would like to say to him?
Expect the unexpected. But on a more serious note, I'd like to wish Gravish good luck. Unfortunately, we got paired in the first round, and one of us will have to drop out of the tournament. Gravish is a great guy. He's really helpful, analyzes the game a lot, and us being opponents made the preparation for the tournament much harder. Long story short, if I had to tell him something, good luck, Gravish.
Jeśli miałbym coś powiedzieć, powiedziałbym powodzenia.
All right, awesome. Really wholesome answer here. Great. And the last one, shoutout time. Do you want to thank anyone for helping you before the tournament?
Tak, chciałbym podziękować Pajabolowi, Kunerowi.
I'd like to thank Piable, Honor, Beautybog, and Green Knight, who helped me a lot with creating the lineup and practicing with it. We played so many games that I can only say
Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
All right, awesome. Great. Thanks a lot, Camps, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Good luck today in the matches.
thank you.
Hello and welcome again, Gravish. It's good to have you. Your second official tournament appearance. And now for everyone who doesn't know you as much yet, why don't you just give us a short introduction and maybe name 3 keywords that you would describe you or your playstyle with.
All right. Yeah, I'm Colin or Gravish, 28, and back for a Masters after going out in the quarterfinal in the last Open. Not too much to know about me, I guess. I just like playing Gwent and competing at the highest level in about anything I do.
Hello guys,
because
please
that's
turn on
what's
cameras
the most fun for me, just being
videos.
competing with people. And 3 words that describe me or my playstyle. Well, I'm just gonna say hungry, sleepy, and igny.
That is very good, very good. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, second question. This time around, you already know your opponent, so I'm wondering if you would like to say something to Kams, who is, I know, your teammate on the one side, but now you're the biggest obstacle on your way to winning this tournament.
I mean, we all know him, Kams, or Brother Jams, as we like to call him internally. He's a fantastic player, but not fantastic enough for today.
Oh, big words. All right, thank you so much. One last question. Is there someone you would like to give a shout out to, because you're now on the biggest stage Gwent has to offer, and maybe you think there's someone that really deserves this shout out?
Well, I mean, first off, just really big shout out to my team, Team Leviathan Gaming. Not only for helping me with prepping and just being around for general help surrounding tournaments or ladder gameplay or anything, just for being a really wholesome Gwent family, basically, where there's a lot of people that just like to hang out with each other, have fun with each other, make fun of each other, and just also provide a lot of content for the community. And that's something I really enjoy and I've really had fun doing over the last year. And also special shout out to Saber, who was my direct prep partner for Masters, and good luck today.
Well, thank you so much. Let's see how it plays out, and maybe we'll see each other again tomorrow. Best of luck, and thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
All right, my friends, you heard it from the 2 that are coming into the game right now. Of course, Shin Mary will be talking to us after for some post-match analysis. So if you see some highlights happening, be sure that Shin Mary will be on the other side of this, breaking it down. So you'll get a chance to see him. But now let's take a look at the decks that the players are bringing here. These arsenals are coming into a meta that has not changed since the last one, but we are seeing some big changes when it comes to what is being brought. We have Keltalis Carapace, which has been a long-standing contender lately when it comes to competitive monsters. We have Precision Strike, strong control-based build with Becker's Rock Slide, Shiro as well to sculpt the board down and just try to destroy as much as possible. Nilfgaard makes an appearance in a meta in which Nilfgaard was not brought in the last open. So Enslave at the power of 5, this is Enslave 5 with Masquerade Ball, and Hefty Helga in a low Nilfgaard meta can go crazy. And finally, my favorite archetype, I think, Cursed Realms, Mobilization with Revenants. This is a very control-heavy matchup with the big cards, Falibor and Philippa, and the ways to get them, Oniromancy plus Amphibious Assault for that reliability. The entire top end of the deck is about controlling and playing into those bronzes that will support you. And let's see what Gravish has taken on the other side.
Gravish also coming in with Precision Strike. This is the deck that you can expect to see on Red Coin. Likes to play reactively, putting the opponent on the proactive side of things. Precision Strike in conjunction with Garrett Professional could get some removal. You have Karathi, Heatwave, Becker's Rock Slide, of course, Shiru for that mass wipe as well. This is a deck that you know all well. You've seen this in action before. This is definitely a tournament deck that relies on Red Coin to be effective. Then there's Shield Wall, with everyone's favorite perfectly fair card, Amphibious Assault. You got the potential for triple duels in this. Engines going crazy as well. You want to be protecting things like Anna. You want to be protecting things like your Frigate, as well as your dueling cards to really get exceptional value. With Shield Wall, expect Shield Wall to really, really look for a longer round 3 if possible. Finally, next we have Carapace, of course, representing the monster faction, led at the helm by the one and only Keltulis. You have seen the most infamous play now in the season 2, which was that Keltulis cell phone, and it's going to take a little bit of finesse to get Keltulis to work. But you've seen that these are decks that can really, really take advantage of being on the play and making sure that your opponent has to really make decisions that they're not comfortable with. Siri Dash,
Alzer.
Oh yeah, and I'm getting there. Trust me, I'm getting there. This is Alzer, ladies and gentlemen, the newest Backstreet Boy, the new kid on the block is Alzer. There's going to be some Alzer, some high rolling there with Oniromancy. This is going to be fun to cast. I'm jealous that I don't get to play this in a tournament, but that you guys are in for a ride when Alzer hits the board. Finally, we've got Skelliga, my favorite faction, of course, with Patricidal Fury, because friends don't let friends play Lippy. And this is a fantastic warrior build that we'll see in, it punishes wide, it punishes tall, it, pulls cards out of the graveyard for extra value. This is a card with the warrior ability and the veteran ability, rather, that just gets better and better as it goes. This is a devastating deck. It's just so fundamentally sound across the board. I'm not surprised that Patricidal Fury is going to make it in this tournament for sure.
Patricidal Fury, we're going to see a lot of that. Carapace also looking like we're going to see a lot of that too. I like the variation in Northern Realms, and of course, seeing Nilfgaard, and who knows what we'll see later on. But the casters, the players, I should say, are all getting ready to.
Oh, we're ready to. We're ready to.
Yeah. We are ready. The casters are ready. I'm just speaking about myself in third person here. Dane and Matt are ready, as well as Gravish and Powell are getting ready right now for game 1. So we have Gravish coming in. He will be moving second on the red coin, as we say around here, with Cam setting up with the blue coin. Do we think we're going to see a blue faction on the blue coin?
Possibly. I mean, it's possible, but we got to see what they're banning, because at the end of the day, they get to sort of just nix one right out of the gate, as we see here. Cam's is going to be locked out of playing his mobilization. I'm sorry for you, Mr. Northern Realms Ambassador. You do not get to see one of your favorite decks in action, whereas Gravish will be locked out of playing his Precision Strike. Any thoughts on these bans?
Yeah, I think we're going to get right into the game, but real quickly, you really don't want to have that much control in your face, especially the very specific control that mobilization can offer. Mobilization with that sort of, with the Philippa and the Falibor, as well as a very consistent way of controlling and setting up. It makes it just a dangerous deck to play against, either on blue coin or a very almost impossible deck to bleed if you are on the red coin position and they just take the early pass. Now, but that's not the story that we're seeing right now. Yeah. We should probably just focus on this one here. It's going to be Nilfgaard and Slave getting things started against Keltulis, Monsters, Carapace. Game 1, Series 1. It all starts right now, my friends.
Worth noting here, Gravish is he doesn't have his Alzer, he doesn't have his Keltulis, but more so he doesn't have his Ornamency to get access to those. So he's going to be making some aggressive reloads. There he is again, a new kid on the block, looking strangely like Doctor Strange, a little bit there, no problem. But he's coming in. So this is a strategy that you could possibly see him go on red coin to really abuse the tempo of slamming down Alzer, protecting him, and then just rattling off spells for just extra value off of each of those. Of course, Alzer having the ability of spawning a random unit of the same provision cost of the spell that he is casting. As we open up, there's Hefty Helga McBee, a card that you said requires an answer, and if you're Carapace, how do you answer that?
Yeah, it's a tough thing to answer. Generally, in a non-Nilfgaard meta, Hefty Helga seems safer and safer. I wanted to quickly just touch on Alzer again. A lot of people are probably wondering why this card would be added in general. I have to thank and I have to give a shout out to Shinmiri on this one. Shinmiri talked to some of the players before, let us know what some of the thought processes were on building the deck here. And Gravish really wanted to include Alzer to have some sort of red coin abuse threat here without having to rely on Siri Dash necessarily to at least bait removal, because Alzer does represent a ton of extra points, can be used with Carapace if you don't draw Siri Dash. And look at this, without Aeromancy here, he does have Dash and Alzer, of course, to protect. So it may just end up that he does have the red coin abuse he was looking for as the Poglet. The Poglet drops down there in the back row.
Yeah, he's there to die. That's his job. He's going to be pairing up with that Endrega Warrior to just get the fitting out and the tempo as well. But worth noting as well, Alzer really only has 2 spells to connect with. He's got the Alzer's Thunder and the Pact. And those are low provision spells. It's not the home run that you're looking for. However, it still can be a little extra tempo if necessary. I wouldn't be surprised if Gravish here actually holds on to Alzer, looking to pair it up with more of a home run of the the Ornamency.
Yeah, I was just about to say there the Amnesty is going to be pulling over the Foglet now. You did ask me before, how is Gravish going to deal with Hefty Helga? And at this point, we're not really sure how that's going to be possible. At least Natural Selection is going to go in and get as the value possible. Without that one ping for the shield, it's too slow. It's going to trade for too many cards, too many points, and Cams is going to keep on setting up here. So does Gravish really have a chance to do anything else but set up his graveyard in this round?
Yeah, this is going to be problematic for Gravish because he's probably not going to commit too much. Anything that he throws on the board in the face of that untouchable Hefty Helga is going to be compromised. Not just by the fact that there is that 5 strength and slave ability to just doing something back to your side of the board, but also the fact that there's another Amnesty in hand and paired up with 2 charges on that Helga. Everything that is on Gravish's side of the board is now, susceptible to a little bit of, hey, you get over here, a little Scorpion action.
It's just a rock solid setup here from Cams. What he can't remove or threaten with Hefty Helga, he can steal with Amnesty, destroy with Joust, or outright obliterate with a poison combo, maybe just with Fangs and Vincent. It's if Cams wants to stay in this, he doesn't even need to exercise anything even close to what I just said. But he has all that stuff as well as a fully rocked and loaded Hefty Helga here. 2 charges, ready to just floor anything.
Yeah, what's possible here is you can play potentially the Egern. The Egern, of course, is, it has the downside of if it loses its armor, it just immediately gets destroyed. But Egern wants to be in the graveyard to a degree because it wants to be by Oswald. So when are you really playing this? You have to kind of play the cards to maybe contest the ground a little bit, and that's probably one of the major resources that you're willing to commit, because I don't think Gravish is going to be playing his Siri Dash, and I don't think that he's ready to give up Alzer if he only has 2 spells, none of which are that 13-point Ornamency that he probably wants to pair that up with.
Yeah, and of course, Cams at all points has to put Gravish on his very best hand. And it's not that Gravish has a bad hand, but he doesn't have a hand that can deal with Helga. And it's becoming much more apparent as he drops the Endrega Warrior that there really isn't... Oh, it's just going to be the other Amnesty here just to get these cards. It's interesting. Amnesty is a card that isn't seeing a lot of play and is showing to be a kind of the least important card here to use here, as Gravish is trying to kind of throw away 4-point cards. maybe trying to look at a way to get out of this round. And Cams is just also playing very low, playing tactics on purpose to keep Hefty Helga loaded up with 4 points. As well, it's less important now because the 2 amnesties are out, and Gravish is just going to just try to keep this low commitment cards. No one wants to commit anything. If Cams thinks about a pass at any point, I doubt he will until Gravish puts any points on. But what Gurn represents with 1 armor or 5 armor is a 13-point reach to pick up a round. So as long as that's available, Gravish might consider it, but in the end, could just end up in the graveyard.
Well, Cams is going to be playing this round until Gravish passes. There's no question about it. You don't want to put that, this into into Gravish's hands again. Like you said, that 13 points is perfectly fine and safe after Cams passes. You could just drop it down, just making sure you have an extra card in the hand to give it that 1 armor, so it just doesn't fizzle into nothingness. But you can definitely put Gravish on not playing his series. It's too late for that. Obviously, he has to really committed to giving up that Alzer. That's a lot of points when it's going to matter later on. But what else can you play? Frankly, there's really not much else you can play besides the Egern. You could potentially slam down the Beast and see it grow to 6, maybe protect it a little bit with a shield, but there's so much damage potential with that Helga, again, with 2 charges, and you also have that Tourney Joust. So Tourney Joust, adding a charge to the Helga, there's 10 points of damage just right out of the box that Cams is just sitting on, plus the tactical advantage. It's another 5 points that he can sort of pepper around wherever he wants. So this is going to be just Gravish, likely just kind of just slamming things down, maybe seeing some bigger cards out of Cams, but you can definitely expect Cams to just slow play this and get the job done in other ways.
Cams is in a really great position here. He has our friend Vincent in hand, and Vincent is a real counter to this leader. Anything given Veil here by Carapace is now a target for Vincent. This also means that anything that is targeted with Pact will be a target for Vincent, because it will be also be given Doomed as well. So there should be a lot of great targets here as Cams is just going straight up, playing the Echo card, Coup de Grace. Now the Beast is going to be in the back row, and Coup de Grace is going to be at the top of the deck, being ready to play it here. And Gravish just really does not have any way to assert dominance at this point. Playing Egern only to have it in the graveyard seems to be the only play. It would put the game in reach of some fancy... you'd have to use a leader, I suppose, to take it after that, because he would still have to overcome the Beast and overcome a number of points. It would be really difficult, actually, if Cam's passed, for him to not use a ton of resources to take it. But I think that would be in Gravish's interest still to want to try to take the game. So it's either a Gurn or pass. It's going to be the pass. What do you think about that, Flake?
I think that's a fine pass, again, because your Egern is not just your Egern. You're already putting Cams on the fact that he's going to be playing this tooth and nail until the end. There's the resources that he's willing to commit are completely different than the resources Gravish is willing to commit. Again, if your Cam's putting Gravish on a big hand, you can say maybe he's got Keltulis, maybe he's got Alzer, Siri, and he's not playing those in this round because he's so far behind, and I'm in such a great position to actually just shoot those down, steal his stuff, that it's not in his interest. I think Gravish was taking the proper pass there. Save your pieces for the future when it matters a little bit more. And as we see Gravish making a few switches there's the Karathi Heatwave, nice card to have. The Defender's going to be huge here to protect the more key elements to his plan, which being perhaps Alzer, obviously Keltulis, which is huge. And then there's a Squirrel.
No Keltulis and no Neuromancy still, so he can't really access kind of the namesake Carapace Keltulis at the moment. But he does have a much better hand here, very removal heavy with Karathi Heatwave and the Imlerus
Wrath.
Imlerus Wrath, that's the one. Yes, the Imlerus Wrath.
There we go. I mean, again, like you said, I
kept on thinking Imlerus Thunder, and I just couldn't get it out of my head.
But the situation now, like you mentioned, just not having Owneromancy is such a difficult situation because it's not just, again, the access to what you need, but it's the pairing of, it's the Alzer Owneromancy, which gets you so many points. But you know what? This could all change if he grabs it now. Alzer with Owneromancy behind a defender is a nasty combination. There's the big boy.
He does have Keltulis. Now he has almost every card he'd want to see from a Neuromancy, even Azrael here. So his hand sure is pretty good. if he expects that he needs to deal with a lot of removal here, and he certainly does expect it, players are playing with open deck lists, if you didn't know. Full information going into these lists. Double Ardfane Tortoise.
Well, it's again, it's bodies on the board. I think what Cam's understanding here is that once Keltulas, hits the board, he's going to start losing. He's going to start losing units at a nasty pace. It's just a matter of timing things correctly, being properly suited to getting things in the right sequencing. Because once Keltulas hits, if you have no answer for it, it is going to run the table. It is going to be nasty. Keltulas obviously has the ability when he sits on the melee row, where the player with more units on the board will lose their lowest strength unit. And it's not like you're playing against something like Symbiosis where you're spitting out 1-point trees here and there, or Arachnus Drone. Everything that Cam is going to be playing is going to factor in. There's a defender coming down. You can already see how this is going to go. Putting it in the back row, knowing that Keltulas is a major threat, you could probably assume that Gravish is taking the line here, that he's going to win this off the back of Ciri and Alzur.
Quite possibly. This also says if you have an answer for this card, you got to play it, even if it's Heatwave or if it's Yennefer. But in this case, it's going to be the Enslave. That defender is going to be taken and replayed. Very, very, very devastating now without a defender, a way to protect either Alzur or Ciri Dash or Keltulas from Yennefer's Invocation. That's a really difficult situation here that Gravish has been put into. So he's going to be losing his best unit, and he's actually going to be losing tons of units to Masquerade Ball. This is a very difficult situation for Gravish to be into. The Veil to stop the poison is going to be critical. He's going to have to pick exactly what he needs to make sure that all the right things survive.
That's right. And oftentimes, if you want to get that double poison, a way around the issue of, you drop a poison and perhaps Gravish responds by adding Veil, so you can no longer put statuses to complete that poison duo to eliminate the unit. Sometimes what you rely on perhaps is Roderick. Roderick, as an aristocrat pulling another aristocrat, pulls both poisons, so there's no wait time. It's just bang, bang, and it's gone. But in this case, it's a matter of just timing things correctly and making sure that the amount of statuses that are. I think that it's just going to come down to perhaps that thirsty Dame just sitting on the board and surviving. The problem is that Gravish has, he's got Imler's Wrath, he's got Heatwave. There's a lot of cards that he can use to get rid of things. Same thing with the well-timed Keltulas. And now Cam's is on the play. He's on the proactive side of things, so he's going to have to slam units.
He got to turn it all the way around and begin setting up himself after those first sequence of plays. One of the greatest benefits of having Enslave is that you really can flip the board state around in cases where a lock doesn't matter. It's when you're not really locking the defender status. It's always been pretty good, and there's a lot of cards in this game that have Veil on it that you can take over and not lock as well. So I think it's pretty cool to see Nilfgaard in probably one of my favorite iterations, I guess, over times. I was never really a hyper thin guy. I was never really a poison. I was never really too much into mill, but I really liked Enslave. I liked heavy control stuff, and that is what we have here, a heavy control meta with Nilfgaard actually getting a spot in it, and Grave is trying to figure out how he is going to play in to poison, into invocations, and we are going to see the first leader charge used here to protect Alzur at 9. Flake, you think we're going to see Yennefer whisk this fine doctor away?
Yeah, I think that Doctor Strange is going back into one of the other 6 million universes that you'll see, one of which being Cam's deck. But the Yen's Invocation has multiple targets here. You've already eliminated the defender, so that's a threat that's gone. You also have to worry about something like Keltulas. Now, Keltulas is not really getting the job done at this point because you're just kind of going unit for unit, so you can kind of stay ahead of the curve here. I think that Yen's Invocation is no risk, but there you have it. I mean, Vincent, it's just by adding the Veil and the boost, it's perfect food for Vincent, and he is not going to waste any time. But again, the issue with this is Cam's is now up 2 units to Gravish's 0, and Gravish can now start benefiting from that those that Keltulis ability. The problem here, of course, is that Yen's Invocation is always going to be looming. It's always going to lurk in Gravish's mind.
Yeah, between Invocation and Poison, Gravish has an issue. Anything that can't be poisoned can be Envoed, of course. And that leaves Gravish in it's just a tough situation here. So the only the only options you would really have at this point would be, if you it's a tough situation, right? You set up Gurn just gets hit. Setting up, it's going to be Keltalis. It's going to be on the melee row because at least this plays for 12. It will still destroy Vincent. It will be protected here, and Yennefer's Invocation is likely going to be the solution to this because there is going to be no poison on this. And this could also be the Yennefer's situation now that Vincent has been played.
So Yen's Invocation on that 12, what are you really getting that's better than that? It takes off a lot of, not just points, but a lot of stress that you're going to have to, eventually die. The problem with this is that if you play Yen's Invocation on Keltulis, that means that your Joaquin has to play the Keltulis off the top. And that might come back to haunt you later. So it might be a situation where, again, like you said over here, why not just boost your own board? Play the same capacity that Gravish is playing, which is play a unit, keep board state small, keep it tall, protected, from there. But now we're at a point where Gravish has to play, a card, and it's not going to be a unit because that unit is just going to get burnt to cinders by Keltulis' abilities. So really, what are your options? Option 1, Heatwave. Option 2, you have the Adrenaline, or you can play Kimura's Wrath for essentially 0 points. It's a difficult situation. You only have 2 options if you're Gravish.
Yeah, because if there's really
actually you only have 1.
You just can't play anything really. If you play it, it's going to get killed. If you try to kill the tortoise, then Keltulis is going to kill herself. So if you put points on Keltulis, it's just all going to get Yenvoed. Gravish is in a really tough spot here, and there's the Adrenaline Rush that's going to go on to the 20-point Keltulis, and as fast as we see 20 points, we may see it disappear.
There's honestly, if you're it depends on what you're putting Gravish on, but you could really paint him into a corner. Knowing that you have the Yen's Invocation to just completely remove those points, there's nothing wrong with actually even just tossing some garbage away and putting the ball back in Gravish's court and then going from there, because you know that Gravish needs to generate some type of points outside of just that Keltulis sphere, that bank of Keltulis now that has 20
Whoa,
points.
good call on that one, Flake. Cam's actually throwing the Ardfane Tortoise in the graveyard manually. I thought that Joachim might be played before that moment, because if we're talking about Roderick, we're talking about 2 units at least that are going to go on Gravish's side of the board, in which those would likely get targeted. But Cam's has a different idea about Joachim there. So we're not, and there's going to be Gravish throwing something in the graveyard as well. Actually, could I just take a quick peek? That was, which card was, and then Cam's is going to throw another.
I'm telling you, this is as odd as it comes to.
That was the Yenvo there. That happened very quickly. I was still thinking about what Gravish did. And there, Yenvo is, Yennefer's Invocation puts Keltalis on top. Now Igurn being played for just 3 armor. I think there might be enough in the bank to take care of that, at least through poison or something.
Yeah, you've got the poison option. This is likely going to be a Heatwave response, which is, it's fine. That's what the Heatwave is likely looking to knock down. Of course, these are open deck lists, so each player knows what they're bringing to the party. That Heatwave was probably hunting for that Master of Baseball the whole time. The Usurper comes in and brings with him 2 3-point units that are now representing a load of points. That Keltulis, as tricky as it is to play, it's just as susceptible to its own strategies, frankly. Keltulis, without a player that's really flooding the board, can really just succumb to his own downfall, which is, she'll just die to her own ability. And at that point, tossing things in the garbage, as odd as that sounds, is possibly the best course of action.
Here comes Keltulis of Cam's. What he took back, he's going to put in the back row, which is going to disable Keltulis' ability, so nothing's going to be destroyed here. Imlerith Wrath finally 16 onto the shield, because Gravish, it doesn't really matter at this point. Cam's had an absolute death grip on that round. Really, it's pretty hard to see what Gravish's line was there. Cam's had an answer for everything, it seemed like.
Well, that's the thing. It all started in round one, where you establish a hefty Helga that is really running the show. One quick amnesty to take away a thinning tempo play. Another amnesty, to just kind of just completely negate all the points. Meaning that when you are giving your opponent an empty board, especially one with that runs a Keltulis build that has a lot of boosting cards like Pact, like Adrenaline, then suddenly you have nothing really to commit. We didn't really get to see Alzar pop off the way we wanted him to, unfortunately. It was just quick fodder for Vincent, but I think Cam's played that masterfully. Decks that have very intricate strategies, it's like the freaking Death Star, man. They do have flaws, and basically what happens there is Cam's fired 2 proton torpedoes into a 2-meter wide exhaust port, and down with the Empire.
I think it was the the joust into Enslave, just to take that to take the cave troll without having to heat wave it or purify it or use any first indication or use Vincent or anything like that, just to have so many more answers on that and really use that leader as an advantage there. Really makes it pretty clear why this was the pick here for Cams. As we're just waiting for the players to get into game 2, we're going to turn things around now. Now Gravish is going to be starting off the match. Cams is going to be making the second move, meaning it's going to be his decision if he wants to pass with a card up or not. Now in Gravish's situation, he does still have Northern Realms as a pick. It's possible that we see Shield Wall, who Northern Realms being such a great blue coin setup faction. It's possible that we see Shield Wall come in with Gravish, but maybe Skelliga might be that safe pick as well.
Yeah, you're probably not going to see Precision Strike in this situation because that is definitely a red coin deck. Shield Wall is going to be my suggestion as well in terms of what you're probably seeing. Again, you know better than I do on this how well Northern Realms can really get things chugging along. Things like the Carrack Frigate, you've got the Temerian Drummer, along with the infantry can really get the party started. So it depends on what he's assuming he's going to be playing against. But in terms of blue coin decks, you can't go wrong with Shield Wall, even though you might win down the card. Obviously, in round 1, a dry past round 2, you're back in the game for an extended round 3 where they want to be. That's where they want to live. They want to make sure that all their engines are, chugging along for as long as possible. And, just getting that tall board, that boosted board, those duels in, the shields protecting them, and of course Vrax is finding and picking his choosing who he wants to give the second win to, be it Bloody Baron, be it Selkirk, be it Anseus. You've got options, and it's
those Northern Realms haymakers.
That's it, exactly. And power removal, you've got points spread out over multiple bodies. And frankly, shield is an annoying thing to really come across if you are not, if you don't have the tools to deal with it. Precision Strike can go ahead and pop those shields fairly effectively. So maybe if you're Gravish, you're thinking, hey, I don't want to walk into Precision Strike with my shield wall, so maybe he brings in Patricidal Fury instead. There's really, it's mind games at this point. Each player has multiple avenues to really explore here. But I'm thinking it's shield wall.
Yeah, it could be. I think it could be. On Cam's side, it's probably going to be his Carapace. I think that was still available to him, right? He did have mobilization ban, so Carapace, I believe, is still available for him to go in because he'd be in a similar situation. However, he could also be suffering from a similar situation where Shield Wall just has all the answers. You got a Boil here, you have a massive Anseus Haymaker there, and then eventually you're just not really getting all the value that you need. But it will be a little different here as we jump into Game 2 here, GWENT Masters Season 2. Gravish versus Cams. It will be Skelliga versus Squayatel. Completely different situation than we put into. Gravish will be leading things off here on the high seas as Cams is hoping that Shiru is going to score a big jackpot. He wants to see a lot of the same numbers. Usually in this matchup, Squayatel does perform well because Skelliga does tend to play around the same strength level, 5s and 6s in a lot of cases. So this might be a tough one for Gravish.
Well, the issue here for Gravish, of course, is that he's going to have to be on the play here. He's going to have to set up, and he can probably assume things like those protectors are not necessarily going to live long and healthy lives as he might want them to. Gravish is just probably going to be throwing, peons to the fire in this case, because looking at Cam's hand, I see double rebuke, I see a rock slide, I see circle of life. There's all kinds of nice, delicious things that he can go ahead and just clean the board with. Scrub out those units that Gravish is putting out there so that he might have to commit bigger pieces. And then Cams can decide how he wants to go about it. I don't know if Shiru is going to be a massive factor that you might see Shiru be in so many other matchups. Shiru versus Congregate, for example. Shiru versus Deadeye Ambush. Those are highlight reel plays. Those are massive fireworks that we're going to see, that we would see rather, Shiru pop off on. I think when it comes down to Shiru against a veteran warrior build, it's going to be more so a Shiru of opportunity, a Shiru that might get just one or two nice targets and getting at least some positive value off of them.
And you know why that is? I think the way you said it perfectly, it's going to be Congregate. Those are the big lists you see the highlight reels on, because Cam's list, especially not just his precision strike list, but his lists in general, are extremely control heavy. We have rock slides, we have heat waves, we have Geralt Professional on this list, we have the Treant Protector for another dip on Rebuke, just a massive amount of removal, and Sheldon Skaggs, of course. So if you're looking at Shiru having his best opportunity, you're also looking at a list that's trying to remove everything on the board. You kind of need a lot of those stragglers to get that Shiru value. So if Cams just wants to beat everything up, it may not be about Shiru, but the boost is still going to hit it. Shiru is now going to be standing at the number 5, which can mean, I would imagine on a good day, going to convert on 15 to get at least 4 5s. That's probably where you want to start. But you can do even better than that.
I mean, you could look at the long chip. You could look at what else are we looking at? Harold, obviously. Skjordal in round 3 will be a 5 as well. You're probably looking at, if Harold decides to resurrect a longsword along with the ping, the longsword and the Harold together will both be 5. So Shiru might just be there as the 5-point answer to perhaps those cards coming out, as well as is he running a Morkvarg? Let me just double check on that, seeing if Cams is running a Morkvarg on his
there is not.
No Morkvarg there, so that's not a 5 that he's going to have to worry about. But there's all kinds of other cards that you need to factor in. That 5 is going to find some value.
Yeah, I mean, it's really. I'm ultimately, just with the amount of control in Cam's hand, in Cam's deck, this to general, going to play Novigradian Justice here, even though he does have a Volunteer in the hand already. So instead, he's going to be looking just to probably buff Sheldon Skaggs, which is not in his hand. So he'll be playing the Pyrotechnician.
Pyrotech's a perfectly fine choice. Again, it's coming in you have 2 units now their point values are protected, one by shield and one by the armor, making that boat in the back row a little less effective. Both protectors are long gone. They are in the graveyard, and really you're not necessarily getting above and beyond value with that boat. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and in this case, with that 2 armor of protection on the Pyrotech, it's just pretty much protected points at this point. Again, Cam's playing on the red coin with the precision strike deck. It's going to struggle to actually generate points in the early round, but it will come back in droves later on. So I think what he's trying to do here is just represent a little bit of board presence, and then maybe a little bit later, get things done. As we see here, there is 3 points of bleed on the shield. The shielded
and low, sweet and low by Gravesh, trying to keep the low provisions here before any sort of real commitment. Putting Cams, now Gravish could say, okay, well, I know maybe there's a Volunteer in hand. Maybe. I mean, perhaps the Pyrotech was the best possible play, but maybe there's a Volunteer in hand. If there's a lot of control, it's going to show. This could be Circle of Life, of course, in this case, and it will be. Where does the boost go, though? It probably goes on the Volunteer.
I would be on that Dwarf. I don't think you want to boost this Shiru beyond the 5. It would make no sense. So there it goes on to the Dwarf as well. That's going to be some fun points to pull out. Now that Dwarf is representing a potential 10-point play, which, again, you have 2 dwarves on the board, so you'll be fine. It's, again, a 10-point tempo play on red coin against Skelliga. Now that's really kind of wondering where their points are going to come from in an economical fashion. Typically, Skelliga Bronzes like to pair up and really go and punch above their weight, and when they're kind of, put together, be it with a greatsword benefiting from pings, be it from the protector benefiting from the damage taken by that boat, or the berserker. So there's all kinds of ways, as we see Bloody will come through here. And
Bjorn dropping the Blood Eagle. He's going to be picking up one of these warriors here. This is going to be setting up the future of Graveyard as well as putting the Greatsword on the board. Gravish is trying to obviously get into a position here where he might want to be ahead on a pass or just relentlessly pursue this round. But in either case, still not committing that tactical advantage. What do you think he's waiting for on this one, Flake?
I think if you're going to be playing that tactical advantage, you're going to be ideally, the ideal situation with that is to add it to the boat when your protector is next to it, so you can get more of that little 1-2 punch going. In this case, you do not have that protector, but I still think the ideal housing for that would be on the boat, because you want more pings on the boat to give more options for your greatsword to grow and grow and grow. Problem here is that you're walking right into a Nature's Rebuke, a 5-point greatsword here is just laughable against a precision strike deck that only runs things to make you sad.
Gravish now on a pass here would have Cams make the play due to the bleed, so he could make that decision. The other opportunity is just to play the veteran or play the berserker, one of these bronzes, which still do represent a fair amount of points, more so the berserker, I suppose. But those really would be the best options here, because otherwise overcommitting, because these points are a little bit too close. They're a little bit too close. Even the volunteers are fine, right? That's 10 points in thinning. Gravish knows that has to be a possibility.
Yeah, the 10 points in thinning is fantastic, because you've already used a Novigradian Justice, so that 13-point swing is out of the question. You want those dwarves gone, because your dwarf options here are now limited in terms of playing those dwarf volunteers as liberally as you'd like. I would fully expect Cams to just follow up now with a back row of those volunteers, playing a little around the potential Hemdall, but you can guarantee that Gravish would never give that card up this early in the round. However, playing against something like Precision Strike that doesn't really give you much to interact with, a Hemdall of opportunity might be your best bet.
Cams, it just seems so easy for Cams to stick around here just by playing the Mahakam Volunteers. So probably just planning his next move after this one, and he's going to bring this up to 17.
Macro boy.
Bleed. Gravish now does not have the same opportunity here to be in a position where Cams would have to still play a card. So this is a little bit easy. This is a little bit more difficult for him. However, on a pass, yeah, you don't want to. You're being put in a card at disadvantage at this point. I think the opportunity to pass could have been reasonable. It looks like Gravish is going to probably go ahead, get the destroy on that. There's finally the tactical advantage after Madman Lugos taking advantage of those 2 damage units to convert that into 4 damage on the Pyrotech, bring up an 8-point difference. No bleed, no ticks at this point, no engines to worry about on the pass. Cams does have to play 9 points to go ahead here.
The way to do that would be, you can go ahead and Precision Strike the 7 down to 6 in Geralt Pro. Again, Geralt Pro, I like the way that I always tell people is that sometimes your Geralts you need to play them when they're available, because they have such big swings, but they also have such tricky conditions. In this case, Geralt Pro can do 3 damage, sure, no problem. Opting instead for the Rock Slide to not necessarily take the advantage here and get ahead, but in this case, I suppose giving Gravish kind of a way out of this round. Gravish can reply with just that Berserker, which represents a decent amount of points as well. I feel like sometimes when a decent enough Geralt Pro presents itself, sometimes you want to take it in that case to really get ahead of him on even again. But we'll see how that Geralt Pro kind of shines a little bit later.
Yeah, I think this is going to be probably going to be like a highlight moment to review, depending on the end of this game and kind of how it all flows out, based on draws. But this has been a pretty deep round 1. Gravish is now the opportunity to play a bronze card. Going to get another engine ticking. He's up against by 6 cards, 6 points. I apologize, and that will convert. That Berserker will convert back into a 6-point abomination next turn as well. So this is actually quite tough for Cams to play into here. You don't want to use your Heat Wave on really nothing. Shiru doesn't have a board, and Geralt Professional, the juiciest target was just removed. Has Gravish actually got this one?
I think Gravish might actually have this one again because the cards in Cam's hand is not necessarily all that fantastic. What you could do if you really want to get a little bit spunky on this is you can drop your Shiru, ping it for 1, ping the warrior in the back row down to 4 as well, and just shred the board in that way. But then that uses up all your charges. You have no Broccolon Sentinel thinning. It's just a difficult situation. Gravish kind of got away with something a little bit crafty there by being able to play that. I think that Cam's not taking that go ahead with that. Geralt might come back to haunt a little bit, but we'll see how it is because that Geralt might find a beautiful house a little bit later, hitting perhaps a 9-point greatsword just 3 and clear.
Gravish, I mean, Gravish knows he's playing against Cam's. Cam's having the heavy control deck, meaning that there are only so many points that really will be created by bodies, by certain cards. So eventually you can put Cam's on certain options that just won't have those points. Gravish did look like he was getting loose after he got that win there. I'm sure he was thinking pretty long and hard about those 4-card, 3-card plays. Now, with the opportunity to pass here,
yeah, well, round 2 sometimes it's just a formality, ladies and gentlemen. This is a good opportunity to go ahead and recycle that Oneiromancy into All God, get all those points going where they need to be. Both of those
safe here.
might want a nice little boost on Skags as well. And don't forget, you do have that Oneiromancy to go get Skags if you don't pull them. But looking at that in the deck right there, you have Gord.
He has everything.
Sheldon in there as well, and your Forest Protector. That's a decent amount of firepower that he's left just, waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I think if Gravish had a different hand, do you think he would have tried something? That's not the most aggressive hand, really. He didn't really have the options to drop anything that crazy.
Target for Raiding Fleet. You have nothing for Blood Eagle, nothing for Yalmar, and nothing for Champions Charge. So what are you really doing in that case? He had nothing that he could...
with that hand, no. I'm saying, could he have drawn a hand that that may have considered the bleed?
I think that that's not a bad option because Gravish... The thing about it is that Gravish needs to be able to respond to the big boys that Cam's are going to throw out. Things like, a last play Harold Gord, let's say, or a really beefed up Sheldon Skaggs. So you want to be able to go leader into Champion's Charge to just nullify that issue. The problem with bleeding is if you don't get that last day, you're going to have some trouble.
Now we look at the same situation as kind of we were in round 1, where Cam's has a lot of control at his disposal. Gravish has a lot of units that he wants to get developed, such as Herald. Bring back Herald's Resurrection from the graveyard, of course. There will be a Longship engine that he'd love to get started here. War of Clans could be bringing out something. But all of this stuff could potentially be removed by Cam's, who has a pretty good setup and a lot of end game points here with Sheldon Skaggs and Harold Gord. Nice proactive play here by the Svalblood Totem. Both of those Berserkers have a chance to convert into 6-point abominations, which makes it much harder for Cams to use that ping on order. A little bit easier now, though. Looks like we have the Pyrotechnician all set up here with extra armor, and this is now a clear 4 points.
Yeah, that's a nice little play here. That totem is just, it makes for difficult or awkward interactions. You need 4 points of damage or 1 point of damage, which does nothing because that gets flipped anyways. So these are points that are going to be awkward for Camps to actually interact with. I mean, the Pyrotech here just, gets the job done, but you need to make it really difficult for Camps to hit that. Maybe you drop something else on the board, a target of low value in this case. I think that might be okay to just go ahead and hit the Raiding Fleet on this. Again, those points of armor really make it awkward to do anything else. It could actually also be
Yalmar.
Yeah, Yalmar is not that bad of an option.
It is Yalmar.
But
that was a great sword, I believe, that went from the deck to the graveyard, dealing 10 points of damage to the Pyrotechnician, meaning that if he activates his ability, he will remove his own body at this point with no armor, and the random 4 damage can end up hitting Hjalmar as opposed to a Berserker.
The one gripe I have about this is that now that you're attacking that, you've just taken away 10 points of damage, 4 of which was absorbed by armor. So you're not really getting a fair deal here. And that Pyrotech now has the option. It's got a 2 out of 3 shot to really hit a home run on one of those fanatics in the back row. And that is a great trade. You might be losing the 3. You're taking the 4 damage from the Pyrotech, but I'd be surprised if he doesn't pull the trigger on that one right now.
Forest Protector will be coming out here looking for, probably might just want to use the Rebuke to take out one of these Berserkers just to deny some extra value. Circle of Life instead, extra boost on Sheldon Skaggs.
Yeah, that's some good value. That's some good investment. Plus, it just guarantees now that the Pyrotech is going to, get a free and clear swing at one of those Fanatics. I feel like Cam's just maybe missed an opportunity to pull the trigger there. I don't know why he did it or why he didn't do it, because Gravish just can flip he can flip the totem, get extra value.
Well, he wanted to double dip. You want to double dip on Skaggs for sure. I think that's probably fine. Cam's just saying, okay, 12 points here. I think I can outdo 12 points. Is he able to put 1 point on Shiru, or at least he'll be able to do 2 points to the Berserk? Like these things, as far as Shiru is concerned, they're dead. They're going to be dead already. I think that's what we're looking at here.
Interesting board state, nonetheless. Again, this is a matter of all the fireworks are going to come towards the end of the round, and with Sheldon Skaggs representing a lot of points, you've got the Harold Gord as well that's just waiting and gaining some value. And there's the Shiru, not necessarily the best Shiru, but it's still a Shiru nonetheless, as Harold Gord comes down as a 13-point play. Really, by not playing that Heat Wave now, or before the Harold, you're just saving yourself a point, but that Heat Wave now can probably find something a little bit juicier than a 4-point Fanatic.
Dangerous considering Champion's Charge just to play Harold Gord at this point, because Champion's Charge will take out the largest unit thanks to Patricidal Fury giving the Bloodthirst no matter what happens here. So that is now up for grabs. It was the biggest and best unit that is available here. So at this point, Gravish is possibly making that choice. I mean, this could be it. But would he want to necessarily play? I don't think you necessarily want to play Arnulf now. You don't want to give that target to Cams as far as Crappy Heatwave or Sheldon Skaggs. Like, the less you give for Cams to interact with is the better here. But now this board's getting a little bit easier and easier to sculpt as far as Shiru is concerned. 2 pings there on the 5s if you want to. It's not really worth a lot, but it's just starting to form closer and closer to value that Shiru will be able to get.
The issue now being that where are you going to go ahead and find that death blow off of the Sentinel that's going to spawn out of the Precision Strike ability? Sheldon Skaggs comes in, and that's probably going to be your answer. It's going to connect with one of those. It's just going to get rid of the boat. It was 4 points of damage that I thought perhaps would lead one of those 6-point units down to 2, allowing for the death blow effect to pop off. So more plans ahead, I suppose.
Some more 5s left to see. Skjordal, Herald as well. What Herald brings back could also be brought down. I actually think Shiru could score just a huge highlight here.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Skjordal is 5 points. Herald potentially bringing back. Is there another greatsword in the graveyard? I believe we already saw one that got absolutely just, Tom Brady spiraled into that Pyrotech. No, there's nothing left there. So the resurrection might just
because of the
Yalmar toss and throw, the Cyclops effect. Oh, that's a nice little play over there. That is basically saying that your Shiru is going to do a little bit more house cleaning on your side of the board as well. That's a nice little play there to essentially maybe lock up that Shiru, and give it a little less to think about.
Cam's having a hard time finding any value here on something like Geralt Professional, because the 6s are looking like they need to become 5s for Shiru. The 3, I mean, I guess you could play it on the 3. But then what are you heat waving? At this point, Gravish is out of options. Really, the future of Gravish's board is ashes as far as Shiro is concerned. Cams has too much control. He needs to see Arnjolf soon, but since he's not playing last, he probably won't see Arnjolf. So will Cams actually lose out here because his control didn't have enough of a home?
You're all pro finding the target of opportunity being a 6-point Angry Bear right there as the bleeding. Yeah, the Angry Bear continues to tick away again. There is going to be an opportunity for Cams to go ahead and connect on that death blow by, shaving down the 3 to a 2, perhaps the 6 to a 5, and then completing the death blow, bringing out the Sentinels to the party. The issue is now that, is it going to be worthwhile if that Shiro is going to actually use its ability or just kind of sit back and wait?
Well, here comes Cams now with the Heat Wave. That's the target he was looking for. That's the 11 points that he thought maybe he wouldn't have a chance to interact with. Now there is a unit on the board for Blood Eagle to source. I'm not sure what's left there. It is Hemdall, actually, will be very, very good here. Hemdall will be hitting the board by quite a bit. Gravish is going to have a huge amount of points here, and there's not a lot doing for Cams. He's going to go through the motions here with Shiro. We're going to see a couple of 5s go away here, and of course, the Broccolon Sentinels will join the fight. But Herald will represent quite a lot of points.
No, that's a decent amount of points for sure. And again, saving the Herald for last purely as a point generator, just bringing back the 7, is perfectly fine in this case. Usually you see Herald a little bit earlier to the party, getting those pings away, but a 5-point game at the end of the day is what was the difference in this one. And as we saw, that was just not enough. Skelliga gets the job done off of a last play. Herald bringing back another beautiful 7-point warrior to get that 5-point lead and the victory in this match.
Some very close games, I would say. Both of these games, the blue coin player was able to stabilize and take care of business. And I think that, especially in that round one at the end there, when Gravish had to get out of there, and he seemed pretty happy about that situation. He did have the points. He wasn't really playing into a Shiro board. And I think as the game started to go, he realized that he was going to probably be able to finish it off with the 12-point Herald. 13's really with the ping, 13 points. So yeah, it looked good for Gravish all the way in there. Even though Cams had that hard control, Skelliga's just playing those points.
Well, Skelliga does so many things well. Again, a lot of those points are just real, it's all in the strength, that veteran ability of bringing those cards and strengthening them over time and slamming them down, and you can kind of see the same usual suspects, the Hemdall, the Yalmar, obviously the Herald's coming through, the Totem for just pure points. And as much as there was a lot of points that, the Precision Strike could deal with, eventually it just becomes there's such an overflow and you can't deal with it all. And it was a 5-point victory, which is not a lot of points. That's just one decision here, one decision there perhaps, but ultimately that's all she wrote for that one. Again, Skelliga, my favorite faction.
Here in Skelliga, 5 is actually where the numbers start. So there is nothing lower than that in Skelliga. So 5 is basically 1. So it really wasn't that much in Skelligan terms. It was almost a tie, really.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That has both players now taking a win in this situation. Cams has secured a win with Nilfgaard Enslave, and Gravish has now just secured a win with Skelliga Patricidal Fury, leaving Carapace and Shield Wall for Gravish, as well as Carapace and Precision Strike for Powell.
If this does end up going to 5 games, we are absolutely guaranteed to see that Alzer come back and play and see the fireworks that we're all hoping for, all that sparkle and magic that we're desperately looking for, as we can see right now. Oh my goodness.
A little Monsters Mirror as Shoop does a little dance. It looks like we're going to see Kelly versus Kelly. What dragon will rule them all? We know Keltullus is the last of her kind, but I see 2 of them right here, so what's going on?
Yeah, this is a Black Mirror episode, and one that we probably might have skipped over if we had the option on Netflix. In this case, this is going to be one of those dear God, what's going on scenarios. This is going to be fun for us, but not fun for Gravish nor Cams, because they have to worry about the exact same thing. This is just going to be...
It's going to be fun for one of them.
Okay, I'm going to set the over-under of discards, total discards of this game, at 3.5. Over-under, McBee.
3.5? I'm gonna go under. I'll go.
You're gonna go under? Okay, I'll take the over. I think that there might be 4 or more discards in round 3, and it's gonna be a little bit of an S show when it comes down to it. But no problems. Doesn't matter. I'm looking at this, and I'm very, very excited to see how this goes. As the Foglet comes in, again, a proactive play. One of the few limited proactive plays that each of these players really has, and Dragon Warrior just waiting in the wings to follow that up. One difference in these decks I want to add is that I believe Cams runs Strays of Spala, Gravish does not.
You know, there are very few, well, actually, this is the Alzur's difference deck, so there are a few differences to it. But yes, yeah, the fact that you have a Strays of Spala very specifically helps when you have a row-locked superstar like Keltullus. Foglet meets Foglet. Just doing what you can do here in the mirror. Eerie Dash being dropped here, immediately protected by Cams on the second play, immediately inviting Gravish to Heatwave it or deal with it in some way. And there is only one answer, and that's Heatwave. So if he has it, he's got to play it. So, and if he plays it, then that means that there's so many more opportunities open for Cams later in this game. Very aggressive Siri Dash. I like it.
In these matchups, a lot of the times what you need to do is you need to identify what your best line of victory is. And then once you figure out that who you're going to lean on, be it, you know, am I going to win with, for Gravish, let's say it's, you know, is it Alzur that I'm going to be leaning on, or is it Keltullus? For Cams, there's one answer. It's I need Keltullus to pop off and get things rolling in order for me to win this in the proper way. Because you're not really going to be relying on the Beast or anything in that regard. You're really probably just going to be trying to figure out a way for Keltullus to win this. And in that case, cards like Siri Dash are relatively expendable if they're going to buy major answers like Heatwave, because you know that once Heatwave is gone, Keltullus is going to be fairly difficult to remove because of the fact that Gravish is not running that much hard removal. You know, Gravish does have in his list, he is running, I'm taking a look here, Imler's Wrath, but that takes some work to be effective, especially when Cams is able to just beef up his Keltullus, but no movement cards for Gravish. So it's going to be a matter of just having to decide if that Heatwave is better used on something like Siri Dash, or are you using it perhaps on that Keltullus? And Cams, frankly, if that Siri eats a Heatwave, he's not particularly upset.
Yeah, so the idea here is that very similar to how Gravish is approaching this with the Alzur inclusion, is to detract from other recipients of something like Heatwave. You are creating a new threat, and a new threat that must be protected and also answered. However, Cam's in this situation, he doesn't have that extra threat, but he does have the ability to use Tactical right now. It protects Siri Dash. In this matchup, the Veil isn't important, so he gets to hold on to that leader charge as well, while putting himself in a pretty good position here. He has 2 more turns. Gravish still has 2 more turns to make the decision, but otherwise, the coin flips in this case.
Interesting spot again, like we said.
Gravish is saying no. It looks like he's shaking his head. He can't do it. He's gonna do it. He's shaking his head no to Siri Dash. He doesn't like it. He knew it. He's like, I had to make this choice. The only way I can do it. Cams knew it was the only way I can do it. Gravish feels like he's playing into Cam's plan, I think. That body language is telling me.
That's it. Cams is like, yeah, you fell for it, buddy. You fell for it. But it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation if you're Gravish, because do you really want to give Cams that extra card? Do you really want to have him?
For it. He had to do it. That's what feels so bad, right?
That's precisely. It's a real feels bad moment where you have to give up something as valuable as Heatwave, knowing there's a bigger monster around the corner, right? And taking the pass here, here comes the Dragon Warrior to go ahead and eat the Foglet, getting that thin. Everything's awesome. Everyone's happy. We're going to go to a round 2 and see how this one shakes out. But Gravish still has that ace up his sleeve. That, you know, that Alzur doing his Doctor Strange cosplay is ready to go.
I think Gravish might be pushing here if he gets a certain hand, because at this point, I think he needs to take advantage of setup. He needs to take advantage of a similar situation here with his list. Perhaps protect Keltullus from movement as well. If he can find Cave Troll, he does have a Neuromancy. He'll obviously want to set up Egurn as well, and that will be some big points that Cam's. Well, these decks are pretty similar, so we'll have to see how this goes. There's Alzur, so he does have Alzur, Cave Troll, Keltullus. and his own Siri dash that can all be played in this round if he wants to make a difficult decision here for Cams, because being in control of the round in Siri dash, Cams can't just pass out of that effect. Cams has to answer it, or Gravish is going to get that card draw again. So will the push come down? How will it start? Alzer is going to be immediately played and immediately protect. Nope, not protected. Just invited to deal with this. Can you deal with this?
Just looking at what the actual answers could be for that. I mean, it's going to eat a heat wave, or what else? I do not see a parasite in that.
We get to see a roll. We get to see an Alzer roll right here.
Yeah, we're going to see an Alzer roll for sure. But yeah, like we said, no parasite to deal with that. So it's going to be a heat wave or nothing, frankly, because the Imler's Wrath needed a body on the board to make it happen. And that Noon Wraith there is a nice little matchup. Imler's Wrath for 6 points is still Imler's Wrath to defeat an Alzer in this case. So not protecting the Alzer is not a big deal, because the only way to get rid of that Alzer would have been a heat wave, and that Carapace charge, would have been nothing, but been wasted. So we'll see how this goes. But here it comes. This is it, man. We were talking about this earlier.
If the Neuromancy is played right here, it has a chance to be either a 12 in Spear Tip, a 9 in Keltullus, a 7 in Great Oak, or a 2 in Regis. However, we'll also play the Neuromancy, which is an Echo card. He's probably happy to see it. Neuromancy is played. He will be pulling. For some reason, I'm less interested. The Alzer's Thunder's going to come out. Keltullus on the back row. And he gets the 8-point veteran. Oh my God, the conversion on... look at the extra points he just got off of that.
What's funny
the
is
extra
that...
points he just got out of that. Even Gravish can't believe that.
Oh, that's a sick play, though.
It's going to kill Alzer at the end of Gravish's turn.
That is it's like Stresa Spala meant to move Keltullus away. In this case, it's saying, hey, welcome to the party. Why don't you get come center stage and tell us a story here. It just makes me laugh.
An insane flake.
This is what we're talking about. How Alzer's gonna make this just so much awesome. But it makes me laugh how in a monster we're still complaining about Skelliga bronzes. I don't know, but it's 8 points off of that Alzer's Thunder. Alzer is really making some fireworks here. But the problem now is that Alzer is going to succumb to his own dastardly creation, because he is on the chopping block unless he boosts it up, let's say, with Pact, meaning that he's sacrificing 8 points to gain 6. Like, it just makes no sense.
He is doing that. He's going to get 3 points on the Sintra Knight, which immediately will be killed by Keltullus, leaving Gravish quite comfortably with a lead here. And the bleed is officially on, 2 cards down Gravish. And now, of course, it's a mirror match, so we have similar tactics coming in from Cams. He's just going to go ahead and heal his best unit. And now Gravish is going to have to see again, will Pact just give me something lame that Keltullus is going to hook me up with here?
Here we go.
I think that would be the decision here. The Pact actually really works in this case for the unintended Kelly.
Yeah, that would be actually fairly decent, but it just feels bad to play something that gains 6 points to lose 9 points, right? It's quite silly, but we'll see how Cams reacts here.
Well, you're not losing 9 points. You're losing whatever it spawns from.
No, but he's out of charges, right?
He's out of charges, yes, because he procced both Keltullus and the veteran in the first turn. Indeed. That does make it a little bit harder to go on this.
Now, I just want to let everyone know, on the audio technical difficulty side of things, I believe this should be dealt with again. I apologize. There were ghosts and specters in my microphone, but they have been since exorcised, and we are back to normal.
You do sound much more clear, Flake, I will say that.
Thank you.
As Cams now has to make the decision, he's behind by a fair amount of points. Keltullus is active on the board. However, if he plays a card, he will also give Gravish points in the rats. But then as the turn flips over, I suppose the rats would start to get removed as well. But Cams ideally wants to get this done in a single point. So he's going to have to go ahead and remove Alzer with the Heat Wave. So is he put into a situation where he's forced to play the Heat Wave?
This is some really naughty math.
Is he easy? No, just Imlerith Wrath is enough. Right.
Well, Imlerith Wrath for 12, but then the Keltullus will eat the 7. That's probably the safest way to do it. The Keltullus will defeat the rat. The rat will spawn on the opposite side. Yeah, there's sometimes it's just like, you know what, let's do the safe way, rather than get messed up with some NA math.
So Gravish put on quite an interesting push there. Didn't actually have to spend Keltulis, got a bonus one from Alzer. It's funny, Flake, we talked about that a couple of days ago as if that would ever come up. And it did come up, but Gravish wasn't really looking for it to come up like that, I think. But being able to have full charges and Keltulis, Oniromancy, meaning Cave Troll, Igurn, potentially as well. We're going to see a couple of more draws as well. Siri Dash is still in the mix and now in the hand for Gravish.
What's difficult to hear is that you do have the Caranthir onto the Beast combo, which is a very, very effective combo. If those are lined up correctly, it's just a 4-point engine popping off, disrespective of each other. They will just, look at the one on the left, looks at the one on the right, says, hey, I'm bigger than you now, and then vice versa. And the problem with that is that you're generating more bodies on the board, which Keltulis wants to see, so that he can then go ahead and purge them in an unholy fire of wrath. But I should say she. I apologize. My lore is not up to par, but sometimes I say there's only so much space with all this Star Wars trivia going on in my head at any given day, so I'm trying to balance it out. But there it is, Caranthir onto the Beast. Beast is going to pop up to 3, and now you can slam the other Beast to the right of that Beast, and they will each, again, based on the sequencing, this is a technical kind of little above and beyond thing. The way that things go is left to right. So the leftmost units will always trigger before those to the right. So the Beast on the left will trigger first, going up to 5. The Beast on the right will look at the 5 and then go up to 6. So that is a self-sustained engine piece between the two of them.
Probably won't happen, as the natural selection will come down to destroy one of these beasts. Get a little extra drone here. I've always liked Caranthir Beast. It always seemed fine to me. Caranthir always had so many other options back in the day when he could target neutral cards. And we're seeing a lot of cards coming in Way of the Witcher that could be future Caranthir superstars. As we see the adrenaline rush go down on Caranthir here, just leaving the 12-point unit. Now it's going to be how many points can we play? How few units can we play? So we're just playing. It's just Keltulis chicken right now.
That's correct.
Keltulis wings. That's what they serve.
Bet delicious.
In this tavern that we're in here.
Gigantic and massive. I don't think those ones ever go on sale, but who knows? I prefer mine in some type of sweet and spicy mode. Breaded always. Looking at the hand now that Gravish is representing, he's got that Siri, which needs to come down in the next few cards in order to get that timing correct. Here's the Beast of Gravish's that's going to come in, and again, looking at the 12 points of Caranthir straight away on the other side of the melee row, he'll be growing nice and decently. The problem is where is your answer to that, right? So your answer, I suppose, is just match points for points in this case, and his Beast will always be bigger than Cam's Beast, meaning that it's pretty much a tit-for-tat situation here, so that's just points that are negating one another.
Got to be careful though. Imlerith Wrath cares about how many points you have as your dominant unit. So both players holding Imlerith Wrath, both players looking at units that might need to be removed as well. However, Gravish doesn't have dominance, which doesn't matter because it'll still be 6.
There it is. Here comes the Defender. So the dominoes are starting to fall in terms of the game plan here. The Defender looking to protect not only the Keltulis, but also that Siri for the points. And even you have that 13-point Igurn that is nobody's business as well. I mean, that is a lot of points to represent. And, if Cams can't get access to it, then it's going to be fine and decent. But there's that Imlerith Wrath. You're talking about 12 points of anger slammed directly on a defending troll.
Cam's smash. Again, we're talking about, it's been so far, the key to Cam's victory is getting rid of defenders without actually expending Heatwave or leaders or any other huge cards, just finding ways to deal. Well, actually, in the Enslaved matchup, he used his leader, which allowed him to use his other control methods to win handily. So here, dealing with the Defender, ever since Defender's added to the game, it makes so many other cards viable, cards that need protection, cards that otherwise would be very vulnerable. And here comes Siri Dash and the Beast growing. Cam's now holding Keltulis, but Gravish is protected at least a little bit by that drone.
So we come down to the same situation here. It's, do you expend a Heatwave for the Siri Dash that's representing a lot of cards, right? So But the problem here is that Gravish now is still ahead on units. As odd as that sounds, being ahead on units is not always ideal, obviously, when you're playing a Keltulis deck. There is a 1-point body that's going to burn in a small fire when the Keltulis hits the board. She's going to go ahead and incinerate that. But timing on Keltulis is just as key as where you're using or where you're expending your removal, where you're expending your boosts as well. And this is always a little bit of a chess match. Keltulis decks are very, very technical. They need that kind of precision and timing to get things right. And as the resources are kind of dwindling for both players, and no Keltulis on the board yet, they might come down free and clear. It might just come down to whose Keltulis gets the best value.
So I think Gravish has a problem here because he has to play a Gurn sometime, and he's not going to be able to protect it. And Cam's is holding an Alzur's Thunder, which is going to kill a Gurn no matter what at this point in the game. So trading a Gurn for the Thunder looks pretty good value-wise. And we may even see that occur now. Nope.
Yeah, there it goes.
Immediately see Keltulis drop down. It's going to toast one of the drones, and now puts Gravish in a situation where, you have a Pact, you have an Imlerith Wrath. But you don't want to necessarily use the Wrath because you don't want to have more units.
Well, that's the
So it
issue
just gets
here.
harder and harder to play.
Because your first instinct is, okay, why don't you just Imlerith Wrath the 9 and you're good to go? But then your own Keltulis becomes garbage because you're shaving away points of your own. So that Imlerith Wrath doesn't necessarily need to remove something like Keltulis. It might just need to be representative of the points that you're generating, just for value. So the 13 smashed into the 13 now might even be a good opportunity to just slam 13 points into the Caranthir while they exist. But I mean, you could still wait because next turn that Imlerith Wrath might be worth 14 points because the beast will be at 14. So all right, so there's the first burn.
There's the first discard, and we're going to see Cam's already make his play there. There it is. It's going to be the Pact onto Caranthir now at 21. Another Pact here. It's going to be on Siri Dash, which means that the Beast... No, nothing like that is going to happen. He is going to be drawing the extra card. Gravish draws just a Thunder. But it is not a unit. Does this actually mean that Gravish can... No, the Heat Wave is just too much, right?
Well, the Heat Wave defeating those 13 points. I mean, here comes an Alzur's Thunder representing just five bland points. I mean, it's not removing anything. It's just smashing into that beast. And the thing about that beast is just going to grow and grow and grow.
Gravish lose points not using Imlerith Wrath while he could. Oh, he still could... No.
Now here it comes again.
He could use Wrath on Caranthir, I suppose.
Here comes the last charges, the last bastion, if you will, and Keltulis just gives itself a goodbye.
Yeah, it's good that now Keltulis can just be played on the back row, protected up for 11 points, 19 points here, a 19-point Imlerith Wrath, smashing Cams from 40 all the way down to 21, dropping Keltulis on the back row. Gravish turns this one around. Very, very great mirror here as Gravish is now going to go up 2-1 in the first semifinals. That was a wild mirror. Down to the discard. I guess I got the over-under, right? Only one discard there.
Yeah.
But I thought that it came down to just being able to get that extra card. It wasn't necessarily all that was necessary, like all that was needed, I guess. But ultimately having to do that dance with units and having to do that dance and knowing that you're just playing into giant units into giant removal, you really all you have left in the end is sometimes one unit.
Well, that's what, and to your point, McBee, is that sometimes you just have to sit there and play chicken and wait. And that's why when I said the, over under 3.5 discards, it's because sometimes the best play is to actually toss a card that's worth 6 points because it's preserving other cards on the board. It's such an odd, perspective to take when you're playing in a Keltulis deck mirror, because you do not want to get ahead of your opponent. As odd as it sounds, you don't want to be ahead of your opponent on units necessarily. Sometimes, I guess on points you can be, but if you're, getting too tall, you can expect a heat wave here and there. It is a very, very difficult deck to pilot properly. And in the mirror, when everybody's trying to sort of gun for the same thing, it's not a matter of, who drew better, let's say, but it's who's using the resources they have in the most effective way possible. And in those mirrors, I mean, I don't like to touch Keltulis. I don't like to queue into it. I don't like to play it. It's just too much, you know, head scratching that I'm not all about.
These players are all about Keltulis today. We're going to see a lot of the big red dragon for sure. And now we're going to see Gravish. He has 2 opportunities, 2 games left with Shield Wall, and he'll have to break through both Keltulis on Cam's side and his own precision strikes. So that leaves, you know, still some pretty interesting stuff. I think that Northern Realms and Northern Realms versus Carapace is a pretty interesting opportunity, I think. You do have a lot of ways to remove, a lot of ways to support your board as well against monsters, but Precision Strike might be a little bit tougher.
Well, Precision Strike,
this might actually go to 5 games. This could go to 5 games.
Shield Wall has Shield Wall has the benefit of the frigates to, you know, poop out those 2-point dudes that are going to perhaps be the fodder for Keltulis. The mirror is a little, like the Keltulis mirror is a little bit more awkward because your actual point values are going to be grouped up in as few units as possible to get as much Keltulis value. In this case, as Northern Realms, you could be a little bit more liberal. You could be a little bit more freewheeling when it comes down to it. Slam a frigate, protect it a little bit, and then start wheeling out dudes. So I don't think that Northern Realms is particularly afraid of a Keltulis deck, and we're going to see how this one plays out, as we do have, again, Precision Strike on red is what you can expect, versus here it is, McBee. Here's the Shield Wall. This is the blue coin, you know, the blue coin bastion that we could hope for. I think that this is going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah, taking a look at the start off here for our Northern Realms match, that we'll see 2 frigates in hand, no Amphibious Assault or Oniromancy to access the super powered frigate. So looking for John Natalis perhaps for that. Up top, Cams has a lot of early control as usual. Double Rebuke, no Circle of Life, but does have a Oniromancy for anything else he needs. Does have the huge power play of Nilfgaardian Justice into the Mahakam Volunteers, an extremely strong 13-point play that thins 2 cards that Squayatal has been riding its way to the top with. It's just been such a powerful card for the faction right now. Gravish will now have the chance to set up blue coin. Northern Realms does not mind that. Holding on to Radovid's Royal Guards likely will be the first play.
So in this case, as you can see, you know, this might be a matter where Gravish kind of plays a little bit, you know, free and loose. He knows that there's a Shiru in Cam's deck. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to line these up properly, but sometimes when your drummers are drumming and your Anna is doing what she does best, sometimes things line up in a really disgusting way for a Shiru, or perhaps, I mean, obviously there's no Igni in this list, but I'm saying sometimes if you're not careful, that Shiru might actually hit some decent value if possible. Not just eliminating the points on the board, but the points that the points that those units represent in a long term, as the frigate comes down, immediately protected by the tactical advantage, dodging something like the rock slide, should it be there, and only really succumbing to a heat wave. And Cam's already kind of just looking at the board and saying, all right, have a Dwarven Agitator. This is probably going to be your round anyways, because I have I have nothing that I want to give to that frigate.
Playing really low here, and a quick response here from Gravish with the Radovid's Royal Guards, which immediately puts Anna in a boosted situation as well. Looks like it's just going to be another agitator here just to get Skags in the situation. And the part about this that Cams is fine with is what I mentioned before. Nilfgaardian Justice is such a huge thinning and tempo play that if you can rely on that to kind of get back into the game and threaten with a certain amount of points, you actually could play slow early with this huge comeback later, as the Dunbanner is boosted out of the deck with the Radovid's Royal Guards, and now Cams is using Oniromancy for All God. It's all carryover plays. Agitator, All God. We want those green numbers in the deck in hand. We don't care about the numbers on the board.
Now that's kind of how Precision Strike is going to play. If Precision Strike can't compete in the round 1, like they were way behind after that frigate came down and there was no answer to it. They were already ready to sort of just, wave the white flag, let's go to round 2, see what you got, knowing that a shield wall wants to play long. Cams is probably just going to play so that he's in striking distance to take this round if he needs to be, but you could see the slow play. Agitator into All God is 3 cards worth 10 points. That is absolutely, pathetic for in terms of value on the board right now. But, it's all about long-term value. Put those points into long-term mutual funds and see how they kind of return in round 3.
Long-term mutual funds. And there is the pass. Yeah, you keep it in reach. You have your 13-point, your Mahakam Volunteers and stuff, or your Novigradian Justice. But if it looks like Gravish is going to keep playing, and it does, at least he didn't spend big. He just played his Dun Banners, thinned his Dun Banners out, 2 Radovid's Royal Guards, and a Frigate from hand. Didn't even play Amphibious Assault. Should still have a lot of huge options here. If he can draw some of his deck thinning, deck reliability cards that he's looking for, Amphibious Assault specifically, it was only Cams that was playing with a Neuromancy.
So there is unfortunate. I've seen that play all too long. Mulligan of a Mahakam Volunteer into a Mahakam Volunteer. Lovely, awesome. That is my favorite thing to do of all time. At least it wasn't a Broccolon Sentinel. So Cams now is he's on his heels here in the next round. Gravish, obviously, as Shield Wall, likes to play long rounds. But do you really want to let something like a Precision Strike go into a round where all they're doing is, hoarding all of these removal spells? You haven't really seen a Rebuke. You haven't seen any pings off of the Precision Strike. Circle of Life is still lurking. You still have to worry about a Shearer. There's all kinds of things to make Gravish kind of worry. So is a long round in his best interest, or does he want to bleed some of those things out of Cam's hand now? Do you want to see things like the Heat Wave now?
I'd push here in Gravish's situation. Being able to obviously play Echo here with Amphibious Assault and get that later is a huge boon here. And also all the stuff that you're doing here, you've already won the round. You've already got control of the round. If Cams doesn't respect this drummer, all sorts of things can happen. Of course, it can be protected by Dawnmere. It could get into an extreme situation where Gravish actually gets into a position where Cams can't recover with just a couple of rebukes or a Shiro that doesn't line up. So Gravish is going to still play. I mean, that wasn't a huge commitment card, but he is probably thinking about it. Another drummer might look pretty nice here, keeping things constantly building, constantly staggered. Shiro wouldn't be able to capitalize on that. And if he sees an opportunity to swing the points, put Cams on a recovery position, he may not have the way of recovering. He doesn't have the big play with Mahakam Volunteers, so Novigradian Justice is diluted a little bit. His Volunteers are still 10, but it still doesn't all come down as a single play.
I'm going to see here if the Frigate comes down, that he's committing to this round. He still has a card to play.
Dawnmere?
Yeah, Dawnmere's a big deal. Dawnmere's absolutely a big deal in this case. The question is where is he going to put that Frigate? Is he going to put it to the right of Dawnmere and let Dawnmere, just continue to grow bigger and bigger and become harder and harder to get rid of? Potentially ultimately succumbing to a heat wave. I feel like the best place to put that Frigate is between the drummer and Dawnmere. Let the Frigate collect the points and let the Dawnmere now perhaps absorb some of that. But a Pellar is such a beautiful answer to defenders, as the Pyrotech also goes ahead, and unfortunately Pyrotech not getting all the best value there because of that 4. 2 of those points were absorbed by armor on either side, so it was just kind of a wash on either way. And now it's on Gravish.
Make a pass here. There's too many points that Cams has access to if you put them on Novigradian Justice or anything like that, or the Volunteers. So passing here is not enough points to be happy about it, even if an engine is ticking. But it would be the pass if Gravish is just saying, okay, this is it. This is the long round I want to go into. So is it the push? Dawnmere made it seem like the push, but Dawnmere being purified still at 7 cards, Gravish still has the option of passing and keeping last say. So that is the decision. He's going for it. He's going to actually give Shield Wall to Anna. Going to be supercharged up, and now the points are really flowing in. 2 points a turn from Anna, and another point per turn from the drummer. 3 passive points a turn. If you can't get that under control, that's really hard to climb up against.
That's a difficult thing because she's only going to get stronger. This is a matter now where you have to deal with her now. And that is, there you go. There's the heat wave. I think you're not going to get a better heat wave than this. That Anna is going to be a nuisance. It's if you do not have a clean answer, perhaps if you could ping the shield away, rock slide it away, that's a better option. keep the heat wave for a cleaner response to something later. But in this case, if you're Cams, what you're doing is you're just kind of evaluating what threats Gravish has. Obviously, there's the dual cards, to worry about. There's the frigate, obviously, in this case. So Cams is kind of evaluating his hand. 2 rebukes and a Shiru, and an Onomancy and a Sheldon. I do have answers to things. I just need to make sure that I'm doing this properly, and I'm saving certain cards to answer the threats down the line, because you don't want to overcommit big cards to really get on top of it. I think in this case, Cams, this is just a nice and clean ping into a rebuke. It still keeps you so far away, but you can go ahead and use perhaps the Mokum Volunteers to catch up a bit.
So originally I thought Gravish might have considered playing the frigate or the drummer with the shield, because breaking the shield and killing the unit is probably difficult enough to do right here, because I mean he has to use leader each time. Now in that situation the ship was growing up to 6. A ping was required anyway, so actually I suppose a shield would have been it would have been actually with that and the boost. You wouldn't be able to solve it with just the rebuke.
No.
So in this situation, a drummer and the shield, there wouldn't be an easy solution to it. It would be boosted by 2 with the shield. So I guess
you got to hang on to. I think you're looking at your shields of what you want to use them for later, perhaps. The Selkirk. The Selkirk doesn't get the benefit of Zeal as Anseus might in the front row, so you'll need to protect that should you draw the Selkirk later. I think what Gravish is doing right now is he's trying to use his bronzes, his cheaper cards as economically as possible in order to. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to call out here, playing Eggman on the back row here. So this actually sets up the engine for Eggman. Eggman is boosting. However, you cannot use his order on the melee row. But the important thing is that the boosting effect continues regardless of what row he is on. So Gravish setting up on the back row actually put Eggman in a situation where, at this point, if he wants to be played, he has to be played on the back row. But if Gravish was always intending to be just playing an engine anyway, this is the case. You could argue that you could have just played a drummer instead, but I guess the point is you want to have something at 6 and not 5. You don't want to have an easy answer with rebuke. You want that leader to be spent.
That's right, and that drummer that came out as an 8-point unit with that 1 point of armor protection here has been such a thorn in the side of Cams, because he's had to use and expend those pings just to get those rebukes to convert properly. And the issue now is that with Cams, are you going to have enough targets to go ahead and pop off with that death blow effect a little later? Here comes the Novigrad Injustice. It's only one target for that makes sense, which is the Pyrotech. The Mokum Volunteers might follow up. This might be a situation here where he might hope to high roll on that Pyrotech to hit the drummer, and then he cleans out the drummer, and that's one problem gone. But I think you're fine either way you go. I mean, all the targets are okay. They're not, you hopefully want to get one of the engines gone, but Cams is kind of in a situation now where he knows he can get ahead with the Mokum Volunteers for 10, and he's going to see if Gravish takes the pass with the 4 passive points.
Does he get ahead though? 2 points. So Gravish actually would have 25 points by the time it would come across.
Right.
To Cam
one ping will do it. You play the Mokum Volunteers and the ping from your leader, and that'll get you the 1 point, 1 point win, preserving cards like Sheldon Skaggs, another rebuke, the Onomancy obviously, and hopefully that 1 ping into the Broccolon Death Blow Fiesta.
So there is the path. It will be 25 points to beat. So we will see Cams potentially using the ping, but it won't be enough. Now he's at 13, 25. It would be 23 points here with the Mokum. Oh, he'd have to use his leader, right?
He would have to use his leader. The Mokum Volunteers represent 10 points. Actually, no, that's 23. Goes back. That's 2 more points. It should be fine.
Right. That would be enough. I was still thinking that 25 was the number to beat there, but he didn't clip.
That's right. The Pyrotech
would be enough. I was so locked into it not being enough for 25. We're all good. We're all good.
Yeah,
but
the only problem there was if the Pyrotech just didn't toss the grenade and only pulled the pin. But Protector, Circle of Life coming into the hand of Cams. There's something you don't want to see, which is an easy mode mulligan. You toss the Broccolon Sentinel. Grab another Circle of Life. Now you're gonna have to worry about drawing that Sentinel again, but no problem there. Tempering is the call, and Gravish is not. I I mean, you do have the amphibious assault to go and fairly draw Selkirk with.
Cam's playing up first too, so it's okay having control responses like having boiling oil. One more mulligan left, and I guess, I mean, it's not like the siege support does have application, but it's the worst card in the hand here, and you can always AA it. Get Ballista. Cams will be playing into some sort of removal situation, either Ensei's. Oh, it's going to be Shiro just dropping. Doesn't really see like it's going to get any value here, so just really inviting the boiling oil, I suppose.
Well, you can, exactly. I mean, you're inviting a boiling oil,
really.
sure. It's a low value boiling oil, but also it's telling Gravish, all right, if you want to play that drummer, you're gonna have to protect it. I guess the other option here is that you can respond with the Ballista and bring the Shiru down to 2, and that's kind of like there's nothing else you can really do. I feel like that's the optimal play here, is just you don't want to waste a boiling oil on a 3-point card. Okay, I've been proven wrong.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a waste, though. The thing is, Shiro does have the opportunity to be boosted up and messed around with, so it's not really a waste, but I do like Gravish's opportunity of just taking the control route. Don't put anything that your opponent can interact with on the board, just take the control route. The other option is just playing Ballista and saying that's it, and we got another discard here from Cams. So many discards in this best of 5. Cams doesn't want to give Gravish anything. What was the discard there?
I believe it was that a...
What was the reason?
Well, I mean, what else are you going to play? The Forest Protector is not necessarily doing you any justice. You want to use that perhaps to pair up with a Nature's Rebuke. You're not going to slam Sheldon down, definitely. Well, I believe that your Oneiromancy gets you gored, and Circle of Life has no target. So frankly, I think it's just a matter of, mailing one in and saying, all right.
Tempering. That was the tempering that went there. Because, yeah, there really was... It's true. There's just no play unless you didn't want to take gourd. But I mean, that's probably worse. I mean, looking at Gravish's hand and Cam's options here, it's looking at now a discard from Gravish's side, opting to not play the Ballista in this case. He's taken the reads like, you have nothing to play. Oh, maybe I have nothing to play either.
I'm surprised that this is the one that might go over 3.5. For the discards. There's the Forest Protector.
Yeah, this is the one that might do it.
Forest Protector into Tempering, though. There's a play you can see. I guess putting the Tempering in the graveyard, it comes back onto a beautiful tree. So now with the responses here, I mean, you can actually go ahead and drop the Ensei's front row, protect it with the shield. It's not an optimal trade because the shield is going to pop, so you won't get the fair trade later, but at the very least, it is something you can do. I mean, otherwise... What do you slam down? A drummer that gets killed that I still feel like you're going to be looking at. There should be a Selkirk Soul swimming around for that amphibious assault. But as long as those precision strike charges exist, that the shielded Shiru is going to have some issues.
Carrick Marine might be the best pick for amphibious assault in the very end here. I think that just points-wise, if it comes down to there not being anything else here. It looks like Gravish is going to go ahead and take the point wipeout here, leave 6 on the board, which will probably be, this is all kind of putting it together. Circle of Life, and, we're good.
The Circle of Life is pretty good. I mean, there's only one target in hand for it to go, and now you're actually opening up an option for the pings from your precision strike, giving an option for the sentinels to create the death blow effect to bring all the sentinels to the party. And similarly, now you have a weaker Anseus, meaning that he's not going to get a better second wind with the Vraxis, perhaps. So you could slam down a drummer next to it, and hopefully it just goes unanswered. But I mean, if you're playing against precision strike, you know that they have answers to so many of your threats.
Yeah, the amphibious assault could just represent points right here. Being able to reset Ensei's or whatever is pulled from AA with, you will have that last say, really, is very, very strong. But only 1 leader charge left for Gravish, so he could play the drummer and protect it. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but being able to have the last say could be it. He is going to protect that drummer, and that does make it a little bit more awkward for Cams to get value from his remaining removal.
What you can do here is you can use one of your pings, drop your Sheldon, and take care of that. I think that's the best use of what you've got going on. There we go. Problem is now is
coming
that's,
down.
yeah, that Sheldon's pretty fat and sassy. Now your Selkirk is going to come in unprotected. So I think you might be right where it's not going to be a Selkirk that comes through.
It is going to be a so now there is no way to kill Ensays, which means that Varaxis will be able to refresh the duel, if I'm not mistaken, because with one ping and the Sentinel ping, and it would have to be something Oneiromancied.
Well,
No,
what you
one
can
ping
do
and the
here,
Sentinel ping and the Rebuke is enough.
yeah, the Rebuke and this will bring it down to 3. The ping, the Death Blow, that takes care of Ensaeus.
Now the Marine can also be reactivated by Varaxis, so that's still 4 points here. There's Falabor's Feast right here, and then Oneiromancy. What is it going to get?
Oneiromancy is likely going to get gored. It's the fattest amount of points that you can slam down on the board. You do have last say. Nothing to be afraid of. Oh, you don't. Sorry. You know that your opponent doesn't necessarily have any threats because you do not have the Selkirk to really duel anything. Rock Slide, rather. I think that's decent.
Tie game, my friends. Now, was that avoidable? Was there a better card than Rock Slide?
I mean, Rock Slide was representing not just the 7 points that from the removal of Raxus, but also the re-ignition of that order effect for the 4 points. So it was an 11-point Rock Slide, right?
Was Gord more? Gord was
was
more than 8
probably
points?
Gord was likely more points.
Maybe I missed something, but I'm pretty sure Gord plays for more, or Cams was playing very specifically around something else, like Baron. It could have been something like that. So that's probably what it was, playing around Baron, and it ended up being a tie, but not a loss. So we are going to go see this rematch right now, Gravish and Cams. Once again, Gravish has a chance to play Shield Wall with the skill that we saw just now, just barely able to get out of that one without a loss. And now Cams is going to have to, once again, get those precision strikes, make those hard decisions on shield pops as well.
Yes. Again, the difficult story here is where do you expend that removal, that if you're precision strike, versus the side of shield wall, which is when do I commit these cards? When do I feel it's safe? What am I putting out to pasture? You know, like what am I just throwing out there to be eaten by wolves? And in this case, it came down to a tie. It was even Steven at the end of the day. Here is the rematch as we see a precision strike versus the shield wall on blue once again. Fixing up. There's Selkirk making an appearance and a lot of the same thing. I mean, here's some cards that we didn't see earlier. Like there is the Baron and there is the Selkirk. So these are cards that Gravish didn't have access to last time. So maybe that sort of, you know, changes things into his favor. But Cams also has some toys to play with as well. Geralt Professional. There's Sheldon in hand, ready to go. 2 Pyrotechs. You also have the hand buff of Circle of Life and the Dwarven Agitator. And once again, we see this.
We're going to see the same old start here. Carrick Frigate's going to be protected on the back row. Usually going to be supported with one of these soldiers in hand, a drummer probably. No Radovid's Royal Guard this time, but we could also see the Dun Banner, perhaps maybe a drummer, Tridem Infantry engine situation set up, and ultimately hoping to Anna down, because in round 1, getting Anna down with Northern Realms is very key to getting things started here, as Cams is going to be drawing out one of... Oh, no, he's playing the Agitator. Sorry, my mistake. Playing Agitator on Sheldon Skaggs. So far, the mirror match rematch is going exactly as it seemed before.
Yeah, Oneiromancy's still in the hand. That might be a pull for the All God. You know, you have both Pyrotechs. You have some, you know, I don't want to call it trash, but you got some sort of bird feed that you can just kind of throw out there, some crumbs to just stay nourished for a little while you kind of get things going, because I don't think Cams wants to commit too many pieces in this round, knowing that he might just get blown out a little bit later. There is the Tridem Infantry coming out. Nothing to boost it right out of the gate. Again, I think it's just a matter of actually, you know, just buying removal spells. I think that you value the drummer over the Tridem Infantry. So yeah. I think you're literally just slamming things down there to see what bites.
You think about, the Tridem Infantry, it plays that great role. It's kind of like Magna Division. It's like that 4-point card that represents a threat that your opponent kind of has to deal with, and it really doesn't feel good to waste removal on it, but you have to respect it in some way here. Cams is using an Aeromancy here to pick. I believe this is, Oh, he's using All God right here to pick the boosts on the units.
So again, very much similar to the previous one. Again, the only changes here, we see the Trident infantry. Here's some thinning as well, and
Gravish
this
looking a little bit
round,
smoother here. It's coming together smoother here, I think, for Gravish. And there's the pass from Cams.
yeah, it's
Same
an easy
situation.
peasy pass. I mean, you're obviously setting up for a little bit later, and both players now kind of have the previous match experience to sort of figure out what the other player is valuing in terms of removal. Cam's, Gravish now knows where the heat wave is going to go. He knows where where the rebukes want to go, etc. How he's going to expend his pings. So there might be a little bit more knowledge going into this one because of the fact that they have that prior experience. So we're going to see how each player with the same resources use those resources to gain the advantage. That was pretty much an even Steven match last game.
Lots of 4-point cards. Can't get rid of those bronzes, Gravish, but his hand is still pretty strong as well. If he wants to consider bleeding, he has a way of setting up a lot of continual points between Anna, Egmund, Drummer as well. He also has the John Tallis pick as well to get Amphibious Assault or one of the Boiling Oils. It's going to be Amphibious Assault right away. He's going to be setting up the other frigate, I imagine, as Northern Realms does enjoy doing. No, it's not. It's going to be a very beefy Radovich Royal Guard, which is likely going to be assisting the protection of Anna.
I think that's a fair statement. I think that's perfectly understandable and correct. But I mean, there it is. Geralt Professional found the juicy target he was looking for. 12-point swing, but also the 2 points of boost and the armor hat that he would have given because of the inspiration. That is a nice little sequencing over there. But you're not in that danger zone here. Gravish still can kind of, toss out some garbage if he wants to and stay into that, in that 7-card range where he will not lose last say. The problem here is, we saw it last game. We even saw it in the previous game in the Keltilis Mirror. These players are not afraid to just ditch cards into the graveyard to give their opponent the initiative and say, you play, I'll react. Typically, you'd see these Northern Realms decks that like to just set their engines up and go crazy. And I wonder if Gravish wants to continue to bleed. Maybe he's learned his lesson from that previous game, or does he want to just go for a full 10-card round 3 fiesta?
The way he was nodding on the Geralt Professional is just like, you know what? Yeah, you got me there. You got me on that one. I was really counting on that tempo. I was counting on those big plays, and now Cams gets to get out of this with a little bit extra carryover. He does have Heat Wave. He has Beckers and a Neuromancy and Sheldon plus Gord. Gord is a finisher. Control from Rebuke and from Nature's Protector Rebuke. Cams has a pretty strong hand here, and Gravish is laughing at this point. Did he make a mistake? Did he not realize he was on 8 cards?
That's completely possible. He could have honestly just dropped something else and walked away. I mean, what are you really holding on to? I mean, those bronzes are definitely expendable. I mean, you can toss away, maybe not the Drummer, but the other 2 are perfectly fine to just toss to the Wolves there and maybe get another card out of Cams. I think he's kind of just still a little bit tilted about the previous match and, seeing it's an understandable position to be in on blue coin against Precision Strike. I completely understand the frustration, the annoyance. You toss something out, it gets eaten. You toss something out, it gets heat wave. You toss something out, a giant boulder falls right on its head. It's so frustrating, but at the same time, you can't let that get to you. And I think Gravish is kind of maybe getting a little bit, I don't want to say emotional, that's not the right word, but these little kind of frustrations about playing the same match over might be perhaps just kind of scratching at the back of his head.
That could be the narrative as a pyrotechnic comes down here. We've seen a lot of early pyrotechnics. Really great threat early on here, and it looks like Gravish is going to immediately respect that with the Ansei's answer. Ansei's can answer most things, but this allows Gravish to kind of get into that setup position here, which he wants to get a leg up on. He no longer has last say, so he will not. So Cams is no longer living in fear of a reset on Skags or on Harold Gord, which is probably very good for Cams, considering playing around something like Baron is what actually created the tie there in the last game. So if he is going to continue to play around that, it means that Gravish is likely not going to get the best value from it.
Some differences now from this round 3 from the previous one is that Camps has 3 pings to play with versus the 2 he had going into the last round. In this case, Gravish does have Anna in this round as well. Also has Baron and Selkirk as extra removal options. So each player is coming in with a little bit more, gasoline to fan the flames of what is going to go down here. It's going to be a little bit of a barn burner here. I think these players now have a little bit more to play with. The no rebukes in the hand. The removal options for cams are not as plentiful as they once were, but that Pellar is going to look nice at some point here, whether it's just to clean up a potential shield or the defender if Donimir comes out.
Previous Assault now with Radovid's Royal Guard. These are and maybe even Carrick Marine, maybe even later, just because of the value that it could have with a late and difficult to play Veraxis, perhaps. But being able to set up some sort of engine or something important right now, it's just going to be a protected Radovid's Royal Guard. The protections are going on all of the the first one was the Ensei's answer. Of course, that's not uncommon. But now having something like Selkirk being left, probably the last thing we need to protect, but there's also Anna that could also use protection as well.
That's the issue here, and I mean, I think Gravish is just, having a little bit of PTSD from the previous round where everything he threw out there got pinged and rebuked and pinged and rebuked. In this case, Camps doesn't have that. Camps doesn't have that kind of same freedom of liberally using those 5 provision removal spells that Skelliga has. In this case, he's got to be a little bit more creative.
You could argue, in this case, he has Skags, he has a rebuke from the graveyard. He also has Beckers with bigger rebuke, and Heatwave, which is, I believe he had to use that in round 2 on a bleed. So I think that, yes, I think it's better in this case than having rebukes, but it's still very, very important for Gravish to protect around that kind of thing. Force the leader pings, but look at Gravish he's the one who's low on pings. He's the one who's not going to be playing last in this situation. So, and he also has things at 6 here, which could be, you got to be careful about Shiro here.
So, I mean, in my opinion, that last shield wall charge, I feel like you need to put that on Selkirk. I don't think there's any other way to do that. But is that the correct way to use that charge, or do you protect Anna and then she gets eaten by a heat wave, or do you put her out there without anything but that Radovid's Royal Guard protection on it, which succumbs to a rock slide? There's so many different ways to approach this that cams will just nullify and point click delete.
Yeah, it's really difficult. The good news is that some of these points are going to be large boosts, and the Baron will play into one of those. So that does mean like this Tempering could just be knocked off completely and replaced with bleeds. Sheldon Skaggs, same situation. Won't hit Gord unless Gord is played earlier than Skaggs, if Skaggs is perhaps considered to be required for some removal. But I think in this case, Gravish is now, it's just an order of priority situation here. Egmont is an engine that should get ticking right now. The Carrick Marine is also now a lower amount of points, but this now representing between this and Anna being protected, we see the 3 extra armor and the boost going on to Egmont because he can't be shielded in this case from the leader as he does a Veil.
I think this is a decent amount. Again, you're presenting a decent target for removal, and there's only one real clean way to do that, and that is the Heat Wave. And now if you're Gravish, you're saying, all right, Heat Wave gone. Anna still, she's vulnerable. She's not exactly going to be high and mighty as she might otherwise be, but she'll have a shield. I'll waste the ping. There goes the rock slide. But again, there's so many things out there that are going to get answered in such a clean way. Perhaps, is this where maybe you throw out your bronze unit and do not use the charge and hoping that you protect it with Anna, but then is that asking too much? Because then you're getting a...
You can get Donmir now, could he?
I think Donmir might be the way to do it, because
Donmir's you play Donmir, or you could go for a Carrick Marine that you play in the back, and then, see, protecting Anna here just means ping Beckers, right? Or ping Forest Protector. No, ping Beckers it would have to be.
Yeah.
But if you played AA into Donmir, then with the Crafty Heatwave gone, it's a little bit harder to deal with, and then Anna would likely live for more turns, potentially.
Well, you do have the Pellar, right? The Pellar, which can just go right through.
Yes, the Pellar is right there.
The Pellar is there to just absolutely nullify, but like we mentioned, it's so frustrating on Blue Coin to have to basically just serve up these fat targets to the Precision Strike player to just deny, to delete, to remove. But it's going to come down to where eventually you have to just wonder, what am I playing? What am I giving up?
Oh, he's going to use Leaders and Circle of Life instead of using the Rebuke here. Going to go all the way down for the Broccolon Sentinels. Anna is not going to be living.
I think that the mindset here is, if I can remove that and guarantee that my Broccolon Sentinels come out clean and clear, maybe I should take that opportunity. I don't want to have to get, funky with this pings later. The problem there is that now I do not have pings to remove, or to maybe shave down other units that are problematic. The issue is that if you're Gravish, you're now out of shield charges, right? So you're kind of just throwing things out there willy-nilly and hoping that they live, because unfortunately that Selkirk now is not going to get much help.
I think, the AA requires protection for Selkirk or a big boost for Selkirk in some way that needs to be presented right now. The Carrick Marine is like a 4 boost on Selkirk, but it just dies to like Becker's anyway. So Falaboy is just going to take his feast here. He's going to get his boost from Varaxis the King as well. The point totals are pretty close. This whole time I've been saying that Cams has last say. I apologize, my friends. That is not true. That is actually not true.
No, Gravish is going to have the benefit of the doubt here, so he will be able to go ahead and, that's a 16-point Sheldon Skaggs. Like, let's just give my regards to Sheldon Skaggs on his ascent to dominance there, because that is pretty impressive. That's a tasty meatball to just throw out there and do 10 points of damage. So without shields, anything that goes out there is essentially going to be eaten out. It's just completely, absolutely, and in devastating fashion, Sheldon is just going to rip it in half like a phone book.
True. As long as that Peller stays around, it means that Donmir can't be played in this situation. It just seems like you'd play Carrick Marine at this point, but I'm not really sure. It is going to be AA. Here comes the option for Donmir. There is, of course, another drummer, and there's actually going to be the Zeal providing siege support, which actually means that Selkirk can now be activated on the turn that he has played, meaning that Cams must answer this.
That's right.
But even if he does answer it, Selkirk can still be played.
That's exactly. I think that the factor here is you can get rid of that, but then you're out of juice anyways to deal with the Selkirk. So why am I gonna waste that extra point on on that 9 points over there when I can probably convert it into something bigger later? We'll see how it goes here. I think that Sheldon is likely gonna show up a turn from now, but I
think you play the Marine and you hold the deploy, I think, and then you put the boost on Selkirk afterwards, because you can't remove the Marine right in here. Skaggs is going to have to go bigger than that. Not yet.
I think that's fair.
Well, do you have to go bigger than that? I mean, you're removing 7 that's providing 4 to a dueling unit that's maybe even more than that. It's a tough call, I think, here. I just think that you're safer just playing the Marine back row.
I think you're correct. If you play the Marine without the charge, you're giving Cams the opportunity to, maybe respond to that 3. Maybe he doesn't give it the love it might deserve. But in this case, I think just taking the safe play of dropping in with the Selkirk, taking the exchange where it comes with the Zeal provided, and now you've got one gigantic, massive, enormous card and one, sad little Pellar who is. Going to whimper in a little late to the party, but
I think Skaggs might be a little bit sadder than that, considering that the Baron is going to have to see if there's another hero in our midst. It doesn't look like there will be. Skaggs will, of course, be able to remove 8 points from the board. The Carrick Marine represents 7. Baron represents 10 in a way.
Well, the Baron is going to reset either the Sheldon or the Herald representing 10.
Of course, Herald's
right?
better, right? Herald's better in this case.
I think what you do right now is I feel like you always follow up with the 3 points, and the character marine, and just not use the ability. But I don't think it's gonna matter at this point. I think that opportunity is long gone. Yeah, you just go back row, but I mean the bleed is not even gonna take effect because it's never gonna bounce back to Cam's turn. So it's just that extra inspiration is just a point.
Heller plays for 4, 51 to 33. Big reset on Harold Gord, or on Skags is enough.
Oh my god,
Wait.
this was almost another tie.
Wait. Did he reset the wrong unit?
No, Sheldon or Gord were both 10-point resets.
They were both 10-point resets?
They were both 10-point resets. It was so
That
there was really,
almost another tie. That was wild.
It was almost, I mean, 1 point. That's how close that matchup is. And again, it comes down to how do you utilize your resources that are given to you. Both of them actually went into round 3 with more resources, trading blows back and forth. Big barn burner again. Just the dueling coming back and forth. The Sheldon Skag slamming down for massive points of removal. It might have happened that had he just dropped the character marine for the 3 points and not used the charge, that could have been the difference to see what happened there. Retrospect, hindsight 2020, 1 point.
Like dueling in higher with Selkirk in that case.
Right.
It could have done it. It could have done it. But hey, we thought we would have 5 games. We got 6. We are going into the finals, the super finals. Shield Wall versus this is Keltullus. I believe.
We have seen 1 Keltullus win. We need to see 2 win, but we're going to see that might not actually be the case. But yeah, get ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to see a lot of spells and very few units.
Those were some dicey games. The shields, the pings, the choices that Gravish made at the end on the bronzes. Man, I think I definitely want to see the breakdown of that one afterwards, because it seemed like as it got closer and closer, looking at the Baron, that it was definitely Gravish's game to take, but no, I was off. I was
lucky
off in
for
my
us,
calculations.
McBeard. We have the combined experience of 1,000 generations of Gwent packed into the 952 IQ mind of Shimiri. He is in the background now, piecing it all together. He's got the whiteboard and the pins and the lines and everything's connecting, and he sees it. I don't see it, but he'll make sure that he explains it and breaks it down for you guys after this series is over. But there's still a match to play. Again, this is really going the distance, and I love it. I was gonna say earlier, I don't think it would be a Gwent Masters tournament if we didn't cast a tie. I'm pretty sure that's usually how that goes. There's always a tie when you and I are casting.
I have cast many ties in my time.
Yes,
I have cast many a tie.
That sometimes happens. We are definitely not prone to the 3-0, but it's here we are now, watching Gwent played at the highest level, and it makes me happy. Here at Gwent Masters Season 2, the grand finale, friends, and I guarantee you that this finale is going to be much better than Game of Thrones. So much better. It's the culmination of all of 2020, really. All the opens took place online, starting off after COVID came in, delaying World Masters 1. We then went forward with a Season 2, crowned 4 new champions, saw great players advance through the ranks of the ladder system, and now we end up with just such a great tournament. And I think it's probably the most interesting that the meta didn't change very much, but the tournament lineups all changed kind of based on, and I wonder how much of it was, the pro players talked about how hard it was to prepare against some of these matchups, because Syndicate had 2 lists, Skelliga had 2 lists at the time, Northern Realms had a couple of lists as well, Shira was there sometimes. You never really knew for sure what you were queuing into or who you were playing against. The lists are a little bit more refined now, but we still see a much different landscape, and the only addition was Alzur, and Gravish seems to be one of the only people that thought that might have had a place. Well, it did have a place. I mean, let's be honest, that Alzur play did manage to generate a lot of points. Unfortunately, in the whole Keltullus, having Keltullus and Alzur on the same board, it's kind of a clashing styles. So here we go into the next matchup, which is Keltullus, the Carapace list, the monsters for Cams playing against Shield Wall for Gravish, representing the blue coin. The mulligans are happening there. McBee, if you're gonna pick 3 major cards that you want in your hand as Shield Wall in round 1, what are you really looking for?
Well, in round 1, I mean, usually with Shield Wall and decks that have a lot of really good answers and really good ways to force difficult rounds and difficult decisions, oftentimes I will just decide, am I going to be fighting for this round? I mean, being able to set up drummers and being able to set up drummer, frigate, and trident infantry if we're looking at the low end of the deck. These are the big things to look for. As Cams is immediately going into to get an extra troll. He's going to be playing a defender immediately with Karen Theory. I don't see that every day. Protecting it with the tactical advantage, giving him 2 cave trolls this turn.
Man.
Now this makes it, that's one hell of a setup, because that means that whatever Cams is going to set up might be a little bit worse, a little bit harder to deal with than Gravish's best work here.
I'm telling you, dude, like when it comes down to these like sort of fringe yet somewhat meta cards like Karen Theor finds a place in many of my monster lists because it's just, what are my most useful cards? Let's have another one of them. And
yeah,
when
Oriana sometimes is a good pick for that too.
Oh, absolutely. And in this case, when you have the tactical advantage like that, I mean, the benefit of the Karen Theor deploy, sure, you're losing out on the strength of the unit, but the actual armor value is retained. So with the tactical advantage, you still have a 10 points of beef that you have to punch through, which is not really easy if you're shield wall without giving up something like one of your dueling characters. So I think the way that Gravish has to approach this now is just get out of the round as soon as possible, or just try to outvalue with engines.
Yeah, now here, Siri Dash here is now ticking an amount of turns. Siri Dash will draw a card for Cams, essentially reversing the coin, meaning that he would be playing a card up from this position while also going first. If Gravish decides to pass, playing just the drummer and the Radovid's Royal Guards at this point, if he decides to get out of this round, it of course would counteract the card draw, as he's going to be playing the Trident Infantry. So yeah, we talked about, you know, the early engines. This isn't going to be a Carrick Frigate situation because we did not see the ping didn't go where you needed it to go, huh?
Well, it's a lost point, and every little point counts. But I think that Gravish is perfectly content just, you know, giving up this round. And the difference here is you are on red coin, so the Siri is not as painful as it would be if you couldn't answer it on blue. So in this case, I think if you're Gravish, it's like, all right, basically you reverse the coin flip in that case. You get the card, I don't. You're going to win the round. You get all the benefits, none of the downfall. And again, Gravish is like, and oh crap, he still has a defender. He still has all that stuff that I need to deal with. So.
Yeah, and Gravish did not pack a Peller like Cams did. Did not come with a Peller, so now Cams knows that, plays 2 defenders, no Peller, no Purify to worry about.
I find nowadays, the Purify on Defender is so much more valuable than the removal. Seeing Skelliga bring back, rezzing the Defender in many of those Mushroom lists is problematic sometimes. But even against Keltulis, removing a defender is just one less unit on the board for Keltulis to, take benefit of. But purifying it means that you have access to the entire board. Plus, he has that big body that Keltulis needs to factor into his Kelly math.
So here we go. Cams did draw the card. Now is playing from a position of having even cards on the play. Gravish now needing to make up big points. Infantryman that was just destroyed here. Only 1 left on Anna, meaning that we are going to see at this point, this is 5 points of passive point generation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4. It's 4 points. 4 points of passive. But I mean, 4 points is a massive amount. But like you said, with the 2 pings.
2 pings from the Trident.
2 pings, yeah, correct. That is 5 points of passive. As long as none of them hits that beautiful armor, then we're good. But Boy have the turntables, as they say. Now you're paying you had the benefit of the red coin, and now you're playing from behind, and hoping just to keep up.
I mean, if Gravish wanted to pass and pray that none of those pings hit the armor. But that's probably not. You don't play and hope to win.
No, I don't think that is. You don't want to take that bet, right? You don't want to kind of put it in one of those Jesus take the wheel moments where it's like, all right, just close your eyes and go. That armor represents so much scariness.
Not for Trident Infantry. Elzer, that's the guy you can just say, you know what?
Oh yeah,
let's see what happens.
Roll the dice. Elzer is the ultimate Vegas card. It's just, yeah, sure, why not? No problem, $50 on red, and I either sleep outside or I eat well. True story.
True story from Elzer.
Elzer.
Now in the position here, a card up, being able to thin the foglet ahead on points here, but now is in a position where Gravish's passive point generation is pretty good. Eggman now just making it that much harder to deal with. Gravish is saying, okay, you want that extra card? I'm still going to win this round unless you have a way of stopping.
Yeah, there was an actual argument there where Gravish could have passed, given the fact that that 5 points of passive was going to be difficult for Cams to overcome without committing something big. Obviously, Gravish has no idea what's in Cams' hand, but you can kind of you play the safe and sorry situation in that case. 6 points of passive is enough to seal the deal.
He's playing from the point that Northern Realms loves to set up, and when you love to set up, you love to go first. So in this situation, you have the chance to go first here if he really wants to bleed, whereas otherwise he would have to be in the same situation versus Cams where he could set up with the cave troll. So how hard, how difficult will it be for Gravish to do this? He wants a long round, so maybe he would want a longer round than this. But if he's able to set up something like, I mean, he does have to always be aware of the heat wave, of course.
The problem here for Cams is that if he cannot answer the frigate, then that Keltulis is essentially laughable. Spitting out that 2-point dude every turn is going to be incredibly valuable for Gravish to just actually survive in the long term. The problem there is that he's got Donamir there as the defender. So where does that heat wave go? Where do you playing your removal spells in order to get things rolling the way you want them to? But Gravish needs to protect that frigate if he wants to just kind of counteract the Keltulis effect.
Decent draws from Gravish because these are exactly the mulligans you would want. You're safe because you don't see them drawn. Those are the last cards you'd want to draw. Gravish is looking pretty happy drawing Baron as one of the mulligans. We're seeing this all in real time. It looks like he's already seeing it though. Strays of Spala coming into Cam's hand. That's pretty slow. Selkirk, of course he was happy to trade 2 Dun Banners for Selkirk and Baron. My goodness, Cams leads off with the Troll. A repeat of round 1 here. Can Gravish just make the answer? It could be an easy answer. Just Anseis getting things started, perhaps?
I think you have to Anseis this. You have to get rid of this before it gets taller. You do not have anything, specifically to get rid of it nice and clean and clear. This, to me, is an Anseis boosted and get the trading going. I think you have to get rid of that if you want to actually be able to contest this. If you can if that defender gets too tall, that's what you're going to be fighting with the entire game, right? That's what you're going to be trading blows with your duels. You'll have no access to any of the other cards that are going to be boosted up. I think you have to get rid of that, as I think Gravish obviously sees the writing on the wall. Here comes Anseis, front row center, little boost, a little shield, little do-si-do, and now it is Anseis who's left there.
Parry and Phantom drops here on the melee row. You're going to be asking Gravish once again, do you have an answer for this one now? And less so in this case. Gravish does have the option, just like last game, pulling out the siege support to get Zeal for Selkirk. That was such an important point of getting that extra value from Selkirk in this situation. And one of the reasons why he may be running it, he isn't running any huge top-end cards outside of the Carrick Marine. Like, we're not seeing any of the Kidwini Knights with Amphibious Assault, and of course its range of options getting a lot of the mid-range cards too. But being able to give Zeal to Selkirk and also having Varaxis available now, Ansei is now protected by Donmir as well, so it'll be much harder to deal with this without a heat wave option at this point.
So there is one option is you do have the Strays of Spala in hand, and but the heat wave is just going to go make short work of the Donmir. Strays of Spala rather can just go ahead and nullify the Selkirk if it does not get the Zeal, like you mentioned earlier. And now it's just kind of, you have the Anseis staring down the Phantom. The Phantom is just going to get better and better as it goes. Do you want to perhaps reload, let's say, the dueling effect there to kill the Phantom? The problem there is that now you have an Anseis on the board, you have the Varaxis on the board, and then Keltulis comes in and starts doing what Keltulis does. So in this case, here's the frigate comes in clean and clear, no immediate answer available for it, really. I mean,
big boosty boys. It looks like the Beast and the Phantom are going to be representing Cam's units here. That was the Oneramancy turn. It looks like Natural Selection's a little bit of a slow card here. There's not going to be a lot of options unless it's actually damaging Selkirk or in some way. He still has 3 Carapace and only Keltullus really worth protecting. So those points on the leader aren't really going to get the value that you'd normally look for. Here comes Amphibious Assault looking for one of these cards. It is going to be the siege support to enable Selkirk with the immediate use of his order. It's going to go down at 9 and it's going to be pretty well protected back there. Also is able to give the charge. There's Keltullus, will kill the Volunteer. Just like you said, Flake, that Volunteer, the frigate's going to tank this Keltullus effect.
Yeah, it's like I said, Gravish needs to make sure that that frigate is just protected. That frigate can die. You can use the Phantom effect as well as the organic spell to completely just kill it. But is that what you want to do in this case? I think that's something fine, but then you're sacrificing another big card, right? Because you're getting rid of the frigate, and then Keltullus just clips your own board. But there's the duel. Keltullus is no longer a problem, and the frigate is back to business, pooping out dudes and filling the back row. Full party time. But there's what we're talking about.
Gravich is looking very relieved, and Cam's hand after he now plays Natural Selection and holding a Strays of Spala and a top end 14 points here from Osrel that will be answered by Baron. The writing may indeed be on the wall here in the Gwent Tavern here at World Masters number 2. As Varaxis touches down in the back row, Flake, we're just calling the end here. It's going to be moving Selkirk back. Big deficit in points.
Yeah, that's a big gap in points there, and with the additional card there as well. Look at that Baron just eyeing that beast, ready to go. And there is a Selkirk as well. A Falibor as well. Not the prettiest Falibor, but knowing that there's really no more removal available to Cams, all you got to do is just you can sit back and get pretty greedy now if you want to. Get all the points you can as they show up. And yeah, there's the Osrel. Not the most fantastic Osrel. Oswald actually making use of the Keltullus that kind of whiffed in this match. A reset here, and it's all over.
For the Baron, Falibor is going to come in as Gravish can take a nice deep breath, going the distance. 6 games, 1 tie, 3 out of 2 against his partner Cams. There he is, my friend, Gravish, and all the emotions we're going to see.
Oh, there's his curtains. Those are beautiful. I believe that was
all the
sweater.
emotions he's going through. Pal Burge is going to be talking to him very, very soon. But boy, what a way to get things started. A lineup unlike anything we saw in the previous Open, in which a meta didn't change. We saw Nilfgaard, double Keltullus. We got to see a lot of changes to the approach from tournaments here. And Gravish getting the win over Cams, of course. It is too bad Cams does have to go home, but he goes home with a little bit of cash. Again, he did win 2 games, so he got some of that stake as well.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to hear what Chinmiri has to say. I feel like the Keltullus list, which has kind of snuck into the tournament scene a little bit while now and has been dominating. Maybe it's been figured out. We'll see how this goes. But we have Pavel Berger ready to talk to Gravish, the winner of the first quarterfinal match here at World Masters Season 2.
All right, I am here with Gravish. Gravish, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh my God, what a first series. We had a draw. We had all those Keltulluses. I mean, you and all that emotion, even your hair was going crazy at one moment. Like, how was it for you? What's the first emotion?
I don't know. I think this series is going to haunt me till the end of days. Like, oh, that was pretty stupid, but also pretty intense. And like, I don't know. I don't honestly. I just want to chill now and take a step back. Feels bad for Kams, like beating my teammate always feels bad, but yeah.
Yeah, it was a battle of the brothers, you can say. But speak like you have time now to rest a little bit. But who would you like to go against in the semis?
I mean, like Fireball is my teammate, obviously, so would be nice to face him.
Okay.
Although he has a pretty similar lineup to come, so if I face him, it's going to be another one of those series, I think. So that could be pretty intense. But I hope it's Paja.
Nice. Well, hopefully that will be possible. I'm also wishing you some time to rest. And while you're resting, I will actually show everybody a nice leak. There we go. Snowdrop. You might actually know this art because we showed it during last Open. And now we show it in the form of a card. So she's a human, of course. You might recognize her from Alzur's journey, because she is the narrator, because she was saved by him. And she has Zeal, order, draw 2 cards, then shuffle 2 cards back to your deck. Whenever you draw a card, boost self by 2. Art was done by Anton Nazarenko, and this card has 8 provision and 2 power. Simple as that. As the guys mentioned, we have Shinmiri standing by for the analysis, so check out the card and shortly we'll be going to him.
Hey everyone, we're here at the analyst desk where we will be breaking down the biggest moments from the previous match. This one here is the end of the tie game in the 4th game between Gravesh and Cams. I know a lot of you guys are gonna be talking about this one. There's probably a lot of confusion, so I wanted to quickly go through the math on this end game scenario. It comes up a lot on pro rank, on these high level tournaments. At the end of the game, you have to start considering what possible cards your opponent's gonna have and what to play around. So here we see Gravesh is going to play the Falibor soon. And Cams has to make a decision, or no, he's going to play the Viraxis first, but Cams has a decision to make with his Oneiromancy. Does he take the Gourd, or does he take a Rock Slide? And if you see here, the Gourd is only boosted by 7. I think it's going to be a 10, maybe an 11 after it counts the Oneiromancy, so it's not actually worth that much. Compared to a Rock Slide, it's worth the same as a Rock Slide. Rock Slide killing the Viraxis gets rid of the 7-point body and also gets rid of the order to reset an allied order, which would be the Marine in this case. Now, I think some of you are going to be thinking, why doesn't he kill the Marine? The Marine is bigger and it also gets rid of the Viraxis order because the Viraxis will no longer have a target. Could that have been the extra point? It wouldn't have made a difference in this case because Viraxis, if you remember, in Phase 3, it also buffs allied soldiers. So it would have given 1 extra point to the Falibor. It would have been the same. It would have ended in a tie, regardless of which unit he killed. But if Cams doesn't kill the Viraxis, he will lose to a Baron. He's worried about Gravesh potentially have a Baron. So in this way, I think by taking this line that Cams took, rock sliding the Viraxis, he guarantees himself a tie, which then replays the same matchup, in which I believe Precision Strike is favored. I think Cams believes that too. So I think at the end of the day, he took the right decision, but very, very complicated math going on here at the end of the day. And we got more clips for you. This series was actually insane. There's so much I want to talk about. I don't know if production is gonna let me talk about it all, but this series, I have a clip from game number 1. This is game number 1. It's Enslave for Cams versus Keltullus for Gravesh. Now this is in round 3 of game number 1. Gravesh is about to play as Keltullus here, and Cams, being the control deck, he has limited number of control options to answer the threats like Keltullus and Siri Dash. He has, at this point in the round, he has 1 Yennefer's Invocation left to answer a big threat. And so he can only answer one of the Keltullus or the Siri Dash. But he does something really ingenious here. Let's watch. So the Keltullus comes down, burns a 3. And Cams makes the big brain play of not putting an additional unit on the board, instead using the Tourney Joust to buff his own Tortoise. This Tourney Joust is going to buff the Tortoise, put a shield on the Tortoise, and put Gravesh in a very, very difficult situation. If Gravesh tries to play another unit, Keltullus will burn the own unit that he plays, because he'll have more units than Cams. So Gravesh can't play another unit, but if Gravesh plays a special, he can't play a damaging special like Imler's Wrath because of the shield. It would do 0 damage to the shield. He can't play Heat Wave on this 11-point Tortoise because then he would have 1 unit versus 0 units and Keltullus would kill herself. The only valid option Gravesh has here is Adrenaline Rush, putting that Keltullus at a 20, giving the invocation so much value, getting rid of the 20-point Keltullus. So really nice example of forcing suboptimal plays from your opponent with Cams using this tourney joust at the right time. And if we skip ahead a little bit, I also want to show, we're going to skip ahead a little bit here, and I also want to show this situation just shortly in the round, later in the round. Siri Dash has to come down on Gravesh's next turn because it has a timer of 4. And it needs to be played with 5 cards in hand in order to get her effect. Cams decides to discard the Tortoise. Again, using this Keltullus against Gravesh. Gravesh needs to play the Siri Dash now, but he can't because Siri Dash will just get burned by Keltullus. And this is the last turn that Gravesh can play Siri Dash. So even though Cams only had one answer to these 2 threats, he used his opponent's Keltullus to answer the Siri Dash threat for him, which is so ingenious. And I think with the next expansion, with a new keyword coming out like Adrenaline, we can see these sort of situations pop up more and more often due to understanding the timing of your opponent and when they want to play certain cards. So I really love that play. Probably my favorite moment from this first series. I'm gonna end it there and not rope too long. We're gonna take a look at the updated brackets here with Gravesh moving on, and McBeard and Flake are gonna take it from here.
I can tell we're both rushing to the McBlade joke because
Could you see my face? I was just like, oh, just give me an opening. Give me an opening, McBlade. McBlade. Right. I mean, season 1 was McBeans. Now we are down. We have evolved to stage 2, which is McBlade.
I also have to give you a throwback to Gwent Challenger 3, where Jesse Cox called Mogwai and I the Spinadians. So I'm no stranger to nicknames with the casting group. We did see the prize. We did see the brackets. Let's take a look at the prize pool here. Now that everything's been sorted out, Cams will fall to Gravesh, but he did go into the 5-game, really 6-game series. So he's going to be walking away with a nice chunk of that match stake. Gravesh now $53,092 USD richer, and he will be seeing who his first opponent will be coming up in the next match. It'll be Tailbot versus Palyabal. But maybe we should take one more look at the pre-order for Way of the Witcher. It's only December 8th, Tuesday, very, very soon. Enough Gwent to get you carried that way. We got the pre-order pack, we got the card back pre-order pack, and you can knock $10 off the entire thing and get a combo of both of them. Lots of goodies there, exclusive board, premium kegs, evolving card backs, and a card you can play right now in Alzur.
That's right, and again, a thrilling opening to the tournament here. The quarterfinals are going to be rolling along with 2 players that you guys know all too well. Of course, that's Tailbot and Palyabal. Again, thanks for tuning in. Keep your eyes and ears locked into the channel, and let's meet Tailbot and Palyabal.
Hello and welcome, Tailbot. Thank you so much for taking the time for this interview. Congratulations for making it to this tournament. This is the highest level of Gwent gameplay one can expect. It is the ultimate final to a very successful year. You've been part of all Gwent Opens so far this year, and obviously this would be a crowning finish to a very good year. Now, for everyone, or I guess the 2 people that don't know you, why don't you introduce yourself and maybe use 3 keywords that you would attribute to you or yourself or your playstyle.
So yeah, thanks for the introduction. I'm Tailbot. You might recognize this name from the official Gwent tournaments or from top of the leaderboards, maybe even from the endgame loose screens that you get after finishing a game in Pro Rank. And yeah, I'm pretty good at this game, I think. And if I had to describe myself in 3 words, it would be smart, handsome, and modest.
Very, very wise choice of words there. Now, this time around, you already know who you will be facing in the tournament while recording this interview. And it is no other than the rookie, compared to you maybe, Pajabol from Team TLG. And I think he's one of the people that looked up to you while starting his competitive career. So is there anything you would like to say to him?
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed of how much progress he made in the season 2. That's pretty impressive. And also, I want to say that I made his famous drink payabola, and it was disgusting. I do not recommend it.
Okay. One final question. I'm just gonna leave that uncommentated. Is there somebody or a group of people that you would like to give a shout out to? Because this is probably the best moment you'll get.
I would like to send shoutouts to my Team Legacy. It's the team I joined recently. And yeah, they helped me prep for this tournament. We scrimed against each other, and also they gave me some suggestions regarding my lineup and some of the card choices. Yeah, big thanks to them.
Well, thank you so much. If we're lucky, and we might see you in the future again. Maybe get some more wise words from you. And yeah, thanks so much. Good luck in your games.
Thanks.
I look forward to it. Hey everyone, and welcome Pajabol. Thank you so much for taking the time for this interview. It's going to be a short one, don't worry. First of all, congratulations for making it to the biggest tournament Gwent has to offer, the Masters Finals. And I've got a few very quick questions. As I said, the first one, for all the people that maybe don't know you as much, or in general what you have been doing on the ladder, please introduce yourself and maybe use 3 key words that describe you or your playstyle.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Pajabol and I'm a Polish player for Team Leviathan Gaming. I happen to be a Gwent Open number 4 winner too. And yeah, I would say that despite my streams being a bit KGW sometimes and my plays being a bit Pepega, I'm overall pretty pog.
Pretty pog. Second question. You know your opponent this time around, so you know that you're going to be facing off against Tailbot, and he is known as not only a great Gwent player, but also a very good trash talker. So do you have anything to say against him?
Yeah, I have to say that I admire you as a player, Tailbot, but I think the time has come for the students to surpass the master. But I'm gonna send you some payabola after your defeat as a gift of gratitude for your mentorship.
Perfect. And now the last question, is there somebody that you like to give a shout out to, because now is the time?
Yeah, I would like to give a huge shout out to 3 of my teammates, Cam, Skunner and Green Knight. These are the people that helped me build the lists, and we screamed a lot, we practiced a lot of different matchups, and yeah, they helped me to get in form again for Masters after the Open. So I'm really grateful for their help.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time, and good luck in your games, and maybe we'll speak again tomorrow.
Thanks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this Gwent Season 2 World Masters. We made it to the end. My name is Jaggeris, and I'm joined, as always, by the impervious, the improving, Impetuous Panda.
It's great to be back and great to finally have a World Masters tournament in Gwent, where you can tell right away the quality of the players is fantastic, and every single quarterfinal could be a final in any other Open. It really is that stacked. And this match right away, Tailbot versus Pajabol, I'm extremely excited to see how this goes down.
Yep, we've got 2 Polish powerhouses playing for the biggest piece of the prize, and we can have a little look at the divination results to see who is favored. And 66% for Tailbot, 34% for Pajabol.
I'm not too surprised. Tailbot is, after all, the kind of the perennial fan favorite ever since his Who is Shaggy speech. I think he's always been a very good player, of course, but also a player that was very charismatic and able to win over the fans. Even though Piable this year has had a bit of an underdog story, you know, in many qualifiers making it quite far, but never really qualifying until his final Open number 4. He finally qualified and then he wins it all as well. Also getting a lot of fan traction in that great win as well. But Tailbot still, you know, unbeatable as a player on the ladder with the best win rate out of all the players in this tournament, and also as a fan favorite.
But we'll have to see if he is unbeatable here at GWENT World Masters. But before we get into that, let's have a little look at the Twitch drops. If you link your GOG and your Twitch account, you watch the tournament for 4 hours, you'll get the Beholder title. But if you watch for 8 hours, you get this lovely GWENT esports card back to show off in your games.
And I've said it before, I think this is, for me, the best card back in GWENT until now. It reminds me of, you know, kind of the Hogwarts houses, but instead with the elements from all the different bundles that we've seen this year for Season 2. And overall, I think just a very colorful card, and for me, my favorite, I think, out of any that are currently in the game.
Yeah, and the first card back, I believe, we've given away as a Twitch drop, so that is exciting too. But what's more exciting than that is the deck. So let's have a look at what it is that Tailbot has opted to bring with, once again, Keltulis from the block, Carapace, we've got Shieldwall, Congregate, and Nature's Gift.
And Keltulis, we saw it already in the first series, why this deck could be considered a bit controversial for some players as viewers, for us as casters. It really flips the game of Gwent on its head, where it suddenly becomes a game you play for very alternate win conditions, let's say, and very alternate paths with discarding cards, and overall just a bit of a clown fiesta, especially in the mirror match. We'll see if we end up seeing a mirror match if Piable has brought this list as well. But overall, a list to look out for, not just in this series and the last one, but for the remainder of the tournament. I think it'll be definitely one of the highlights to look out for.
Yeah, we then have a very standard-looking Shieldwall list. You know, the Varaxis, the Selkirk, the Ansays. We've seen this list quite often in tournaments. We have a Congregate list with all of the Farspawn buddies. But the list I really want to talk about just briefly here is this Nature's Gift list, because this is a full devotion list. There is not a neutral card in sight. And instead, it's running things like our good friend Figgis, the Defender, to allow Tailbot to protect some of his engine cards, such as the Pavko and some of the Symbiosis tags.
And this lineup in general just looks like a more of a proactive lineup with more of you yourself developing threats and engines that your opponent has to answer and not answering yourself. It's definitely not a control lineup. Looking at Piable's list though, we'll see what we find, and it may just be the exact opposite. We do see pretty much a full control lineup, which should be very favored against Tailbot's lineup. So Piable, the Polish sniper, has found Tailbot in his sights, and I think he's very happy and very fortunate to have found this matchup. We see here an Enslave, Nilfgaard list like we saw with Cams as well, making a splash on the tournament meta. We don't see it much on ladder, but definitely on tournament it's a great option as a fourth control deck list. We see Precision Strike, Skelliga, one of the stronger lists in the tournament and one of the best control lists for sure. We see Blood Money over Hidden Cash, so again, a leader ability that has a control option with a deal 8 damage, and the Mobilization Revenants deck list as well, with cards like Heatwave, cards like Becker's Rock Slide, that definitely give you a lot of control options against a deck like Keltulis, for example.
Yeah, the Great Sun is rising once again on the tournament scene. And in terms of Piable's lineups, I know that he does feel like he has good chances against things like Shieldwall, things like Congregate and things like Keltulis. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if we did see the Nature's Gift get banned, but we'll have to wait and see what the bans are for each of these players as we maybe have a chance to see what's going on there.
Yeah, like you said, I think the Nature's Gift list is a bit more of a point slam list and not so much of an engines list, which makes it maybe you don't get as much value from your control options because you're not shutting down engines. It's more just going for points and damage in terms of your control, which might not be as ideal. And it might also be just a list that's kind of out of left field. If you don't prepare for that, you don't expect it, it might be a list you're not as comfortable playing against, and it might be the ban, even though it might not be one of the strongest decks in the meta right now. In this tournament setting, it changes a bit with bans and lineups and what you're targeting. It's not just banning the best deck, but the deck you may be worst against in this matchup.
That's absolutely true, and hopefully we'll be able to see the bans on the screen for you guys in just a second to see what it is that Tailbot and Piable have chosen to get rid of. And we can see there the Nature's Gift ban on the side of Tailbot, which we just talked about. And Tailbot really respecting Nilfgaard. You know, I said the Great Sun was rising, but it seems the Great Sun is now set as Piable's Enslaved list gets banned by Tailbot.
And these bans did come in earlier in the day, but I wouldn't be surprised if they would have come in later and he saw the first series with Cams and Gravish, and he saw the first game where NG kind of shut down the Keltulis deck completely to get the ban here, because it is, I think, very favored against Keltulis. It has many of the different options like locks and invocation as well to deal with everything that Keltulis wants to threat on the board with a very, units like Siri Dash, units like Keltulis that need to be answered immediately or they can create a lot of problems. So the Nilfgaard, even though it's not considered, definitely not one of the best factions right now, definitely not one of the strongest decks in the meta, in this tournament setting and in this specific matchup, it could be a big problem for Tailbot. So he decides to just ban it instead, not to deal with it.
Yeah, I know that Shinmiri did speak to Tailbot, and he said that, in regards to his monsters list, well, first thing he said was he brought this list because it is the best, which is a very Tailbot response. But on top of that, he did say that he thought that one of its weaker matchups was Nilfgaard, but that he didn't expect anyone to bring Nilfgaard. And especially considering Gwent Open number 4, when nobody brought Nilfgaard, I don't think that was necessarily an unreasonable assumption, but as it is, he's matched into one of the players running Nilfgaard this tournament, and so banning that out and maybe giving his Keltulis list the best chance to get through is the strategy.
Yeah, Tailbot, although he's a fantastic player and maybe one of the most proven players that we have in this tournament that's already, incredibly stacked, it has to be said, he's found a matchup that he might not be very favored against the control lineup that Payable has brought. He's also on blue coins, so a little bit unfavored in that regard as well, especially when the control lineup player has more red coins, it could be problematic as well. And yeah, overall, it's going to be a tough one for him to get out of. I think he's very confident in his abilities. He knows he's one of the best players. We'll see if he can prove that here and try and flip this maybe slightly unfavored matchup around and advance to the semifinals to play against Gravish tomorrow.
And so we see Tailbot opting to bring his shield wall list up against Payabol's Syndicate. We've got some Passiflora action with the Blood Money list.
Yeah, Syndicate and Squirtle, both decks that I expect to see Payable bringing on red coin. I think they're quite favored on the red coin when you have a more reactive stance into these matchups. And Shield Wall on blue coin from Tailbot. Again, he has a lot of blue coins that he has to play because he's playing on games 1, 3, and the possible game 5 if he goes to that. On blue coin, he has to choose, which one of these decks he has to play on blue and be slightly unfavored, and which he wants to save to play on red coin.
Yeah, and I do want to talk a little bit about Ajar in Payable's hand, his Syndicate defender, because this defender, what it does is instead of being a big tall defender like Donamir, for example, or Cave Troll, it spawns little scarabs. So they have 1 strength and they have 1 armor, but you have the option of having 2 of them. So rather than having a good toll removal target for things like Heat Wave or dueling with Ansays, Ajar actually gives you 2 little targets. So in order to remove them, it might be quite challenging for Tailbot to have the right amount of removal and not overspend on his removal just to get through the Ajar.
That being said, Falibor would be the ideal answer to that, which is maybe why Payable might not even waste a tribute on it, because Falibor is just such a clean and neat answer with the 3 damage to one of the small little scarabs and then 2 to the next, would clean up very easily. That being said, I don't expect to see any of these cards played in round 1. I think both players are going to play it quite slow and yeah, not expend too many big resources just yet.
Yeah, very standard opener there from Tailbot, getting his Kerak frigate on the board and just kind of starting to set up his engines. And Payable maybe has to make a decision here, how much does he want to kind of commit into this round? How much does he want control? And I think both players have to decide about how they feel about the long round, because a Passiflora list has decent points in a long round, but we've seen Shield Wall long rounds with things like Anna Strenga being worth thousands of points, well maybe not thousands, but a decent chunk of points, along with the drummers, and the engine potential and the threat potential of Tailbot's list in a long round is quite scary.
And the frigate does come down here. I suppose we'll see a Radovid Royal Guards or a drummer to follow up to activate that synergy with the frigate to start spawning these small little tokens every single turn. From Payable though, he only has 1 poison in hand, which is a bit awkward. I think he would have liked to have obviously at least 2 to be able to threaten one of these unit kills, and there wouldn't be much that Tailbot could do to answer any of the poisons, of course. No Kukaduk, no Purify in hand or in deck, I believe. So there wouldn't be a clean answer for it, and it's an easy way on red coin to kind of threaten that 2-card combo where you're allowed to play 1 card first, not have too much tempo, and then close out with the second card and still get out of the round, either winning it on even or 1 card down is still fine for Payable, I believe.
Yeah, so Piebald just getting his own engine set up there. However, this engine, if it loses its armor, will be disabled. The dire mutated hound there. If you remove the armor, obviously it's not boosting itself by 2. You can pay 4 coins to gain 1 armor, but that is quite a hefty fee to enable the engine. And Tailbot here just getting his own engines going, making that little pocket of soldiers for the crew of the Karak frigate, drumming his jaunty tune, boosting 1 per turn. And Tailbot, he's got a couple engines going, and we'll have to see how Piebald wants to react to this.
Yeah, Northern Realms is all about the engine, especially in the early rounds. You have a lot of great bronze engines that, if left untouched, can really just save your round 1. They can spew out a lot of points, and if your opponent doesn't answer them, then all of a sudden, after 5-6 turns, you're still very clearly ahead, and you haven't wasted any of your big top-end golds, like Falibor, like Bloody Baron, like the dual units that we have with Shield Wall as well. And that's kind of the game plan here for Tailbot. Whereas Piebald, if he had poisons, he could answer some of these engines and really keep into this round for a little bit longer. Whereas in this case, it might be a bit more awkward for him to do so.
That said, the volunteers do give a nice option there for, generating coins with the Tie Cloak Ransackers. And Piebald, as Syndicate, you want to have money in the bank because of things like Philippa. If you can kind of have some money available, then when your opponent plays a big threat or something that you really want to take for yourself, then you do have that option of kidnapping it, right? So by getting the Deathblow there, he's able to gain 2 coins and get a little bit more value out of these Ransackers, which is starting to put money in his pockets, and also to thin his Flying Redanian.
And because he's playing blood money instead of hitting cash, it means that these Ransackers can't really activate that Horde ability easier to not have to deal that Deathblow effect. So like you mentioned, the Frigate being here is obviously a problem for Piebald because he's a lot of free points that Tailbot's getting every single turn, but it also enables his Ransackers, and he does have 2 of them in hand as well. I think he would have loved to see one of these Ransackers being a poison instead, to be able to at least threaten, this Frigate, this Drummer, that are constantly just adding more and more points at Tailbot's board here, but instead he doesn't. And Blood Money, in this match specifically, because of the shields, it is a bit awkward. Usually you have this, just straight up 8 damage, you can deal with pretty much any big threat in the game, but this shields kind of negate that, and there aren't great pings either in Syndicate.
The thing is, Tailbot doesn't know that Piebald doesn't have a second poison, right? And that's part of the reason he's held off on this tactical advantage. Often you'll see the tactical advantage played to protect your Karak frigate or your Drummer, for example, just to boost it up. But Tailbot doesn't want to create a big, tall target in order to, enable a big, tall poison. So he's kind of been holding off on that and really not utilizing that. But actually, Piebald currently not sitting with the answers. With that said, 1 poison does mean he could try and, trick Tailbot. We see this happen sometimes with the single poison, where you kind of just be like, oh, but I might have a second one. And given Piebald's lineup, with the 4 poisons in deck, it is quite likely that he could have a second one. And the question is, if Piebald does choose that route of threatening, will Tailbot respect that or not?
I think he won't, mostly because the poison would be coming in a few cards later than these engines came down on, and if you have the double poison, I think you threaten it immediately when you know there's no purifies. So the moment this, this Frigate or this Drummer comes down, even though it's a small unit, it adds so many points every round that you want to take it down immediately if you can and if you have the poison. So once one of them is threatened, I think Tailbot will know that it's not going to be a second one coming down, or it would have come down sooner, I believe, before these Ransackers that don't really do much to stop this engine development from Tailbot.
And I think in this scenario, Piebald's hand is just really awkward, You would have maybe liked to see, for example, some engines, something like an MK, for example, some more options for coin generation, that sort of thing. Like the double Ransackers, these are some of his 4 provision cards. These aren't really cards he's put in maybe with the intent of playing. They might have just been mulligan fodder. And we finally do see the Fist Tech come down. I'll have to see what he opts to poison. Doing a self-poison, I was going to say, that might be the option. And just, taking the money and taking the carryover and saying, I actually don't have another poison. And like you said, kept going anyway. So Piebald's realized that, and he's just, opting for a little bit of money in the bank.
Yeah, playing similarly to maybe something like a Precision Strike when they play Agitators and they play Circle of Life. You play for carryover because you're kind of giving up the round 1 immediately once you play the low tempo of playing, just 2 Ransackers. And sure, the Hound is going to be a nice engine at adding some points and keeping him in this, but I think mostly just to keep him in striking range, to threaten that he can still play into this round and not so much to try and win it himself. I think once you play the Ransackers, you're pretty much saying, hey, my hand's kind of a bit awkward. I don't have 2 poisons either. You're developing your engines that are going to stick on the board for sure. So I can't really fight for this round, but I'm going to try and get as many coins as possible to take those into round 2 and really just expend a lot of my weaker bronzes.
So we see the point difference here, 28 to 18, plus the little drummer that could playing his jaunty tune. And Tailbot hasn't even used his tactical advantage at this point. You know, he's got 5 points just sitting in pocket. And you have to ask Fireball, you know, what more would you really want to spend in this situation? You've got your carryover coins, you've kind of built up a bit, but you haven't thinned the Redanian, so there's always a risk of drawing into that. So Fireball's in such an awkward position, I would say, with his hand. There's not really much he wants to play, but at the same time, it's like, do you really want to just pass at this point?
And again, because we've seen Hidden Cash being kind of the de facto Syndicate leader ability outside of Congregate with Flying Redanian, you kind of are used to the 7 coins being the target with the Horde ability, the -2 Horde for Hidden Cash. But because it's Blood Money here instead, opting for an even more control-y leader ability for the Syndicate list, we'll have to wait till it goes to 9 coins. We just saw it now, it does finally come out, which means that now there are less awkward mulligans going forward, and that carryover, like you mentioned, coin carryover, also the point carryover with Redanian. It's a bit more guaranteed going into rounds 2 and 3 after this.
Yeah, the Calc Stain, I think, you know, it's okay to play it here because Tailbot isn't running Donomir. He doesn't have the Defender. But on the flip side, having that option to purify the shields, you know, we talked about Blood Money and how it can be a bit annoying if your opponent has a shield. The Purify would have been able to remove those. So losing out on that can be a little bit frustrating. Tailbot there spending Baron, which means no options for Soul in terms of that Baron onto Soul now to, I guess, secure round 1. Look at that point difference, 21 to 42. It's massive.
This does kind of secure it. Of course, there are big swings with 9 coins with Philippa, for example, that can put you right back into it if you're pliable, if you want to really commit to this round 1 and still think that you have a chance to take it, even if you're committing to Philippa. Once you do commit that, you want to go all in, kind of. You don't want to just spend that for no reason. But like you mentioned, Bloody Baron is a huge card in this matchup to give up because it allows Pliable to suddenly not have to worry about pumping up his Sea Jackals, his Street Urchins, his Soul, like you mentioned. And that's the only real big tall punish in this NR list that doesn't have things like Heatwave, for example, because of his Devotion. So again, it's maybe not the most important card in the deck for Tailbot, but it's a card that allows Pliable to not have to worry about this huge tall punish in later rounds.
I think this pass here from Pliable was pretty fair because even if he spent all his money and played Philippa, because there was only an 8 on the board, he's only getting 19 points with, you know, the bleed and the drummer. It's not going to be enough so he'd have to have committed 2 cards there, and he would have spent all his money. Whereas this way, you know, he's holding on to value cards, he's holding on to his money. He's given up the first round, but not necessarily given up the war.
Yeah, it's not ideal not to have last say obviously in round 3, and to give NR the chance of having a very long round 3 as well with a very engine heavy deck that Shield Wall is. That being said though, you do end up thinning out your Redanian, you do end up getting 9 coins, so you have the full carryover for your coins as well, and you do end up playing a lot of bronzes and getting a Bloody Baron out of Tailbot, for example. So it's definitely not the end of the world for Pliable. I think he's pretty happy, and that's what kind of Red Coin allows him to do. Allows him to play slower tempo, allows him to play more of just, you know, bronzes that aren't really too valuable in his game plan, and maybe get a big answer out of Tailbot like that Bloody Baron that could have been pivotal later on.
And it is worth noting in this matchup that Tailbot doesn't have a Heat Wave. You know, he's playing this Devotion list, so he doesn't really have the answer to Passiflora that some of the other lists might have. So, you know, Bomb Heaver no longer being a card, that's not really such a problem anymore. And I'll have to see how this Passiflora comes out. And I think Tailbot here, he's maybe respecting Passiflora and going for the bleed now, just in order to try and get Pliable to the point where he plays the Passiflora so that Tailbot doesn't have to worry about it in round 3.
Not just that, but he's committing a card that you know, on paper looks like, hey, this is a huge commitment. He's playing, you know, 2 gold with Amphibious Assault as well. But because it's an Echo card, it's really not committing too much, and it's getting a bigger answer out of Pliable because he does have to win this round. He did lose round 1, so I think a very heads-up play from Tailbot, a very obvious play. I think you want to commit these Echo cards at some point to then have that Echo once again in round 3 and make your opponent answer with valuable gold cards to keep up.
And you're doing it also early on before the coin generation has increased. So before Pliable has, you know, money where he could potentially choose to just use Philippa here to completely turn the tides and gain a card. That's not an option just because the money is not, like we said, in the bank. So Pliable deciding here, I believe this would either be a Jar or a Dreadnought. So opting for a Jar here, getting his little Scarabs out and saying, you know, well, I better start setting up to react with tempo. And like you said earlier, he's opted to actually save the tribute just because of things like Fallible.
Exactly. In some matchups, it is obviously extremely detrimental to have two different small units because some matchups don't have small ping effects or small damage effects. In this case, Falibor kind of changes that. This NR list normally wouldn't have any good answers or any efficient answers, but Falibor is the, it's basically a card that's made for killing these poor little scarabs. So one scarab is the answer there. Keep your cards. Go up to 7 coins now. So the Redanian almost coming out. And at this point, Tailbot, having committed this first play of this round, he's under 7 cards, which means at any point in time, if Payable is able to catch up on even, he can threaten Tailbot losing a card, which would be, well, not ideal going into round 3. So we'll see if Payable can do it, if he can find that big swing. The drummer with Philippa would be a very big swing, and he has 7 coins, so it would be an option if he wants to go for it.
And I was going to say this was a little bit of an awkward spot for Tailbot, because do you want to leave a defender on the board? In this case, he's opted to, because his alternative was he also wants to thin these Dumb Banner out of his deck. So he's kind of said, you know what, have your defender, I don't care, I need to thin these. And he can always pass, he doesn't have to play Fallible this round. He can always opt to pass. He just needs to keep the point gap big enough that Payable isn't going to get card advantage for round 3.
I mean, if Philippa's played here, it is the answer. With 7 coins and that drummer sitting at 7, point value of 7 right now, it would be the perfect answer, a huge swing as well. And Tailbot would be losing a card, unless he can really catch up in the next few turns and make a big enough gap where Payable can't make it in just 1 card, which I think wouldn't be possible. There's a lot of great plays still in hand here for Payable. Going to go for the Sea Jackal instead, so doesn't want to commit to Philippa just yet.
I think here Payable's trying to hold on to the Philippa just because, it's a good option to also deal with a Veraxis target, something like, say, an Ansays or a Selkirk or something where you don't want that to be re-enabled. And he does have cards at this stage that he could kind of commit to try and get ahead. The other problem with kidnapping the drummer and having him play a jaunty tune at Passiflora is that he will go to the end of the row, I believe, when he defects. He's a bit defective, so he goes to the end of the row, so he's not got anyone on his right to buff up either. So you then have to set up the engine yourself.
And there's the Falibor coming down, opening up the gap now, 24-7, so a much bigger gap here, and Tailbot has to feel much more safe. He has expended a pretty key unit in Falibor, a great tempo play later on in round 3, but I think he's still pretty happy, and we'll see what Payable answers, because this gap is getting bigger and bigger, and he has to start committing some of his big goals and can't just start playing, these lower value cards in this matchup like Azar, like the Sea Jackal.
Yeah, and the thing is, the longer he waits, if he does want to kidnap the drummer, the more value Tailbot is getting off of that drummer, because that drummer is boosting the units on his side of the board, right? So he's just putting points on Tailbot's board. So if Payable opts to go that route, then, by waiting a turn and playing, say, the Sea Jackal, he's giving Tailbot some more points. And like you said, there is an 18-point gap there. So, it's a lot. And there is Passiflora. That is, I think, exactly what Tailbot was hoping to see here. And Payable's gotten to the point where he has to kind of respect the bleed. You have to, at some point, play it. And we can see there the Passiflora is being played. The Peaches are spawned, 12 points to 25. But for every Blind Eyes, that chapter is going to trigger and generate a lot more points for Payable.
And do you think about passing now here? You've bled out the Passiflora, you're still comfortably ahead, so there still has to be a big play from Payable, or at least one that activates the next chapter in that Passiflora. You didn't have an answer for the Passiflora, but one of the answers in Gwent is to bleed out and using the pass as a way of just clearing the opponent's board of any threats that they have. And this might be the answer for Tailbot now. He could really, his only other card he would want to expend here is the Karak Marine. Everything else is very valuable. The double dual synergies for the Shield Wall and the Veraxis. So yeah, there's a pass. And this is really the example of what a bleed looks like in Gwent. He was vulnerable at that one stage if Philippa was played into the drummer, but that would have been a big commitment from Payable, and he maybe couldn't keep up once he played Passiflora at very low tempo, and at that point Tailbot could find another pass. So heads up play from Tailbot, I think, definitely finds his objective, which was to bleed out that Passiflora.
I suppose it comes down to how you value your cards, and Payable showing he values the Philippa over the Passiflora in this matchup. One thing of note, I think if Tailbot had played the Karak Marine, is just with the Blind Eyes and the money in the bank, it would have been much, much too easy for Payable to get ahead relatively easily, and with the Flying Redanian as well. So the pass, I think, perfectly timed for Tailbot. And like you said, that is kind of how you bleed. He wanted to see Passiflora, he saw Passiflora, he managed to stay ahead, and then he pieced out of the round.
And at this point, I think Payable is going to have to do his best to get as many coins as quickly as possible to enable Philippa onto big targets, because really, like we mentioned, there aren't too many small ping effects to deal with shielded units that NR obviously will have with the dueling units and the shield wall leader ability. And things like Heatwave, things like Philippa are the answers for those shielded units, because you can't do it through damage, you have to do it through other more abstract means. And I guess stealing one of the units is one way to do it, or just Heatwaving them as well will banish them to the Shadow Realm. And that has to be the answer here from Payable. But how quickly can you get enough coins to be able to deal with these bigger units like Selkirk or the Ansace?
Yeah, or even things like the Anna. And Tailbot, he has the luxury of being able to manipulate the points. You know, he's got those shield wall charges in pocket. So, you know, he can always try and put things just out of range. And Pavel, you can see here, trying to get as much money as he can, as quickly as he can, opening with the Urchin, getting 3 more coins, plus his carryover, putting him up to 7, which gives him a decent amount of reach.
Exactly, that's what I was talking about. Kind of the first step going into this round 3 is immediately just open up your possibilities with Philippa to be able to answer anything right away from the very beginning, because the moment you let any of these order ability units stick on the board, they can use their order the next turn if you don't deal with them immediately, and they've gotten their value already.
So Tailbot reacting there with a Kerak frigate and getting his boat on the board, kind of leaving it open. I guess he's kind of maybe tempting Tailbot into, not tempting Tailbot, tempting Payable into abducting the frigate and kind of saying, you know, how are you going to deal with this? What's your answer? Payable, he has a couple answers. You know, he does have the Heatwave and he does have the Philippa, but I think there are maybe bigger and better targets. And beyond that, he'd have to either use blood money or go looking with the bank. And with the bank, you know, it's not always a safe investment because it does depend on where the card you want is in your deck. You can end up, you know, either over-profiting or spending much more than you would like just to hit the card that you want.
And usually you want to wait till at least you've played out your Philippa to use whatever coins you have to on that ability first, and then be able to... Well, actually, yeah, using blood money is one way to do it. Obviously, leader ability in round 3 is definitely the way to go. You get rid of an engine, you get those coins right back as well, which is why we saw Street Urchin being played, or at least one being boosted by 1 to get the perfect coins to 9 there. And now Philippa can really take, well, as long as it's under 9, she can take anything on the board here for Tailbot. So a lot of vulnerable targets here, like Selkirk, like Ansace.
And the thing is, Tailbot needs to kind of play, an Ansace, I would say now. Selkirk, you know, you have to wait a turn. You haven't got it set up for the Zeal in order to react to the Soul, because as the Soul gets bigger and bigger, the duel gets harder and harder, and you can see exactly that. Tailbot utilizing the Ansace there, demanding satisfaction and slaying the Soul. But, you know, this Ansace does represent a Varaxis target. So Payable, he has to decide now, you know, do I want to react to this? Is this a removal target? While it doesn't look like a threat, it definitely is.
That's one of the things that, even if you play your Bloody Baron in round 1 and you seem to not have much of a tall punish if you're Tailbot, because of the way Shield works with dueling units, it means that this Sensation, this Selkirk, can take down units that are much, much bigger than they are, because you can kind of deal damage twice for free without being damaged back because of the shield. So this Sol, even at, you know, something like 12 points, would not be a problem for the Sensace either. I guess you play it there first because it's a proactive play you have in hand if you're Tailbot, without giving any more information up. But most of the time, tall units, if it's just one unit that you have an answer for with the duel, aren't usually a problem.
We see the Sea Jackal coming down there on the board for Payable, but not spending. He's just putting a spender down and then saving his money. He does have Philippa to always spend a decent amount of coins, provided there's a high target. So I think he's almost trying to tempt Tailbot into removing things and committing things, and really not giving him the targets that he maybe wants for things like the Selkirk. With that said, you know, Tailbot, he does have his siege support in hand, so he has the option there to, you know, play relatively slowly, and there we see it there set up for the Zeal effect onto the Selkirk.
And he does have Last Say as well, which is really important in this matchup, because usually Payable could just save his coins at the very end and just pump up his spenders like a Sea Jackal or even the Jacques that he has in hand as well. But because Last Say is here for Tailbot, and we could see something like maybe a Varaxis or a Selkirk near the end of the round, any of those points that get, you know, thrown into the Sea Jackal or the Jacques will probably be answered by one of these duels, and it'll all be wasted if you're Payable. So because of his Last Say, I think Tailbot is going to be quite favored in this end of the round here. Just how strong the shielded synergy works with dueling units if your opponent doesn't have great answers for them.
It's hard to judge, I think, at this point, which way this game is going to go. It's 10 points to 11, even cards, 9 coins in the bank, and 2 shield wall charges. So I feel like this game could really go either way. You know, we have the Amphibious Assault, and it depends maybe a little bit what Tailbot picks with that. We have the Vivaldi Bank, and it may depend what Piebald opts to pick up with that. But finally, we see Philippa coming down here, demanding satisfaction of her own, kidnapping Anses and converting him over to the dark side for a hefty, was that 19-point play? 17-point play.
A strong play. Let's leave it at that. Definitely a big swing. It was very even before. Now suddenly there's a 16-point gap between these players. But Tailbot has an incredibly strong hand still, so I think he won't be too pressured by this gap right now. Looking at the rest of his deck, he does have the Anna and the Adalia as gold cards to pull, possibly with the Amphibious Assault. He does have the Carrick Marine as well in hand as a Brown's target for the Adalia as well. That's definitely an option. But Selkirk comes in right away, gets the shield like we mentioned, basically just free damage and deals with the Ansace without even having to expend the shield. So still has that protection if he needs it. And the Heat Wave comes down. Selkirk is a target because of Varaxis possibly leading up later on, but Varaxis will still find targets with the Carrick Marines.
I think a Carrick Marine off of a Varaxis is a little bit less scary than a super boosted Selkirk. Although with that said, you know, Piebald's board at the moment not particularly tall, although could go tall if he generates enough money with things like the Sea Jackal. We see now Varaxis finally coming down, and let's go to the bank. Let's go and withdraw our money and see whether we've made smart investments in the stock market or whether the recession really is an issue. I don't know about that.
And these are the cards you would have hoped to see in round one. These poisons to get them out round one, find a great value in them in round one, and not have to, you know, play them in round three is less than ideal. I think 6 coins now in an 8-point gap with only 1 card left for Piebald. It's looking grim here with really no interactivity left to deal with anything that Varaxis or Carrick Marine want to do here, and still a shield charge left for Tailbot as well. So 2 more points to add on to that. It's going to be tough here. I think Amphibious Assault is just going to be a great card. We saw it played in round 2, but because of the Echo ability, can play it once again in round 3 and get quite a hefty amount of points from that card as well.
And it is just such a big card also because of the Carrick Marine in hand. It means you have that option of the Adalia, so you can just generate another Carrick Marine should you wish. Actually, I don't think it's the provisions are quite right, so actually going for the Royal Guard. I stand corrected. But I don't know, is that going to be enough?
It might not. There's now no punish for going tall if you're Piebald. There's no more duels that can be, because the Selkirk and the Ansace were dealt with, so you can now use your coins to boost up anything you want, and it's not really a problem of getting punished for it. There's no Bloody Baron, of course, played in round 1. Jacques comes down as a big finisher, a huge amount of points for Piebald, and we'll see if these Carrick Marines with the Varaxis support can do it. I'm not sure they can. It's going to be a lot of points here. The reset comes in. You have the Royal Guards as well, and the Shield Wall boost. Could it be a tie?
Is it a tie? I think it's a tie.
The Caster Curse comes in game 1 of the second series, and we see yet another tie. This is going to be a long day, Jacques. I hope you're ready. It was close, but I didn't hope it would be this close.
Panda.
But a tie in
I
game
totally
1.
blame you.
A great start to this series, and it just shows how evenly matched these players are. Tailbot and Piebald bringing it to the very end, and I wasn't sure which way it would go, but in the end it goes right down the middle, and it's a tie in game 1. We'll be seeing a repeat, of course, same decks, same coins, and same players. We can't switch them out just yet, and we'll be seeing the same game all over again.
Yeah, I blame you for that one completely, Panda. It turns out Amphibious Assault, not the shining beacon of hope in the Northern Realms army. Perhaps, you know, Piebald living in a landlocked state, for example, and so the amphibious route maybe not the best route. So what happens here, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and all you monsters watching at home? We replay the match with the same coin. So Tailbot will be on blue playing Shield Wall, Piebald will be on red playing his Syndicate. And I think Piebald is going to be kind of happy with that, just because of how bad his round 1 hand was. He's kind of getting the opportunity to, you know, redo things. It's like we're just doing a whole do-over here. Whereas I think Tailbot, because his list is such a threat list, and Piebald does have some control options, it might be a bit scary. So let's do it. We go again. Tailbot versus Piebald, game number 1.5.
And now what can Piebald hope for? I think he would like to see, like we mentioned, more of that poison synergy. He would like to maybe not get bled out of his passive flora in round 2, and that would have to obviously make it so he can win round 1 and have control over how the game goes and plays out in rounds 2 and round 3. So we'll see what changes here. I think Tailbot's going to have the same plan, just putting down his engines on the board, hoping they're not contested by Piebald, and just developing those free points every single round, every single turn in this round 1.
Yeah, I think this hand is more kind of what Piable hoped to see in terms of an opening hand. Like you said, he's got his poisons, he's got his diluted hound once again. He's got MK, although she can swiftly be answered with the boiling oil. Turns out going in boiling oil, not the best strategy. We also see a Karak City Guard on Tailbot's side, so he can use that to move MK. So he has a couple ways of dealing with her, plus the damage option for maybe something else there. So we'll have to see. I'm interested to see how this game pans out and what's going to happen differently. But that is not different.
That is the same. This is not a repeat. This is just how this deck works. You're going to play much of the same cards in round one and have much of the same game plan. But City Guards, like you mentioned, a card that is very versatile, more of a tech card, not always included in the Shield Wall lists, but it is included sometimes because there's almost always going to be in most of the big meta decks that one key unit that only works on one of the two rows. In this case, it will be MK that can be answered by just moving it instead of killing it or having to deal with it with something that maybe you're committing too much provisions into shutting it down. You just move it, and that's all you have to do. The points are still there, but the effect no longer works.
Yeah, she likes to move it as Tailbot, I would imagine, is going to establish a soldier pocket. It's almost as if we've seen this exact line of play about 15 minutes ago, maybe slightly longer than that. As we see the drummer playing his jaunty tune for the boat, Tailbot holding on to his tactical advantage because of the fear of poison, and Piable playing a dire mutated hound, although this time he does have the poison and he's opting to play that nice and early.
And this is what tells Tailbot, okay, he has a second one, because now we see it playing in the way you would play it if you had two poisons. You play it right away when you can, try and shut down his engines as soon as possible. The barricade effect is now removed from the hounds here, no more armor for them. You can pay for that effect to come back, but probably not worth it in most cases, especially considering we could see cards, like you mentioned, the Bloody Baron we saw in round one in the last game, or cards. Maybe Selkirk and Enteigned would be a bit too committal to play to deal with that in this round, but there are some tall punish cards in Tailbot's list.
So Piable swiftly poisoning the entire crew of the Karak frigate. The frigate sailed into a rock down to the depths, and the drummer, he only has two friends to play his jaunty tune now. Oh, I tell a lie, he has a new friend, the Trident Infantry.
And this new friend really does like this drummer because they work in complete synergy. It's not just a 1 point per turn engine, it's a 2 point per turn engine that can also deal damage to the opponent's board. In some cases, it's very important. In this case, probably not too much, because there isn't really a big engine threat or small units you want to ping. In this case, with just the random pings from the infantry. But the ransackers come down, and now I suppose it will be these players just trading some of their bronzes, trying to see who can commit less while getting away with maybe winning this round one.
And that Tridam infantry really disincentivizes considering replaying the armor on your dire mutated hound, right? You have that option to spend and put armor back on, but when there's random pings going everywhere, you know, I feel like whenever there's a random ping, it's going to hit one thing you don't want it to most of the time. That's how RNG works, in my opinion. So Piable going to have to decide, you know, what it is he wants to do about this. And Tailbot, he's still got that tactical advantage in pocket, but whether he's going to use it to protect something important, we'll have to wait and see. Oh,
Or
he's
just-
actually using it for his dumb banner.
Yeah, just to guarantee consistency in his draws later on, in his mulligans as well, especially. You definitely want to get rid of these cards like the Foglate, like the Dumb Banner, that are great in providing consistency, but you have to, you know, thin them out earlier. You might be in trouble with the mulligans later on, and it could be a game-losing mulligan. When we saw the last game, you know, it comes down to a draw to even points. Any small little mistake or you know, possibly unideal mulligan could end up losing you the game. So very important for both players. We just saw it here, the perfect example. The Flying Redanian comes out for Piable, and the Dun Banner comes out for Tailbot.
And you're also maintaining that best broship between the Tridam and the drummer, right? Because if you wanted to boost it using the drummer, you disable the Tridam from you know, stabbing people every turn. So just kind of pacing himself and taking his time with this. Radovid's Rogard being played on the back row, giving you the option to boost something by 2. And this is looking like a big point gap, 27 to 13. But don't forget the money in the bank. Piable with his 9 coins. Whether he wants to spend them or save them, we'll have to wait and see.
And nothing to really use those coins for, but of course, although it is open decklist, it definitely is an open hand, so Tailbot cannot look at Piable's hand. He doesn't know if he has a flip or not, and he has to, of course, respect the possibility of it happening and it being a huge swing and maybe just instantly winning Piable the round if Tailbot does end up passing. So he has to be very careful here, and Piable, a bit of an awkward hand. MK a bit late to play her now. If he would have found a Tsar this turn, I think would have loved to play it, because sure, Falibor is a great answer, but if you're just trading a Tsar for Falibor in round 1, I think you're happy if you're Piable. And if you don't answer, then you can play MK with that protection and have her guarantee some coins generation as well for Piable. So although the hand was better with the poisons, it was missing maybe the Azar this time around, and it does happen in Gwen. You never have the perfect hand. It's always close to perfect, but not quite as, exactly how you would have liked it.
And I think at this point, Pieball's maybe just trying to get one extra card out of Tailbot, right? So we saw the peaches and the 1 coin spend. And so if you go from 9 to 8 coins, you're not actually losing any carryover because it rounds down. So he's kind of saying, go on then, play another card. And seeing the Karak City Guard is actually, I think, quite happy for Pieball because it now means that he can play MK without worrying about her getting moved. And if, Tailbot wants to answer that, he's going to have to spend big.
Unideal, there is a Street Urchins already on the board, so he could play MK without really losing any coins. You could just make it so it's perfectly, just use up the extra coins on the Street Urchins and then get to max coins once again with MK, or even go under that, because once the pass comes in from Tailbot, there's going to be a second turn that MK can generate more coins and go back up to 9 or 8, like you mentioned, after the pass. So we'll see what it ends up going for. Still a big gap here, 17 points between these two players, and there is still the activated engine with the drummer and the infantry that cannot be punished with the current hand that Pieball has, and especially not at 10 points.
And the thing is, Pieball, if he does play the MK, he's also okay playing the Kalkstein, so he did have the option to kind of continue into this round. But I guess just deciding that he sees more value in holding on to these pieces for future rounds rather than really pushing here. I guess he feels like he's gotten enough out of Tailbot, or that he can't spend any more than what he's already spent.
Or that you just couldn't make up the gap. It was a 17-point gap, and there was 3 engines on the board still ticking that he couldn't really answer either. So at that point, if you overcommit and suddenly you don't do the math, and you don't have the points to actually win the round, you can just forfeit the game. So definitely didn't want to find himself in that situation. And we see a repeat. Tailbot this time has won round 1. He hasn't expended the Bloody Baron, so that's maybe a bit of a plus for him. And Pieball also, I think, much of the same, just using up a few bronzes, going up to maximum carryover basically. And a repeat of this first game. We'll see if once again Tailbot manages to bleed out this Passiflora.
I think it's a bit of a tricky hand in some ways for the bleed, if only because there's a lot of things you want to kind of save. And you don't really want to play a dry Karak Marine, for example. So then I suppose the opener here would be Amphibious Assault onto an engine. So if we see that, then, that means we're going for a bleed. But then what do you spend? After you've done that and you've maybe spent the Marine, what else do you really want to spend from this hand?
Well, because Amphibious Assault hasn't been played yet, hasn't been doomed, still has the Echo ability, I think there's obviously no downside to playing it, as long as you think your opponent's not going to catch up in 1 card. Because right now, Tailbot is at 6 cards, so anytime he plays a card here in round 2 and doesn't just dry pass, he is giving Pieball the chance to catch up in 1 card and get that extra card going into round 3 if Tailbot can't open up that gap. But I still think you do take this. You do have to try and just get the value out of the Amphibious Assault and maybe get out. Like you mentioned, the Passiflora is a big lead that Tailbot has to try and find here in round 2 if possible, but it is risky. I mean, bleeding in Gwent is always risky in round 2.
So we'll have to see with Pieball where he goes from here. He does have the MK that he can set up just for the money. If he wants to try and get ahead in 1 card, then he has maybe, I think he'd have to maybe use his leader, and so you don't really want to be doing that. So at this point, you maybe just play a card and see what it is that Tailbot plays, and I think MK is not a bad choice here just to get your engine going. So we see that happening, getting that money, generating it. It's going to give you 2 coins at least, and it's kind of saying, right, Tailbot, what do you want to do about my engine? Because technically these engines are both about 2 points per turn.
And the shield comes in as well. I mean, this shield is huge because now it's much harder to deal with if you are Tailbot. You can't just boiling oil it. There is no boiling oil in hand, so at least we know that, but Pieball of course does not. Just in case, he uses the fee there, pays 3 coins to get a shield. And now it's not as easy for Tailbot to answer this. The duels, of course, could work, but that would, it would be use a card maybe you want to save for round 3. And Falibor could also work if you use one of the lower damage pings to just take the shield off and then try and kill it in some other way.
Well, the duel doesn't really work here because the duel requires a turn setup, right? It doesn't have Zeal and you don't have siege support. You also don't have Ansei. So if you did play the Selkirk, then, Pieball's just going to kill it. So you don't actually have really any recourse here to deal with the MK. So Tailbot just opting kind of continue into the round and try and get a little bit more out. But there's the Selkirk.
And this is a risk, obviously. I mean, first of all, you're risking not finding Ansace next turn and not having really that shield synergy you want to have if you're just throwing away one of your dueling units this easily, because there are answers, of course, in hand. There could be just a heat wave, just straight up. Could be one of the answers that Pieball goes for here. He only has 3 coins, so maybe if you want to spend the Selkirk, this is the time to do it, when Philippa can't really answer it immediately. You have the leader ability as well, you're Piable, if you really want to commit that much to this round. You do get a card up, so it's kind of the same as keeping a card.
And like you said earlier, sometimes that leader ability can be kind of awkward with the shield. So we'll have to see how Piable opts to respond to the Selkirk. But I think you have to at this point. And there, so we saw the leader ability. We just talked about it. Leader ability comes out. Street Urchin comes down with the 3 profit plus the Flying Redanian. Actually, no, opting to just spend and get ahead.
I mean, you have to get ahead. At that point, if you use your leader ability, can maybe be, it's kind of equal to a card. You want to at least win up a card. Basically make Tailbot lose his card because you have expanded your leader ability to do so. If you expand leader ability and still don't get ahead, then Tailbot's obviously still he's very happy with that situation. You can just pass and go into a round 3 where you're on equal cards and his opponent doesn't have a leader ability.
And the spending strategy is actually perfect because of Imke. It would have meant that, if the pass had come through, she'd go back up to 9 coins. So you've actually planned your finances quite appropriately here. Tailbot, I think at this point you're at that point where you're like, well, if I'm going to lose a card, I may as well try and get as much out of my opponent as I can. So opting to play the Kerak there. But like you said, he is at a risk of running out of Viraxis targets, and that could have been a potential Viraxis target.
Yeah, the top decks and the mulligans might be very important going into round 3 if we even get there. I mean, we will get there, of course, but unless Tailbot 2-0s here, which I think would be unlikely, considering there's still cards like Passiflora in hand for Piable. But these 5-6 point gaps could seem very easy to make up with most decks, but with Syndicate, where it's a bit more kind of combo oriented, where you need to have certain setups, things like Philippa and coins, etc., it could be a bit awkward. Things like Kalkstein and Passiflora, they add points, but they need that extra few turns of setup to just get their full value. So, and Vivaldi Bank is kind of a risk. You don't know exactly what you're going to get, and you need to make up. You want to make sure you get above the points of Tailbot here to get his card back, and he's going to have to expend more coins on this Street Urchin.
And we see the Kalkstein being utilized there. 2 clicks plus the Redanian come flying out of the deck, staying ahead. Kalkstein, though, is one of the blind eyes. So, we talked about having Viraxis targets. We also want to talk about having blind eyes in order to trigger Passiflora. And I'm not sure, with Tailbot, I guess he's just kind of going in for it here, spending the Baron. He's got that reset on the Urchin, so there's a decent option there. And just trying to get more and more out of Piable.
And with the Shield Wall leader ability, you can also get that 6 points of bleed on the Street Urchin. So if you want to spend more money onto that Street Urchins, it's going to be lost in that sea of blood in the next few turns as well. So it's looking a bit awkward now for Piable. We'll have to see what he decides to expend here. And I think in the end, the same thing will happen. Passiflora will have to be played, and Tailbot will have the chance to pass because of the pressure he's putting in, using more committal options like Bloody Baron and this Frigate that has been unanswered for a few turns now.
There is money in the bank, though, and, Purify options available to deal with the bleeding. So, potentially you could just opt to play the Heat Wave and think, get the 8 points off the Baron. That closes the gap significantly, plus the Purify, plus the spend. There are ways that Piable can stay in this round without committing the Passiflora. And actually go for the Jacques.
That's an equally big committal here in round 2. So Tailbot, I think, still pretty happy with this bleed here. And because the leader ability was spent by Piable, it means that even if Tailbot is losing a card down, he does lose a chance to have Lassé, which could be important. But in terms of actual value, it's kind of the same thing, really. But at this point, because he almost guarantees he's going to lose this card, he's okay with just committing and trading cards. He's not scared of losing a card when his opponent's already used the leader ability.
But are you really happy going a card down in a bleed? And we saw the bleed executed perfectly in the Tide game, but I don't know if you're necessarily, I would say, happy here. And you're in a really awkward position with your draws. Like, Fallible is a decent card, 100%. But Viraxis is draw dependent. Whereas Piable, he's got his Passiflora, he potentially has a Blind Eyes in his bank, and he's got the Heat Wave. So
I was going to say,
I feel like hand to hand, Piable's hand looks better.
If Passiflora was played this turn, then I think the bleed could be considered at least a draw from Tailbot's perspective. Maybe not a win, but at least a draw. But with Passiflora being kept as well, yeah, it might look pretty tough here for Tailbot, especially considering that now he doesn't have Lassé either because of the card that was lost there. Even though leader ability was spent from Piable, Lassé does matter a bit in this matchup if you're hoping to get the maximum value from your duel and kind of punishing all those coins being dumped into something like a Sea Jackals or Street Urchins or Jacques that was played round 2. But yeah, I think at this point now, Piable is maybe quite favored going into this round 3. We'll see if it ends up in another draw, but I think it might be Payable's win here. We'll find out very soon.
And once again, no Adalia for Tailbot.
No Ansays
so you don't
either.
have that powerful play. No Ansays, exactly. There is no answers in this deck necessarily to Payable's strategy. So that's pretty sad. But then if we look at the blind eyes, is Soul a blind eye?
Soul is a Tide Cloak.
No, he's a Tide Cloak. So there's only one blind eye for the Passiflora if Vivaldi Bank does find the target that Payable wants. And no Philippa either.
Yeah, both players having a bit of an awkward hand. There is, no punish for tall units either. So this Sea Jackal can grow, and you can dump your coins into him and not really be punished if you're worried about that. And Carrick Marine or the Royal Guards having to be used with Varaxis as well is obviously less than ideal if you are Tailbot. You do have the John Natalis into the Echoed, or no, it was, I guess it was mulliganed away, the Amphibious Assault, I believe, to have the John Natalis tutor.
But that's not going to get you removal, right? So even if you do get through this Scarab, even if you crush the bug and kill it, it doesn't matter because Soul he's got so many turns to grow. You know, Baron is gone. Ansays is not about. He's off gallivanting with a lady, no doubt. And so, that rhymes. And so there's no recourse for Tailbot against these big targets. And then you have the Jackal that you can dump a load of money into. So even with a mediocre Passiflora, you know, maybe it's been closed due to COVID restrictions, for example. Even with only getting the one engine plus the second trigger, does it really matter?
And this is the case where maybe you think NR is the list that has these engines that if left unanswered could be very problematic, but now the tables have kind of flipped, where now it's this Passiflora, this Peaches, this Sol being the engines that are going to be left unanswered in this matchup, in this round 3, and that could be problematic over, it's not a very long round 3, but it's still a sizable amount of rounds, or turns rather, and Payable could get a big advantage because of that, and still 7 coins, so has the option to use the bank to, like you mentioned, get some activators for this Passiflora to get those next few chapters out. Well, the next chapter, like you mentioned.
Yeah, next chapter. I mean, I think, one chapter in this situation is enough, and stacking that Royal Guard is just also creating a decent Heatwave target. So it's just looking more and more disastrous for Tailbot. We see Soul finally come into the party, and I think Payable's realized at this point he can play his cards quite safely, as the bug was not squashed by Falibor. It means that there is probably not either a good way to squash the bug or not a good answer, and so he's just letting these engines run riot with the money in the bank. He's still got a flying Redanian as well, and this is just looking like a bitter game for Tailbot.
And Carrick Marine, you do have the Varaxis synergy, but again, you're playing into, like you mentioned, cards like the Heatwave, for example, and Philippa isn't in hand for Payable, but Tailbot has to respect the possibility of it being in hand. Obviously, you're going to mulligan and try and find your best cards in every game of Gwent, and Philippa is one of those cards in Syndicate, one of the reasons you play Syndicate. Extremely strong swing effect that can deal with engines and just get you a sizable amount of points, using up your coins in a very efficient manner as well. So this is maybe more what we were expecting to see from the Syndicate list against this Tailbot's and our list on Bluecoin as well. It's just, the matchup I think is looking quite favored now for Payable. He has a lot of answers, and Tailbot just didn't find the right draws.
And we have to bear in mind that Payable did know he was starting on Redcoin when he submitted his deck lists. He knew that was kind of where this was going. In terms of the matchup, so he's opted for these control lists, knowing that he's going to get 3 red coins, where control lists really do tend to shine. We see the Karathi Heatwave being utilized there to banish Varaxis into the Shadow Realm. He is no more 21 points to 13, 2 cards apiece, 7 coins to 2 shield walls, and finally Falibor comes and squashes the bug. The bug has been defeated, but Soul and Peaches remain.
And this Falibor being played first means that this John and Talis into Amphibious Assault is not going to look for any kind of engine, because you would have played it earlier if you were looking for that. More of just a point slam kind of card to get as many points as possible to finish out this round 3 for Tailbot. But even then, I mean, Payable has the Sea Jackals, has last say, so he's not going to be punished for just dumping all his remaining coins into that at the very end. And now we'll see what he can find with Vivaldi Bank. He has a lot of coins to go for the ideal target, probably an activator like you mentioned for the Passiflora. Although considering that the chapters were changed around and it's only getting you coins now, maybe that isn't ideal. You don't have a spender on the board. You have to play Sea Jackals first if you want to activate and get those 6 coins as well. And Payable's not sure what the last card is for Tailbot. He doesn't know if it's a Varaxis,
Yeah, here's where it gets spicy, right? Because if Payable's like, oh, maybe it's Ansays, then he doesn't really want to play this. If he expects a boiling oil, he's going to have to click that a little bit just to make it safe. because Natalis could get a Boiling Oil, but then I suppose the point gap isn't that big anyway.
Yeah, I think it's just...
And you can find a spender, right, with the Passiflora. So it looks like that's all she wrote. Tailbot using the Amphibious Assault to find some mediocre targets, but with the money in the bank, the spender, the soul, and the bank itself, I feel like Fireball is taking this series 1-0. We'll have to just wait and see what it is he picks and how big the difference might be.
Just going for points here, like I mentioned, not really much more to do there. He gets the shield, he gets all the points, 36 in the end, no more engines ticking for Tailbot. So just, you have to make up these points if you're Piable, and you have still a lot of coins to do it. You have the Passiflora chapter, you want to activate it as well and use up your coin. We'll see what he goes for with Vivaldi Bank. I think the best option is still Blind Ice to get those 6 coins. You just dump them all back into the Sea Jackal there. And there it is. Adriana comes out. The coins go up. The Sea Jackal goes up as well. And the points are going to be there for Piable to take this game 1 with the ship coming out as well. A 7-point lead for Piable. And game 1, which is really game 2, but the first win for Piable after that first draw in this series.
He didn't even need to spend at the end. He just kept his money in the bank, brought the Flying Redanian out just to rub a little bit of salt in the wounds. You know, you may have boats, but my boats are better, says Piable, as he does take that first series. And I think that kind of goes to show the matchup a little bit and goes to show the effect that a good bleed can have and the effect that a good hand can have, right? Because in the first round, we saw Piable had a poor hand and Tailbot had a good bleed. Whereas in this round, Piable had a good hand and Tailbot had a bad bleed, and the point difference was astronomical. Some might even say piabolical as we go into the second game of this set.
Not just that, but just the synergy between certain cards like Viraxis and the dueling cards. Once that Selkirk was played in round 2, I said, wait a minute, you don't have an Ansace in hand, you don't have the guarantee, and sometimes in Gwent, you know, this is a game that has variance and has RNG, and if you mulligan and don't find that Ansace and you miss out on the chance to, I mean, you're playing Shield Wall for a reason, to give these dueling units a shield and to get free points for everyone, basically, because you can duel any of the big units and also punish things like the Soul that we saw and the Sea Jackal that we saw as well. And yeah, because of the leader ability played in round 2, Piable was able to guarantee he was going to be card up as well, which means he had last say in round 3. And he can just shut down the entire game plan from Tailbot. And obviously not finding Ansace or a great synergy for Viraxis helped as well, because you have the synergy with the Marine instead. You're buffing up units that are going to get heat waved anyway. And in the end, I think everything went wrong for Tailbot in this second game.
It's the risk that he took with the bleed, though. You know, he played the Selkirk, kind of saying, even though he knew that blood money was a thing, kind of saying, you know, I've got to try and get this out of you. I've got to try and get this Passiflora. But in the end, spending all of his answers and then finding no Ansace means that he didn't have answers of his own. So I think maybe if that bleed had gone a bit differently, then round 3 may have gone better for Tailbot. I don't know if he necessarily would have won it, but it wouldn't have been quite as disastrous as we did see. But we do move on to game number 2. So this time Piable will be going first, Tailbot will be going second. Piable opting to play his Northern Realms versus Tailbot's Keltulis. Kelly from the block here to ruin everyone's days and cause them to discard cards.
And now the games really begin now that Keltulis enters the battle. Things are going to get crazy because this is a card that just shifts the way the game is played because of its very, very strong ability if it cannot be answered. Although there are cards in this list from Piable, it has a lot of, you know, a big control package with cards like Heatwave, Curse of Corruption, Becker's Rockslide to deal with these big targets. And this is part of why Piable brought this lineup. All his lists have a lot of control that can deal with these very threatening engines or just threats in general, like Keltulis, like Siri Dash, for example.
Whereas if you look at Tailbot's hand, he does have the Keltulis, he has the Beast, but there is an awful lot of bronze going on in there. And I see 2 Foglets.
Tailbot not being blessed by the RNG gods. First, he maybe misses out on some key cards in that last game we saw where he lost with his Shield Wall list, and now, you know, it's the ideal proactive play. You play out the Foglet, you're able to consume it after that in most cases with something like a Endrega Warrior, but in this case just does not find, has both Foglets in hand, so he cannot play in this round 1.
And Piable, his round 1 hand, it does have the kind of slow NR plays that you maybe like to see, you know, with things like the Archer, the Royal Guards, the Ballistas and stuff, but you don't have, and this is a risk with this list, you don't necessarily have your
Revenants,
although you can find one, I believe, with Amphibious Assault.
Yeah, that's always going to be an option. It's why Amphibious Assault is such an important card once it was introduced to the game. A lot of the Echo cards I've seen a ton of play, but Amphibious Assault especially. I have not seen another Realms list that is not running this card since it got introduced to the game. It just works so well with the, bronze reliant game plan that a lot of these lists have, where you want to have your bronzes, you want to have them, if their engines buffed up, why not make them even more, give them more survivability on the board as well. And right away, it looks like we are seeing that card being played here with the Echo effect, or it is going to be a Neuromancy into the Philippa instead. So bye-bye Yigern.
Yeah, that is one way to kill a bug, is with Philippa. And Philippa, the inclusion of her is just goes to show the kind of control strategy that Pieball is running. Have that extra damage and have it guaranteed when there's one card on the board means that you can do things like this. And this is almost like the perfect round one hand in some ways for Pieball, because he has a lot of bronze, right? But they're all damage bronze, so then he can use that bronze in order to try and set up his Revenant if he decides to go down that route. And he can find it, like we said, with the Amphibious Assault. And Dry and Drega Warrior.
This already, rings some fire bells here for Pieball, because he knows something is wrong with Tailbot's hand. If this is the card being played without the Foglets coming in before, it's the key play. You play the Foglet first, and then you play the Drega Warrior. Tailbot, of course, a very accomplished and very high IQ player. Definitely not just making a mistake here. He just does not have that Foglet synergy because they're both in his hand and not only one, which is what he would like to have.
He does, however, have the option with the squirrel to go and eat up the Neuromancy and remove it from the graveyard and thus deny the Echo effect. So there is value in Tailbot's hand, but perhaps waiting to see the Amphibious Assault. Maybe that's what he wants to see, or just to see what Pieball does. I'm not sure Tailbot will commit too many more cards into this round, especially the longer it goes.
Especially considering that Pieball is now developing his engines as well. He's used his tactical advantage. And this is what you normally do when you are trying to force a pass or maybe just commit to maybe saying, okay, I'm going to win this round, I'm going to use my tactical advantage now. It kind of is a sign that maybe you're looking to find that pass as early as possible. The Royal Guard goes up to 9. There is a Heat Wave to punish, of course, but there are going to be more important units, I think, for that Heat Wave to deal with. And the Archer has now been activated, has that barricade effect, and every single turn you'll get more and more pings to just deal damage as he pleases.
And Pieball can just afford to be quite slow here. He has the cards in his hand that are slow plays. He doesn't need to commit into this hand. With the Mauler, with the Ballista, he can kind of just, whittle down the Dry and Drega, take his time and be like, come on, Tailbot, play something. Like, he's kind of, like poking him with a stick, like, do something. Come on, Tailbot, do something. But Tailbot doesn't have anything he can do.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Tailbot does not have much to do here. He's trying to maybe bait out some more committal plays from Pieball. Pieball, of course, knows very well what he's trying to do. I think this is a deck, Caltullus, that has that one big explosive round where you can really go off and get all these powerful effects. If they're left unanswered, you can just win the game outright. But outside of that, it doesn't have much of a bronze synergy, let's say, outside of maybe the Foglet and the Drega Warrior. And even that, he managed to kind of mess up in this round one. So there's a pass from Tailbot, giving control of this game now to Pieball. And Pieball needs his control because this is a list, the one he's playing against, that he really has to know how to navigate, because if he goes into a long round where he doesn't have the right answers for these key units like the Caltullus and the Siri Dash, he can end up being in a lot of trouble because his list does go very wide. It has Revenants, and that's exactly what Caltullus wants to feed on.
Yeah, interestingly though, opting not to play the Squirrel when you had the guaranteed Neuromancy. I suppose valuing the Squirrel more onto an Amphibious Assault in this situation.
And he hasn't seen the Amphibious Assault yet, so you're pretty sure it's going to come down eventually. And Mobilization is not running something like a John Natalis, so maybe a little bit less of a chance to tutor the card out, but you're still expecting to see it and for your opponent to mulligan for it in this round 2.
It is quite low tempo though, if you do opt to kind of save it. And at the moment, Pieball does have the option. He could, play 3 cards and pass, carry the Amphibious Assault, carry the Neuromancy, and then the Squirrel is a dead card. So I'm just interested that it wasn't played in round 1 on the Neuromancy. I think Tailbot could have opted to maybe play one more card there before the pass, and then if Pieball had passed, could have gotten ahead because the point gap wasn't that big at that stage. But who knows?
And there is the Foglet. Now that the brother Foglet has been thrown back into the deck, it is actually activated. And although there is not an Drega Warrior, there is a Barget there to consume it and to activate that little bit of thinning consistency and quite a few points as well from that synergy. Also, we see the double engines from both players with the Phantom coming in from Tailbot and Eggman coming in for Pieball. I think it's a card. These are cards, that kind of subset of cards that were played quite a bit when they came out. And then because of Stunning Blow and Skelliga being so dominant, they were kind of phased out. But now that Stunning Blow has been nerfed, I think they're back in action and we're going to be seeing them in many of the decks in this tournament.
And Pieball needs to decide how it is he wants to deal with Kiltulis. Often, against these monsters lists, you do see a bleed, because, you know, if you can get your opponent to play a card in a round you don't intend to win, then that is a way of dealing with it. But you have to be careful, obviously, about losing your card advantage. At this stage, though, Pieball, he's only down to 7 cards now, so he still has the opportunity to pass, whether he's ahead or not. And we'll have to see what Tailbot opts to do. Actually opted to get that Foglet Brother thinned out of the deck, consuming, I guess, the twins, and here comes the quadruplets, the other pair out there, putting Tailbot 12 points ahead. Well, not 12 points ahead, 12 points to 9 ahead.
And there's a pass from Pieball at 7 cards, kind of, if you're not expecting to bleed and you're scared of maybe losing a card against your opponent's deck, you want to pass on 7, you drop back up to 10, and you have no chance of losing any cards, basically. But at this point, I think Pieball is saying, I'm confident I have the answers I need to deal with the game plan that Tailbot's going to present to me, because this is a long round 3. And of course, there's going to be a lot of engine synergy for NR. Most NR lists do have it. In this case, we'll be seeing things like the Archers and the Revenants. But he has to have a way to shut down cards like Siri Dash and Kiltulis.
Some of these draws for Tailbot, though, just a little bit painful. And this is the risk with that Kiltulis list, right? This is a very top-heavy list. There are a lot of high provision cards in the list. You've got Aniromancy, Kiltulis, Heatwave, Ighern, Siri Dash. They're all 10 provisions or above. And what that means is your bottom end means you have a lot of 4 and 5 provision cost cards. So your draws can be, you know, quite uncomfortable, really.
And the Aniromancy will probably be used on something like the Kiltulis, maybe, because it does not care about the, you know, the point value of the card. It's just going to delete it from the game. The scroll comes in, I assume on, actually no, there was no Amphibious Assault or Aniromancy play. They were both in hand, so could not find those targets, at least in the graveyard. And we'll see what answers now Pieball has for things like the Cave Troll, for example.
I think he has a fair...
Curse of Corruption could do it, maybe, if it's played, if
yeah.
you know, Tailbot doesn't play around that too much.
Yeah, he's got the backers as well. Plus, he has options for damage, so he can do it in a couple turns. You know, if he sets up, say, a Ballista on the board with the 2 damage in pocket, then there are kind of ways of dealing with things. And we see the Adalia here being utilized in order to set up a Revenant with shield to try and get that synergy going and start developing the little dead guys, the swarm of little dead guys for pinging off the ones. You also have the bonus of when you play a soldier, Ronvid is going to come back. Ronvid is in fact a 1, and he will be sacrificed to the gods in order to spawn little dead things.
And this is the game plan now for Tailbot, playing as few units as possible and boosting them up with spells that normally would not be ideal because of just the point value isn't there and you're playing too far into tall removal. But in how this deck works, you really want to put all your points into as few units as possible. And it can't really be punished too much just yet for Pieball. He's not going to use something like a Heatwave or a Curse of Corruption on a Squirrel, no matter how big it is. It's probably not going to be worth it because there are scarier units in this deck, like the Kiltulis, like the Siri Dash.
The thing is, Pieball had to be a little bit careful there, because if the squirrel's too big, then the Curse of Corruption isn't going to naturally hit the right target. And talking about big squirrels, at the moment it's a 50-50, right?
Well, the Revenant could ping. I think you have to at this point. I mean, this is an important enough card to deal with that you have to ping this squirrel, even though you're not going to get another Revenant from it. You kind of lose that 1 Revenant order ability. But I think the point, like you mentioned, having that set up early on and playing as Adalia first is to be able to do, you know, have more versatility in the answers you have in situations like this one.
Yeah, this Revenant, he's kind of like a bonus Revenant. Like, you know, he wasn't an intended Revenant. He's kind of like an accidental Revenant. But I'm sure his parents still love him. But what it means is you can utilize that 1 damage here without necessarily completely ruining your game plan. And taking a 50-50 on the Curse of Corruption doesn't feel so good. You do also have the Aniromancy onto something like a Heatwave, but when you have a guaranteed Curse of Corruption, I'm thinking like that might be the safer choice.
Yeah, I think you want the Heatwave to have guaranteed, you know, no situation could stop this from happening once you take on the defender on the Kiltulis. At this point that you have, he goes for the, I think it's just fine as well, but you have to be careful with falling behind if your opponent starts playing a lot of threats in a row. You can deal with the defender first, but then that's 1 turn that the second threat is not dealt with, etc. So we'll see. I mean, if Kiltulis is played now, unless Carapace is used on the Cave Troll and you kind of throw away those points, then you can just Curse of Corruption and kill the Kiltulis instead. So the sequencing here is a bit tricky. We'll see what Tailbot goes for here.
And also, the longer you wait, I was about to say, the longer you wait, the fewer points you're going to get on your Beastie Boy. And you actually see the carapace and the veil being used on the squirrel to make the squirrel the biggest boy at the birthday party, and bringing that up to 9, and just making Pieball's game plan a little bit awkward.
You thought this was a Keltulis deck. It was a squirrel deck all along. This is Protect the Squirrel meta. It's a new tournament meta here. The name of the game has changed. The squirrel is now the MVP, the most important unit here, but the Cave Soul does finally go down. The second Revenant is spawned as well, so very clean removal there with the Becker's Rock Slide. And the Ballista orders.
I know, the Ballista into the Rock Slide, into the Revenant, spawning a Revenant. Oh, that's the Gwent action I like to see. But we do now understand why Tailbot kept the Squirrel in round 1. You know, and I was like, why didn't he play the Squirrel? It's because Squirrel is our new Overlord. And Pieball, eventually, you know, you're running Revenants, you are going to get to the point where Keltulis can come down. But with all of your units being a 3, you got to be pretty unlucky if Keltulis kills your one Order unit. We'll see.
And great play from Pieball there, being able to still save both the Curse of Corruption and the Heatwave that are kind of the extra premium removal options, whereas Becker's Rock Slide is great, of course, but it has its limitations, obviously. It's 8 damage and that's all there is to it, whereas Heatwave and Curse of Corruption don't have those asterisks next to them. It's just, if it's the biggest unit or any unit with Heatwave, you can just remove it no matter what.
And there's absolutely no point here, as Tailbot knows, in boosting that Keltulis, because you know Neuromancy's in Pieball's hand, you know he runs Heatwave, you know that if you make it bigger, it's just going to be made smaller. Unfortunately, Tailbot losing the dice roll there and hitting the shielded Revenant and actually making more space on the back row for Revenant to reproduce.
That being said, there's big units being played from Tailbot. He's not going to be playing any small units, so it makes this Revenant matchup a bit more awkward. You don't have those easy targets to just constantly ping out and keep spawning new Revenants every turn. It requires a bit more setup from the side of Pieball.
Yeah, that's true. Tailbot, though, he does have to find his opportunity to play Siri with the correct number of turns available. So that's the other thing for Pieball. Like, he knows that eventually Siri is going to come down, and it should be at this point. Keltulis just kind of chilling there, got a couple 10s. Curse of Corruption and Heatwave should be able to deal with both of them quite succinctly. But beyond that, like you said, there aren't very many small units for the Kidwenis to do their thing. And if you play, the thing is, if you play a soldier, then you're going to get another unit, right? You play your soldier, you're also going to get your soldier's friend. So that's not really what you want to do either, the Ronvid.
I think at this point, you have to be thinking, you know, do I want to ping this beast and let this beast essentially just live for the rest of this round? Or do I want to kill this Keltulis? Now's the chance to do it and guarantee it with Curse of Corruption, where it would be a 10. Siri Dash is a problem, but the beast, if left untouched, because there are usually cards in the deck for Tailbot that can just boost everything, he goes for the 50-50 and he kills the beast instead. So now this Keltulis can get one more free kill here. It could hit the Revenant in the back.
But it only gets a free kill if Tailbot doesn't play a unit. And, you know, he needs to play Siri Dash here. Otherwise, Siri Dash is going to run out of time.
Yeah, that's true. And I think this is Pieball, something that he definitely has in mind. He definitely obviously knows this matchup inside and out. Keltulis is a deck that people were expecting to see in this tournament, at least definitely the players that are preparing for it. And he knows exactly what to play around and when. And Siri Dash is a situational card that has to be played, obviously before it's too late. And this is the point where it would be too late if he were to wait more. And Pieball, you might think this is just dumb luck, but these players are the best players in the world. They know exactly, you know, the timings for every single card and every single situation. And he definitely knew that even though he lost a 50-50 there, he would not be punished because a Siri Dash, if it was in hand, would have to come down from Tailbot. And if it wasn't in hand, then maybe that's enough to just win the game outright.
And this Keltulis is actually a little bit awkward for Tailbot because he doesn't really have the special cards he necessarily wants to play it. There's also, you know, Pieball's board state with 3 3s isn't exactly the board state that you're looking for in order to play your Heatwave either. So Dash finally down, Keltulis on the board at Pieball. You need to make a choice here, my friend, as to which of the threats you care about more. You know, do you care about the card draw or do you care more about the dragon destroying your units? And it's a big point gap, right? 24-9.
It is, yeah. I mean, these units are big, and so even if it's only 3 units, they're going to be a big point gap if they're not answered. And at this point, it is quite tough because Tailbot still has 2 charges on his leader ability. Once the Heatwave comes out, because we've already seen Curse of Corruption and Becker's Rock Slide, that's kind of all the harder move that there is in this deck for punishing tall units, really. So at that point, Siri Dash has a chance to just go all in and it can get buffed up and saved from other kind of removals like boiling oil, for example. But if there was a boiling oil in hand, it would have been played and probably answered the Siri dash already.
So we'll have to see what what Tailbot opts to do here. Pireball playing the second Revenant, getting that, I guess, extra 1 damage as well. A little bit more flexibility in terms of maybe trying to, for example, kill the Siri. I think he's maybe trying to entice Tailbot into putting some boosts onto the Siri before he plays the Heat Wave.
At this point, it has the exact setup to play Egmont with the both pings from the Revenants if they're not answered, to kill Siri dash if she's not boosted. So again, these players, they have every single parameter in check in their mind, and they know exactly what they're playing into and playing against, making these very calculated plays.
I need to be careful about saying the word Siri around my phone. It got a little bit excited there. So finally, we see the Aperian Phantom, or Steve, I like to call him, coming down onto the board. But that is a late engine, right? He generates points per turn. He gets 1 point bigger every turn. But that is very, very late to the party. And it's blocking the Keltulis interaction. So you're not even getting the value from Keltulis that you really want to be seeing.
And this just makes it so awkward for Piable in a way, because if he kills the Siri dash, then he has unit superiority, so the Keltulis gets some value. If he kills Keltulis, then they'll be buffed from Tailbot later on. So it's a constant game of, what are you going to do? I'm going to answer to you. I have responses if you're Tailbot, but maybe Piable's okay with losing one of these Revenants or losing one of these 3-cost units for 1 turn and being able to deal with the Siri dash right now, because he can do it.
You have to consider what Tailbot is going to draw into. That's the other thing, right? Is the draw in the last say going to be worth more than the potential damage from Keltulis, especially when you're running a mobilization list like this?
Yeah, there's the Eggman. Of course, you get the free Revenant now from one of these two spawning another one, so you're really not losing much if you are, Piable to this Keltulis, and the next turn, Keltulis will probably be answered by something like a Heat Wave, because at this point, obviously, it's the moment where suddenly Piable has hit the green button and he has the crazy unit superiority. He's been waiting until this moment to not give too much value to this Keltulis, but at this point, it's unavoidable. And he's still 5 points behind, so is it going to be enough even?
We talked about Ronvid coming out, but actually I think that's what the Squirrel opted to banish, and that's why Tailbot held onto the Squirrel for so long, just to deny those trigger buffs. I think he realized that he's like, I can't get too many. If I let too many triggers come out of these Revenants, then that's kind of how I'm going to lose the game, so opting to do it that way. But Siri dash been dealt with without using Heat Wave. Heat Wave still in pocket to remove the threat, but there's not very many small units, like you say.
At this point, I mean, this is an enormous gap. If you're Tailbot, you're up 23 points. Sure, you can answer the Keltulis, but then how do you make up all the other points? You still do have leader ability. And yeah, you have to answer the Osril instead and just lose out on these Revenants. And I talked about it before as well. This is a deck that you're playing against that plays so tall that these Revenants don't get the value they usually would get. The Heat Wave also not ideal for Tailbot, but you're still 12 points up. I think it might be enough with these Revenants being tanking the hits from the Keltulis. Ooh, it's a big gap though, I'm not sure.
That is a huge gap. I mean, you have the mobilization, you have the amphibious assault, but the target's not looking quite as juicy as you would have liked them to be. 12 points there to 21 plus.
Yeah, it's not enough.
A second Revenant, not enough. 28 points to 31, and Tailbot managing to find the win there with his Keltulis list, making this a series 1 point apiece to our 2 players.
And Keltulis showing why it's such a complicated list. I think Piable is a great player, and he was obviously taking into account every single interaction that could possibly be a mistake in him in that last round 3, and so much thought to be put into what cards to play and when, because the sequencing was so important. But even with what looked like great sequencing and being able to answer all of your opponent's threats in one way or another, it was just not enough, because you're playing so much into his game plan and playing around certain cards in a certain way that you just don't have your own points on your board. You couldn't develop your Revenants or your Archers or your Engines if you're an NR list, and yeah, it was problematic, and he lost that game 2, or game 3 rather.
And it's one of those lists where you might have thought, Revenants could be okay because they can kind of just replace themselves and you're feeding into the strategy. But actually, a lot of players find that the Keltulis list does quite well against the Revenants list. So, well played by Tailbot. And we saw the way that he kind of manipulated the board to disallow, Revenant value, just keeping his units really, really tall. And maybe you could have argued that Piable should have gone for a little bit of a bleed there just to try and get rid of some of the value in Tailbot's hand. Because as a result, he ended up with a lot of low value cards. Those Revenants really had no impact on that game.
And at that point, he was kind of playing his opponent's game plan, answering to Tailbot's threats and not developing his own game plan, his own Revenant synergy, etc. And maybe that's what cost him as well. But again, I don't think necessarily Payable misplaying in any way. It's more just Kautilus being a very hard deck to play against if you don't have the cleanest answers. And we saw Tailbot as well, one of the best players in the world for a reason, being able to manipulate the point values with the Beast and the Kautilus and when to play certain cards to make sure that there's no clean answer with Curse of Corruption, etc. And yeah, I think just a fantastic min-max game from both players that Tailbot in the end was able to win by a few points.
It was an absolute nail biter, but that does mean that we are 1 point apiece. So Payable still has Mobilization and Precision Strike, whereas Tailbot, I believe, has Shield Wall and Congregate left. So we'll have to see how Shield Wall and Congregate can face up against Payable's lists. So go into Game 3, Payable once again on red, and if you're on red, you bring Precision Strike. Tailbot trying again with Shield Wall on blue.
I think we learned Skelliga being red coin. We learned that lesson in Gwent Open number 4, where it was the case for all our predictions in every match we casted. That was the way it was. That was the cleanest prediction to have in terms of the coins and what decks were being brought. So Payable bringing Precision Strike, not too surprising. His other red coin list would be Syndicate, but he does already have the win on that in that second or first game of this series. So Precision Strike does not surprise me on red coin, a very reactive deck that also has a lot of carryover plays in round 1 with the Circle of Life that was just drawn there and the Agitator as well to buff up the Sheldon Skaggs and have that carryover value for later rounds.
And Payable looking pretty happy with himself. He's having a wee giggle to himself. This is actually a pretty stacked opening hand. You got a couple Circle of Lives, you've got Sheldon Skaggs, you've got an Agitator, you can find All God with an Neuromancy. Like, this is the kind of hand that you do want to see in round 1, and I'm not surprised he's feeling quite happy with the current state of things. With that said, the Kerak, she is a 4, which is not a 3, so you don't have that choice as to where to put your buffs, unless you play an Agitator, in which case you put your buffs on a Dwarf, and the only Dwarf at the party at the moment is Sheldon, so he's getting boosted up there by 2, which means that when he's played, he'll be able to deal 2 damage, and that's obviously why you put your buffs on him, because the higher he's boosted, the more damage he will deal.
Not just happy with the hand, but happy with the matchup as well. I mean, right away, looking at the leader abilities, you see kind of the perfect counter, right? Shield Wall gives a shield to a unit, and Precision Strike takes that shield away with always accessible 1 damage pings. So yeah, very, I think, a favorable matchup for Payable. We'll see how he navigates it. But right away, the Dumb Banner synergy comes out. Because the infantry is in hand and you already used your tactical advantage, if you are Tailbot, you want to get that Dumb Banner first and then put the infantry in that slot so he's able to get the buffs for the remainder of the round.
But I just realized if you're Payable, you didn't even need the Death Blow in your Circle of Lives, right? Because it only boosts Scoia'tael units, and Jerry Professional, as I believe McBeard likes to call him, Geralt Professional, is a neutral. So all of the boosts guaranteed to go on Sheldon there, regardless of the outcome of the damage. So Payable, this is exactly how you want to play round 1, right? You don't care. You've got, because you're on red coin, if he's at 22 and you're at 2, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You've put, 6 points of boost there onto the Sheldon. You don't really care at this stage.
There's the answer to one of the engines to be able to at least pretend you're fighting for this round for a little bit longer, even though we all know, when you play an Agitator in Circle of Life, you're really not fighting for round 1 most of the time. You're just playing for carryover, and we see the reason for that carryover. Sheldon Skaggs already sitting at 12 points, going to be a great point slam and also a great control tool later on to answer some of these engines if they are left unshielded. And even shielded, you have the Precision Strike pings to take that shield away and then kill with Sheldon Skaggs.
It also establishes your Forest Protector, right, using the Rebuke there. And that was a sad Boiling Oil. That Agitator, 2 points. Usually that plays for 5. And Tailbot is running out of options. But Payable, I think he's fine. He's played effectively, 1 unit? He played a...
He wasn't trying to fool anyone. He was clearly playing for the carryover. Now that he's accomplished that, the gap is too big to pretend you're even fighting for this round, because the moment you play into that, the next card, maybe Tailbot says, okay, I'm going to pass here because it's too many points and you can't make it up. And now Tailbot has full control over the or how this game will plan out in terms of the rounds and how long each round will be. And we'll see if Payable now has, all the answers he needs to answer all of these engine threats from this NR list, like Anna, and of course like the dueling synergies with Ansace and Selkirk. They're both in hand actually, so Tailbot now quite a bit happier. He has his full gold hand basically, and really all the cards he wants to be seeing.
Yeah, Tailbot, his hand is looking pretty stacked. He does, though, have 8 cards, so he has the option to play, 1 card here, should he wish. and just kind of draw into more cards. And typically you like drawing into more cards because it means you get to see more of your deck, right? So although you would get an extra mulligan, mulligans are done blind, whereas if you get an extra draw, then you can see what the card is and it gives you more choice in the way that you play your mulligans. With that said, do you really want to play much into this hand? And then on the flip side, how worried are you about a long round against Precision Strike?
With a card like Shiru in the deck for Playable, I think you have to be a little bit worried because Shiru, of course, can do some very crazy things in a long round, even though you can offset a lot of the unit values with things like the Drummer, like the Anna, just like the Shield Wall ability itself. It is still risky going into a very, developing a very big board state where all of a sudden a Shiru can eliminate, with the right pings and damage capabilities from Playable's list, eliminate a big part of your board and also a lot of engines in one go.
And we talked about the Precision Strike being used to remove a shield. We see that exactly there with the Adalia shield. And then the Forest Protector, we talked about the Rebuke being in Graveyard to enable that. So Pliable now at 7 points to Tailbot's 3. Tailbot, this is where you decide if you want to play or you want to pass. Like the Adalia was a big spend because you could have just played a Dry Frigate. But on the flip side, now your opponent is kind of answering. And you got to be careful about losing that card.
Yeah, this is Pliable, putting his foot down. Tailbot wants to bleed. He's like, no. Here's my big tempo commitment and leader ability commitment to just stop any value from your engine right away before it can get out of hand in the next few turns, and just right away say, okay, you're a card down, or you're an even card rather. If you play a card, you're a card down and you're 4 points down right now. Do you really want to continue playing into this round? You're already fighting and kind of fighting an uphill battle if you are Tailbot to not lose your card. And we'll see if Pliable's strategy will dissuade Tailbot from continuing, or if Tailbot, at the end he says, okay, all right, sir, very well, let's move on to round 3.
Pliable does have to be a little bit cautious here, though. The thing that he needs to be cautious about is he hasn't thinned, right? So he's got his Sentinels, which obviously you don't want to thin, but he's also got his Mahakam Volunteers. So he has a lot of bricks in the list. Like he's boosted a bunch of cards, he's got some good cards in the list. And a Neuromancy there is fine because he's going to draw into it on the next round. But the other 2 draws, he needs to be very, very careful here about his mulligans as to whether, he finds the cards that he wants or whether he can risk drawing into a brick.
We'll see what his options are here, and of course, like you said, how much you can risk. We talked about these games being so close. We saw, a draw, a 1 game, or I think it was a pretty big lead actually in game 2, and then a 3-point in game 3. So the moment you mulligan into a brick, and all of a sudden it's a card that basically gives you 0 points, you might just lose the game because of that. So I think Pliable has to be, like you mentioned, very safe because he has so many chances at finding a brick like a Sentinel or a Volunteer. He has to not take any risks and just agree to maybe keep a less than stellar hand going into round 3.
And I think here you're okay with keeping one of the Volunteers in hand, right? Because you have those other dwarfs in deck, you have the Pyrotech, for example. You can always just play 1 Volunteer from hand on the row with the dwarf. Or it doesn't have to be on the row with the dwarf, but when you have a dwarf on the board, now he has 2, and just thin it that way rather than taking the risk and maybe throwing the game. Because sometimes you can be greedy with your mulligans. If you feel like you can win without taking the risk, then you shouldn't take the risk. And Pliable clearly thinks that he can win with this hand.
And we'll see how Tailbot decides to develop his engines and what he decides to use to protect them, because there are going to be answers in the form of the Heatwave, of the Gyro Professional, of the Sheldon Skags. Some of these answers are answers that do not care if you have a shield or any kind of protection. Other ones, like Sheldon Skags, like Rock Slide, do care. So there's a bit of both from Pliable to have different answers for different developments from Tailbot. And we'll see how Tailbot decides to navigate to dodge some of these answers, to play as effectively as possible and keep his engines on the board.
And bear in mind, Tailbot does have Baron, and he can activate Baron twice potentially with Viraxis. And Baron is a great option for cards like Gord and for cards like Sheldon. There's a lot of things that you do like to reset here. So Tailbot, he needs to decide what it is he wants to do with Viraxis. With that said, Pliable has control for days. And I'm wondering how many points is his Shiru? Did he boost the Shiru with the old god?
I can check for you once this Neuromancy's played. Actually, yeah, he'll check for us. It is still at 3 points. The boost came into the Sentinels and the Volunteer, it looks like. And the Rebuke comes down to just, again, this engine was maybe a testing, just, the Frigate, go out there, see what happens. And the Frigate has now been sunk by Pliable. So the Rebuke comes in, kills that Frigate, and that's 1 answer for 1 engine. And this is a game that's going to continue for the rest of this round. There'll be an engine developed or a threat like the Anna, like the dueling units developed from Tailbot, and an answer in response from Pliable. That's how it works with these kind of lineups and these kind of deck lists, where it's a threat lineup that Tailbot has brought towards a control lineup from Pliable. Looking at the cards he missed, we also have, just the Shiro and the Gore, so not too much was missed, and our Neuromancy can find one of these.
Yeah, and I think in terms of the mulligans, they weren't great options. You had like Agitator and Pello, which aren't really cards you want to see. The thing is, Tailbot has to be a little bit nervous here because he hasn't seen where the boosts have gone, right? He doesn't know where they are in terms of the circle of life and that. So they could be on Shiru. So you're kind of playing around a Shiru at 3, but also a Shiru at 5, and also a Shiru potentially at 7. That's scary. I think that's a scary situation to be in.
And Shiru, even if Gord is the answer here, which I think it won't be with Bloody Baron being a thing, it might not be the best answer. But right away, Ghetto Professional comes down. Maybe Anseis isn't the most important target now that the dual order ability has come out, but with Veraxis being able to give that order ability back, and with Anseis still having the shield on her, not having to expend a second shield ability, leader ability, it is still a big threat. So this is kind of a proactive removal from the Ghetto Professional. He comes in, it's only a 6-point unit, but because NR doesn't usually play too tall, it's just a fine trade for Piable, I think.
Yeah, so Tailbot just playing a bit slow here, getting the Rod of Israel Guard on the back row with the formation effect to get the boost. Piable, I think he's probably going to answer kind of slowly as well, maybe with the Pyrotech. Playing the Pyrotech before you play Tempering is quite nice because you can then give it the armor so that when it damages itself, you're losing out even less because of the benefit of the Tempering onto the Dwarf. So that is always an option for him. He could also potentially, if he really doesn't like this boost on the Royal Guard, go full leader. Although I'm wondering if that's a wee bit overkill.
I think it might be. I think especially when you still have 2 leader ability shields from Tailbot that could come in, you have to maybe use those pings from your own leader ability to deal with those shields in an easy way. So things like Sheldon Skaggs can come through and deal effective damage to some of the key targets here. Well, maybe you were right, Jaggeris. The leader ability does come down. Sentinels do come down. They're going to thin out the rest of the group. And the big point swing comes in 22-0 for Piable. But Tailbot still has a lot of his key cards in hand ready to go now that the leader abilities have been used already from Piable.
Yeah, I guess the boosted effect is kind of annoying, but like you say, it does make things like Sheldon and Becker's just that little bit more awkward because you don't have the nice small damage pings. I'm guessing, Piable's saying, well, you've only got 2 shields, so you'll give me something to damage and you'll give me something to Sheldon.
The Boiling Oil does come in, not a great target there, just a 4-point Sentinel, so no extra engine denial happening there from that Boiling Oil. And then Natalis, sometimes, it's great in having that consistency to find a very important card in these NR lists like the Amphibious Assault, but at other times it can feel a bit underwhelming, especially against control lists that don't really have engines of their own.
Yeah, and this kind of looks like the antithesis of the previous round, the first round. We've got Tailbot on 2 and Piable on 23, whereas before we had, Piable with 2 points on the board and Tailbot with a great big number. With that said, though, Piable has gone full leader, so that has been spent. But Tailbot, he's got Anna, and she needs to get played at some point to get the ball rolling and try and get those boosts going. But I guess he just feels like she's going to get removed, so it's not necessarily worth it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tricky now. There's still a lot of targets like the Selkirk, like the Anna, like maybe a siege support if it's brought out for the Selkirk from Amphibious Assault, for example. It could be an answer for Rock. Actually, it would go to 9, so Rockside would be just out of range, and you don't have any leader pings to fix that. That's kind of the thing with the Rockside. There it is. The siege support does come out, and do you use a heat wave for the siege support? It doesn't feel too great either. You can use maybe, I guess that works. Now the Rockside is enabled. The 50-50 goes in favor of the Pyrotechnician, a skilled marksman. And Sheldon's Cast comes out instead. Yeah, just enough damage to deal with his siege support, and now Selkirk still is going to be more vulnerable coming onto the board, and you still have both Rock Slide and Heat Wave to deal with bigger targets.
That does give Tailbot some information about the Shiru, though. So he does have that extra information in pocket. But the thing with Shiru is, like, you can always boost Shiru once he's on the board, right? You don't have to click in the turn that he's played. So, with Piable seeing the Boiling Oils and seeing the Anseis, maybe he feels confident enough, potentially, to consider playing the Shiru and then the Tempering. That is an option. I'm not saying it's what's going to happen, but that is something that could happen.
And the magic of Shiru is that even if you don't have him in hand, even if he's just in your deck, your opponent still has to play around it, right? Some of these
That's all
cards.
I know. He's played a Neuromancy. I don't know why I'm talking about Sheer.
But even if it's not in hand, Tailbot, of course, does not know this, and he
Doesn't
still has
know
to
that,
be
though,
careful.
yeah.
He has to say, okay, Shiro might be at 3 because he's counting the boosts, obviously, from all the different carryover effects, and he should be able to guess what the value is for Shiro. He still has to play around it to some degree. He has to be careful that his opponent can't line up a lot of his units and get a lot of value from that Shiro. But the Bloody Baron does come down. Doesn't do, well, it resets the Skags, like you mentioned, as one of the targets, but it's still a pretty big gap, even with the, well, 6 Bleeding will be coming in to help out Tailbot, and there is no real answer, no Purify here from Piable.
Yeah, and Piable also opting to forgo the Gourd in this situation because of, I suppose, with the 2 targets. At this stage, I guess you just play your Mahakam Volunteers and, like, you know, play slow and see kind of what it is your opponent wants to do and what it is your opponent wants to play. Your alternative is you Heatwave the Baron or you Tempering something. But I think you want to hold off on the Heatwave just now and see what other options your opponent has. Because if they do play, say, a Toll Selkirk, because you've killed the Siege support, you could just deny the duel completely.
I think the Bloody Baron was played so prematurely from Tailbot only for 6 points because he wants, first of all, to get the bleed value from it, of course, so the earlier you play, the better. And second of all, because there can only be so many answers in Piable's hand, and it would be a Veraxis target later on. If Gord was played as you know, at the very end, then because Tailbot has last say, he has the chance to reset the Baron instead of a dueling unit if Selkirk is killed, and still have the chance to answer.
This is so awkward though for Tailbot, right? Because if he shields the Anna, then Piable can just Heatwave it. But if he leaves it, Piable can Beckers it. So this engine is basically getting shut down regardless. And because Piable saw the Siege support, I believe, he knows that Selkirk isn't going to have Zeal. And so because of that, he can just kind of wait. You know, he can just wait and he can deal with the Selkirk and he can deal with the Anna should he wish to. And that point gap is massive, right? 36 to 16, that's a 20-point gap. That's huge.
Yeah, at this point, I think the Anna is going to go down here with the Rock Slide, and then you have the Heat Wave to answer onto the Selkirk. And because you don't have Gord and you're Piable, you're fine with leaving Veraxis up and letting him give the order ability back to the Bloody Baron. Sure, you can use it to reset something like the Geralt, for example, but it's not, you know, the enormous play that it could be if that Tempering was a Gord. Obviously, maybe you want that Tempering to be a Gord, but because it isn't, maybe it's kind of a silver lining. You're fine leaving that Veraxis alive to just give that order ability maybe to a Carrick Marine or the Bloody Baron, which isn't as impactful as one of the dueling units.
Yeah, Piable, you can see from his stance that he's not too worried about this. You know, you usually, when you see players get quite flustered or quite stressed, they might have their hands in their head. The closer you get to the screen, the better you seem to play, at least if watching players.
He's 24 points up, Jagras. How's he going to be worried? And he has 2 of the cards you want to have as a control player against NR that has threats and engines. You have Rock Slide and you have Heat Wave, and there's only 1 shield left. So you're pretty happy if you're Piable, I think. If the Carrick Marine comes down and buffs the Anna, could be just a bait. It will get that double buff effect for 1 turn, but then the Rock Slide can just perfectly answer it with the 8 damage unless the the shield comes out and then the Heat Wave can answer it. So Piable not too worried about this extra point going into the John and Talus, I think.
Nah, I guess he's just not fussed at this point. He's just chilling, having a real good time, and just not relying on maybe what you would have thought is core cards, Gord and stuff. So we see the boost coming out here, and Tailbot, I think he just has to play on the Anna if he wants to close this gap. But as soon as you see that, it's going to be a snap Rock Slide.
It's not really baiting because at this point you have to say, okay, maybe he doesn't have it, and this is just the line of play I have to go for. If he has it, then, well, I mean, it's probably GG anyway because it's a huge point gap here. Selkirk comes down, gets answered by the Heat Wave, which is why the shield isn't even played because there's no need to. The Heat Wave comes in, kills the Selkirk, and now, you know, Veraxis is good and Bloody Baron is good, but I think it won't be good enough here. It comes in, resets the Baron can hit the Geralt like we mentioned, the shield comes in, but still an enormous point gap, and Piable takes this game 3 of this second series we're seeing, second quarterfinals, and he's now up 2-1 against Tailbot.
Yeah, very decisive victory there with the precision strike. Drawing, I would say, basically perfectly in round 1. His round 1 hand was just the way that deck wants to go. And that deck does have risks. Like, you can end up with, you know, things like Agitators and All Gods in round 3, which is not where you want to see them. There's risks with bricks, with things like the Sentinels and the Volunteers, but Piable playing kind of around his own lose conditions to an extent with not mulliganing and stuff, and really a very clean victory there from Piable. I feel like for Tailbot, he played that decently, but he kind of just got backed into a corner, just in terms of the control versus the threats.
You can only be so good that if it's a bad matchup, it's a bad matchup. You can't do much about it. There's going to be clear answers for all of your engines because of that Squirtle list. And Piable, because he had the key cards like the Rock Slide, like the Gale Professional, like the Heat Wave in hand already, he had no need, like you mentioned, to risk trying to find a Shiru or a Gord where they're not key cards in this matchup, and they even play into things like Bloody Baron, for example, in terms of Gord. So he was happy with keeping a maybe less than extremely ideal hand because he was so safe with this round 3 where he should be favored and had all the answers he really needed in hand.
So that leaves Piable with his mobilization list on Bluecoin, and Revenants was one of the lists he intended to bring on Bluecoin, along with the Enslave, whereas Precision Strike and Syndicate, his more red coin favored lists. Whereas Tailbot, he has his Northern Realms, which has been defeated twice now, the Shield Wall, and he also has his Syndicate list, right, the Congregate, which we haven't seen at all. So we'll have to see what it is he opts to queue here. I'd imagine maybe Syndicate. He tends to be playing the Northern Realms on blue, so we saw the monsters on red, and now it's his second option for red, and we see that he's actually opted to just, to bring Syndicate on red. So I get 50 points for being correct.
I think the biggest thing about not bringing Syndicate on the last blue coin isn't so much the coins, but it's more not wanting to queue it against the Squirtle deck because of things like Shiru, for example, which are obviously devastating in that matchup. So because he was almost, he knew that Piable would be bringing Squirtle on red coin, and that was a red coin, that game today was going to be a red coin game for Piable. He says, okay, I'm not going to walk into just an even worse matchup than it should be. I'll bring Shield Wall instead and try and sneak out a win. Didn't end up working out, but now has a chance to maybe get a win here with Conrad, which is a list that it's not so engine-based. It's more, it is good in a long round, similarly to engine list, but it does it in a way where it's just swarming the board and then having huge payoff cards at the end of the round, like Sacred Flame, like the Echo card here, Syndicate Disarray.
And not Blood Money, what are we talking about? Congregate is a list with very limited threats, right? It has very, very limited removal, so Piable feeling quite confident there, sticking the tactical advantage onto that Redanian Archer. And what is worse than one Redanian Archer is two Redanian Archers, and Piable having a second one up his sleeve there to set up, and he's just floating that damage at this point. He doesn't need to spend it.
It's not that it has little removal. It has, outside of the 5 damage maximum pings from Bloody Good Fun and if you're like bronze cards, basically there is no bigger removal than that. This is a deck that plays solitaire. It plays, let's vomit as many points as possible onto the board and just win because we just have almost infinite points with the swarm synergy that we have with things like Fallen Knight, like I mentioned, the payoff cards like Sacred Flame. But other than that, if you're playing an opponent that has a deck that can outvalue you just through engines, if left unanswered, can be very problematic, like this Revenant's deck or this Archer's deck can be, all of a sudden you're looking at a bad matchup because you have zero interactivity if you are Tailbot playing this Congregate list.
Yeah, and your little 2-point Fire Swan tokens are just kind of feeding into the Revenant strategy. Also, what is it with you talking about vomiting points, and then Flake was talking about pooping volunteers? Like, what is the cast today? It's a bit gross. I'm just going to put that one out there. I'm not enjoying this imagery of boats pooping and people vomiting.
Well, warfare can be, see all kinds of things in warfare. You have to be ready, and it could be vomit, it could be blood. This is Gwent. This is an adult card game, not a children's card game. And we see some adult card arts, of course, some great card arts in Gwent. I think one of the things about Gwent that I love so much. And no cards vomiting yet, but you never know. Could happen in the future.
We'll see. So a very short round 1 there. Tailbot just saying, I can't deal with this. And Piable, taking a very decisive lead, playing very little, right? He had his Redanian, and he had his Ballista, and he had his Revenant. But other than that, really a very kind of non-committal round by both players. And Piable, I think you want to bleed. I feel like you do want to bleed Congregate just a little bit.
At least a little bit, because it can get out of hand in the long round, even if you have great engines and your opponent can't deal with them. We could see easily 130, 140 points from a Congregate list if it's also not dealt with. So you see some pretty crazy things happening. If either of these lists is left untouched, we'll see. Obviously, Piable has a lot more interaction. He has a lot of control options, like the Heat Wave onto a Fallen Knight, for example. Things like the Curse of Corruption as well at certain points in the game. So he has a bit more interactivity, even though he also has just a lot of great engines like the Archers, like the Revenants. And you also want to not go into too long of a round with the Revenants, especially if your opponent can't answer them, because maybe you just over swarm and your board gets a bit too filled up.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk, especially when you're playing against such an uninteractive list like this Congregate list, where their removal is so limited, you can kind of just block yourself into a corner, and that's definitely not something that you want to do. Piebald, though, we do see him fishing for his Kidweni Knight, and that is a big tempo play. You know, he's put 12 points on the board there, which does suggest that he's interested in at least a little bit of a bleed, because if you're going for a bleed, you do have to commit.
Exactly. I mean, Tailbot has to start, putting some more points on the board. He can't just develop his very slow swarm start and then getting the payoff at the end of the turn, because at some point Piebald might pass and put Tailbot in a bit of a pickle if he hasn't played enough tempo in the first few turns of this round 2 in this bleed. But I think at this point Tailbot will be fine. He had a second Safecracker here, the Halfling, to play as an initial play that is still a fairly good tempo development, even if you're not playing into the swarm strategy at all. And then you have the Congregation now to shore up this difference and win by 1 point here as well. So we're going to look at a very long round, and we'll see who has more points, basically.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup because both decks enjoying a long round, and both decks having good engine options. We have the Redanian, but I guess the thing is that Piebald does have more control, right? Piebald can shut down some of Tailbot's engines, whereas Tailbot can't really deal with a lot of what Piebald has brought to the party. Piebald wisely mulliganing his second Revenant there in order to maintain his leader ability and the option there. He has a lot of control here. He's got his Redanians. He can use Eggman for damage. He's got Falibor, which loves to eat up Spiresworn. He's got Toll removal as well with Curse of Corruption and the Rock Slide to deal with things like Fallen Knights. So I guess the long round is actually probably fine for Piebald.
Right away, Tailbot starting it off. First play of this round, coming in with a Jacques. It could be answered if pumped up too much with things like Curse of Corruption or the Heat Wave or the Rock Slide right away. So playing it more for the Swarm capabilities here. And Piebald, I think, not too worried about Jacques just yet. He can answer it later on if he needs to. I'm going to try and start developing his engines first, playing a Dahlia and setting up the Archer in the back row. And yeah, lead ability as well, why not? Because this is a deck that we see there. One Bloody Good Fun in hand. I think there's not much more in terms of removal in the hand for Tailbot. So these Archers are going to get so many pings that can deal with so many of these swarming strategies from Tailbot.
And I really love this kind of change in strategy for the deck, right? So instead of saying, I'm using these abilities for Revenants, like typically you would maybe use a Dahlia for Revenants. You would maybe use your leader for fishing another Revenant. He's saying, I'm not going to have space for these Revenants, so instead I'm just going to get points per turn of damage, and just kill your units, because if Piebald can kill enough of Tailbot's Spiresworn units, then he's not going to get as much value as he would from the cards that boost the entire board.
That being said, because Tailbot's deck, or because Piebald's deck is kind of damage-based in its removal, there's going to be damage pings from the Archers, for example. This armor is going to be kind of relevant for Tailbot. So usually in some matchups it doesn't matter too much. Things like Shiru, for example, don't really care about the one armor on all these units, just going to burn down all the 3s instead. But in this case, that armor will be basically an extra point of value that Tailbot will have on all of these units.
Yeah, and I guess with the damage pings, they're just working out the best way to deal with our good friend Jacques and stop him, from having the option to transform things. Well, actually, he's not the one that transforms things. I tell a lie.
There's a third Archer coming down. Once one of those Bloody Good Funds is used, you're kind of putting on your opponent on not having a second, 5 provision bronze removal, because maybe it's not what you want to keep in hand for round 3. So there wasn't really the need, I think, to set up the Royal Guards to protect that third Archer, and we see there's no punish really coming in here from Tailbot without any of those spells in hand. You have this Crown Splitter Thug coming in with Intimidate and damaging an enemy by 2, which could take the barricade off at least, but now the Royal Guards can give armor back to one of these units as well.
And so finally, the Revenant coming down, the pings starting to rain down there and remove the threats, remove things that have Intimidate, and can kind of gain value for Tailbot. And although Tailbot's board does look pretty full, Piebald is getting +3 damage per turn with those 3 Redanians.
I'm not going to say anything because these Congregate lists, they might not have interactivity, but they don't have interactivity for a reason. They have so many points that they really don't need it. They can kind of ignore most of the strategies their opponents are going to bring forward and just play their own game and win because they just have so many points in the long round. I've said it before where I've called, okay, you have no answer here. You're going to have all these engines. You can't deal with them all. You're going to lose if you're the Swarm Syndicate player. And all of a sudden, they get up to 100 points and they win the game anyway. So I'm not going to say anything just yet. I think there's still going to be a big development, a big board from Tailbot, and a huge payoff at the end of this round 3. And it's hard to call, even with these engines. I mean, okay, this is my exact point. What just happened there? Is this legal, guys? So many points on the board all of a sudden, and so many units as well.
And just transforming them for that armor is such a kind of a punch in the face a little bit for Pieball with this damage. With that said, those archers, he's got 6 turns, right? That's 18 points. Plus he had 6 points in pocket from their abilities. So finally dealing with Jacques there, spawning another Resident Eggman coming down 27 to 41. I don't know. There's too many numbers.
And we do see still some very strong cards in hand for Pieball, but these are cards that are not meant for this matchup. Curse of Corruption, Becker's Rockslide, Heatwave. Against Keltolis, fantastic. You have answers for everything. Against Shield Wall and Art, fantastic as well. But against this list, that doesn't really usually go high. And I wasn't super, looking at Tailbot's mulligans, but I'm pretty sure he at some point mulligan Fallen Knights away that are usually cards you want to keep and are great value. Because in this matchup, now you can just go swarm. You haven't really spent your coins on Jocks, for example, either, and you can just go extremely wide, and none of these units are going to be great targets for things like Heatwave or Rockslide or Curse of Corruption. You might even break a Curse of Corruption.
Yeah, Pieball might have actually cornered himself a little bit with the Curse of Corruption, because we did see Tailbot boost up Jacques at one point where that could potentially have been a Curse of Corruption card. With that said, you can self-damage with the Revenants. That is one of their kind of effects. So if Tailbot ends up with a 7, then you have that option to damage your own 7 in order to enable your Curse of Corruption. We'll have to see.
I mean, it's going to be Procession of Penance, probably not played, even though it's the best card here, because it's just going to play into these tall removals that you're going to expect that Pieball has at least one of them in hand. So Tailbot obviously knows this matchup very well, knows where to try and find value, or try and steal value from his opponent. And yeah, we see it again, playing for a wide strategy and trying to take away as much value as possible from the tall removal cards that Pieball is running in this list.
And this is getting scary, the point difference and the number of Fire Swan units. Like, these are things that you do need to start dealing with and just whittling down. The problem is, like you said, they've all got this armor, so you're kind of wasting points just to get them small enough for you to kill them.
And these Royal Guards finally do come down, probably going to give the armor back to one of these archers, so the barricade effect goes, works once again, and he can continue getting these charges at the end of every allied turn. We see it there from the barricade effect, but maybe it's too late. You already lost a few pings on that archer, and this board already looks scary. It looks like the gap is scary, but the payoff hasn't even started. We're going to be seeing, why you play this list. The Procession of Penance does finally come down. There will be an answer for Curse of Corruption, so it will not be bricked at least. But still, I mean, there's a huge point gap here. Still going to be 10 points now, and can these archers and these Revenants do enough in these last few turns to catch up?
It's a tough one to call, right? Because you do have, like we said, these archer pings. You've got your points in the bank from Eggman. Eggman's also boosting per turn. So there is a decent amount of value.
The Sacred Flame was missed, though. That's pretty vital in this matchup.
That is true. Disarray, though, still a decent card. 40 points to 53. That's why I mean it's so close. So you have to think, is this, big play? Is this kind of congregate play where they get boosted and stuff? Is that going to be enough? Oh, this is a close one. And there's so much to play for, right? Because Pieball, he's 2 games up. So if Tailbot can't secure this win, then he's going to have that's going to be him out, right? That's going to be it. He's on the bus home, although he's actually already home. So, maybe not on the bus, but I don't know. I'm stressed.
I'm definitely not going to count the points. It's going to be a lot of math to do, a lot of units to count here, but we see already the Rockslide coming out, not hitting an ideal target, but not really the target you maybe want to get the most value out of in other matchups. And still some archer pings here to equal it. Still some value to be taken away by killing some of these units now, but the armor preventing more of this damage being done by these archers in this turn. Disarray comes out. We'll be getting the death blow effect. We'll be boosting all allied units, denying that Revenant as well. A 15-point gap. It might be enough here with Falibor coming down. It's going to be enough for Pieball to win this, killing the Inquisitor, doing some extra damage, and a 1-point win.
So
from
close.
Payable.
Oh.
And he wins the game. He wins the series. It's a 3-1 win for Payable, and he moves on to the semifinal. The game winner, we see it there. His happiness, he almost can't believe it. We were calling it. It's a very close game, and it was really hard to tell, but Payable does end up taking it in the very end.
He's shaking his head. I'm shaking my head. I can't believe that game. 47-46, and that Sacred Flame missing, that kind of was maybe the final nail in the coffin for Tailbot's play. I really love the way that Tailbot piloted that, foregoing things like the Fallen Knights and the toll removal and opting to spread his points wide and utilizing the transformation on his tokens to give them that 1 armor in order to deny Payable's strategy a little bit, but it was just not quite enough. And Payable, he must be feeling over the moon at continuing on to the semifinals.
And defeating, a favorite, let's say. Tailbot is one of the highest win rate on ladder this entire season. Every single season he played in a competitive season that we played seriously. He had the lowest amount of games and the highest win rate by far, and still top 5 performance in pretty much every season. And he's now out of the tournament. First game, quarterfinals, he's out against, again, a player like Payable that has been coming up from the win on GWENT Open 4 and continuing that streak into this tournament as well. We'll see what he has to say with Burj as well in the win interview coming up right now.
I am here with Payable, the winner of the second qualifier. That was incredible, winning by 1 point. But how do you feel, man, after this one? Payable, do you hear me? Payable, are you there?
Hello? Yes,
Oh,
I can hear
there we got you. How are you, man? You just won by 1 point. That was incredible.
that was a really, really close series overall. I'm not sure if I played it like 100% clean. I'm gonna have to review this after the series. But overall, I'm pretty happy with how I played. I think I was like slightly favorite going into this match because of my lineup being pretty controlly and Tailbot having like a lineup with a lot of either engines or just cards that I have answers for. But it was a really, really tough series. And yeah, I'm happy I won.
Yeah, everything started off with a draw, and then you just pretty much soldiered through. And I think like Panda said, like you started at open and then you're just now going straight through in, and you beat Tailbot, which was, you can say the crowd favorite because he's been here for a long time. But then you coming in and destroying, that was crazy. So congratulations on that. And I also know you'll be going against Gravish, who actually wanted to go against you. As he said in the previous interview, his lineup is strong against you. What do you think about that?
I think it's gonna be an interesting match. Gravish definitely has a much better lineup against me than Tailbot. But I think it's not gonna be an easy game for him. Like Kams had a very similar lineup to me, and their series was really close. So I think it's gonna be quite an interesting one.
All right, awesome. So you'll be in the semis tomorrow. Congratulations once again. And before we go, I have one more leak. And we have it here. It's a special card, an alchemy card. Draw a card with adrenaline of your choice, then shuffle back a card from your hand to your deck. Spawn a Witcher student on each allied row. The card is called Selective Mutation. It has 6 provisions, and the art was done by Alexandr Kozachenko. And I think that's it from me. Let's talk to Shinmiri, who will analyze the hell of this match.
Hey, welcome back to the analyst desk. Oh my god, that card art is amazing, but I don't want to see the premium of that card. Anyways, from this last match between Payable and Tailbot, 2 titans of the GWENT World today, a couple of interesting moments that I want to point out. This one is from, I believe, the 3rd game, where Payable is playing Revenants versus Tailbot's Keltullus deck. I think Tailbot employs a really interesting strategy here because I think Revenants overall are considered favored in this matchup with all the control that they have. But Tailbot recognizes the importance of Squirrel banishing the Ronvid and passes up an opportunity to banish Pieble's Oneromancy in round 1 in order to hold the Squirrel for round 3 to get rid of that Ronvid. Ronvid can be extremely pesky in this matchup because it will block the Keltullus from hitting anything meaningful, and then it will just come back after Piable plays a soldier. So here we have Tailbot just right after he played his Squirrel. He's also using something, he's using randomness to his advantage here. One of the cards that Piable has is Curse of Corruption as a way to answer a threat. But Tailbot repeatedly uses a 50-50 to force Piable to take a suboptimal Curse of Corruption, possibly missing a threat like here. He has to roll the 50-50 between the Squirrel and the Defender, or Piable has to give up a valuable charge on a Revenant. If you use a Revenant charge without replicating it, that's it. That's over with that chain, right? And then there is this is the first moment of this round 3 where he does it. And if we look a little bit later here, Tailbot actually manages to do it again 2 more times, forcing Piable into a similar situation where instead of tying 7s as the tallest unit on the board for Curse of Corruption, he ties 9s as the tallest unit on the board between the Squirrel and the Keltullus. Again, forcing Piable into that difficult decision. And then once again later, with the 10s on the Keltullus and the Beast. And eventually, Piable decides to save his Revenant charge and take the 50-50 between the Beast and the Keltullus. Low rolls, in my opinion, a slight low roll, getting the Beast instead of the Keltullus, and Keltullus ends up to go on to scorch 2 more 3s later on the round because it ended up winning that 50-50. So I think this is a really good example of Tailbot using luck to his advantage and making his own luck, as one could say. And this game ended up in a 3-point nail-biter victory for Tailbot. So I think right here we see it. The Parasite makes Keltullus a 10, and then Beast grows to a 10. And this 50-50 ends up going in Tailbot's favor. One other clip that I want to talk about is from the last game. The last game, this is Revenants versus Congregate. Piable has 2 Revenants, has access to 2 Revenants in this final round. The first one gets Bloody Good Fund, as we just saw, and the second one is very important for Piable to protect. Revenants kind of carry, along with Archers, this matchup, and Piable knows that there's very little removal from Tailbot's side, but there is this one card that can actually kill a 3-point Revenant, which is Dies Irae, normally used to buff his Swarm, but it does do 3 damage and gets extra value for death blowing a 3 as well. So Piable really needs to be careful about not giving Tailbot the opportunity to kill a Revenant specifically with the Dies Irae. And I'm going to skip ahead here. You see, first, the second Revenant is protected by the Amphibious Assault, but Piable holds it for a long time, doesn't use it for a while until he's ready to protect the new copy of Revenant with the Egmont. Very, very smart play by Piable here. He's going to set up the death blow of the Revenant, spawn the new Revenant, which would normally be a 3, and then potentially die to the Dies Irae, but then plays the Egmont on the same turn next to the newly spawned Revenant, protecting it from the 3-point death that it would have suffered. And this Revenant goes on to copy itself, survive any sort of threat. And we'll see later, Piable employs this one more time with I believe it is, yes, with the Radovid's Royal Guard. So Piable's able to use the same turn protection, same turn boost to protect that Revenant yet again from the DSE array. And a 1-point game. These games are so close. These are some of the top players in the world. And I hope this helps illustrate some of these very smart decisions that these players are going through to squeeze out every single point possible. Anyways, great. Congratulations to Paibo moving on. We're going to see an updated bracket here, and Jaggers and Panda will take it on the other side.
Polish showdown once again, but Gravish had something to say about that and ends up eliminating Cams and moving forward. And we could also see Coleman doing the same for Germany in the next game we're going to watch. It's going to be Coleman versus Wang with McBeard and Flake casting that game. But a game that I think if you look at it 1 year ago, Wang and Coleman were considered some of the best players in the world. In this season, I think Coleman especially has maybe fallen a bit behind some of the new blood like Payable, like Demarcation, for example, whereas Wanged, he's made it to many opens, he's won one as well, but he hasn't really been, I think, that huge favorite this season. So I think both players looking for a bit of a redemption arc, both players trying to prove that they are extremely experienced, extremely veteran players that still have a lot to prove, and maybe this is their tournament to win as well.
It is worth, of course, noting that Tailbot going up against Payable there did have a bit of an unfavored matchup with his engine threat lists going into pure control. But with that said, let's have a look at how the prizing has been distributed for that matchup. And we can see that Payable currently the prettiest princess at the party with the biggest chunk of money so far, $6,190 US to Tailbot's 3,530. So far we've had a 2-3 and a 3-1. We've had 2 ties. We'll see what happens with Wanged versus Coleman, which will be coming up next. Before we do jump to their videos, I do want to give a big shout out to Shinmiri on the analyst desk, who is by himself watching all these games and making all these clips. He doesn't have anyone to bounce off of like me and Panda, and I feel like he's doing an awesome job. So hopefully we get some love in the chat for Shinmiri. But now let's see what's going on with Wanged and Coleman as we check out the player profiles.
Hello there, Wangid. Welcome to the GWENT World Masters Grand Finale. I'm happy to see you here, and I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. The first one would be, could you please introduce yourself and pick 3 words that describe you best?
如果用3个词来
If I had to use 3 words to describe myself, I'd say the first one should be forgetful, because my memory is often pretty bad. Sometimes I put my phone on the table, and after a couple of seconds, I look for it everywhere and keep thinking, where did I put it?
到处想我的手机放哪了。第二个词的话就是
The second one would be a bit sluggish. For example, when I play Gwent, it takes me some time to build up a deck and create a full lineup of 3 competitive decks out of, let's say, 30 contenders. Then after the expansion, even more time to create something with the new cards, and by the time I come up with something, those decks become useless.
已经1年都没有用过了，已经完全用不了的卡组。然后第3个词
The third word would be dedicated. Whenever I start something, I always try to get to the end and complete it. Whenever we speak of playing games, personal life, or work, I generally take things seriously.
都会比较的认真。
All right, awesome. Okay, well, this time you know your opponent just before the match, and is there anything you would like to say to him?
Coleman 是一位非常强的对手。我不知道他最近
Coleman is a really strong opponent, no matter if he plays the game a lot or not, because he might have not been playing Gwent that much recently. An interesting fact is that we both brought monsters with Siri Dash and Kotulis to the 4th Open, and it was quite miserable. That was the main reason we quickly dropped from the tournament. I hope this time we'll be able to make a comeback, and I just want to tell him, don't break that deck again.
发挥，然后不要带那套卡组了。
All right, great. And last but not least, shoutout time. Do you want to thank anyone for helping you before the tournament?
这次比赛
I'd like to thank 3 of my friends and exceptional Chinese players for helping me preparing for this tournament. Sumo, Wu Huabiao, Xiao and Mo. Their assistance with the deck building and lineup planning was invaluable. Thank you guys.
这次的卡组，要谢谢他们。
All right, awesome. Thanks a lot, Wang ID, and good luck in today's matches. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome, Colemon. Congratulations for making it to another GWENT tournament, and this one is a very special one because you'll be playing against some of the best that GWENT has to offer. And I think most of our viewers already know you, but for the few people that are new to the GWENT esports scene, why don't you introduce yourself and maybe describe you and your playstyle with 3 words?
Hello, I'm Coleman from Germany. I've been playing GWENT now for a bit over 3 years, made it to a bunch of tournaments. Yeah, if I had to describe myself in 3 words, maybe patient, calculating, and amphibious assault.
I see. That's a strong choice of words. Now, this time around, you already know who you're going to play against when we are recording this interview. So you're going to be facing off against one of the strongest, I would say, GWENT players out there in form of Wang ID. Is there something that you would like to say to your opponent?
Well, he's not gonna hear it before the tournament, I imagine. But so I think Vanged is a very strong player. It's a bit of an odd situation this time because we know who we're gonna play against beforehand. So and we both were at the last Open, so we can look at what the other player brought last time. There wasn't a patch or anything. So you're in a situation where you could try to counter what your opponent brought to the last tournament, but they might also try to counter you. So you're in this kind of weird leveling situation where you want to be 1 step ahead, but if you're 2 steps ahead, then you're probably 1 step behind. So it will be interesting to see what he's going to decide to do with that.
Well said. One last question, or maybe just a chance for you to give a shout out to someone, because this is the biggest stage GWENT has to offer, and I mean, some people say they came here all by their own, but maybe you've got someone that you would like to give a shout out to.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all the players in our team, especially the competitive players that helped me prepare in previous qualifiers, opens, and now for this tournament as well. It was definitely a great help, and it's always very useful to have players to scrim with, to give you ideas on what might be good and what might be just a bad idea.
All right, thank you so much. Then I wish you all the best in your games today, and we might see each other again tomorrow.
Welcome back, my friends, to GWENT Masters 2. We are in the back half here with semifinals number 3. That's Wang ID and Coleman. Flake, there's something you wanted to share with everybody?
Yes, I mean, like everybody is relying on Pavel Berger for leaks, but I wanted to give you a little bit of a leak yourself. This is something, a brand new card for Way of the Witcher, a brand new Witcher. This is McBlade. McBlade is deploy, destroy, target vampire. The art could definitely use some work, definitely, because I am terrible at it, but McBlade, deploy, the provision and the strength is left to be determined.
Let's move on.
Okay, so, I just love that name. It's such a wicked name.
Hey, it's going to live forever, I think. But speaking of the names that will live in infamy, there are people that think that one of these 8 people are going to be the champion of GWENT Masters. And I want to know what you guys think. The divination results are in for the latest match here, Wang ID versus Coleman. Wang ID getting a lot of support here in the votes, 68% versus 32% here. I don't think Coleman is getting enough credit here, but there was a lot of chatter in those interviews saying Coleman maybe not playing enough. I think he's gonna be the sleeping giant that wakes up perhaps this time.
I think he got a little bit of a wake-up call, like we said last tournament, where he didn't necessarily progress as far or as deep through the bracket as he's typically used to doing. Coleman's somebody that we're used to seeing just play nearly flawlessly, a machine at this game, somebody who has such a pedigree in this of wins, tournament wins, tournament placing. This is somebody, to his own admission, maybe it was just kind of breezing through this season a little bit, but here he is at the Masters. He's earned a spot, and I think that on the grandest stage, you're going to see the best version of Colamon. So Wang ID with that amount of lead in the divination, but I think that perhaps he might go ahead and pull the underdog story, which is weird to say. Colamon is an underdog, but that seems to be the pulse of the community right now.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the decks that the players are bringing to this tournament. This time around, we have another new setup of lists. In this case, Colamon is leading off with, let's talk about Wang ID first, actually. He's leading off with Patricidal Fury. We have seen Skelliga represented pretty heavily. We did see a ban in the first matchup, however, so perhaps we can see Patricidal Fury come down. Again, another big control list utilizing Champion's Charge. Cards like Hjalmar and Hemdall for big points later on, and really hard to deal with stuff like Herald and Crate, and generally a lot of consistency. Precision Strike, we've been seeing a lot of this already. This is the highly control package here with Beckers and Karathi Heatwave, but this time around, we're looking at Synthesis being part of the package as well. So Wang ID keeping it his own brand. Congregate will be here with Sacred Flame, all the things you'd expect. Grand Inquisitor Helvide, as well as Doc, the Miracle Child, and other Firesworn friends. And finally, again, one of my favorite lists. Haven't had a chance to cast it yet today, but it's Revenants, Northern Realms Mobilization with Falibor, and the high consistency package of AA and Oneiromancy, Falibor, and Philippa for the control.
And we're going now to Colamon, the guy with a little chip on his shoulder here. He's bringing Carapace, the infamous Keltulis play of not so long ago. He is going full steady, saying that maybe he's not going to succumb to the same Keltulis fate. We've seen this again. No Alzur in this list. It's more of a traditional one as Imler's Wrath, Heatwave, the standard procedure here with Keltulis as well. Moving on, Nature's Gift, a nice little Scoia'tael change of pace here from the Precision Strike that we've seen most prominently. Nature's Gift looking to sort of create that symbiosis, or take advantage of that symbiosis to create a board that is very, very populated by small units, maybe dodging a lot of those bigger removal targets by just putting the eggs in various baskets, if you will. Nature's Gift relying on things like Hamadryad with the Vitality, and Forest Protector and Oneiromancy shaping nature, very important cards here. With Pavko Gale, might recognize him as the League Master himself, holding court in the range row. And then Hidden Cache, a little Crouching Tiger, Hidden Cache over here. Lots of engines to deal with. This is a deck that likes to take advantage of a long round. I feel like this is something that bleeds very well. As also, if it goes unchecked, this is definitely a deck that can get out of control very fast. We saw Shield Wall with the engines. Now here is the Syndicate version of Engine Overload to a degree, and Hidden Cache does that very well on the back of things like Passiflora. And then you have Maral as a surprise entrant as well. And finally, Northern Realms Commando. It is Inspired Zeal. And a wise man by the name of Demorkius once said, how do you play Inspired Zeal with commandos? Simple. Draw your commandos and win. So that's kind of how this is going to go. We'll see how this plays out, but we're going to see commandos and then Drog to kind of flip them over to the dark side and get the pings happening. So there you have it. Those are the deck lists that we've got locked and loaded. Colamon has a little bit to prove from a poorer showing that he's used to in a previous tournament. This is definitely going to be a barn burner, a slobber knocker, if you will.
We've definitely both grew up watching WWE, didn't we?
Oh, definitely.
I exactly know who you're channeling when you say stuff like that. So yeah, we're going to see Commandos, Blue Stripes. We're going to see Nature's Gift, Hidden Cache. Colamon coming in with a little bit different landscape. He's not one to run Becker's Rock Slide, I noticed. Not even in Nature's Gift. Seems like he's trading provisions down to run something like Call of the Forest and Isengrim's Council. So I'm looking forward to see how the higher consistency runs in that list right here as we are waiting for the players to get ready. Let's take a look at the bans, though. We got the bans in, and it looks like Colamon is not going to be allowed to play Keltulis. The thing he wanted to show could win. Well, we're not going to see it. Meanwhile, Wang is getting banned. No Precision Strike. What do you think
we've seen, we've seen what Precision Strike can do. Again, a red coin, I don't want to say abuse necessarily, but a red coin advantage deck, if we want to be positive here. But we're going to start off real quick now. My favorite faction of all time for forever and always is Skelliga. As you can see, Pagerball, that is not Pagerball, and that is not Tailbot. That is Wang ID, and that is Colamon. They're locked and loaded, ready to go. Skelliga versus the Nature's Gift here. And when it comes down to Skelliga, setting up the board. You're looking for some things to kind of get going here. But right now, I mean, in terms of proactivity, you maybe throw down some vanilla points with the Veiled Warrior there as well. But also, you want to be able to protect cards like your Hamadryad, which you see that Koloman has ready to go in his hand. Nothing really polluting either. That looks like a fairly clean Nilfgaardian Justice as well. This should be a fairly deep round one, in my opinion.
One idea is going to be starting off here with the Raider. Obviously, in another world, you'd be starting off with raiding fleet to get one of the ships out here. But an easy protection here. It means a lot when a single 2-point ping can stick. We see it in Northern Realms. We see it in any faction that has an important card that has that ping, because it basically extends the reach of all of your cards. Gutting Slash in this case, especially Blood Eagle. That's the big one here to allow you to have a little bit more reach in the consistency, what you need from your deck and when. So for that to stick here does open up a lot of opportunities for Wang ID. Koloman now playing into the setup that Blue Coin gets to enjoy.
Well, that's you're spot on there. That 2 points of damage that the Raider is holding on to is super important when you can pair it up with something like the Blood Eagle, giving you a lot more advantage. Not to mention just dropping a Hamadryad, let's say, here and being able to kill it if you can. As you see, there's not even waiting. That was just
so fast.
I mean, blink of an eye and you missed it. The Hamadryad gone, a charge of the Nature's Gift gone. But that's a big piece. It's just a bronze card, but that is a focal point of the Nature's Gift deck.
I gotta say, I'm not crazy about the early use of the leader ping in this case, because it seems like it could have just been better used, better served here. But it's possible that Koloman just wanted to filter out more and more removal and limit the options, because that Raider makes a lot of other stuff possible, and it's not like there's a bunch of options. Maybe leading off with the Pyrotechnic is something, as well as Isengrim Council. One of the best uses for it is by stacking that single elf, that Sage, so you can get Sage coming down as a boosted engine. Now with the ping gone and the reach gone, Wang ID is going to have a harder time removing this one, and the Sage can really pop off.
Yeah. That raiding fleet now is kind of a laughable card when it comes down to facing it against Scoia'tael. Scoia'tael typically in most of their builds is running Dryad's Caress, the Purify and Boost, and here it is. Those 4 points of damage are just going to get scrubbed clean by a Nature's Caress, which another 2-point tax. You can see the Elven Sages are doing his taxes and keeping a real tight book there. So when this all comes down, it's going to be a 3-point boost plus 2 points of Elven bonus, and then all that bleeding is gone. But it's worthwhile just for the thinning play as well. But I always feel awkward when you're bleeding Scoia'tael lists, knowing that all that bleed value just kind of goes out the window with the Dryad's Caress. But notable as well, no Dryad on the board to get the Vitality bonus.
For sure. Also, Nature's Rebuke killing the boat is just a strong 10 points. We got the 1 point on carryover, 2 points on the death blow, 2 points on the Sage boost, and of course you're removing that 4-point boat. Okay, we'll call it 9 points, but that is just plays into everything Koloman is trying to do right now. Pretty much every unit on the board benefit from the Nature's Rebuke, and of course it stows some removal there if he needs it later on with Nature's Protector. Of course, he does have the other Rebuke in hand, but having that extra swing of a body and removal on red coin often can seal the deal, especially when you're trying to get leverage in these rounds here. I'm a big fan of Nature's Gift. Personally, I think that the protection options are pretty great for the engines that can be set up, and for the opportunities that can really get out of control, like the Sage in some cases. You've got that crazy tempo in Nilfgaardian Justice as well, and a lot of just really versatile and valuable cards. Dryad Enchantress is one of those.
And this is going to be a different story from the Precision Strike deck. It's no longer a reactive position that you're playing from. Koloman is going to have a lot more proactivity and not as many bricks in the deck that he has to worry about. If that Nilfgaardian Justice clean and clear in his hand and getting those Mock Volunteers out the way he wants, that's a nice tempo play, as well as a nice way to sort of clean out the deck of some garbage that you don't want to see or draw into in round 3.
Koloman does have the option once again to rebuke the engine and then capitalize on all that good stuff, the death blow, the symbiosis, and the boost on the Sage, or can clear out the bleed. But of course, like you said before, no Dryad to capitalize on the vitality. So In that case, I think the Rebuke looks pretty tempting. It limits your removal options, mainly because I spoke yesterday, a little bit before this match started, about no Becker's Rock Slide. So once the Rebuke is gone, you're just relying on cards like Nature's Protector and, of course, Karathi Heatwave, which is present in all of Kolomon's decks.
I think that it's perfectly fine here to kind of take some time and clear some of that bleed, get all that bonus here. I mean, worst case scenario is that tall unit, that big Elven Sage needs to be met with something like Champion's Charge with the Bloodlust as well, or the Bloodthirst, the 3 times Bloodthirst, which he can't really guarantee unless he uses his leader. The benefit of playing Symbiosis is that they're all just base 1 point, so you can't get those into the red. So being able to capitalize off of Bloodthirst is going to be difficult for Wang ID because of the fact that there's really no way to activate it without expending something like leader. So Kolomon putting all his eggs in that one basket there with a tall Elven Sage may seem dangerous because it's susceptible to leader Champion's Charge, but you're on red coin. And if all it took was those cards to buy out the leader and the insta-kill, I think that you're coming out on top in this case.
Wang ID playing the veteran here. Needing to get something decent in the graveyard, but also, like you said, running out of plays here that are going to be truly impactful. He does still have big point proactive plays, but being on blue coin, knowing that Kolomon now has this huge amount of setup, and it's not even a lot of setup. The cool thing about having a passive leader, stuff like Symbiosis, Kolomon at all times is adding points to plays. He's adding points to the board, adding points by Sage. When you add points to stuff like 4-point cards, you really just can get a lot of extra commitment out of your opponent, especially when he's holding nothing but gold cards at this point.
Kind of taking a look over here as to what you want to expend. Wang ID is down a card on even. You don't want to pass here. You want to be able to capitalize on some of these cards, but the board that Kolomon's presenting is not exactly ideal. As we see the Dryad Enchantress coming down now, again, just making it incredibly enticing to get rid of that Elven Sage. But again, how are you going to accomplish that without selling the farm, so to speak, without really going over top? But Kolomon presenting a board state now that Wang ID needs to be able to not just answer, but go on top of, to the point where he can find himself a reasonable pass.
It's a pretty tall order, considering that once you take care of the 13 points there, you got to deal with the 13 points coming out of Nilfgaard Injustice. So it's just, Kolomon is playing from a lot of a big point advantage right now. We very much could see Nilfgaard Injustice right now. Could slam the door, as it could make it very difficult for Wang ID to go beyond this.
The one thing I can see is that if you do play Nilfgaard Injustice, yeah, it's 13 points, but you're opening up something like Hemdall that is gonna fire upon a more populated row that will then get double up on the bonus from the Greatsword. So perhaps you hang on to it. I know that sounds a little counterintuitive because you want to be able to thin those cards out. I think playing Pavko Gale here is actually quite reasonable. It puts you back on top. It requires an answer that perhaps is not available right now. And again, another piece of the puzzle here that, if goes unanswered, can really start chipping away. Again, it's 5 points now, but it's 7 points, 9 points, 11 points down the road, and that can get ugly.
It feels too bad to use 1 leader charge on the Hamadryad earlier and then not use 1 later to protect Pavko. Of course, Kolomon can't spare to use 2 leader charges in this round, I think, but should he have saved it earlier on, I think that this would have been reasonable to think about. But at this point, Vabjorn and the reach of Vabjorn is the only thing, or of course, outright destruction from Champion's Charge. It is going to be the 2-point play from the Blood Eagle. It's going to grab the Greatsword. Pavko will live.
And Pavko gets to fire his bow, and I don't see Kolomon really giving up this round. He's in a commanding spot here, and I think what this is Wang ID saying, all right, if I got to get on top of this, I got to really make sure that Hemdall gets incredible value. I need to get way up on top of this with a massive play. The Nilfgaard Injustice is indeed 13 points with the thinning play as well. 2 points off of the Pavko is essentially putting you at 40 points. So that Hemdall, with coupled up with double greatsword action should be just a statement play to say, okay, let's wrap this up. Let's get to the round that matters. Let's get to round 3. And we kind of went a little above and beyond. But Nature's Rebuke here is a perfectly great play. That's a fantastic play. Boost off of the Elven Sage, the little death blow bonus on your little tree army, and Pavko goes ahead and lobs a leak right at Grimace's face.
Wang Adi in a tough position here. 3 cards. We're on even. The plays now are really just the proactive Svalblood Totem. That last Nature's Rebuke. The Nature's Rebuke got so much value. Each one had at least +5 added to it, plus the value, of course, of the removal of the engine in this case. Wang Adi being down 9 points would have to decide to play something like the 12-point Hemdall. Well, Blood Eagle has been accessed at this point, or just concede down a card, and that's really difficult to do.
No, I don't think you get to that point. The problem here is that if you do play your totem, you're still playing from behind, and it is a leader play.
That's how okay. As soon as I said, how does he win? It becomes a little bit more clear that Champion's Charge is going to be taking out that Sage, and that will turn things around. Again, that Nilfgaardian Justice is not a small play, but I don't know if it won't overtake. It definitely won't overtake. It's Nilfgaardian Justice. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it puts you up to the Nilfgaardian Justice puts you up to 31 points, and that plus the Pavko Strike puts you within essentially, I believe, 4 points of getting away with it. So you could honestly follow up that play with with your Pyrotech and another ping from Pavko, and you're getting away scot-free, holding onto an Onomancy if you choose to actually bleed in the next round. Coleman is in an incredible position of strength here. Even though he's down 19 points, he can commit some cards here that'll really help him out down the line. And what he's getting in return is pretty big.
If he's thinking about the 4 points now that Wang Adi has played his leader, he does get those 4 points from the 2 ticks of the Renew. It's going to be the Pyrotech instead.
Oh, I like this play. What he's doing right here is he's setting up the Pyrotech and then giving himself a lot of cushion to tell Wang Adi, okay, you're up by a bunch. Maybe I don't have what it takes to get ahead of you. He's kind of baiting him out perhaps to take the pass, just enticing Wang Adi to take the pass, and then slams out the Nilfgaardian Justice for 13 points, plus the Pyrotech, plus the ping, and you're right back in it.
Yeah, I mean, can the Pyrotech low roll in this situation with the 1 on the board? I don't think it can. Well,
not that way. Not with Pavko cleaning up the mess.
Going to definitely make it that much better here. And yeah, the Nilfgaardian Justice will fill the gap, I believe.
Certainly. Nilfgaardian Justice is a tie, and the worst you can do is what? I mean, you're going to win this round by 2 points with the Pyrotech popping off.
You got to see how much work that Sage got to do as well, even though it was early on.
Beautiful. I love this. I love that slow roll at the beginning there. Oh, and we forgot the, oh boy, that could have been nasty there. That 1 extra boost from the Greatsword. But I love the slow play from Coleman. Play the Pyrotech and then entice Wang Adi into a pass, because it has been 7, we're 7 cards deep. You haven't seen Nilfgaardian Justice. Maybe I don't have Nilfgaardian Justice. And in that case, you play the Pyrotech, you set up the trigger on it, come out flying with an army of dwarves, and you steal the round after seeing. Imagine that. Imagine winning the round after seeing your opponent's leader and Champion's Charge. That's pretty impressive.
It's pretty good, yeah. Coleman's in a pretty good spot right now. At any point, I mean, both players showing how important this round is. Coleman playing under there just for the Nilfgaardian Justice to take it. Wang Adi certainly must have known that was an option, and now is in a position that he is just, defending against a bleed with a very, very powerful deck. Nothing but big points here. Coleman won't really have an opportunity he could have a possibility. He might want to play the Oniromancy, but it could be just not really worth that.
So Coleman, knowing that there's a Decoction in the hand of Wang Adi, Decoction is such a beautiful answer to a Hamadryad that comes out with the leader charge on it up to 6, because otherwise it's a little greasy in terms of how you deal with it. One option for Coleman is you put the Hamadryad back in the deck, pull it with Call of the Forest to bring it up to 5, and then slam the leader charge onto it so it goes immediately to 7, dodging the Gigacock removal value. In this case, I believe that Coleman wants to take advantage of those Echo cards. I think you're going to see a bunch of cards played here that are going to get a lot of value. That's a great play though, because now that Hamadryad is looking real nice.
In and out with Dunka. Dunka gets dunked by the Giga Scorpion Decoction, very quickly answered by Wong ID. Coleman now up the 3 points in this case. So if you just wanted to get things started with a little bit of boost now, and now his Hamadryad gets that extra boost on top of that. It's also playing outside. Giga Scorpion has been used. And Oniromancy is still, both of these Echo cards could get used just so you know you have the high quality cards going into it, but really you don't really want to give Wang Adi a leg up. But this is Skelliga we're talking about. Skelliga's got tons of ways to get points. The no leader, obviously that is a huge piece that is missing. Hamadryad is going to be coming down with the boost, and I see the leader triggers occurring as well. It'll be 1, boosting it up to 7.
I mean, in this case, if you're committing the Hamadryad, you're committing the rest of your cards. Those Echoes are coming back next turn anyways. You want to at least fire off those Echo cards and get the value from them. You know, against the Devotion Warrior list like this, there's no squirrels to worry about. Obviously, they're open deck lists, so you're not going to be anyways. But here comes Yalmar to clean up the mess. That's going to be 1 great sword hucked right back at him. There we go. That is a Shea Weber slap shot directly to the skull.
Coleman knows that he didn't have to worry about anything else other than something like that removing, due to the fact that Wang ID's... we talked earlier just generally about the open deck list, but there are things like Karatha Heatwave is not in this list as well. Shaping Nature will be touching down here before the Oniromancy. Probably just going to go for the raw boost. The other card I was meaning to mention is there is no Morkvar Card of Terror for the big resets. For the Hamadryad, and in this case, that boosted by 8 Treant, which is the extra point from Symbiosis on that other Treant. And Coleman is full on into the bleed here. He wants to see any card that Wang ID is holding on to.
Yeah, this is an in for a penny, in for a pound. As soon as he saw that the Hamadryad hits the board, those Echo cards, it's not like... that's the beauty of these Echo cards, is that it's not like you're saving these big cards for a later round. They're going to come back. So you're basically playing these cards and fixing your draws for next round. A shorter, more concise round. That's pretty interesting. I guess he knows that there's no more removal without, like you mentioned, without the Morkvarg, without the Champion's Charge available. Let's put all our eggs in one basket. Let's get real tall and see how this goes.
Veteran is the last play here. Coleman can opt to play the Oniromancy and then immediately draw that as well. He'll be drawing that and Nature's Gift as well. So Shaping Nature, I apologize, as well. He can also start putting Wang ID on the potential of some of his best cards, specifically Hemdall not looking so great with no leader to support it as well. Coleman's best pull right here. He could go ahead and just go for a removal piece. He could go for Forest Protector, which would get the value of the, we would get the Death Blow value, but it would cost an extra 2, but you would also get the Treant as well in either case, due to the Symbiosis.
I mean, you can even, if you want to get funky here, knowing that all the tall removals are gone, you could just go get Gordon, try the 2-0 here. I mean, the math might be a little bit wonky here, but I think perhaps you just play that card to make a big statement here, but I think holding on to it is perfectly fine because you're really buying something big no matter what. I mean, do I like the Hemdall over the Totem play in this case? I'm not sure. I mean, depends how many Symbiosis Treants are going to shoot out, but I think that the safest play is to play that because you're always going to have 12 points out of that Totem.
Well, I think the Treant Protector is likely going to be taking out one thing of note, and that's usually going to get a whole bunch of extra value from the Symbiosis potentially, or other Treants that are on the board. Wang Adi is looking for something that is not a bronze card. Coleman as well got stuck with Tempering again after trying to ditch it, and there's the Dim Longship. Not the spicy cards we're looking for. Forest Protector does improve things, so Coleman is holding on to his 2 Echo cards his finisher in Gord, and one of his best cards in Protector. Karathi Heatwave still available for a Neuromancy, I believe. So that's a pretty strong hand from Coleman. Wang ID now having to play into this.
And Coleman's got options. That wild card that he has in his hand is going to fix, a lot of problems that might present itself. But Force Protector has access to some pretty big cards just opening up here with the Totem. Like you mentioned, that Force Protector is gonna, make that an awkward play as well. But perhaps you just kind of wait. But no, here it comes right out of the gate, right out of the box, a proactive play that you have. Everything else is kind of, so-so. I would suspect in this case, you maybe go Force Protector into Nature's Rebuke, get rid of one of those. That 5 points of removal really representing 6, given the fact that you can get rid of one of those Fanatics before the flip occurs. But Wang ID is kind of in a, he's playing with rags here. He's not necessarily as gilded as Coleman's whole hand is.
He missed Skjordal. He missed Herald and Crate as well. Those are 2 huge cards, I think. Those are the two huge cards that he missed. Those would be much bigger and much more impactful. Herald especially. I mean, they're just so impactful, really. They just play for so much more. Most specifically, Herald. He will probably get. I mean, there's just so much. There's so many options here for Coleman, especially even outside of, even with Neuromancy, just to shut down anything that Wang ID is building here. I just don't think the points will be there, ultimately.
Well, if ever there was a kind of exhibit of what kind of power the Skelliga Warrior Bronzes can exhibit, this would be it. Unfortunately, tossing the Protector away, it would have nestled nicely between the ship and that Berserker, but the Raider is still representing a decent amount. I mean, 8 points off of a bronze card is nothing to laugh at. It's just a matter that Coleman is going to get last say, and there's really nothing to mess with what he's got going. I think that Coleman is just going to play as greedy as possible here. I mean, you're not going to go with Vitality necessarily because you're not going to get the full boost, so 8 points is 8 points. But now it's just a matter of Wang ID just kind of staring this down and seeing what happens. But it's going to be tough to beat that Gord and Neuromancy.
There is an Neuromancy right here. It is going to be the Heat Wave. That's only going to go for 6, but that should be good enough. That will be Gord finally dropping down. Titanic to 14 and 14 next to each other, and that'll be enough for Coleman to take the first game here. That was a pretty wild way to end it there. Apologies for the end of that match there. We had a couple of things, and
yes, we are presenting ourselves in pixel vision, which is
we have
it's a little throwback to the 90s. I mean, it happens. We're on dial-up. 56K modems were good enough for me playing X-Wing versus TIE Fighter back in the day. Unfortunately, now we're doing our best here. But again, beaming all the way around the world directly into your ear balls and your eye holes. But it is what it is, friends. It's the gameplay we're here for, not our ugly faces. That's kind of how it goes.
So Coleman's going to go up 1 game here with Nature's Gift. Nature's Gift, one of my favorite decks when it comes to laddering. It's just very, very consistent. Scoia'tael and Northern Realms really are positioned well at this point because they're able to just make so many points and control the board in such a way there that even Skelliga's raw points. And, of course, Coleman willed all those gold cards to the bottom of Wang ID's deck, of course. But that's Gwent. That's how it works. And that means that Coleman is now up 1-0 in this quarterfinals 3 matchup. What else is there to say? I mean, I think that it's possible you could have said that Wang ID played a little bit too aggressively in round 1, but I think you have to go for round 1 against Nature's Gift. There's just a little bit too much they can do.
Well, Nature's Gift showing that Scoia'tael has more than one trick up its sleeve when it comes to tournament play. And we saw it there. Coleman had a very masterful bleed, read it perfectly. And with open deck lists, it's a beautiful thing to look at, right? It's when you know what's around the corner, you can kind of tread a little softer in terms of getting around and getting the points that you need. And we saw it there. I don't want to say greedy plays, but you dance around the the big guns, and I think that would have been a different situation if the leader was not expended. Maybe you kind of pass a little earlier if you're Wang ID in that case, playing deeper, but Coleman knew when to pressure, knew how to set up the pressure as well, and then stole the round and then just drove it home. That was a great match by Coleman, in my opinion.
It was a really good one. I see what you guys did, by the way. Very nice, very clever. May it live in infamy. So now you're going into Blue Coin, Coleman. You're up 1 game. It seems like Inspired Zeal will be the one you want to pick because really match length dictates how good you can set up in the future with commandos. I feel like it just puts Wang ID in an automatic position to have to deal with that. So it's possible, but you won't have the opportunity of Precision Strike. Precision Strike would really be able to shut that down. So you'd have to choose Mobilization or Congregate. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a mirror match, quite possibly here in this game too.
I'm really, excited to see how this goes. Again, I'm mostly blown away by the sheer variety of decks that we're seeing here. It's kind of testament to a little bit to the health of the game and the fact that even though there hasn't been much new content or balances that have occurred in a little while, there's still so much creativity and trust in not only the variety of factions, but the variety of leaders, at the helm of these factions. I mean, I guess with the exception of the Keltulis conspiracy, which we have seen that everybody seems to be relying on here. But I mean, Nature's Gift, even something like Syndicate has a lot of representation here. Heck, even Nilfgaard, who everyone says might be hot garbage. Maybe you're just not playing it right. So that's a nice thing to see here as well at the tournament, is just seeing the best of the best playing pretty much every faction.
Yeah, it's a really strong control meta, and in those kinds of metas, Enslave is one of the best, really, when it comes to control, especially when there's less Nilfgaard in the meta. Nilfgaard can actually perform even better. So seeing 2 players consider bringing Nilfgaard and go for it is pretty awesome. As we get into this next game here, Coleman is actually taking his Syndicate list, the Hidden Cache, and he will be going up against Northern Realms Mobilization.
Well, you got your wish. Here it is, the Mobilization list. I know that you love this list. I know you love this deck. I remember taking this deck into ladder not too long ago. I had one amazing day with it, and then one pitiful, awful, terrible day with it.
You didn't enjoy it?
Well, it wasn't that I didn't enjoy it. It was just that there was it to me feels like a deck that can get punished extra hard or take advantage extra hard. I mean, the middle ground for it is very narrow. I think that against any type of control list, it'll suffer disgustingly. However, if you're playing against something that doesn't necessarily interact with your side, that offers a lot of targets for those Revenants to pop off on and multiply, then you're in the driver's seat. So in this case, when you're playing Revenants against something like Cache, their ability to actually interact with the Revenant side of the board with the Northern Realms player is rather limited. So I suspect that as long as there are targets of opportunity for those Revenants to hit, then this could actually be closer than it seems. But if Wang ID maybe slips up and doesn't necessarily find those targets of opportunity for the Revenants to multiply and really, swarm as they're supposed to do, then perhaps Coleman in a long round can just overwhelm with sheer amount of points.
Lieutenant Von Hurst, Iron Von Hurst, now with the tactical advantage being protected here, making sure that a steady bunch of troops are coming in here for the swarm congregate type of gameplay here. However, this does open up a lot of opportunities. This is, on paper, I would say this would be a rough matchup, of course, because Forbidden Magic plays all these delicious 2-strength units for Forbidden Magic to feast on. Any ping creating any of these units, turning any of these units into a 1-point unit for a Revenant to copy on. Von Hurst would probably be looking to turn these into armored units very quickly, but there is the Forbidden Magic. We're going to see our first Revenant of the day.
There he is, standing tall. Again, options to get rid of him, rather limited. I mean, something like Morale, it doesn't exactly feel all that great in a deck like this. Morale, usually the specialist to get rid of taller units, getting that poison going. But when you're playing as the Mobilization list, you are essentially spreading out your forces and getting value from their order abilities, from their swarm ability, the multiplication, the archers in the back row firing off. So really, successfully converting on a Morale is worth what in the best case? You maybe kill the Falibor. Perhaps you kill, you can maybe poison a frigate and take away the point potential that it represents. But I feel like Morale here is not necessarily going to be as big of a game changer as it would be in certain other matches.
Which is precisely why we might see it here in round one if it comes down to using it to put Wang Aidi in a position where he has to deal with that poison on the pass. So it's possible that the units do stay small enough. That tends to be what usually occurs here, as we are going to be seeing Oniromancy into Amphibious Assault, which will immediately be pulling out something like an Archer, or perhaps he does have the one Kidweni Knight as well. I like to use that sometimes in round two if I'm using AA a little late. But setting up the Archer here, either in round one without leader or round three with leader, it does allow you a lot of opportunities. The Archer is constantly loading up, needs interaction, and while you're doing that, the Revenants just start feasting because those one pings, it's really just going to hurt. And it is going to be Morale. There you go, round one Morale. This will turn the tides potentially if Wang Aidi can't turn this around in some way.
You love to see it, right? The 31 provision Archer. It's a thing of beauty. It's absolutely a thing of beauty. 31 provision Archer, only to get just, drinks the Kool-Aid and dies to poison. But he will get his value to a certain degree here, as he will be able to convert on the Firesworn token and match up with the ping from the Revenant. So this is where the Revenant tokens are going to really play against themselves in this case, kind of, just feeding into the Revenant feast. But again, sometimes you just run out of room on the row. So we'll see how this actually plays out. The Archer, if goes unanswered, but there is follow-up poison. Should Morale die to that boiling oil, there is another poison to complete the package there. But we can expect Wang Aidi, to just go ahead and take the value while it's there.
That is that difficult position I was talking about. You have to kill Morale, or you have to clear the poison. But if you don't do both, one of those things is gonna convert on that poison. So the Fistek Trafficker here will be able to do that, and that puts this widely in Kolomon's favor as far as points. Wang Aidi can't really turn this around as fast. Although, Falibor is positioned to get a lot of points here if Wang Aidi just wants to play the stay ahead on red coin game, or he could just be comfortable protecting into round 2 and 3. I know that in most cases, especially when it comes to be against an engine deck, you always have that option, in my opinion.
So in this case, like you said, it's difficult to kind of give up a round when really there's not a massive amount of passive point generation, nothing that you can't necessarily overcome right out of the box. Falibor can match it if necessary, and committing here the frigate is, it's not a bad play over here. You're kind of saying, all right, well, I'll kind of dip my toe into the pond a little bit here, see how you respond. Replying with the frigate is not fully committal because it's only a bronze card that you're giving up, but should Kolomon kind of not necessarily go way over the top on this, Wang Aidi can actually go ahead and start coming through with a lot more points based off the passive ability of that frigate.
It seems like this is where you'd want to flex some strength in that case. If you're Kolomon, if you make the assumption that this is just going to be a slower turnout here, because the frigate does have to build up. The Kidweni Revenants are also building up. He's going to be dropping Imka here for the gold, for the coin generation engine. That's 2 coins a turn coming in from Imka, and those coins all can be converted on with Von Hurst and these units that may or may not live. If Wang Aidi has his way with the board, he can use Falibor right now and then set up a Revenant ping if he wants to go a little bit hard into the paint here on red coin, instead setting up Ronvid for a future round, a little bit of graveyard recursion, and just kind of taking his time saying, you want to play some more cards? At this point, the Passiflora Peaches, you'd want to save that for your Passiflora turn. The Blind Eyes, that's not a bad play, I suppose. You'd have a spender, and of course, it is not very committal either.
Yeah, the Street Urchins is not a bad idea as well. You do have the passive point generation of the MK to go ahead and add, convert that into points with your spender. Wang Aidi still can get ahead with a really crafty Falibor, the 3 into the 2 again, bring it down to 1, converting on the Revenant spawning a brand new Revenant. The Frigate spawns a new dude as well. I'm sorry, Francesca. I'm sorry, Jagras. Poops out another dude, and there you have it. As Panda said, war is brutal. War is a nasty, nasty.
This is
thing.
an adult card game for adults.
Yes, it's an adult card game for adults.
And these two are fighting like grown men.
I love it. Well, there we have it. As we can see, a 19-point deficit may look daunting, but it's nothing that Wong ID can't overcome with a Falibor, let's say, and a bronze card, frankly, because he does have the benefit, the luxury of having the red coin here to get on top, to spend two turns to get back on top.
You do something like that, I suppose, as Wong ID, you're saying, you are committing to winning the round. Now, with Falibor spent, how does the hand look after that? For Coleman, the hand looks pretty strong. I mean, Coleman obviously doesn't want to spend Passiflora or anything, really probably would like to not have to spend very much more, looking for the pass. He won't get it, and it's possible that we see a big card here. Sheila does set up some future problems for Coleman by creating a number of spots for Ronvid here. 2 damage can go into the Fistek Trafficker, and then 2 damage later can follow up to create another pocket here, or another 1-point unit for the Revenant. So this is looking very doable for Wong ID on red coin to take it a card down. Is Coleman going to allow him to do such a thing?
Well, you got to assess where are you going to get your points in later matches. Again, a deck like Hidden Cash likes to get a little time to breathe and establish itself. You need to slam down perhaps a defender. You got to slam down the Passiflora. You got to then go ahead and follow it up. You also need to be very vigilant about your coin purse. You got to be vigilant about your money, the bank. You got to make sure that you're not over profiting and you're getting full efficiency of those coins, an element that Syndicate, an extra layer of complexity it has to deal with. So, what are you going to give up here? I think offering up Saul is not a terrible option. I think that's a fair statement to make here, because in your hand right now you have one of your win conditions, I would suspect, plus 2 blind dice to really get full value off of it. One of which is Adriano, and that's probably one of the bigger pieces to pop off one of the triggers from the Passiflora.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Saul, I believe, is in a disadvantaged position being on that row. Will factor in his Horde check before Imka's gold gain, which could, I think it just did, cost Coleman a point there. Is there a reason why he wouldn't be playing on the range row is the better question. But I have a feeling that the positioning there, he could have lost a couple of points there.
I think it might just be from the passive dude generation that's occurring right now. He doesn't want to crowd that row, should he need to play some more units on the row, but you are correct. Again, the way that everything is sequenced, it's melee, then ranged, left to right. But as we see over here, here comes Egmond, and he has just gone ahead and done his 3 points of damage right out of the box, and coupled up with the Sheila charge and the Revenant, again, just keeps. Wong ID has been very crafty in how he's been using all these order effects and this damage to really keep that Revenant train going, as well as the Frigate, which just keeps dumping out dudes on that back row.
I think this is Passiflora or pass, really. You can't, I feel like it's too difficult to play a card and then immediately weaken your follow-up Passiflora. How important is this round to Coleman? Passiflora does have the 2 blind eyes waiting in the hand immediately after that. Lots of money to spend and things to spend it on. If Coleman values this match, if he thinks round 1 is the game here, I imagine that's it. That's not the case. He's going to pass. Lots of coins in the pouch, but of course that matters for the hordes that are still triggering. Wong ID is going to go ahead and proc some of these orders, proc the Volunteer and the Revenant, and get these points.
Here's the beauty. That pass from Coleman is going to buy the Falibor out of his hand. I don't think he's got a way to do it.
There's no way around it. I'm just processing that now. He's got to play the Falibor. Is that right? That is filthy. What a pass.
Yeah, that was an excellent pass. Now, he had no way of knowing what else he had in his hand, but seeing that Falibor come out is brilliant. Now, again, you got to keep in mind that there is passive point generation on the board that he has to take into account. So Wong ID doesn't necessarily, he can't just kind of slow play it or play it too close, because one miscalculation, one misstep, and it's lights out. So Coleman takes a very opportune pass, goes into round 2 with a very, very good hand. The issue now is better. Yeah, I mean, you got Philippa, and I mean, that Fist Tech is not exactly fantastic, but a Sea Jackal's pretty good. You're going to need a spender in this case. The problem is you're also going to need something to dump onto the board, to pay that toll to get into round 3 off the dry pass.
Curse of Corruption in Wang ID's list. Now, this is a card that I tend to not play as often as something perhaps like Becker's Rock Slide. But Curse of Corruption, bringing that into a tournament, it's one of those things that if you know it's there, you know you're always playing against it. It's just, you know exactly how that works at any given time as far as like the highest unit, and you can play around it. And there is just a quick pass going into round 3 right now on even cards.
And that's the right way to do it. I mean,
it's going to be the constant play around Curse of Corruption at this point.
In terms of what you're going to slam onto the board there, like I said, you got to kind of pay the fee to get into round 3 off the dry pass, dropping the Jackal. It expends the best spender that you possibly have, but at the same time, in terms of what else you have, you can maybe drop Peaches and hope you get another Blind Eye. But is that something that you can rely on? Now that might be too much poison in this case. Unfortunately, you could probably get rid of one and hopefully upgrade, and that is a massive upgrade. It's a massive upgrade, not just on the card itself, but also unlocks a spender for you to make use of those coins and not relying on Philippa to steal something that you perhaps don't want to steal.
Absolutely. Also, Wang ID struggling a little bit with the draws. I'm sure he's happy with a lot of his cards, but of course he has a Ballista and a Radovich Royal Guard and an Adurnian Mauler in hand. And I think that those cards could be vastly improved. He did pick up Crappy Heatwave. He does have Oniromancy, of course, so he can access something better. And Curse of Corruption is available and always threatening the highest unit on the board at any given time here. As Wang ID now needs to make his first play here as Passiflora comes down, open for business. Blind Eyes, all that matter. The Horde is already proccing here due to Hidden Cache's passive for the Passiflora Peaches.
Now, wouldn't you, if you were Wong ID, now I know obviously it's nice to have last say, especially when you have something like Heatwave or Curse of Corruption in your hand, but I feel like Wong ID playing passively here, I feel like it would have been, a decent situation even if Wong ID was had to go first here. On going first here, you establish your archers, and it forces your opponent then to maybe slow down on the Passiflora and maybe answer one of the archers, and then you're kind of stalling. I feel like blue coin in this situation, or rather I say blue coin, but going first in this round 3 might be an advantage in this case because it allows you to set up your armory here. You set up the engine piece or set up the row of archers that are going to be raining terror.
Coleman could be considering using leader and then playing Philippa to steal the bigger archer. That is got to be a tempting choice right here. It's possible that he could be considering something a little bit more important, but that is just such a good piece, especially when the leader has been played. Your leader then gets that value. It's going to be a different choice. Adriano the Mink, perhaps, will be paying the tribute, will be making the big money here, and perhaps he has time. You could just wait for Philippa. There's the Redanian Elite as well. And now the Passiflora will be proccing one additional Sly Seductress at the end of this, and will be all the engines will be in place. The money is in place. Wang ID's board is not safe with Philippa and that much of a coin purse.
I feel like do you protect your Sly Seductress with shield here? I mean, maybe it was at a missed opportunity in that case to not be able to do it. Obviously. I mean, you had the money to do it, and now you're kind of at the, you're succumbing to whatever they have. Because now, like we said here might be a Philippa that is going to really. I mean, if this swings in a very favorable way, it could be devastating. There you go.
That hurts. Yeah, that hurts a little bit. That one of those pings could have hit the Redanian, the flying Redanian. Yeah, that could have been a miss there. That could have been worth it. He used his leader ability to get the coins and then ended up not spending. So it could have been an option at least.
I think what Koloman's thinking here is the fact that he's facing down archers that he can't necessarily answer. So whatever shield that he's spending on is going to get just popped immediately.
Gets pinged anyway. Yeah, it just gets pinged anyway.
But in which case, at some point, there we go. I was going to say...
finally, yeah.
I was going to say, at some point, you need to sort of slam down and take care of one of those archers and, take out take out that, you know, the armor off of it that allows the resupply, that adds the arrow to the quiver at the end of the turn, right? So having that 5-point archer is beautiful. You just got to make work out of it now.
Just looking at Kolomon's deck list here, as far as Vivaldi Bank is concerned, it's a lot of bronze cards, I believe, that are remaining in the deck. There isn't, we've seen almost every decent card. Morale was also played as well. Jacques d'Aldersberg in hand, Passiflora. It really is, it's just going to be like Sea Jackals and such for the Vivaldi Bank. So it may just be a card that ends up generating value or generating coins only to be spent through Jacques d'Aldersberg or something like that.
Well, again, that's going to be the luck of the draw in terms of where you find the cards that you need. I don't know if you're going to have everything you need. Yeah, getting poison here. Those 2 arrows. I'm wondering. Oof.
There is the curse of corruption. Hey, you got to take it when you can get it. It's going to take out that. It's going to take out that engine there. But now the Sly Seductress is probably just going to pop right back here. The Vivaldi Bank could possibly find another one as well.
The issue
that
here
would be impossible because it's not in his deck.
Cards like the Passiflora Peaches, they need time to gestate, to actually become worthwhile down the road, to become major threats. The problem is a deck like Wong ID is so precise. It's surgical in how it distributes the damage, the pings of the archer, etc. And a greed list like Kolomon that just is looking to generate engines and generate points. I mentioned this earlier. This is going to be a matter of does Wong ID have the right kind of, can he find the right avenues and find the margins to really capitalize on his pings to come through? Because as you see right now, the point differential is fairly significant. 14 points with an engine ticking for Kolomon. That's a pretty big deal to come out of. But I mean, Wong ID's. He needs to start establishing things like, his revenants and getting that kind of going. Because eventually he's just going to run out of opportunity to generate those points, and he's going to fall way behind to these engines forever ticking.
Wong ID showing that he does have, not great cards in his hand as the Ballista comes down, deals a ping to the Seductress, as well as spending Archer pings on it as well, only to leave it alive. Potentially could be shielded as well. Wasn't a miscalculation. I don't think there was any way to do the extra 2 damage needed. The Seductress did boost, of course, on that unit play. Kolomon's in a pretty good position here. He does have the opportunity now to, nothing really great to poison. That hasn't really come up yet, and there may not be something great to poison. So the value of the Fistek and the Fistek Trafficker could ultimately come out to where the spenders are. And here comes another tribute. This is going to be Jacques d'Aldersberg. We'll be playing those 2 units, having enough horde for the Passiflora Peaches, not protecting the Sly Seductress.
Yeah, where are you really depositing those poisons that you're going to feel good about? I think that at this point, poisoning that archer in the back row, that is a ship that has long sailed. Are you waiting perhaps for Wong ID to play that Frog Assault into something tall? But, if you're Wong ID, you're holding on to that, towards late to get those points when you need them. It's such a unique matchup for something like Mobilization where, like you say, it plays close to the ground. It gets its value off of order abilities that like to regenerate, that like to multiply with the Revenants. So major removal options are kind of, I don't say worthless, but you're not getting the value that you would otherwise get poisoning something like an Ozrol, or poisoning something like a Goliath, or like those big bad boys that you want to get rid of. Really poison. How good do you feel poisoning a Mauler on the front row? Really, it's kind of yucky, but that's the best target you have.
In a big way, Falibor coming out in round 2 kind of nerfed Kolomon's hand, you could say. Because of the lack of larger units here. This could be, like, this Mauler could represent the most points. As Kolomon is taking his time here. This is, does he just want to gain some coins and spend? Show the poison. It is going to be on the Archer after all.
That feels bad, though.
The ship hasn't sailed. The ship hasn't sailed yet, but it does feel bad. It forces all the pings to be spent, so it can't be spent, I suppose, later. But, it is, poison on 2. Or poison on 4 were really the 2 options.
Not having Revenants is really feels bad here for Wong ID, because imagine you have Philippa and you have Ronvid that are just begging to be eaten. Not to mention, there's so much body on the board that can be shaved down to get Revenant value. So I don't know. There's a missed opportunity.
He has had access to Revenants with a Amphibious Assault, if I'm not mistaken, unless he played. Did he not play both of them?
And that's the beauty of it, is that the hard removal that Colemon is really hanging on to is a 2-turn sequence. It's the poison, right? So you'll have opportunity to get the value necessary with that by using your Revenant ping, and then suddenly that Amphibious Assaulted boosted Revenant is just its story has already been told. You know, they've already wrote the songs about it, so it's on to the next. And here it is. The deficit just seems massive, and a card like Vivaldi Bank he'll have access to every card in his deck, so he'll find what he needs. And if he's doing the big brain plays, he'll spend the coins properly and get the card that he'll maximize the point potential at the end of the day. But a Heatwave and a Frog Assault is not really going to do it.
So Jack Aldersberg is the only spender here, so Wang ID could be heat-waving this. However, Vivaldi Bank always hits an Urchin, I believe, or a Sea Jackal. So in this case, Colemon mostly has spenders or bronze cards in his deck at this point. So the heat wave is going to hit Jack, and this will probably be Vivaldi Bank. Take whatever coins end up in the pouch with the card that is chosen, but it could just as well be anything at this point. There's the Sea Jackal. That's
a great Sea Jackal.
Urchin. The Sea Jackal works.
Best part about the Sea Jackal is that it's close enough to the top that you are going to get some of those horde abilities as well. You just go over the top, spend as much coins as you can. I mean, you want to leave the 3 maybe, or maybe it's probably best offered to go ahead and just put them all into the Sea Jackal, given the fact you've already seen Heatwave. Might as well do it.
Just going to forfeit the game there, not show that last card, as Colemon goes up 2-0 in quarterfinals. Number 3, Colemon just made it happen in the end, got a really good spend out of Falibor, ended up not even needing that poison value because the coins paved the way. So I think that was a pretty good matchup. I think Hidden Cash is always looking good. Colemon just never stopped believing that Hidden Cash was really good to bring to a tournament. And here it is working out. It's working out.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we're going to kind of do a little rewind on that, in terms of decision, again, I'm just some schmuck sitting here watching these games. These are the players who have to sit there under the pressure of the actual matchup. But I feel like the opportunity from Colemon's side, maybe the poison came a little late, maybe the steal came a little late. Obviously, he won, but from then on the side of Wang ID, maybe that Frog Assault into something more useful, like a Revenant, or finding some other option to maybe maximize that potential, came a little late as well. I feel like once you see the Philippa make the steal, your Revenant is safe from most hard removals, and missed opportunity perhaps. It's obviously, there's still lots of Gwent to play, and we're going on to the next game.
Colemon's in a pretty good position here. He is now 2 up going into red coin, meaning that he'll have to win now with the Blue Stripe Commandos. So he has red coin Blue Stripe Commandos. This can be very difficult to deal with. You set up your graveyard, you make a lot of points doing so by playing just really high tempo Amphibious Assault into your Blue Stripe Scouts. Fill up your graveyard. You can play Pavetta and get them out once, and then we see this is not a renew Pavetta list, so that will not really be necessary, but
no,
you will see lots of commandos, my friends. Lots of Blue Stripe Commandos. For Temeria, perhaps? Colemon's hoping that it'll take him to the full victory and get 100% of that match stake.
Yeah, it's a minimum 4 Temeria, possibly a 5 or even 6 Temeria, depending on how many times we clone those commandos. Nonetheless, we love to see it. I absolutely am terrible at playing commandos, a very draw-dependent deck. I find it's something that can brick or get really nasty. But again, when you're playing commandos, when you see that Inspired Zeal on the other side of the board, you know what to look for. You know what they're trying to set up, so you can kind of play around it. You can kind of really time your removal, time all that kind of stuff to really negate the spread of the commando plague, let's say. But to quote the famous Jaggeris, we're about to go commando, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, buckle up for this one.
Yes, we are. We're going to see commandos. We're going to see a lot of favorites. We're going to see Drog, perhaps, touchdown here. Roach Merciless. A lot of cards that we haven't seen in a lot of opens, really. But really, at no point have commandos really been all that bad. Uprising has just been much better for a long time. And then, of course, Mobilization stepping in. But I think that commandos Inspired Zeal, being able to have that control with those 3 very important units, usually Selkirk and 2 other units that you care about, the Zeal, and that goes on with the Commandos, of course, and Roach Merciless creating great Zeal units here. So this will be Patricidal Fury taking on Blue Stripe Commandos.
Here it is, and then again, there it is, polluting the hands with the Commandos. Again, I do apologize for the pixelated cameras. We do look like a Japanese porno, but it's fine. It's all good because the gameplay is crystal clear and the gameplay is top level, awesome sauce. So, Commandos, baby. Commandos is all I gotta say. Mulligan's out of the way. Is there another? There must be another boat in there for raiding fleet. I don't think he's bricking those. I think he's got another longship in the back row that he can fish out of the deck.
I do believe the score right now should be 2-0 for Coleman, just for anybody who's tuning into the game. Sorry, I was just checking that real quick. This is match point here for Coleman as Wang ID gets things started here with, as we said earlier, right, the traditional start, the long ship, the welcome ship here, not being protected or veiled by the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, it's just going to hammer down there. I mean, in terms of removal options for that, I think it's just safe to just throw it down there. And this is where this card can become very taxing. As you can see, playing that onto the back row, the inspired effect is immediately shaved away by that boat, just giving you a little haircut off the top. Everything that's going to come out, that's going to hit the board is going to take a 1-point tax. That's going straight into the pockets of that front boat. And a very annoying card if it's unanswered. Looking at the commando list, is there actually an answer for it? There is 2 boiling oils in the deck, so bravely not adding the boost and veil to that card. But Wang ID has taken the risk and so far has done okay with it.
I really like a lot of the additions here to Coleman's list here. I really like Voimir showing up again. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen Voimir. Specifically, of course, these are superstar cards when it comes to making a lot of the same card. Coleman did want to get things started here with the Radovid's Royal Guard. And at this point, getting the Salt would have been the best opportunity to get stuff like the Blue Stripe Scouts, which are not available here to Coleman. So this is not a start that he's looking for.
No, this is a difficult one. Protection on that commando in the back row is going to be a problem as well. How do you deal with this? I mean, you need to be able to allow for, a commando to not only just get established and get copied, but also give it a turn to get the Zeal if necessary. Having a commando in hand without the Roche is okay. It's one avenue, but like we said, or like I mentioned earlier, a deck like this can really become kind of cumbersome when the cards that you have early are getting disrupted and your game plan is not coming, to fruition the way you might see it, where your commando gets, let's say, locked or killed or immediately removed, banished, God knows what. If you don't have a body on there that you can copy, then your whole game plan is kind of out the window. So we'll see how Coleman takes this going forward, but no Blue Stripe Scout, just the commando.
Coleman not running John Natalis, but still missing 3 potential ways to get a Blue Stripes commando on the board at the very least, and of course missing all the scouts as well here. Siege support running 2 of in this list. This card has really started to creep into the meta quite a bit. The granting of Zeal, very important, and also in this case it's as if it saves Coleman a leader charge because you're already running a bunch of cards that likely have orders that you're looking to use. So by saving a leader charge, that can be massive in some situations. Long ID makes the quick answer here. Ballista still loaded up. A lot of charges still available from Wang ID just to cripple the board here, create enough bloodthirst, build up great swords, and Coleman on the red coin does not exactly have the setup he's looking for.
So the whole fleet just waiting in the wings there. They are holding court on the side of the board from Wang ID. Lots of damage potential if necessary. And again, taxing every unit that hits the board is going to be taking a 1-point dip whenever they touch ground. You want to be able to clone those commandos. The problem is you don't have the opportunity to do so. So how do you make a chocolate cake out of a pile of crap in this case if you're Coleman, right? It's going to be difficult. You need the right ingredients and maybe you don't have them. So this could be a situation where you're going to take advantage of that red coin to perhaps just get out of a bad situation. As you can see, there's lots of damage potential on the board. the hand that Wang ID is holding with those great swords, it's just delicious. You're not committing much, but you have a lot of high ceiling potential. And Coleman just takes his, he pulls the chute, jumps out of the plane, and says, "Forget it. I'm getting out of this flaming wreckage before we gets even more devastating."
So you're suggesting that there are the proper ingredients to turn a pile of crap into a chocolate cake? You're saying that there is an amount of ingredients possible?
If you've ever had Mountain Dew, you know that enough sugar you could sell. With enough sugar, you can sell anything. It's just putrid, nasty potion of garbage. We are looking for sponsors. Mountain Dew, sponsor us forever and always. Mountain Dew. It's delicious, maybe, possibly with sugar. Okay, into the next round. Round 2 here. Lots of shuffling up. Maybe Coleman can kind of improve his hand. There's the Ownermancy, which I guess pops off the Roche if you need it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Coleman now does have access to some of the cards he wants. Through Oniromancy, he can access AA. He does have the Blue Stripe Commando no longer in his hand, but so he would need to be pulling Vernon in this case. Now, Wang ID could push. Skelliga does have the strength to do some real damage here. Coleman just got kind of really hurt here on the draws. And he's, I think at this point, looking for the best way to threaten. Again, a long round for Coleman might work out for him if he's able to, he just can't source the cards he needs. Like, it's just not, he can't make it work.
That's
he's
the problem.
He's missing too many important pieces. He drew, he mulliganed, it's not there. He's just hoping that Wang ID passes, and even then, nothing's been set up for the Commandos. It's not like it's a weak deck by any means if you can't do that. You can get a lot done with Drog and copying, but we're talking about Skelliga here. I think you need your win condition to pop off at some point.
I think what you need to present here if you're Coleman is you need to present a front of that. You have the pieces that you're able to contest the round and get your game plan going. So you're pretty much presenting to Wang ID, okay, do you want to give me round 2 so we can go deep and I can just build up all my commandos that I need? Or do you want to just maybe pass and walk away so that maybe I could fix my hand a little and we can make this work in the next round? Because Coleman, you could see it a little bit stressed right now. You can see the gears are turning, the hamster's kind of struggling on the wheel there to figure out how he's going to make this work. And he's got big cards, don't get me wrong, but a lot of those cards need to coalesce with each other. They need to connect, and if you're not connecting the dots, you're not going to have the full picture that Coleman needs to perhaps not just win the round, but the game itself.
I think Wang ID might actually even consider a pass here, because if he's going to assume that Coleman is going to start getting his combo together, maybe passing prevents Coleman from doing that, prevents the Blue Stripe Commando engine from all coming together. He has to put him on maybe doing that. So Wang ID is going to get the pass. All that stuff happened is we are going to trade here. Coleman is just going to go down one more card here, likely the Radovitz Royal Guard, and puts him into position where he can still get big value out of the Blue Stripe Scouts. It's not that important. Now it's all about building a good board for Drog, and Wang ID knowing exactly what he's playing into, but he still has Roach Merciless, he still has Selkirk. Really, the bad hand has gotten him all the way into round 3 with his best cards.
And how much of that is just, is it the commandos themselves or the idea of commandos that has really scared him? And now Coleman does have a card that he can drop and not be that afraid of. Again, with 3 Inspired Zeal charges still in the bank that he can use, then you could probably get rid of something that, you have a bronze card that offers Zeal if necessary. Is that really something that you care about? Is that really something that you can go with? But again, Ownermancy does get recycled. So go for the I would say go for the perhaps go for the Frog Assault. Get that in your hand next turn as well.
I believe that was already was that not already played?
No, it was in his deck.
I could have missed
it. Was in his deck.
But that will stop the Raider from being in the graveyard for Herald in this case. So Herald now only has a Berserker, I think, in the graveyard.
Correct, if I'm not mistaken. Now, again, that like the other option for Coleman there, you use the Ownermancy to get Amphibious Assault, guaranteeing that you have Amphibious Assault next turn and maybe thinning out some trash out of the deck. But again, this is just no Blue Stripe Scout. The whole commando strategy is looking kind of gross. What Coleman really is leaning on now is a 2-0 lead that he has another opportunity to make this happen.
You abandon you're not looking for Blue Stripe Scouts now, I think. You're just looking to get some of the commandos out And I mean, this could just very well be a commando. It's going to be a ballista, not even better.
You can see, I could honestly feel a little bit of disappointment and sadness that just zoomed through the
Commando,
Colomon's eyes.
Scout, Amphibious Assault, and Burn and Roach. I mean,
but
Colomon's gonna make this deck look great if he's able to solidify a win here, kind of bypassing so much of the deck and also having Pavetta more or less not really adding very much value at all to the deck. You can put a card back into the deck so a Neuromancy can access it. That's still a possibility, and that still could turn into enough points to make it worth it. But I mean, this is, again, I gotta say,
I mean, we're beyond, like, Plan A failed. We're, but to quote Dr. Evil, preparations A through G have failed. We are now commencing with preparation H. And if you're Colomon, like, you're already on Plan C, Plan D. Like, nothing is happening here. And maybe in round 2, when you're dropping that extra card, when he was at 8 cards, maybe Onoromancy into Squirrel wasn't optimal, because Onoromancy into the Amphibious Assault guarantees the Amphibious Assault and the Onoromancy come back, so you have both tutors, so you're guaranteed to go ahead and draw what you need. You can draw your Scout, you can draw your Roche / your Commandos. So maybe he was just banking on the fact that he was going to draw one of those cards, and he didn't. That is just a bad roll of the dice, and I don't blame Colomon for making that play earlier, because the odds were in his favor. I think he just really... he low rolled big time.
Scuardel quickly handling the Caraballista here, just doing the old body trade, kind of the low budget muzzle right here, taking that out here. The Ballista's going to come down, and Colomon showcasing the low end of his deck here in round 3. Not the best place to put it, but it is where it has to be right now.
Yeah, again, this is going to be, you're going to have to really find a frame to put this, messy, sloppy kind of artwork. I mean, if you can kind of put a ribbon on this one and sell it as Colomon, I mean, more props to you, buddy, but it is just not looking good. You're already up against Patricidal Fury, which is a formidable deck in many ways, one that can control, that can slam points, that can punish wide, and now you just don't have the the guitar isn't tuned the way you want it to, and the curtain call is happening. So it's time to make your performance, and we'll see how it goes. There's still big cards left in Colomon's hand. If anyone can do it, it's him.
Colomon is doing the math right now. It's just really trying to make sure that he's setting up for something that at least maybe Vernon can get that death blow. If Vernon ends up being the Oneiromancy card, perhaps, here comes the Oneiromancy card. This could still be Vernon, and or it could be AA, I suppose. It's going to be Vernon with the Inspired Zeal, which is going to get us another commando, which is going to get more commandos, because at this point, you're just holding the last thing for Selkirk. Putting 2 commandos on the board, 3 commandos on the board makes Voimir very realistic. It's really going to be harder to get the Bloodthirst. Well, not that hard, of course, because you do have Arnjolf, so that there's always that as well. But otherwise, this is the best you could hope for. Colomon probably wanted to see maybe 2, 3 more commandos than this, but from here on, you could imagine that outside of Pavetta's strength coming down after the commandos, this is roughly what we would see this game play out as.
Perhaps there's a situation here where maybe Wong ID is going to overspend to get rid of commandos, not knowing that Colomon has no real way to clone them, that he has some dead cards in there, such as Pavetta, let's say. Maybe Wong ID is going to, maybe he overcommits a 6-point decoction onto a 4-point commando. Maybe, he tries to find or has to overspend because, not that he's scared of these cards, but he has to get rid of them. He's overvaluing what these commandos are representing, not knowing that there's no way to clone them.
Wong ID is now going to be dealing with the fact. So Selkirk came in, knocked out that Raider. So that is, now there is a Raider in the graveyard for Herald, but there is no way to grab Herald at the moment, I believe, with Blood Eagles. So he'll have to set up one way or another. These aren't great targets for any of the removal, really. I think Wong ID might just want to be playing Veterans, just playing some of his points and just getting closer and closer to the end of this game here, where he might be able to close this off. It's still going to be a lot of points for Koloman at this point, and I think Koloman's definitely going to want to get Voimir activated, so Hemdall is just not going to be that good. As good.
Looking at Wang ID's hand over here, some of the big plays he can make are, you do have the Hemdall, you still have access to your leader ability. The Decoction, I mean, what are you really getting rid of in terms of the Decoction? It's probably just representing 6 points. There's no, there's no extra spice, no extra sprinkles on that cake that you're getting out of it. It's just going to represent the 6 points. 7 points of Veil power is also good, but that Blood Eagle is going to look delicious. You just got to figure out how you can pair that up to get the death blow effect you need. And one thing that needs to be weighing on Wang ID's mind is how long do I hold on to the Hemdall before, let's say, Voimir comes in, adding not only boost but armor as well, which could rob some of that Hemdall value. It's also worth noting that if Wang ID is suspecting that there's going to be some cloning happening of those commandos, maybe blocking the row with those sirens is an option as well. But I think that Koloman may have telegraphed that he doesn't have it, purely off the fact that he played to the front row. Typically, if you're cloning commandos, you put them to the back row, but that's just me. Now, that might be a visual bug, if I'm not mistaken.
Those are all Revenants, and as soon as that's done there, Voimir looks much, much better in this case, makes it a little bit harder. This is obviously going to be very difficult to get value from Hemdall if Voimir is able to protect and armor up on these people here, plus these Revenants, plus Arnial's Harpies will also potentially, they could clog up the road, but they also allow the Revenants to feed off of it as well. Here comes the Giga Scorpion Decoction, and it's not exactly just 6 points with the Greatsword here. Assuming that the Greatsword is going to be killed by the Karathi, it wouldn't really matter. You could say that the 6 points of the Gigascorp is roughly the 6 points of Pavetta. The option could have been made there to remove the Greatsword with the Boiling Oil, but it seems like that's going to be saved more so for the Berserker as we see this play out.
One of the most famous bands. This is a really obscure. You know what? I won't even make that reference because there's a bad word in it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. But it's looking a lot better here for Koloman, given the fact that he's got those 4 Revenants that are just sitting there, relatively protected. You have the Voimir as well, which is going to make it's going to make that Hemdall not as pretty as you might suspect it to be. Is this the Hemdall, the Voimir play right here? I suspect it might be. I think that's
pretty hard to argue.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, you don't want to get too greedy with this because now all those points of armor are going to just, rob Hemdall of the value that it would otherwise have on a clean row. So a great point, and here it is, Koloman making the best of an otherwise dire situation against a deck like Patricidal Fury. Patricidal Fury, though, nothing to sort of laugh at yet because it does have a lot of burst potential with the leader ability into the Hemdall, but those points of armor are certainly going to factor in.
Wang Adi is going to be dropping the Berserker here. They could just be collecting 0 points on this armor, actually going to the back row, which is where Hemdall is not going. So that's actually a good ping for Koloman that potentially could equal a point out on Hemdall's value. So that is not nothing. Koloman, 3 pings available. He could be playing. You wouldn't be able to. Well, Red's already deciding at this point, but you wouldn't be able to dig Falibor in to get something better from the Berserker because it would transform. I don't think Pavetta really does anything here, but does create some more points here as pretty much all she can do when the plan doesn't really come together for the Commandos.
This might be a situation where perhaps you just go leader into your Blood Eagle, getting the death blow off of one of those.
And the Harpy.
Yeah, you likely have to. But then again, you're opening up those sirens to the Revenants that can just go ahead and pick them off. It's a dire situation for Wang ID as well. I mean, Koloman has really pulled this one out. The commando strategy be damned. In this case, we're just going full Revenants and trying to overwhelm in that regard. And so far, so good, I suppose. You have a 21-point lead and 3 commando pings, well protected, locked and loaded.
Yeah, you could use the Boiling Oil to bring the Bear Abomination down to 1 and then ping to get another Revenant. he could make the choice just to remove the Greatsword with the Karathi Heatwave, holding on to the Boiling Oil, knowing that perhaps Herald is going to show up with a Raider, and that might be worth removing as well. Of course, and then there's Falibor, who is likely going to just try to create as much value as possible for the remaining Revenants, but there isn't really a board that supports that play right now. It's going to be Heatwave on the Greatsword. We won't see that card again. Back to Wong ID. Huge point deficit, but still has Leader as well. But it's hard to use the Leader when you're giving 1 point units potentially that Coleman can just turn into extra points.
That is a massive deficit. That is a mountain to climb if you're Wong ID, and not just from the round 3 perspective, but also in the Grand Series. As you can see, Coleman coming back and making a statement in this one after a disappointing performance in a previous tournament, and here he is. He was offered some, a very unique strategy in this one. The Commandos didn't pop off the way Commandos should pop off, but look at him now. He is up by 31 points. And, time's running up for Wong ID. He's got to make his play. He's going to go grab that Champion's Charge for the 5 points of damage, which isn't ideal, but 5 points is 5 points any day of the week.
He's going to take it as opposed to using Leader there, because I'm sure he just is going to be evaluating. He's just valuing the Revenants higher. The option to use Leader first is not necessarily good. Of course, Wong ID playing around Falibor in this case, because Falibor really doesn't have that great of a play. And if the Boiling Oil is used, well, Falibor could be playing... if Boiling Oil is used here, you do get another Revenant, but then... the game's so close to being over. How much more value are you looking for by saving Boiling Oil to remove the Raider? But that's really all it's going to be doing at this point. Here it comes. Yeah. It's going to get that extra Revenant, I think.
I think that at this point, you can get creative, you can get cute about it. I think Coleman is sitting on such a fluffy cushion here that he can, kind of calmly just play the most obvious lines here, which is you get rid of the 6, you ping the Revenant. Now you have 2 pings left to go with that, should you need them. They can connect into that Vebjorn sitting in the front row for the extra value as well. So there's plenty of options and plenty of opportunity here for Coleman to just kind of really, even as his last play being Falibor, maximize those points. Excuse me. And Wong ID has his options as well. And here come the those are the sirens. There's comes through. This is probably going to be Blood Eagle, I would suspect. That get it while you can kind of thing.
It is going to be Blood Eagle, and it's going to be probably grabbing Herald and Crate, and Herald and Crate only has... Oh, he does have the 2 options, right? The Raider or the Greatsword. There was a Greatsword that died earlier in the game. It's going to be the Raider instead. Here, that Raider is going to get its value.
Yep, it has the Zeal effect based on the Bloodlust on the board. Yeah, getting 8 points, but 8 points that feels good because that now that Revenant does not have a way to convert and get the damage necessary. But you're still staring down the barrel of a pretty nasty Falibor. One that is not really going to connect the best way. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a 10-point Falibor. Rather a 11-point Falibor 2 onto something else, but that's a pretty big deficit as we're looking at. We're going to see how this kind of shapes up, but is this going to be enough? Not quite.
Wow.
Not quite.
Coleman, you made it look good. Who needs Commandos in the Commandos deck? You're making it all work out, and you're making Drog look so good. I'm sure you got a lot of fans coming back, like with the throwback list, Drog Commandos, missing all that stuff, and then handing Skelliga the L. Coleman advances to the semifinals. We will be hearing a little bit more from, well, they're all champs here, but let's just call him the champ anyway. And he's going to be going on to take on one of Demarcation or Saber in the semifinals tomorrow. But Flake, what do you say? A 3-0 from the KO? Looks good.
Yeah, it was Challenger 4, I believe, where Demorki said, draw your Commandos and you win. And now Coleman says, no addendum, don't draw your Commandos and you still win. Deck OP, we shall see. We're going to kick it over to Berja, who's alive and ready to go, talking to Coleman, fresh off of this very creative victory.
Well, I actually am alive and I am ready. Although I just saw a commando deck without commandos being drawn win. Coleman, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Perfect. Dude, 3-0. You went like a steamroller through him. How was that for you? Welcome back.
Thanks. Yeah, it was pretty good. I was mostly worried about my Syndicate deck in this matchup to not get a win, but fortunately I got a pretty good draw in the second game against his Revenants. It's a pretty tough matchup, but you know, I drew my cards and was able to get there.
Yeah, and you clearly won with a big point advantage at the end, so congrats on that. If you had to choose who to go against in the semis, who would you choose in this case?
I've only glanced over the other players' lineups, but I think against Saber, his lineup looks kind of pretty good against mine. So probably I would want to avoid him. Even though Demarcation obviously is a very strong player, but I think I might have slightly better matchups against his decks.
Yeah, strong and consistent, but you also are strong and consistent. So all I can say, I can wish you good luck tomorrow. And before we go, I will also leak something, as always. There we go.
That's cool.
Ooh, Etherin of Ulivo. Ulivo? Probably something like that. Human, Mage, and Mutant. So you probably know which faction this is for. His ability is, the first time you spawn a unit each turn, spawn a 1-power copy of it on this row. Then give it Doomed. And this art was done by Bogdan Rezunenko. 8 provision, 6 power. So check it out, ponder the ability, and Shinmiri will be coming to you shortly for the analysis.
Thank you, Berja. Wow, what another creepy looking card, but the art is really impressive. The card ability looks interesting. A lot of swarm synergy potentially with that. But anyways, we've got an interesting clip from game number 1 of this series between Colomon and Wang ID. This is the Symbiosis versus Warrior game. Both players fought really hard round 1 for this game, and I think they both know that round 1 is important. Symbiosis, I would say, is unfavored in the matchup, but if they can win round 1 and push round 2 like Colomon did here, it can lead to some pretty advantageous situations. I think Colomon pushing round 2 was definitely the right move. He's able to utilize the Nature Echo card the first instance in round 2, and then again the second instance in round 3, getting extra value off of the Echo. But what I really want to focus on is the idea, this tactic of calculating exactly how much tempo you need to stay ahead of your opponent's key cards. So during this push, Wang ID plays Blood Eagle second time for Hjalmar, gets ahead here. He's threatening to stay ahead and keep his card advantage. He's up 2 points after playing his card. Colomon knows that these are open deck lists. Colomon knows there are only like what potential cards that Wang ID might have. Herald on Crate is actually the highest tempo, but very commonly cards like Svalbard Totem and Hemdall are going to be kept in the hand for round 2, and Herald is a card that Wang ID wants to play in round 3. So you see, like, even after playing the Shaping Nature here on Colomon's side, he's taking his time, utilizing the most of the time that's given to him per turn, and to calculate whether he should use his last leader charge here or not. He doesn't have that much left in his deck to protect, and decides to use the last leader charge in round 2 on this big Treant, knowing that there's no Tall Punish, but most importantly, this gets him exactly enough points so that the 8-point Totem and the 9-point Hemdall do not get Wang ID ahead. So Wang ID is forced to play one of these big golds anyways, plus losing the card advantage back to Colomon by having to play this bronze as well. Neither of these golds get him ahead. Only Herald on Crate would have gotten him ahead, and it would have been beneficial to Colomon if he bled the Herald on Crate out anyways. And if Herald had come down, maybe Coleman can play his first Oneiromancy into something high tempo as well to force out that extra gold. But this really catches YD in a difficult situation. And we can see their Scordial for 8 tempo also does not get ahead. Scordial is not 10 points in round 2. So very, very well played by Coleman, taking this time to decide that leader charge is probably worth 2 points in round 3. And he basically traded that leader charge for an extra card in round 2. So I think this is a tactic that a lot of players could benefit from utilizing a little bit more on the pro rank or on a ladder. And that's going to be it for me for this match. Let's take a look at the updated brackets, and McBeard and Flake will take it from here.
There's the tail. There's where we're headed. Saber and Demarcation will be the next set that we'll be taking a look at. And this is a really cool moment. Of course, Demarcation, we know him. We know him very well. He's won one of the Opens, of course. He's going up against Saber, a great player who has done most of his work on the ladder, gaining crown points every season, boosting MMRs to pretty intense levels, and also posting almost all of his results on Reddit. So I am going to be very interested to see how he performs in an Open. Of course, we know how Demarcation's going to go, but being in that hot seat, I certainly hope Saber has what it takes to really give us a good look. Give us a good look at the final quarterfinals.
I mean, Saber is somebody who, like I said, has been lurking in the pro ladder ranks for so long, has been on top of the ladder, just absolutely preying on pro ladder players for so long, but really his tournament acumen is rather limited. He hasn't necessarily been showing up to these tournaments. He hasn't made it to these tournaments. So, I mean, ladder play versus tournament play, two completely different environments. And I mean, we've seen players that have had major success in both. This is going to be, another feather in the Saber's cap if he can make it into the semifinals and break through here. But he's got his, I mean, let's be honest, he's got his work cut out for him with Demarcation.
Speaking of environments, you could own one of your own brand new environments as part of the Way of the Witcher pre-order. The Alzur's pre-order pack does come with the exclusive Alzur's Workshop, as well as a bunch of premium kegs and an Alzur's premium card that you can play with today. It's been released in advance of the expansion. You also have the extraordinary pre-order pack with 10 level boost to your journey and an evolving card back based on what faction you're playing. If you want to knock $10 off the whole thing, you can get the Way of the Witcher combo offer plus the Witcher tag, the Witcher title for yourself as well.
That's a lot of vowels.
And that's coming out on December 8th.
A lot of vowels cramped together there. I don't blame you on that one. I would have been like an extraordinary. It's all good. But yes, get it. Buy it. Have you bought it yet? Buy it. Buy it. Buy it. Okay. I am the captain now. Okay. I am very, very, very excited about this next matchup. Demarcation coming fresh off of a victory very recently. Saber, again, just at the top of the ladder so frequently. Somebody who is here to make a statement as well. McBeard, I think we're ready to meet Saber and Demarcation.
Before we do that, though, let's take a quick look at the prize pool and see what these players have already been walking away with. It has been 2-3, so Cams and Gravesh really came down to the wire. Pajabol did push Tailbot out, both sections showing a tie, and then Coleman came in, stomped all over the competition, and left with the full match stake, and now Saber and Demarcation. Like you said, will be coming up next. Can't wait to see what Saber and Demarcation have to say about going into this final quarterfinals, and that'll be it for us. Jagras and Impetuous Panda taking us the home stretch, and we'll see you tomorrow for the semifinals, my friends.
So the first question, obviously, for everyone who doesn't know you yet or hasn't met you on the ladder, who are you? And maybe give us a short introduction.
Yeah, so I started playing Gwent a long time ago. It was actually back in closed beta when we had to sign up for that. So I guess I'm quite a Gwent veteran at this point. And I remember that I never really had any huge talent for video games. I always liked playing them, but never at any sort of competitive level. But I quite quickly felt that I did pretty good in Gwent. So I started playing at a more competitive level. And I remember that I once decided that I wanted to join a competitive team. So back then I actually applied for Team Aretusa. And I felt pretty confident that they would accept me because, I felt I was doing pretty well. But it turns out that I wasn't good enough at the time. And I remember that actually kind of motivated me to do better because, not being good enough to join a team, that kind of felt a little bad. So I tried to see if I could improve. And a few weeks later, this new GOG project started. And I remember that I decided to join that. I was very excited about that. And now today, several years later, I successfully managed to qualify for Masters. And I think the fact that I got rejected from Team Aretusa back in the day is actually really improved my motivation. And maybe I wouldn't have been here today without that. So shout out to them for that.
Now, regarding my second question, first of all, I want to make clear that as someone new to the scene, people often get or have the view that someone might not have the nerves or the experience to compete in your first official tournament. But I feel like you've played Gwent and also played against these opponents on the ladder daily and so many times, and also obviously in private playing sessions. So I feel like one shouldn't create this strong narrative of the underdog versus the established Gwent player, but at the same time, your opponent is viewed by many as one of the best Gwent players that has ever played this game. So do you have something to say in that regard?
Well, I don't think they're wrong. I think Demarcation was definitely the strongest Gwent player of 2020. So it's going to be tough to cue him in the first round. But at the same time, everyone qualified for Masters are really, really good players. And I don't think there are any easy opponents. So, then I can beat Demarcation in the first round, and we should have an easier road to the final, right?
True that. Is there something you would like to say directly to him?
I hope we'll get a good match, and I hope the best player will come out on top.
All right, now, one final question. Is there someone that you would like to give a shout out to? It can also be your team or people that helped you prepare for the tournament. Anything goes.
Yeah, so, obviously TLG has a lot of participants in GWENT Masters. We have 4 out of 8 participants. So it's been a little bit difficult to prep as an entire team, actually, because we felt like it was kind of tricky when that's a really good chance we end up queuing into each other. So we split up. I prepped with Gravesh, and Patch prepped with Cams. So Gravesh and I, we've had a really good prep together. But in terms of giving a shout out, I think I need to thank King Chess for supporting me throughout the entire year. It has been taking quite a while to qualify, playing each month from January to September. And he's really been supporting me even in the months where it didn't go so well. So huge shout out to him.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much for taking the time, and then I wish you all the best in your game.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome, Demarcation, to yet another interview. First of all, congratulations to making it to the biggest tournament that Gwent has to offer, the World Masters. Now, you've been part of 3 of our Opens this year around, and you've actually won one of those Opens. So I think nearly all of the people in the chat will know you already, but for the few people that don't, why don't you give us a quick introduction to who you are and maybe, I don't know, tell us a bit about your play style.
Okay, so my in-game ID is Demarcation, and I qualified to the Master by winning the very first Open 1 actually. My favorite faction is Nilfgaard, and my favorite card is Leo Banhart, which is most likely going to be massively buffed in the next Witcher expansion, which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of new witches bouncing around for Leo to hunt. Now, second question would be, you this time around already know who you're going to be facing in the quarterfinals. So I'm wondering if you've got anything to say in regards to your opponent.
So my first opponent is going to be Saber. I don't have anything in particular because I think like every opponent is going to be a strong opponent. So before I saw the draw show, I just think all the opponents are on such a high level, it doesn't really matter which opponent I have faced. But I think Saber is a really dangerous opponent in particular because this is his first official tournament actually, and I think people will put just like a lot of work into their first appearance in an official stage. So but I would like to say him that I'm not someone to easy to defeat, so be prepared. Yeah.
That's great. Great to hear. Thank you so much for that. Final question: is there someone that you would like to give a shout out to? Because now's the time.
Yeah, I want to shout out to Ingam ID 1ID11, not the actual 1ID, but like my practice partner, also known as Tyrion, because he prepared the actually Open 3 and Masters together with me. So I think I'm really grateful for that. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time, and good luck in your future series.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the fourth and final quarterfinal of GWENT World Masters Season 2. My name is Jagras, and I'm joined, as always, by the impoverished, the impeachable, impetuous Panda.
Well, at least we have a great quarterfinal to look forward to, because those adjectives were not great, Jagras. I always like the second one. The first one's better. The second one's always seem to miss the mark. But Demarcation and Saber, honestly, my favorite match of the day, I think. Just the storyline is great, with Saber obviously finally making it to a tournament. He's been, like Piable, having some frustrations with the qualifiers, making it so far but never quite making it, and now he's here through crown points. He cannot be denied that opportunity, and now he has a chance to prove what he's been working on the entire year. And Demarcation, honestly, like Saber himself said, I think the strongest player of 2020, and honestly my favorite player to watch. I think he is the cleanest player this year in terms of his play, and I'm really looking forward to this match and to see what ends up happening and who ends up making it to the semifinals.
I mean, plus his surname is Saber. Like, how cool is that? It's no Jagger or Nilfgaard, but, you know, it is pretty cool. So let's have a little look at the divination results and see what it is you guys think. And unsurprisingly, 78% in favor of Demarcation to the 22% of Saber.
I mean, Demarcation has earned this, I think. He's been a player that he's only won one of the Opens this year. We have 4 different winners, but on ladder, he's had some seasons where just 3 or 4 seasons in a row, he was first place and really just demolishing everyone except for maybe Tailbot, but Tailbot wasn't playing as many games maybe, but he's just been very strong, and Saber still has, maybe this is a chance to start garnering some fan support with a good showing here. I think this is his chance to finally be in the spotlight and show everyone what he's capable of. And we're going to check out, you know, the deck list and all that as well, just to see what these players are bringing to the table. But it's going to be a very close one. Saber here, we're seeing, like Gravesh mentioned, they did prep together, so they have very similar deck lists. Patricidal Fury, Precision Strike, Shield Wall, and Keltolis, as always, you know, gonna prove to be an interesting deck to look at this series. But a similar lineup to Gravesh and similar strategy, with Gravesh already getting a win against Cams. Could be a positive note for Saber going into this one, thinking, all right, if the lineup is strong enough to get a win against Cams, it might do the same for me here against Demarcation.
And the strategy here with Gravesh and with Saber was kind of to bring a good stuff lineup. So stuff that's necessarily hard to target, especially with the current meta. I know Flake and McBeard were talking about the fact that, for example, Squirtle, you could have Precision Strike, or you could have Nature's Gift. In Northern Realms, you could have Mobilization, or you could have Shield Wall, or, you know, Inspired Zeal if you're Column 1. Similarly with monsters, we have Carapace, but we've also seen Overwhelming Hunger. So these are factions where they're very difficult to plan to target just because people won't necessarily bring those lists, and that seems to be the strategy going down here. One thing to note is that Saber, with his Carapace list, has opted for Vanilla Siri, so that sort of strategy instead of a slightly more engine-favored list with things like the Apiarian Phantom.
And Demarcation's list, kind of similar to Piable. They did not prep together, but they have a similar control lineup. Some differences, of course. There is no Nilfgaard here for Demarcation. He has the Keltolis list, also similar to Saber, and he has the Kitten Hash instead of the Blood Money, but the Precision Strike and the Mobilization, looking at that similar kind of control concept and hoping to maybe target something like Shield Wall, for example, which is one of the most obvious engine-heavy lists in the current meta. It isn't as lopsided, I think, as the Piable versus Tailbot matchup, where all of Tailbot's lists were kind of very engine threat-heavy, and all of Demarcation's lists were very control-heavy. Here it's kind of maybe a bit more down the middle, but that's definitely Demarcation's game plan here, looking at his lists.
And there's an interesting talking point to be had with these lists because Demarcation knew that he was going up against Saber, and Demarcation I don't believe has actually ever brought monsters to a tournament. So if you rule out Nilfgaard and you rule out monsters, then you might assume that Demarcation was going to bring Skelliga. And actually he thought about this, and I think he was a little bit worried that if he did opt to bring Skelliga, the Saber might bring a list to target Skelliga, knowing his first opponent, and that is why he's opted for this control kind of carapace list as opposed to something like a Skelliga list.
And Clotilus is a deck that, I mean, it has the potential to be extremely strong, and it has the potential to do some, we've seen crazy things already with Clotilus and cards like Siri Dash that need answers, and if they're not answered, you're going to get maybe a free win against some decks. And it's a card that, it's a faction, rather, monsters that maybe isn't in the strongest point right now, with Overwhelming Hunger not seeing any play, for example, in this tournament. But if all goes well, suddenly it becomes one of the strongest decks in the game. So kind of maybe not a high roll, but players kind of looking into that strategy and thinking, okay, if this goes well for me, I might be very favored if my opponent isn't bringing Clotilus, for example. And we see 6 Clotilus decks, so a lot of the best players in the world had very similar thoughts regarding this unusual deck list.
Yeah, also worth pointing out, if we have a little look in Hidden Cache, that good old Slamber is here, Lambert's Swordmaster is there. A nice tech choice to make short work of certain cards, things like, for example, Volunteers is good against cards like Revenants. There are, some decks which spawn a lot of one card. For example, Nature's Gift with its Trents, that's another deck that has a lot of duplicate units, shall we say. And so opting for a card like Slamber as a tech choice actually can be very favorable depending on your matchups.
Exactly. Deck lists might be similar or lead abilities might be identical, but there are going to be tech choices that will be differing between players. Even players that have prepped together might have different small, subtle thoughts about the meta, about certain matchups. They want to include one card and take out another. So it won't be exactly identical. There's going to be some interesting techs, I think, in these Clotilus. Like you mentioned, the Siri as well is a card that not everyone has brought, for example. So each player has maybe a general idea that might be similar, but then they have very specific choices that they're going to bring to counter certain decks or cards. I'm going to check out the bans also in just a second just to see what these players thought. I'm guessing, yeah, Skelliga is going to be banned for both players, actually. It's just one of the strongest control lists and can really shut down a lot of decks, so I'm not too surprised to see it banned here for both players.
Yeah, I think other than Pieball, Precision Strike has been, I believe, universally banned this tournament, and with good reason. We've seen just how kind of devastating it can be. It's got good options for tall removal, it's got good options for wide removal, and it is a deck that just happens to bully you on red coin, so not an option. Saber opting here with his opening deck to play the Skelliga list versus Demarcation's Northern Realms.
And of course, there's no Skelliga, so Skelliga cannot be on red coin this time around, but Demarcation bringing this blue coin list, the mobilization list rather, not shield wall, so more of a control option here, and Saber coming in with Skelliga on blue coin. Saber, of course, will have blue coin for games 1, 3, and potentially game 5 if we get that far, and Demarcation will have red coin for those games, so a slight advantage in terms of the red coin going in his favor in this bracket matchup, but definitely not. It's definitely something we've seen many opens, blue coin players having a higher win rate overall, so it's not always a guarantee that you have that advantage with red coin.
So having a quick look at the hands, they seem fairly even in terms of gold and bronze, ratios for the cards. Skelliga, it does like to kind of set up its graveyard and kind of get some of these cards into the bin. But one card that you definitely don't want to be playing from hand is that Ancrate Warrior.
Yeah, a few things you have to keep in mind with these lists, a few subtle things. Of course, with Skelliga as well, we're going to have, for sure, having a Herald target and a Hjalmar target going into the later rounds. This is kind of the round where there's going to be a lot of setup from both players to make sure they have all the parts of their decks functioning going into rounds 2 and 3. And we also see a Morkvarg in hand for Saber, a card that's not always included in Skelliga lists. It kind of got phased out of the meta to some degree from some decks due to its fairly high provision cost, but we do see it here from Saber, so he does have that tall punish, which in this matchup isn't really going to find the greatest targets. This is a matchup, of course, the mobilization list that goes wide with Revenants and with things like Archer, kind of low to the ground units, not really going too tall.
Yeah, it's not really the card you do want to be seeing in this matchup. With that said, it is nice to have that 2 damage there set up on the board so that if the Archer comes down as an early play, you can quickly remove the armor and disable the engine capabilities. Like, yes, you're not hitting strength, but if you count the number of rounds at that, Archer can potentially have value, then you are seeing a decent amount of value from it. But Demarcation, he kind of realizes that, so he's just playing like for like with the Mauler.
And Demarcation's list as well with Mobilization, having Triss Telekinesis instead of other of the high top-end cards like Philippa, for example, we saw Payable playing. So again, a lot of subtle key differences in these decks, and Triss Telekinesis with Forbidden Magic lets you kind of dip into that Revenant pool a little bit easier and have more consistent chances at finding those Revenants when you need them in a longer round. You want to kind of go very wide with them. You need to be able to maybe find multiple copies of Forbidden Magic, for example.
Yeah, Demarcation, I think with this list has gone for a bit more of a, it's kind of a weird but a defensive control lineup. Like I think he's tried to avoid having lists that are targetable in the way that he's built them. So whereas players like Payable went all in on their Mobilization, running cards like Philippa and Becca's Rockside. Instead, Demarcation has cards like Shayla and Triss Telekinesis to just make your Revenants a bit more consistent.
See the Gutting Slash there onto the Mauler. And again, round one, we see it a lot in Gwent, and to be just players trading bronze for bronze, trying to set up engines if they can, and trying to not commit too much while still winning the round. That's the name of the game here. Trying to kind of control your resources and make sure not to spend, overcommit too much, especially as the blue coin player here. Saber has that tactical advantage, still active and still ready to boost one of his units up to 5 points, and hopefully not lose this round on even. That's almost, I think, any blue coin player, first objective on their mind is not to lose on even, because it can be devastating in Gwent, and we'll see if he can pull it off here.
Oh, one thing that's incredibly awkward for Demarcation is he does not have any access to Revenants. There's no Aneromancy, there's no Amphibious Assault, there's no Triss Telekinesis onto Forbidden Magic, there's no Forbidden Magic, and he's running 2 of those, and there's no Revenants, he's running 2 of those, so he's effectively missed, what's that, like 7 cards relevant to Revenants?
That's the irony of running all these cards to find consistency, but then you just don't draw any of them, and it can happen. The card draw and top decks and variants is a thing. In card games, we saw it with Colomon's last game with the Commandos, but sometimes when things go wrong, then you just win the game anyway, because some of these decks are just very strong and they can do that. Without drawing scouts, you still win with Commandos. I was very surprised to see that happen. We'll see if Demarcation can do the same here, maybe just not play any Revenants all game long and still win. He is on red coins, so he has that slight advantage, and he does. I would say, do you think this is a favorite matchup for Mobilization versus Skelliga list that isn't really too engine focused? It's more just point slam?
I think it's really tough because Skelliga has, especially in round 3, their units are quite tall, so it can be quite tricky to get your Revenant value in terms of finding the right targets for it. And because it's a different style of list to say Colomon's, like we just saw Colomon play Revenants, but he was playing Commando Revenants, whereas Saber, Heatwave onto the Greatsword, I guess, really valuing that graveyard. Sorry, Demarcation onto Saber's Greatsword, really, I guess, valuing his graveyard.
I talked about the importance of kind of the setup, and the Greatsword is a great card on its own. It has some great synergies with the damaging strategy that Skelliga obviously has printed all over its faction, but it also kind of disables the Hjalmar from getting that crazy 10-point removal later on due to it's just a 10-point base strength unit in the graveyard. So kind of thinking to the future, thinking to the next few rounds, and maybe it's not the most impactful Heatwave in terms of tempo, just 5 points being removed, but it is kind of an engine where it can grow a bit more with the right damage pings coming in from Saber, and you also remove that from being a possibility later on.
It's just a big target, it's a Hjalmar target, like you say, it's a Herald target, and it's just a decent play in and of itself. So with this bleeding, for example, coming out, that would have been healing up that Greatsword, and Demarcation's just saying, no, I don't want any of that. But, Saber, he does have something that he does want to play into this round and cards that he can still use to set up his graveyard. He's got the Ancrate Warrior there, which when he resurrects it does damage rather than applies bleeding, and he's been able to put his tactical advantage onto a non-engine to try and kind of entice removal onto things that you don't want to remove.
And the more I look at this matchup, I just have to think that Skelliga is going to be favored. I mean, Hemdall's going to row punish for going wide with Revenants, for example. You have so many different cards that, unlike other factions, do deal small bits of damage that can take down the armor from the archers, that can take down the Revenants altogether. Things like the Warrior, like you mentioned, things like Blood Eagle, for example, with the right pings coming in from a few different units. Just a lot of the bronzes even do this small bit of damage that in some matchups are not quite enough to take out an engine, but are just kind of an annoying little piece of damage to deal with. But in this matchup, it is enough because you're going so low with these archers and these Revenants.
Yeah, Skrudl as well, dealing 5. You know, there's lots of in-pocket damage for Saber in order to deal with Demarcation's small threats. You know, he has good ways of removing armor, he has good ways of killing Revenants. And the thing is, Demarcation maybe thought, you know, I've got loads of Revenants, I can overwhelm him. So, you know, even if he removes 1 or 2, I should have, you know, 5 or so in my deck. But actually, he's not drawn into any of them here. And maybe that's a blessing, if only because Saber maybe has to start spending some removal on other things.
There's a second warrior coming down. Again, not great tempo plays, but it is, you're setting up that graveyard for later on and setting up your you know, better plays for rounds 2 and 3. And usually round 1, the name of the game many times when you're kind of overcommitting, your opponent isn't really playing for the round too much. You want to do play enough points to win the round, of course, but also try and get some carryover value. And that can be, you know, hand buff in Skelliga, it can be graveyard setup in Skelliga. Each faction has its own kind of way to play for carryover. And in round 1, that's kind of the name of the game for many of these decks, and it's similar here with Saber trying to set up his Greatsword. That plan didn't work out too well, but the rest of it, he has at least a Herald target, for example, and he has a few of these warriors down here as well.
And Demarcation, he's getting to the point where you don't really want to commit these cards because, for example, the archers are great for enabling your revenants, right? So if you spend your archers now, then you're not going to have them later on for your revenants. Adalia as well, another way to getting a revenant. And then Falibor and stuff, you know, these also all set up revenants. So you can see the pass here from Demarcation makes a lot of sense. And Saber takes a relatively easy round 1. He lost a Greatsword to a Heatwave, but other than that, you know, his graveyard does have a few warriors in it now.
And that's one Heatwave you don't have to worry about later on. And you still have a chance here in round 2 if you draw another Greatsword or draw a certain card you want to play for graveyard. You can still play a card here and then dry pass and go into a longer round. I'm not sure how much of a risk that is, considering that NR, even if you have some answers like we mentioned, you might not have all the answers, and it is, you know, these engine heavy lists are dangerous in a long round, where Skelliga isn't really. I mean, maybe Herald could be counted as an engine kind of, but other than that, and maybe Heimdall also benefits from a longer round, but there isn't something like a Wild Boar of the Sea that used to be the card that would really punish the opponent's decks in a long round. So you're maybe fine bleeding and trying to get some key cards, and if you're good at the game, and if you're someone like Saber that's played hundreds of games of the ladder, you know exactly when to stop a bleed, when you've gotten enough, and maybe that's the point where he's going to go for here. A small bleed and then pass when he's gotten some cards out.
If you're at 8 cards and you play Spell Blood Totem, that is a bleed, because those that represents a hell of a lot of points. Well, that's a 12-point play. You're not playing 12 points on and then passing. It just doesn't happen, right? And as you know, you're an expert on cultists. Those guys, they do transform when they're damaged. So Demarcation also knows this is a bleed. Demarcation, he did manage to find the Amphibious Assault, so he does have access to at least 1 Revenant, and it would be a boosted one at that. He also has the Trist Telekinesis, but we'll have to see, you know, if that gets diluted at all by things like the Gutting Slash and that.
And this totem is one of the key plays to make in round 2 when you're going for the bleed, especially when you've won round 1 and you're not playing first in round 3. You don't need that, you know, proactive play from hand. Skelliga is a deck that has, or it's a faction that has a lot of damage-based reactive cards. And when you're playing first in round 3, for example, it's a problem. But Saber knows he will be playing second in round 3, so I think he's fine, like you said, going for a bit of intimidation here, playing down a pretty strong proactive play to start off the round and seeing how Demarcation reacts.
Here's the question. Is the Berserker, if it gets played here, going to snipe on Vid? If
like
it
I
happens,
mentioned,
so that's the thing.
There's RNG in card games, and this is yet another example. Berserker will hit a unit at random. When I play against a Berserker, or play it rather, it always hits armor, for example. It always hits Rom, it always hits the worst target. We'll see if Saber is always lucky. Berserker comes down, it hits the Romvid, so he's in my camp. He's one of us. He gets punished every time.
Always punish Demarcation. Just that's a bit unlucky, only because, you know, with the self-gleaning of the Revenants, you use that Ronvid as a 1-point unit. You kill it, you get another Revenant. That's the kind of thinking there. And unfortunately for Demarcation, the Berserker went berserk. Ronvid is no more. He may come back when soldiers are played, but for the time being, it has kind of stalled his battle plan just a little bit.
And the plan here for Saber is playing pretty high tempo to start it off, get a nice point gap, and this basically makes Demarcation say, oh great, if he's gonna go far into this round, I have to start playing my engines now to be able to maybe not get too old, but definitely not go 2 cards down if I'm playing too slow or not playing for the long game, let's say. And at this point, once he commits a few engines, but before he passes the point gap for Saber, Saber can say, all right, I got 3 engines from you, I'm gonna pass now, and you maybe committed more than you wanted to. So it kind of, this is the power of winning round 1. You have a say over how long the rounds go for, and you can kind of mess up your opponent's strategy a little bit.
Yeah, and Ronvid coming back there because of the soldier tag, but it does happen at the end of the turn, which means so far the Revenant hasn't been able to do anything, using the ping off the Archer there onto the Fanatic just to guarantee the value in case it dies, and start to whittle down some of these cards. You don't want to shoot the Berserker because it would transform, although now the Berserker has yet another opportunity to snipe Ronvid. You kind of love to hate to see it, right?
And the Herald is being...
I guess you could just Blood Eagle Ronvid.
I'm looking at the hand now. Blood Eagle may be an option here, but Herald's being hovered by Saber there, it looks like as well. The card is being slightly highlighted there in hand, and maybe this hand is just too powerful. I mean, you're looking at Handall, that's great in the long run. You might want to save him for round 3. Morkvarg as well, a bit situational in when you can play him. The Blood Eagle does come out, going for a bronze without the death blow effect, or the Berserker effect rather, being on the board here, and just playing for this round a little bit more. We see the transformation there. All the Fanatics are out and have come to play, but how much more can Saber play into this without committing cards that maybe can find more value from in round 3?
Yeah, we'll see if this is enough turns for him to bear with those Fanatics. But with that said, the Ronvid lived this time. He is incessant and he is remaining on board, which means that there is also a nice self-gleaning target, like I said, for the Revenant. So that's, what, +2? So you have to kind of think of this point gap as, what, 11 to 23. And then, yeah, Demarcation does need to start playing some points here because Saber has a decent chunky lead, but you are right in saying that at some point he's going to start committing too much.
And things.
But then do you play the Morkvarg this turn just because you happen to have okay value on a Revenant?
Well, now you see Eggman come down to protect this second Revenant. You might wait to try and get a bit more value from Morkvarg over the next few turns, but at this point, now we see, that suddenly there's 3 engines. There's the Archer that's still chilling there with the same. Well, the barricade got taken, the armor got taken off, but he still has that 1 ping there. We see Eggman coming down, yet another engine, and the Revenant there that, like you said, could just continue multiplying by killing the Ronvid. If you're Saber, you're thinking, all right, the more I go into this round, my opponent's basically getting free points from his engines, whereas I'm not really benefiting from any engines, and I'm spending, I only have gold cards left that are going to be very powerful in round 3. Is this the time to pass right now? Is this the time to maybe say, all right, I didn't get any big cards or big commitments from Demarcation, but at least I got a lot of his engines, and yeah, the pass comes in. I think it's too risky maybe to continue playing too much, where your opponent will eventually just pass you with his engine points.
And Demarcation opting for the Boiling Oil, setting up the 1, killing the bear, and getting yet another Revenant. And like you say, this is where the choo-choo train kind of starts to ramp up speed and get going, and Saber just saying that'll do. He's gotten a few cards out of Demarcation. He's shortened the round just a little, and he's kept a fairly strong hand, I would say, going into round 3. But with that said, Demarcation drawing into his Amphibious Assault. MV Peller comes back, but it turns out he is in fact not the most valuable Peller, getting mulliganed away. And let's have a look at these hand states.
Gutting Slash, not great. Raiding Fleet is okay here for Saber. There aren't any of the Millie Row longships in most of these deck lists nowadays. I think due to the provision nerfs in the last few patches to Skelliga, that's kind of been the bronze card has been phased out. We do have the light longships in the back row. That's basically it for these raiding fleets.
So Demarcation drawing into one of his forbidden magic. So he does have a way of spawning a Revenant there. He's also got the Amphibious Assault should he want to go fishing. But with that said, you've got Adalia also onto a Archer here, which might be a nice opening play. I'd imagine we'll see that here just to kind of start getting the engine set up. And this is the thing with going first, is you have that opportunity to start setting up your engines and your opponent is always reacting, which may make this a little bit tricky for Saber. The other thing I wanted to mention just briefly here is that Arnulf the Patricide is a little bit anti-synergistic for Saber because it puts a load of 1s on Demarcation side. Like, yes, it blocks the row, but it blocks the row with 1s.
Yeah, if Ronvid is not already doing a great job at giving the Revenants the targets, the Sirens come in and say, we'll help you guys out, get some more Revenants on the board. It's a party over here, but There's going to be, sometimes there are some matchups where all of a sudden you have a card or a certain play that should be very favorable for yourself that is punished because your opponent has some kind of very odd way to benefit from it. And this is the case here with Revenants as well.
We'll see what it is Saber decides to do in terms of opening up this board. That shield on the Archer is really quite annoying. You know, it's going to take a little bit of time to get through that and try to get through the armor. And the bleeding, I guess your alternative is you try and bleed it to death, right? You try and kill it. But that's going to take a few turns also just because of the shield. And then by that point, he's kind of done his job.
And the Royal Guards could maybe do something about it. The Eggman was played last turn, which is kind of the key bleeding target or boosting target in this deck list. Other than that, there isn't really too big of a boost synergy. Even though it is NR, you normally tend to see a lot of boost-related cards like the Drummer, like the Infantry is a completely different deck list and doesn't really play too far into that boost strategy.
And the thing with Demarcation here is he wants to set up the board state of Saber such that he can play the Forbidden Magic onto a 2, get the Death Blow, spawn the Revenant, maybe spawn another Revenant with Leader, but actually opting to use Leader here for an Archer instead, which is an interesting strategy.
I mean, it's one of the key engines. Revenants, kind of the name of the game for this deck seems to be Revenants because you have so many cards that kind of work with them, but the Archers, I think, are the big carries for this deck because they are very hard to remove, especially with something like an Adalia with a shield as well. And they provide so much damage if left unanswered. And not just damage, but usually you have a lot of engines that provide random damage and you can't, you sometimes hit armor, you hit a non-ideal unit. With the Archers, you can kind of choose your own units and they're just great removal tools paired with a lot of these smaller damage cards in the deck like Forbidden Magic or Revenants, for example.
And it is worth, of course, noting that with Triss, with Amphibious Assault and the Revenant, from Forbidden Magic. He had 3 in hand anyway, so investing in Archers doesn't seem a bad play. With that said, I really love this play from Saber with the Vabjorn to remove the armor, to resurrect the Mancrate in order to kill the Revenant. He's managed to kind of deal with 2 engines in one fell swoop.
And that's usually the problem with when your opponent goes first in round 3, they set up engines and you're just constantly answering engines. You're always a little bit behind, so your opponent is still getting value every single time. But this play does help in kind of shoring up that gap and making sure that you're not getting too much engine value. If you are Demarcation, you're shutting, like you said, you're shutting down 2 engines at once, and that's not usually something you can do with most deck lists. But in this case with Skelliga, it is kind of the damage-based faction, and it does have that option with the Warrior being a surprise card in terms of how much value you can get from it in that situation.
And yet another Archer appears on the side for Demarcation, utilizing the ping there. I guess he's just a bit worried about things like Skeardle, for example, just clearing that up, so getting the value while the sun shines. With that said, there is one about to bleed to death, and this is where I guess Demarcation makes a choice. He can boost it with the front row Royal Guards. We don't see it very often, but it's an option, and kind of make it survive a little bit longer. Or he can kind of just use up the ping, sacrifice it, and look for bigger fish on his next turn.
And there's Herald finally coming down, hitting armor. In this case, hitting armor could be considered a good thing as long as you hit all the armor at some point, because it will remove that barricade effect from the Archers in that back row. One of them is already has 1 arrow left in his quiver, like Flake said. I love the analogy. And the other one just got pinged there, so down to 1 armor. And Skelliga is the faction that has a lot of these damage pings. Herald is the one to do it as well if he remains on the board. After every warrior is played, he will damage a random enemy unit by 1. Ideally, he hits that middle Archer once again and removes that barricade effect from it. And those Archers know they're in danger. They're just using all their arrows now. Like, all right, we're gonna die soon, guys. Just go all in. Use up all your arrows.
Just makes me think of Ralph from Simpsons. Like, I am in danger. Especially that one who's slowly bleeding to death.
That's exactly what they said at the same time. They're triplets, and they know they're all gonna die a sad, gruesome death on the battlefield. But clearly,
there goes one of them.
There's some setup being done here on Saber's board, trying to have those Revenant targets ready to go for these final rounds of this match. We don't see Demarcation going too far into this Revenant strategy. He knows that if he goes too wide, Hemdall is there to punish him. So I think he's very well aware of that. There we see these Sirens come out. Harold kills one of them right away the moment it comes up.
Harold, come on. Don't think that's quite what you want to see when you're running a Hemdall strategy or a Champion's Charge, but
he was looking
can't win them all. He got the Ronvid ping earlier. It's just swings and roundabouts, right?
The biggest thing with the Sirens is to pretty much automatically activate all the Bloodthirst cards in your deck. But when Harold's on the board, things might happen, and suddenly, if you were relying on that to be a guaranteed activation for every single possible Bloodthirst effect in your deck, it suddenly isn't, and that could be problematic in some matchups. Here we still see Saber very comfortably ahead, 10 points up. Revenants have been dealt with. Archers have mostly been dealt with. One Soul Archer still regenerating those charges every single turn with the 2 armor still on him and the barricade effect still up. But other than that, Saber's up and he's looking like he has a pretty strong hand here. Maybe Morkvarg not ideal, but I guess Champion's Charge isn't either.
Yeah, I want to talk about the fact that Harold, he had the option of pinging one of these, units like Triss or Adalia to set up the Bloodthirst tree, but instead he just decided to shoot Ronvid and kill him again. So, not, the idealist of pings, and this is one of these things with this list is if your opponent has ways of dealing with your Bloodthirst, which this list does with things like Revenants or with boosts, then it can make cards like the Champion's Charge, for example, kind of awkward. Although Demarcation not really going particularly tall in this lineup.
Yeah, still a big gap here for Saber, but cards like Morkvarg not going to find a load of value. Hemdall is great, but looking at this matchup, I would have expected, game-winning value from Hemdall. In this case, not really going to be the case. Can ping that armor still off of this Archer, but maybe it's too late for that even to matter, really. Just losing 2 points, so maybe save 2 points later down the line. And Hjalmar has, a 7-point target. The Graveyard got banished, like we said, with the Heat Wave in round 1. So that isn't a target. And even then, there aren't any 10-point units on the board here for Demarcation just yet. Falibor will be the highest, coming in at 7, and still has the Amphibious Assault, which could be a pretty big tempo swing as well.
Yeah, Demarcation, he can use the Amphibious Assault, I believe, for a Revenant. But if you're going to do that, you'd need to do it now. What are his other options? Does he have a Knight, perhaps?
Not many great options.
No, not really great
Mauler,
options.
Ballista, kind of the fodder you include in your deck because you have
Peller.
to put something in there. Peller doesn't do anything in this matchup. Negative value almost. And the Revenant, it's maybe a little bit too late to get to great value from him as well. Hjalmar comes out.
He's also,
goes for the
he's
4.
not an NR unit either, so he's not going to be Amphibious
true.
Assaulted, unfortunately. But, I have a soft spot for Mr. Peller.
And here we see this matchup being kind of awkward for both players. This Morkvarg also not going to find great value. This is kind of a struggle from both of these players to try and find points somehow. Amphibious Assault comes down onto the Revenant, I will imagine.
It's
All
so
of a sudden
late,
now,
though.
Morkvarg is maybe looking not so bad.
No, not bad at all. And the thing is, though, with that Revenant, it's such a late Revenant. If he'd maybe played it a turn earlier, he could have potentially gotten 2 targets out of it, right? I'm just wondering why he opted to play the Shayla first.
And the point gap here is still massive. Falibor is a good card, but I think not good enough to deal with. Hemdall being just an 8-point body by itself is already a great finisher, and any damage you get after that's going to be great as well. There's going to be a 6-point gap here, a 7-point gap here, and like I said, Hemdall's an 8-point body, so do the math, EU math coming in, and Saber takes game 1 on blue coin. I think he's pretty happy with this. Starting off, I think especially in this tournament situation where it's your first tournament, and Ryan said it in the interviews as well. He is an experienced player. I understand that completely. I think he's one of my favorite players this entire season as well. I think he's been doing a lot of great work. But being on the big stage and knowing that there's 10,000 or however many eyeballs watching you on Twitch, it can be a nerve-wracking experience. Even if you've streamed, on Twitch, Saber streams a lot as well. He's maybe comfortable in the spotlight. This is a different kind of spotlight, and it could get nerves. And winning game 1 puts you on track from a mental standpoint to maybe be more confident and more clean in your play. And I think, it's an important win for him for sure.
I gotta say, I love when players give us a little bit of something when they win. I saw that little kind of this little fist clench from Saber taking that first big win. So you can tell he's feeling pretty happy with that. And I think when you're a new player to these sort of tournaments, being able to at least showcase a victory means quite a lot. I mean, there's money at stake and there's a lot at stake, of course, but being a player who shows up and then gets 3-0'd, for example, can kind of make you feel a bit maybe demoralized or demotivated. So it's good for him to just get that win, get the ball rolling. But we've seen Demarcation come back from losses, and so although the first game is done and out of the way, it's by no means over.
And Skelliga is maybe not a list that Demarcation was targeting with his control lineup, so maybe he says, okay, a win has gone through for Saber here with Skelliga, but maybe I'm favored against some other of these matchups like Shield Wall, for example, and some of the lists that are more engine-based, kind of what Demarcation was targeting, so maybe he says, this is maybe fine. I expected this loss to happen even though I was on red coin, and now moving to game 2, or the next few games in the series, he might find some more favorable matchups to tie the series or potentially go up 2-1 and then be in a more comfortable position as well. We still have to see. We mentioned Demarcation not having a full control lineup. He does have decks like Keltulis that have some control options, but it's more of a, I'm not going to even categorize the deck because it goes into the Clown Fiesta category for me. We've seen some interesting developments and some players discarding cards and just, it's all over the place for me as a caster. It's definitely an interesting one to look at, but we'll see what these players decide on. Of course, Demarcation is now on blue coin and Saber is now on red coin.
Why play your cards when you can just throw them in the discard pile? You know, that's definitely the strategy there. But like you say, Saber's list, it's not, the Skelliga list isn't necessarily one you want to control. It doesn't have the engines or the threats in the same value. A lot of the cards play for decent value in and of themselves, and then they don't do much more beyond like maybe 1 or 2 points extra. Whereas other lists, like you said, Shield Wall, for example, is a good example. There's a lot of threats to answer in that. Things like Eggman, like Anna, like Selkirk, like Ansays, with their synergy with Vraxus. He's got the frigates, he's got the drummers, he's got the trident. Like the list kind of goes on and on and on. If you look at the deck list, it's like threat, 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 threat. So that kind of list is more controllable, shall we say, than the Skelliga list. We'll have to see though. Saber going on to red coin, whether he opts for Carapace or Shield. Well, I'd imagine he'll opt for the monsters list. And we'll see what Demarcation chooses to queue into that.
I'm not even going to say that I hope not to see a Keltulis mirror because then we're going to 100% see a Keltulis mirror. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'm just going to see what the players queue up here. Of course, Saber, once you get a win on a deck, you cannot play it against. It's a conquest format. You need to win with all 3 of your unbanned decks. So Skelliga is out of the way, and now he has, like you mentioned, Shield Wall and Keltulis left. And this is why targeting decks works, because you have to win with every one of your decks. And if your opponent can target one deck with all 3 of his, at some point you might be 2-0 up, but then when you have to play your bad deck or your third deck that's being targeted, you might be in trouble. And according to Demarcation, and looking at his lineup, I think Shield Wall is the deck he was targeting. So we'll see if Saber, he might go 2-0 up, but then with Shield Wall, he might struggle to get a win. And that's maybe the game plan for Demarcation here.
You fancy a Keltulis mirror, Panda?
Jagras, don't do it. The caster curse is real. We got in 2 draws already. Koemon got a quick 3-0 to come back into it, but it's happening,
hey, it's
isn't
Kelly
it?
from the block. I feel like it might just happen. Here it comes. Is it going to be a Keltulis mirror?
Saber,
no.
thank you.
Demarcation, though, did bring Keltulis, but Saber opting for his Shield Wall list instead of the Carapace.
Saber missed the memo. Thank the gods. He brings his Shield Wall instead. And now it's going to be Demarcation. This was his game plan all along, maybe targeting Shield Wall. We'll see if his game plan works out, if his strategy, his overarching strategy for this tournament rather, works out, and he finds the win here in game 2.
So here come the mulligans. Mulliganing Osril. That is a risk. That is a play that you don't always see. But I do want to draw attention to Tesham Mutnasword. This is the matchup where that card absolutely shines. Damage an enemy by 5. If it has a shield, destroy it instead. And lo and behold, what is that leader ability we see on the side of Saber? It is shield. It gives units shield. So sets them up to be taken down by the very angry looking sword. Can swords look angry?
Well, when it's about to kill you, I assume that you can categorize it as angry. Yes, it's not a happy sword. It is a killing sword, and that might be the case for a lot of these units here that you want to save so badly. You shield them up and everything. You use your leader ability to help them out, and then this Tesham sword comes out. I would have loved for this to be a closed deck this tournament, and for Saber's reaction to seeing this card being played, because it's not a card I think you see too much in the meta right now. It's a card maybe some players. It happens when you just forget about certain cards. They're not played very much, but the meta shifts or Shield Wall comes out as a leader ability, and suddenly it's a viable option. And Demarcation capitalizing on this and innovating a tiny bit with, like I mentioned, a lot of these players having their own little text and own little subtle inclusions in the same deck, which is Keltulis.
So Demarcation really putting a lot of value into round 1 with that opener, going and finding Cave Troll, his defender, blocking the row so that Saber has to target the defender while it has its defender tag, and there's not a lot that Saber can do about that at this moment in time, so he's just developing his own side of the board with a frigate.
We'll see how much Demarcation wants to commit into this round. We mentioned the Siri being in Saber's list, but it is not, the vanilla Siri rather, is not in Demarcation's list, so definitely not something that Saber has to watch out for. There is, of course, a Siri dash, so we just saw it played here, and the clock is now ticking. Saber, what are you going to do?
What can he do? That's the real question. I mean, it's not as disastrous for Saber in this matchup because Demarcation is on blue. So drawing the extra card basically just flips the coin. So it becomes almost as if Saber was going first. And this Shield Wall list is okay with going first, right? So if the Siri does pop off, it's not the worst thing ever. And the fact that he hasn't even really tried to get through the Cave Troll has kind of gone to show that he doesn't care.
I think he cares.
He
just can't do anything about it. If he had the option to kill this Cave Troll, I think he would have killed the Cave Troll, but I don't think that option has been presented to him. And like you mentioned, it is basically just flipping the coin back in favor of Demarcation. The only problem is that Demarcation has, well, tactical advantage on his side. So Saber, basically his game plan now is, all right, if Demarcation is Siri Dash, if the effect goes off and I can't do anything about it, I have to at least play enough points in this round so that if I lose a card, I can basically not have to play another card to catch up. If he can kind of play on even, as if he was winning on even on red coin, then he can at least not lose a card if he ends up losing this round. That's his game plan, really. He has to play high tempo now.
Yeah, and Donomir has a shield, right? So playing your defender here, you kind of know that Tesham Mutna is in the deck. It's open deck list. They know that that's the thing. So defender's not even the card that you necessarily want to hold in the same way as it would be in other rounds. You might be thinking, well, maybe Demarcation doesn't have his sword this round, so maybe I can use the defender and get value here. And also set up my little crew pocket for my friggin' frigate so it can poop out volunteers, because apparently that's canon now.
And there's the Tesham Mutna sword comes down. Historical moment in Gwent esports. The Donomir goes bye-bye. First time he almost never dies. He thinks he's a sturdy fellow. He has defender, he has a shield, he has armor, he has everything he needs to survive. And this one little swordy boy takes him down in a fell swoop. The Royal Guards come out to try and reactivate this frigate and get some armor and some help out for these engines, but the point gap isn't really there for Saber, and this Siri Dash is going to go off, and the tactical advantage is still there, ready to be activated by Demarcation.
I just want to point out, if he was a sturdy fellow, he would have survived with 1 health point, but in fact he died. And this has just opened up the board now for Demarcation to run riot on Saber's engines. The frigate has been banished to the Shadow Realm. But with that said, seeing the Tesham Mutna sword in this round does in fact mean that Saber is now kind of free to use his leader charges, willy-nilly as he wishes and not fear the retribution of the angry sword.
We'll see if Amphibious Assault is played in this round as well. We see a squirrel in hand for Demarcation, so with the extra card draw and with kind of having that advantage, he might be able to play a bit slower, play some of these cards like the squirrel that can just kind of get that carryover value, denying your opponent his big echo card like Amphibious Assault for later rounds. But Anna comes down, and now finally, Saber says, all right, Siri Dash is going to go off. I have to stay ahead now. I have to start playing high tempo and start committing some of my key engine units here.
And that's quite scary when you consider that Demarcation has the tactical advantage still in pocket. It's almost as if he flipped the coin. It's like he's gone second with tactical advantage, the way that this series has been utilized. And that can be a little bit scary, I think, for Saber. With that said, Demarcation does have some slow plays in hand. The Foglet, for example, not the quickest fellow in the tool shed, or the sharpest tool in the shed. It's a little bit of a slow play there. And oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear!
Siri Dash, you betrayed me. What have you done? If you're a Cultulis player, I'm gonna say you deserve it, because this deck is kind of a crazy one. So if you draw a Foglet and you break your hand, then maybe you shouldn't be playing these cards like Cultulis. As you can see, there's some bias here. It's a card that I don't love too much, or a deck I love too much, but some players never punished. Demarcation seems to be punished here. He draws the Foglet and bricks the one on the board, which is even worse. If you have them both in hand, it's fine. Just mulligan it next turn. You can still get that value. But now it's completely bricked. He cannot get that value from the Foglet.
I shouldn't laugh. Okay, I'm gonna laugh anyway. I just feel like it's such a shame for Demarcation, because he wasn't really in a position where he, once he played the Cave Troll and once he played this series, there is an opportunity to play the Foglet and to play the Consume, so that you thin the Foglet before the Siri activates. But instead, he opted to control Saber's side of the board. And I feel like that's a fair decision, considering how many cards are left in Demarcation's list. The odds of drawing into the Foglet are, I would say, low enough to take the chance. But it turns out that, it's not it's not his lucky day, should we say. And Celtical is now coming out in round 1.
And these are players that have played these matchups, in scrims preparing for this tournament so many times, and they've played this list. I mean, 6 of the players have brought it. It's definitely a list that's on everyone's mind. They've played through it so many times, and they know that this can happen, of course. But you think, not to me. This is not going to happen to me on the big stage, on the second game in the series. And he probably thought about it, and like you said, the statistical probability of it happening was unlikely, and he wanted to control his opponent's board more, try and just go for just trying to win this round. But he does get punished there in the end, and he draws a fog in hand. That being said, he is still winning on points, and he's up a card, so maybe not the end of the world for demarcation, because Siri Dash did go off, and it's a very strong effect. But definitely not ideal, that's for sure.
In demarcation, though, he can't play a unit in this scenario, right? Because it's 4 cards apiece. You don't want Keltulis to start self-gleaning. I guess if you only had Foglet, then you could maybe play the Foglet and thin the Foglet, and that could be a kind of strategy, I suppose. But as it is, he does have a pact to kind of follow up. And like you said, the point difference here, demarcation likely to win on even. With that said, Saber, he is getting 3 points per turn, right? Between the Ana and the Tridam. But with that said, he's now kind of in the position where he has to play into Keltulis. Although demarcations run out of special cards.
Yeah, either we start the discarding Clown Fiesta, or both players just commit to at least playing units like they're supposed to. In this case, Ygern is a great option here because you still have a defender to protect it, even though it's down to very little armor, and you have that set up for the Ozrol later on as well if you are demarcation. So I would definitely see at least the Ygern being played. That being said, like you mentioned, the engines are there for Saber and they're not there for demarcation. So every turn he plays into this round, he's maybe giving Saber a bigger and bigger out to catch up in points like he has right now.
And it is worth noting with demarcations Keltulis, because he's on 4 cards, he can afford to kind of play cards here. Although I actually, this is showing the Foglet in hand for one, but this play is nice because it's not thinning a new Foglet. It means that actually demarcation hasn't increased the number of cards, so he is starting to see Keltulis value.
Is it now fine to say never punished? He actually is not punished for drawing the Foglet. It's actually the 7,000 IQ play. But Saber does know there's a Foglet in hand, and that could be important for pushing here in this round 1 because he has that information. He's guaranteed that there's either a Foglet in hand or that he's only playing 1 Foglet in the deck, but open decklist, so he definitely knows it's not the case. And still, Saber being able to catch up here, stay a point ahead.
But how much does Saber really want to commit here? That's, I guess, the other fear. Especially with, Varax's list. You don't really want to spend your Ansays. Amphibious Assault you can spend and try and find, you'll draw into it on the next round, so that's okay. Demarcation, though, he's running out of value in this hand. Like, the Acorn is protected, but if he gets a couple of unlucky Trident pings, then that could potentially kill the Acorn. And then his other 2-point plays are 4 and 4, and Saber hasn't, I believe, played an Echo card yet, so the Squirrel not really doing the thing that you want it to do.
So I think the name of the game now is, are these Trident pings going to hit the Ygern 2 times? And is demarcation going to pass before that can happen? Because this could be game losing if it does happen. He's already been kind of punished once due to the RNG draw of that second Foglet in hand. Surely not, but then again, caster curses do happen, so I won't say much more.
You gotta go like Amphibious Assault into, say, like a Drummer, so that the Tridam's getting +2 per turn, and then just believe in the RNG of the 2 out of the 4 pings will squish the bug. That is, I'm gonna put my money on it now. If I were a betting friend.
You say it as a joke,
actually, he's
Jagrus,
probably just gonna thin the Dunbanner, to be honest. But I hope that he goes Drummer.
Well, thinning the banner actually plays more into the Keltulis, so maybe
right?
not the ideal. I think the Drummer is a legitimate strategy to go for here, or the Eggman. Both are good options. The Eggman can, of course, damage an enemy. Maybe trying to break through that defender is also a possibility.
No, but what he can do is he can unsaze. He can unsaze through the Cave Troll and then use the Eggman damage to kill the bug. And the bug has 1 armor. Oh my god.
The Ygern just got hit by the Trident infantry, so no Drummer needed. Yeah. He's just on his own. Anna's enough. Got the backup on the left, and this is awkward for demarcation. He can't pass here because of the engine points from the Anna, and the Eggman would calculate, and Saber would not have to play any points. But if he commits to this, like you mentioned, either the Ansace or
on the pass.
It would.
So there goes Amphibious Assault. Squirrel's nibbling that away. And we'll have to see. I mean, to be fair, Saber can guarantee the kill on the Ichern with, say, Anse's onto Cave Troll and Eggman onto Ichern. But I want to believe in Tridam killing it. That's what I want to happen. Just slam your leader charges onto the Tridam.
And I mean, you have to play the Anse at this point. If you commit leader, you have to play Anse. So either way, both players are going down to or Saber rather, going down to his final card. Plays the Anse here onto the Cave Troll. He can Eggman the Ichern and play maybe the less exciting but more guaranteed kill here on the Ichern. Huge point gap here. Cotulus will trigger, but only hitting the 4 there's a guaranteed burn. Right? And there's a path. Yeah, he knows the fog. He has full information. So Saber able to finally take it. Down a card, he was on red coin. He was supposed to win on even, but Siri Dash went off. And in a roller coaster of a round 1, which could not be any other way with Cotulus deck, Saber does end up finally taking round 1. And Demarcation has spent his Siri Dash. He hasn't got card advantage from it. He spent his Cotulus as well. He has a Foglet that he has to brick and maybe draw into in round 3, but he can't keep it in hand because maybe Saber goes for a round 2 push here. And it's looking awkward for both players. And Sace also spent in round 1 for Saber.
He does, however, have last say onto the Osrul with the Baron. So Osrul not really representing a whole lot of points here. And I just got to say, I am disappointed in these players for not doing the absolutely, like, tomfoolery plays that I wish to see. I realize these are not, top tier plays, but just for the kind of casting experience of having nonsense happen in Gwent. I'm a little bit disappointed. So Demarcation opting to play the Foglet here on the dry pass. So he kept it, took the risk, played it, and now it's no longer an issue. Never punished.
The Osrul is, of course, going to look very nice, but Bloody Baron is there to answer, and Saber having won round 1, having expended so much in round 1, he has the answer to the Osrul, so could even be a mulligan from Saber. I mean, he doesn't have any other units that are going to go... Actually, he does have quite a few buffing cards, but these are not the cards you want to see, I think, in this. I guess once you play Cotulus, what are you even doing with this deck? A lot of the cards stop making too much sense. The Andrago Warrior, they're not really too much of a consume strategy. The Thunder is great to deal with an engine like a drummer, for example, but the deck just looks much more synergetic and it makes a lot more sense on the side of Saber right now. Let's guarantee that the Amphibious Assault was banished by the Squirrel, so no chance. That's why we saw John Natalis mulligan actually, and the fandom comes down for Demarcation to start it off.
I think if that draw had gone differently in round 1, then we would be seeing a very, very different scenario, but it kind of forced Demarcation into a round where he committed Siri for extra cards and he committed Cotulus, and those are kind of core pieces of the deck. And they're some of your top high end. Like, yes, you do have things like Osrul, you have things like Ichern, you may be running things like the Beast, although... No, Demarcation does have the Beast. So you do have other cards that do well in the list, and you have things like Adrenaline Rush and stuff to have decent tempo. But with that said, Saber's hand, he doesn't really need the removal anymore, right? He doesn't have the removal, but he doesn't need it because the removal targets are kind of gone. Although a dry drummer...
Drumming for himself. Sometimes you have to drum for yourself, Jaggeris, and that's how it goes in life. Soon he will be joined by not an infantry, not his best friend, but maybe someone else that can appreciate his drumming abilities on that back row for Saber. And like you mentioned, the Cave Troll being played in round 1 means that Cotulus, it had to be played in round 1 to try and get some value out of it, because in round 3 you would in theory have dueling units like the Selkirk or the Ansace that can basically instantly deal with Cotulus and be kind of a tall punish on a unit that could be a 9 or 11 point unit with an Ansace with shield, can deal with it very quickly. So it's an awkward matchup actually for Demarcation, and we'll see how he can navigate this here. Siege support comes out to support his drummer.
Really sad, the idea of him drumming for himself, but fortunately the Siege support is there. He's there for his support. He's there to support the drummer and make sure that he's doing okay. Oh, never mind.
Well, that was it's like the rabbit being shot in Red Dead Redemption, that clip. Very sad when a tear rolls down my face, but the drummer's back alone on that row. And Aeromancy for, the Beast is really the only big option here, I think, for Demarcation, and there isn't any dueling unit here for Saber in hand. The Selkirk is still in the deck, so it could be a possibility that Demarcation has to watch out for. He does have the Heat Wave, I think, maybe specifically for that card, actually.
I like the Fallible here. It makes so much sense because this list goes too tall. You're never really going to see the value out of it that you potentially would have wanted to. Interesting, though, to opt for the Phantom as opposed to the Entrega when the Phantom had armor.
And the Selkirk, even though it's not in hand, Demarcation has to play around it, and he knows that if that card survives, you have to be able to deal with it because of things like Varaxis and because there is still a shield ping on the Selkirk, or the leader ability rather. So we'll see how much he respects this Falibor and what he ends up heat waving. I think at some point he is going to heat wave this Falibor. The Bloody Baron is going to be a direct answer to this Osril, going to shut it down entirely back down to a 1. So a very sad turn of events here for Demarcation, with this Osril kind of maybe being his big point slam in round 3, going to end up not doing anything. And the heat wave will find some value onto this Falibor in the end, but Varaxis will still find value, has the Carrack Marine and the Bloody Baron if he needs to use them to reset twice as well. So a lot of options here for Saber, and I think he does have this one in the bag.
Yeah, Saber, I think with the options here, just considering the different lines of play, maybe he's considering double Baroning if he can onto, say, the Beast, if you're expecting that to come out, versus the Carrack. But then if you play the Carrack, you're putting 4 points on, say, a Drummer, and you're playing into the Heat Wave, which you don't really want to do. On the flip side, you might want to, if you're playing the Baron, you might want to boost it, but actually the bleeding on something like an Osril isn't really valuable.
Well, 1 point is 1 point, but yeah, it's going to be no boost there. I think maybe the information of saying maybe I still have a Selkirk is more important for how Demarcation sequences his last 2 plays. He has the, on Aeromancy, he has the, and the Heat Wave, 2 removal options, or 1 removal option, and maybe something like the Beast, but the Beast is too late for that. Imler's Wrath could find some value, of course, as a removal tool. But I think it's just too many points for him to deal with at this point, being so far behind. That reset with Bloody Baron was, maybe game winning in this case. It's just such a huge swing of points for Saber's side, and it's one of the reasons why you include cards like Bloody Baron in this list. Sometimes they don't find great value, but sometimes they can swing the game completely in your favor and really shut down a card like Osril.
Yeah, I mean, Demarcation, he does have his full leader charges, so that's a thing, but there we see the snap on the Heat Wave onto Falibor, which is a decent play. It's put things back to 12 to 12, but it's 2 cards to 1, and the leader charges are, more or less the same sort of thing. I guess the Phantom has 3 points of damage in pocket, which is something to consider, but I don't know. I think it'll be close, but I'm not sure what Demarcation can really do here.
I think he has to play the Carrack Marine at this point, and because he has last say, Demarcation has to I guess he just splits up his leader charges between all of his units. Might have missed this, but he still has all 3 charges left because he couldn't really play his usual strategy of playing the Veil on the Siri Dash, and the Custodian didn't need to play it rather because the defender was helping them out in round 1. But there's a Marine coming out. The Drummer has once again a target to drum for in that back row, and although the point gap is pretty sizable still, the 3 charges left for Demarcation are going to make this maybe a bit closer than it seems, but I think Saber still has the win here.
That shield, though, is super annoying for Demarcation. I believe he still has Imler's Wrath. I might be making that up. Because the Beast isn't really a good shout, right? If you go for the Varaxis, if you go for the Beast, and the Varaxis is just kind of going to reset it. So then maybe consider your other options with your Neuromancy plus your leader charges. But if you're running something like a Wrath, then a shield is kind of going to ruin your day.
Phantom can take out the shield on the Drummer, but I'm not sure how worth it that is, considering the armor as well on the Drummer, and the fact there's only 1 round left, and you're not going to kill it anyway, so maybe not ideal. But yeah, it's looking like Saber has it here with the Varaxis coming down, and able to reset the Bloody Baron, and like you mentioned, can just heal up the Drummer or reset the Phantom for some points. Well, now a lot of points actually.
Yeah, that's a big boy play. I guess setting up the Wrath for as big as possible, which we did talk about here, onto the Drummer to try and even things up. 21 points though, but with Varaxis and a Baron, it looks like this is Saber's game. I wonder if we're going to get a victory fist pump. Come on, Saber, do it for us.
And Varaxis is going to come down, going to give Baron the order ability once again, and the win comes in for Saber. 2-0 up in this series. Do we see a fist bump? Fist bump counter still at 1. No fist bump coming in now, so maybe now getting a bit more serious. He's 1 game away from taking, not just going to the semifinals, but taking down Demarcation in his very first game. I think you cannot get a bigger confidence boost than that. And Saber right now has to be very happy. 2-0 up in, maybe he had some favored matchups. I think these first 2 games, it did look quite favored for Saber, and he's gotten a win with Shield Wall, which is the deck that Demarcation was kind of planning on targeting, it looked like. And I think when he spoke to Shinmiri told us that was his game plan, and all of a sudden it has a win. So when you're targeting a certain deck in a Conquest lineup and it gets a win, you're like, wait, that wasn't supposed to happen. And he has to not just that, but fight back and try and reverse sweep here in the rest of this series. So Demarcation definitely in a tricky position, and he has to try and yeah, it's gonna be hard getting back into the series.
It's okay. Demarcation, he just has to beat Carapaccio 3 times in a row. What could possibly go wrong? So Demarcation still has Carapace, still has Hidden Cash, and still has Mobilization on red coin for this game, going second. Whereas Saber, he only has 1 deck left, and that is his serious Carapaccio Carapace list.
And the mirror is looking more and more likely between these 2 monster deck lists. We'll see if it ends up happening now or later. Or maybe Saber just, or Demarcation queues up a different deck to dodge this mirror, which could be maybe not so...
You can't dodge the mirror forever.
Not forever, but I guess he just said, all right, just beat me 3-0, and it's so important to dodge the mirror that he doesn't.
And then I don't have to do it.
But it's going to be tough for
That's like
Demarcation.
such a panda strategy. That would be you. You'd be like, I really don't want to play the Calculus mirror, so just 3-0 me. Just put me out of my misery.
If there wasn't, you know, $88,000 in the prize pool, maybe that's the case. But in this case, I think I would put that, you know, top of mind. And Demarcation going to do obviously his best to try and come back into the series, to claw back in this next 3 games, ideally for him, and to win this 3-2. And Saber, we were talking about nerves, talking about pressure, talking about him not coming up. But the Keltolis mirror is here, and I'm ready. I prepared mentally all day long. I'm ready for this.
I'm not prepared. I am not prepared, but you know, it's going to be brilliant. It's going to be an absolute mess. This is the thing with mirror matches, especially with this sort of mirror match. It's just a bit silly, you know? That's how I would describe this. It's just a bit silly. But the deck's a little bit different. You know, like we said, Saber does have vanilla Siri on the go. So Demarcation, on the other hand, a bit more kind of engine-y list. He's got the Apian Phantom, for example, in his list. So he does have that kind of engine potential, shall we say.
I think one of the big things for these deck lists going to round 3 especially is to have as many kind of proactive points and non-unit points as possible. And things like Pact and a few of the lower cost bronze spells are actually quite decent at not putting any units on the board and still adding some points to your total value. Although sometimes you're putting points into cards that might just get heat waved, for example. So it is really tricky. In one perspective, you want to not play units and just play points and go tall. But on the other side, there's a lot of cards that punish these tall developments, like the Heat Wave, like the Imler's Wrath. And right away, Saber takes a page out of Demarcation's book, opens up with the front row Cave Troll to start off the match.
But look at Demarcation's hand. There is no Siri. There is no Aneromancy. There is no Cave Troll.
And there's no Keltolis. That might be a problem.
Yeah. And Saber, Cave Troll, Aneromancy, Siri, Keltulis. Like, Saber seems to have just... My phone just...
Catalysis is the process of increasing the
Siri, leave me alone.
Siri is a card that might
dear.
have some problems for people watching as well, but Siri Dash.
Yeah, I hope some people at home have this issue. Like, they're listening on speakers, and we've set off their iPhones as well. Oh, dear.
Siri Dash can come down, of course. In this case, the difference between last game that we saw Northern Realms being Devotion, not having some of those key answers to units that have Defender, things like Heatwave, for example. In this case, it certainly is there for Demarcation. So right away, not answering the Defender just yet, not using the Heatwave just yet. Might want to use that later on, but the Beast comes down, a big kind of tempo card to play early on. Your opponent has to answer it. The Parasite can come down. Well, it can't come down anymore because the Siri was played instead this turn, because you want to kind of accelerate that clock as soon as you can if you're on blue coin to try and flip that before Demarcation can try and pass after playing 2 more cards.
So Saber, knowing from the play here by Demarcation that he doesn't have a way to get through the Defender and the targets. I mean, I guess he does. He could have Heat Waved and then maybe Parasited, but then by that point, it's maybe too late. I'm not really sure. Demarcation, though, he had the 6-point Beast, right? So this was Saber's opportunity to decide about the Parasite and whether he felt like the Beast was a big enough threat to remove. And Saber's kind of saying, I'm just going to leave your engines and I'm going to get my, card flip. And then suddenly I'm the one in the red coin position and I'm the one that's bullying you.
Well, the problem is you have to play Siri Dash the second card, or else the red coin player can just pass right before that Siri Dash is able to draw and then not have to deal with that at all. So there was no decision there for Saber. I think once he played a Cave Troll, he had to play Siri Dash after it. And Demarcation can develop engines because he still has time, right? Series Dash doesn't instantly, it's not an engine that gets its value right away. It's an engine that puts a clock on the board, and this is the time you have, and you can still, do something else for the first or second turn, but then you have to answer it if you want to answer it. So at this point, he wants to develop his engines, get some value from them first. And the Phantom comes down, the Beast comes down, and one of the leader ability pings is used as well from Demarcation, and there's a Beast answer in return from Saber.
And it's really awkward when you're in this position trying to get through all of these things if you don't have things that just destroy big units, right? Because if you get through the Cave Troll, then that's where Saber starts dunking points onto Siri, right? He's got the tactical advantage. He's got the Parasite. He's got the Pact, for example. He's got his leader charges. He's got ways of building that card up. So as long as you're trying to break it down, even with things like Imler's Wrath or like Parasite, for example, in response, Saber can build it back up and ensure that it triggers for the card switch.
Yeah, this is where it gets tricky. I mean, Demarcation is clearly trying to set up as big as Imler's Wrath as possible, with the Beast going up to 8 and the Phantom as well. He has the Heat Wave to answer the Defender. If he wants to answer, it has to be this turn. And next turn, he could do something with Imler's Wrath and with the Phantom 3 damage ping onto Siri as well, even if it gets parasited or if one of the Carapace pings is used as well from Saber. But I think maybe at this point he thinks it's just not possible with tactical advantage as well. This is maybe why Carapace can even be favored on blue coin in this situation, because you can defend, you can protect the Siri, let's say, from the damage ability ping. You don't have 2 straight up removals if you're Demarcation. You have Heat Wave for the Defender, and then you have damage ability cards instead. And there's enough boost to keep the Siri out of range, I think.
And right now the board isn't even tall enough that you could Imler's Wrath, the Defender. And Saber also isn't in the same position as Demarcation was last round, where you risk double fogleting yourself. Because Saber has 0 foglets in hand, it means that he doesn't have the risk with the Siri drawing into the foglet. Like if he draws into 1 foglet, like it's okay for him. Whereas Demarcation obviously had the problem in the last game. This game, though, he is able to consume his foglet there and thin this foglet's brother from the deck. And we see the Beast continuing to grow there, 12 points on 1 unit.
And Siri Dash will now activate. The coin has essentially flipped with tactical advantage still there for Saber, and now it's the same thing that Saber had to do last game. He has to get out of this round without letting Saber go up in cards, basically. And it's going to be tricky. He has to keep up the tempo and make sure he's staying ahead at pretty much every single turn after this. And he doesn't have the engines to help him out like Saber had last game with NR. He does have the Beast, of course, but there's going to be a Beast that's doing basically the same thing on the board as well for Saber.
Yeah, both of them have the Beast, so they kind of negate each other. The Aperian Phantom does equate to 1 point per turn, so there is that going for him. But at the moment, it's 29 points to 33. We see Pact coming out here, boosting up the Endrega to 35, just giving Demarcation the edge here. But if Saber makes a bit more of a tempo play, then suddenly Demarcation's play there was actually quite slow. It was 6 points.
And if Saber plays too slow and doesn't respect the tempo from Demarcation, Demarcation might even have the chance to do something like Thunder and Parasite onto the Defender to deal with it. Especially now that all these boosts have been played onto Siri, where you might not have any more boosts in hand, we don't really see it. And then you can just Imler's Wrath this Siri for a ton of value as well, without having to expend the Heat Wave or the Imler's Wrath on the Defender, which is not really, it is a key card to deal with, but not after the Siri Dash has already gone off, for example. And this is the tricky thing with this mirror. You just go all in. You have a 22-point Siri that can maybe be answered by something like a Heat Wave eventually. So you have to be very careful if you're Saber.
Yeah, because the thing is, for Saber, the Aperian Phantom and the Beast are now big enough that Imler's Wrath would actually allow Demarcation to kill the Cave Troll, at which point that frees up the Heat Wave onto a 22-point unit. Although maybe if Demarcation did kill the Cave Troll, that's the point where Saber would just pass. And he's got that comfort because he played the Siri. So yeah, there's the Imler's Wrath onto the Defender, which opens up the board onto the Siri with the Heat Wave.
And it allows Demarcation to still stay ahead. That was kind of his objective. Once the Siri Dash gets the card advantage back in Saber's hand and kind of flips the coin, Demarcation has to make sure to stay ahead. And kind of, it offsets that tempo loss when you have when playing Siri for 5 points. This is the chance that Demarcation had to kind of capitalize on that and go for bigger engine plays like the Beast and the Phantom. And now if he can stay ahead, he can, again, have a very good chance at winning this game because he still has his Cave Troll, he still has his own Siri Dash, and he's kind of defended and survived the onslaught that Saber has put out this first round.
Unless you think he's bluffing. I like the Keltulas. I was about to say, I think that you could always play the Keltulas here. It's going to kill the Foglet, so it's a decent amount of tempo, and it puts some more points on your board. And then, you know, if Demarcation does Heatwave the 22-point Siri, you can always Heatwave the Beast in return. Although if he Heatwaves the Siri, then it just plays into the Keltulas.
Yeah, that's the punish from Keltulas coming down. It means that if any big removal comes in, or at least unit removal, where the unit disparity is unequal once again and in favor for Demarcation, then Demarcation's unit will get burned. And because we mentioned before, you play so tall and you put all your points into one or just a few units, they end up becoming, you know, the lowest unit is a 9-point in Dragon Warrior. And the moment that Keltulas does burn, he burns very hard. He takes a lot of points off the board. And it might have to, you might have to just answer the Keltulas here instead. And then if you can stay ahead, which you are going to be able to do so if you're Demarcation, now you have a chance next turn to answer the Siri.
And the small amount of damage there from Steve the Aperian Phantom actually, you know, coming up in spades because it gave Demarcation the perfect amount of damage with the Parasite to just get through that Keltulas.
Yeah, we saw Demarcation and Tailbot both being players that have brought the Aperian Phantom in their deck list, and we're seeing why. It allows that extra bit of setup damage that can really help you out to reach, because 5-6 damage is usually enough to deal with most engines, but because Keltulas was going to be a big deck in this tournament, and because of the Carapace leader ability effect, that +3 boost gets all these units kind of a bit out of range of these damage-based removal spells, other than Heatwave, for example, and the Phantom helps close that gap, and we saw it there. Keltulas goes down, even though he was at 9 points.
The Heatwave here, though, is kind of sad. Like, it is worth being aware of that. Like, if you Heatwave the 22, then Saber can just Heatwave your 20-point Beast, you know?
I mean, a 22-point Heatwave isn't sad, Jaggers. It's a pretty nice Heatwave. You don't get a better Heatwave than this.
It's sad in that you've made a massive Heatwave, but your opponent also has their Heatwave, so you don't actually get the outlet you're looking for. And then do you want to be playing Alzur's Thunder for 5? Do you want to be playing an Ozril in round 1?
Yeah, in this context, it is, definitely maybe not as ideal as it could be. Usually a 22-point Heatwave means you win the round, 100% guaranteed. Like, there's no chance your opponent comes back from that, but because you've also played into that very singular, huge unit condition in this round 1 with the Beast, then yeah, it's going to answer back, and suddenly, well, you're 1 point up, but the opponent still has a Beast, which is not going to be ticking right now, and I think won't be for the rest of this round. But he is still, with that leader charge being used by Saber, 2 points up, and still threatening to win on even.
And that's the thing with this situation is Saber, he's all right using the leader charge here also because Demarcation already used one of his. So it's not like you're even putting yourself at a leader disadvantage here. And Demarcation's cards, they aren't really the cards you want to be playing in this situation. But then, you know, do you want to be playing losing on even? On the flip side, Saber with the squirrel isn't really doing the thing that you would want it to do here because Demarcation hasn't played, for example, Neuromancy or Igkarn. So like if we count the Squirrel and the Ozril as even, and actually he's opted to play the Ozril here.
Ozril being played, going to consume the Keltulas, I imagine, on Saber's graveyard, of course. So it is a card that has the versatility to consume, usually in your own graveyard, with Yigern, for example, being the key synergy, but in this case, only Foglets in the graveyard for Demarcation, so finds a much better answer in his opponent's graveyard, and a pretty big tempo play where now, like you mentioned, the Squirrel can be played, but then it gives Demarcation the chance to pass if he wants to and not lose on even, which is pretty key.
But
or
Saber has Imler's Wrath, does he not?
Vanilla Siri comes down.
Siri.
And he uses this is genius from Saber. He either wins on even or he gets the card back.
So yeah, he either wins on even or he loses with 2 cards up.
Exactly. Quick math.
And that's where regular Siri, OG Siri, I'm going to stop saying this, it's going to cause trouble, where she really shines. And this is, we talked about this card being cut for the Phantom, and it's doing quite well there. But actually, Demarcation just saying, you know what, fine. I want the round more than I want the card.
And at this point, Saber, I mean, he can play the squirrel and play the leader ability to win on even, but is it something you value more? It might be, considering that Saber has basically played everything in his deck. He's going to go for the pass instead, going to get 2 cards up, and now Demarcation, sure, he's 2 cards down, and it's going to be tricky, but he still has Keltulis, he still has Siri Dash, he hasn't really expended anything. He's played mostly on the defensive, he's played the Beast, and that's essentially it, and sure, the removal as well with the Heat Wave, but he still has a lot of great options.
The thing is, Saber still has Osro, remember? And there's no way Demarcation can go for a bleed here with the 2-card difference.
And the Teshnam on the sword is not what you want in this matchup. It found its time in the spotlight before, but...
And the Squirrel's too late because the Neuromancy was played in the last round. You know, this is the thing with Squirrel. It's such an awkward card. I suppose you can use it to maybe consume an Acorn before your opponent can consume the Acorn. And that's a thing that you can do. But we see the Squirrel here being utilized to diminish Demarcation's graveyard just a little bit.
I think one of the Foglets was consumed, I believe. Only one in there, so I assume that was the case. But
a little bit of BM there.
1 card up for Saber. He does still have last say, even though he lost round 1 because of the Siri being played. He has played, all of his cards, which is why you're looking at his hand thinking, well, this hand doesn't look too great. It has 2 A-Rushes, it has an Endrega Warrior with no consume synergy, it has a Siri that's already been it has the 3 point of damage at least, and it's going to get mulligan as well. He has to find the Osrul, he finds a second Endrega Warrior, which I guess is okay against Keltulis at least, but this hand, I'm not sure if this is a game-winning hand. It might be in this mirror match because anything can happen in this Clown Fiesta, but...
No, are you ready for Gwent, the discard your cards card game?
And now this has to be... the Cave Troll is still in the deck for Demarcation, and he has a chance to play it with an Aeromancy. There isn't... I mean, an Aeromancy for... Yeah, there's nothing. There's no interactivity really from Saber's side, so even being a card up, it might not be enough.
He does have Imlerith's Wrath, though, so if he can get a tall unit on the board, or tall enough, then he does have a little bit of reach with that. But it looks like the second Siri Dash may trigger here.
Exactly. He can only deal with the Cave Troll. He can't deal with a second unit. He has only one shot, let's say. So the Siri Dash will go off, and then the card advantage will be equaled once again, and Saber and Demarcation will be back in this. It's essentially on equal cards here in round 3. So it comes down to basically just card quality in hand. And without...
I think if you're Demarcation, you maybe have to play a Range Row Keltulis when you have that many units in hand.
Yeah.
Like, you know how many special cards Saber has, right?
I think you have to. This is part of this matchup being so awkward. Sometimes your entire deck is named after a card, and then you play the card and don't even get the effect from it because your opponent has the same strategy. So it's kind of who has the worst hand almost with the least units.
Like, it's still a 9-point play, you know? It's not the worst. This is like when I said that Heat Wave was like a sad Heat Wave.
It's like with Hemdall and Skelliga, where even if you don't have the greatest row, it's still an 8-point body. I think it's much of the same with Keltulis.
So do we think maybe Saber went a bit too deep in round 1? With that said, A-Rush is like 8 points a pop. This Endrega is going to be big.
And there is no punish.
He's a big boy.
One of the big things now here, because Heat Wave and Imlerith's Wrath was spent from Demarcation round 1 as well. There's no punish for going so high. Normally you can't have a 20-point Endrega Warrior. But we saw in round 1 the Siri Dash being destroyed with 22 points on her. So in this case, you're not only not punished, but you're rewarded because Imlerith's Wrath can deal with anything. It's going to have free range to kill anything at this point. And Keltulis, I believe...
The issue is you only get to kill one thing, though, right?
And that's going to be the defender. I mean, there's no other way to push through this. The Keltulis is going to have to go on the back row, I think. He's going to play fully on the back row. And this is what a Keltulis mirror looks like. You're going to see a single Endrega Warrior going up to who knows how many points. The second one might even consume it. Some Endrega Warrior action happening on that front row, but not much else for Saber. He has an Neuromancy onto Osrul. I think that's the chance, the card he wants to go. Actually, not even, right? He doesn't have a great target. He doesn't have Ygritte.
No, that's true. And his Keltulis was already eaten by Demarcation's Osrul. And Demarcation actually able to regain his card here with the Siri Dash. You remember we said this matchup was a bit of a fiesta?
This is the reason
why. I feel like
the
people at home should kind of understand what we meant by that now.
I think the card advantage disparity went from maybe +2 to one player, and now it's going to flip around to +2 for the other player. So over the course of this game, it's swung all over the place, and Demarcation will have the Siri Dash unanswered, and only the Cave Troll can be dying, so it's going to be a 7-point capped Imlerist Wrath. Obviously, you do not want to boost this defender, the Cave Troll in the back row anymore if you are Demarcation. The Peller comes out actually to purify the defender, something I did not keep in mind. So all of a sudden, this Imlerist Wrath is a much bigger field to look at, and this Jäger can come down as well, or the Siri Dash.
He's MV Peller. He's just that good. The question here is the thing that Siri Dash draws going to be worth more than, what is that, like 9 points? Gap. So you have to check what's in the deck and have a look and think, you know, is there something
probably not
worth that much? No. The answer is no. So at that point, you then just want to Imlerith the Ikern. And there's no way you can play, like I said, Meliro Keltula, so she's just coming down for a 9 here. Imlerith Wrath onto the 13 is a decent play. But then you gave up your Osro.
I mean, you had
for 6-point gain, right? So that Peller is effectively worth 10.
And this is open deck list. The players know what to play around. They know there aren't any other cards that can punish tall units once Heatwave is played, and it's free range now for the Dragon Warrior to Imlerist Wrath. Anything he wants in this case, it's going to be, and it's almost a good thing that Demarcation has so many units and he's not playing the same Pact and Thaw game plan that Saber's playing now, because he would be punished because the Wrath is there for Saber. So, and if the Siri Dash draws, it's still 5 points. It's not the worst thing in the world, but all the bronzes, all the cards really in the deck are looking to be the same, pretty much the pretty similar point value, 4 to 5 points from the bronzes. So definitely nothing to, and the last say there isn't really a benefit from it either. The movement here also not going to do much of anything. Defender has been, the Tesla Monosaur comes out trying to make a splash on the meta. Similar, I mean, more points than the Squirrel at least, for example.
That is a big bug. Adrenaline Rush there with the movement on the Siri is obviously enabled on the single unit on the row. Demarcation with 4 points in pocket. Saber with 2 points in pocket. And this Imlerith's Wrath, 13-point play. I don't think it's going to be quite enough for Saber. In this, the biggest clown fiesta matchup that Gwent tournament events have ever seen. Saber passing there on 36 points. Tesham Montesword going to be easily enough. 5 whole points of value there. Don't even need the leader, 33 to 31. And Demarcation putting himself back in the series, managing to beat the Keltulis list with a Keltulis list. Unsurprisingly, Keltulis won.
And Teshnam on a Sword won the game for Demarcation. That's how I'm gonna point, you know, I'm gonna paint the picture here for this game 3. And Demarcation, again, he's back in it. He's slowly working towards that reverse sweep. The Keltulis mirror is behind us. Of course, it is still there for Saber to play, and he has to play. It's his last remaining deck, but no more mirrors for us, and it's definitely a unique matchup in Gwent, unlike any other, and we saw the reason why there in the end. Saber, he was 2 cards up going into round 2, and still Demarcation able to win the round because he had that Siri Dash, which wasn't maybe the most vital, but it did get him that extra card. And overall, yeah, like I mentioned, a very unique matchup, I believe.
Tesham Montesword wins game. That sounds a lot like fake news to me.
The newspaper print out tomorrow. Demarcation wins quarterfinal with Tesham Montesword. Read more on page 9.
I did say you were impeachable earlier, and now this fake news thing. There's something very fishy going on here on the casting desk. At first, I thought you were in a cult. Now it's looking a bit sus, shall we say? So Demarcation, he has left his mobilization list and his hidden cache list, and he's going to have to try and utilize these to get through Carapaccio, get through Saber's Carapace list twice. And now Carapace is going to be on red coin, which means if you can't deal with that Siri Dash, then it's just making the coin flip that much worse.
We'll see how Saber, this is a list that I mentioned, it has very high highs. We've seen this list. If you don't have the answers, it just has such a powerful effect in being able to flip the coin on blue coin or get card advantage or just wipe out your entire board if you're playing in a very swarmy strategy. But it's also a list that we saw in the first open. It went 0-4 in Gwent Open number 4, and players still brought it here. And although it's very strong in some cases, in other cases, it can be instantly shut down by things like killing your own unit and Kiltulis having to burn himself, like we saw with Colomon against Payable and going to open number 4. Things like the Flying Redanian in a Syndicate list, having the chance to just tank all the hits from Kiltulis. So there are certain cards that really just shut down and disable a lot of the cards in your deck. And Saber now having to win with this deck and then having to do it. He doesn't have another option. He has to win with this deck to advance to semifinals. It could end up being something that he gets punished for, because it's a deck that has some weird matchups and he can just end up losing due to some of these weird interactions as well.
I mean, we didn't see any card discards in that last game, so I feel like that is a win for competitive Gwent, where the winning play is not just to discard your cards. So all things considered, I do feel like we had a match. Hidden Cache, like you said with the Flying Redanian, is one of those things that can block Kiltulis, but the thing is, Demarcation is going to have to get rich quick, If he gets an email from a Nigerian prince, he's going to have to respond, try and get that money in the bank in order to get that Redanian on the board, because you have to reach 9 coins.
With Hidden Cache, it's only 7, so a little bit of a discount there thanks to Hidden Cache. So a bit of a better chance. Philippa as well is a card that might be game-winning if you're able to steal your opponent's Defender, your opponent's Dash, your opponent's Kiltulis. Well, maybe not Kiltulis, but everything else is always a good choice. So we'll see how that pans out. And maybe Demarcation goes for, he goes for the Hidden Cache here, because I think it has some certain interactions that could end up giving him a lot of outs in some of these plays where you usually don't have an answer.
So both players drawing into their starting hands, and we can see the Flying Redanian goes flying out of Demarcation's hand back into the list. We've got 1 Foglet so far for Saber. That's one of those things that is worth paying attention to as he does his mulligans. And there's MV Peller.
And Lambert's
Purifying Poisons.
Maybe not the card you want in this exact matchup. Not really too many. I mean, you can hit 2 Foglets, I guess, but other than that, not many units being played, and not many of the same ones either. Maybe the worst possible matchup for Lambert. Still an okay body, I guess, at 6 points, but nothing to write home about. So I assume he won't find too much value here compared to other matchups like Congregate Swarm, like Revenants, etc.
Lambert has an okay body. I feel like Kira would have words with you about that one.
Just being honest, I'm just calling the shots how I see them.
How you see it, fair enough. But yes, Lambert, not really the card you necessarily want to be seeing here. Demarcation opening with his MK and the boost there on the back row in order to start generating some money with her ability. So, if she's in the range row, she's getting 2 coins per turn, and boosting her up there just to generate, a bit of protection for her. Saber, meanwhile, answering with a Foglet.
And Saber, it looks like he is failing the Heatwave check, does not have the Heatwave in hand, cannot deal with this MK. This MK is now a 9-point body on the board that also has a very, very strong effect with this Syndicate Synergy, getting 2 coins per turn. Can kind of roughly equal out to 2 points per turn, but in some cases even more with cards like Philippa, for example, or some cases less if you just get the coins for carryover for round 2 or 3. So still a very important card to have stick on the board.
Oh, look at Saber. He looks so sad. I mean, his opening hand, to be fair, is not exactly what you would maybe want to see. You're looking for that Siri a lot of the time. Perhaps the Neuromancy to set it up. Or the other Siri if you want to maybe try and just be like, well, okay, I'll just get a card this way. And he doesn't really have any of those options here.
The Thunder does answer the Peaches very cleanly, but the second Peaches comes out to take the place of the fallen comrade there in that back row. And MK is still there. The Hidden Cache, we see it there at 7, now up to 9 with MK. The Flying Redanian comes out. Everything is working out perfectly for Demarcation, and maybe not so perfectly for Saber, like you mentioned, missing a few key cards in this round 1 and not able to really capitalize on that red coin.
And Demarcation deciding what he wants to do about the Ighern and the Foglet. And I feel like at this point, Demarcation's okay with just playing his own strategy. He's got the MK generating points per turn. He's thinned the Redanian, so now you want to get a spender on the board, right? And then you want to click it every turn while MK gains you some money. And that is exactly what Demarcation does.
Imler's Wrath is now a possibility, though. Because the Ighern is being played and not answered, now you can answer the MK, and you can boost up the Sea Jackal to 10, because if it's answered over the MK, I think you're also fine with that, because then MK's still on the board, of course, and it's only a 1 point difference, which I think MK's more valuable than that. So not playing into anything really just yet. Definitely not going to boost that Sea Jackal up too much more, I think, unless he has to.
Are you fine with it though, considering you have limited options for spenders? You know, if Demarcation has to dunk points onto that Sea Jackal, then Imlerith can just whip those points right away.
I guess you would just lose the coins anyway, so you're not really losing points. You're just, and especially if you just put your opponent on not having Imlerith Wrath either. I mean, he hasn't played Heatwave, maybe he just doesn't have Imlerith Wrath either. You're like, all right, I'm just going to put my points here. You obviously don't just not do anything because you're just losing those coins and those points anyway because MK is still on the board.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I just feel like it's maybe a little bit awkward with Demarcation's hand, just not having good options for spenders.
And there's Lambert and his nice body coming down to the board, like we mentioned, hitting the Fogget, but not even hitting two of them, of course. Usually there aren't two Foggets on the board because you tend to consume one of them, so it's almost impossible, actually. And Lambert not having really any value, so just being played out here as if it was just an 8-point bronze, I guess, which is not too bad for a bronze, but just to deal some damage to that Fogget and have an 8-point swing. And the Beast comes out in response from Saber, now to start building up his engine as well.
Yeah, although it is currently sitting at 6 points, which makes it quite a lucrative fill-up target if Demarcation was to go down that route.
It might be too committal though. I mean, Philippa is obviously extremely strong against Defender, against Siri Dash. I'm not sure how much you want to spend onto this, the Beast. And because Saber's on red coin, he's able to pump up this Andrago Warrior to 21 and not have to play around something like Heatwave. If Heatwave comes down, he's like, all right, well, he had it. I'll just pass here and that's fine. But it's not currently in hand in Demarcation. He hasn't used it yet, where it would be basically a game-winning swing in this case. The 22-point wasn't in the last match, but in this case, I think it would be a 21-point.
But
ooh.
Isn't everything quite committal at this point? You know, if you look at the hand, you want to hold Kalkstein for the Cave Troll. You want to hold your Passiflora because it's Passiflora. You want to hold Adriano because he's a blind eye and he's a decent blind eye. And Bank usually finds you something that you want. This, however, is a very pivotal moment in this matchup because we talked about Keltulis, we talked about Flying Redanian. Can I introduce you to my friend, the Squirrel?
You may.
And Squirrel, he may go crawling into Demarcation's deck and chew up that Flying Redanian, which denies it as a blocker for Keltulis. So, you know, if Demarcation doesn't think about these things, you know, if he dry passes here, then I'd imagine we'll see a Squirrel come out quickly. And if he does opt to play into this round, then he may want to generate coins, you know, quickly in order to get up to 7 and thin out the Squirrel.
The Heatwave has been found for both players, so both players have that answer, have that option. I think this might be a Czar being played here to defend the Passiflora from getting Heatwave. And this is a Demarcation with hitting cash. You usually do want to bleed, and you do usually want to get this Flying Redanian out to play around the Squirrel like you just mentioned. So Demarcation has done his homework, has been studying all night long for this matchup and many others. And the experience here paying off, knowing what to play around and when to play around these things. And gonna go into the, I mean, hitting cash is a, because you get the leader ability recharge every turn, or every round rather, you want to kind of, you're incentivized to bleed.
Defender being played here by Saber in response to Aja and just kind of setting up for the round, identifying that, you know, Demarcation is going for blood here and that Saber needs to kind of respect that. But unfortunately, Kalkstein available to Demarcation to purify the defender. Similarly, Saber does have MV Peller to purify in response. So Defender's not really going to do the thing that they want to do in this matchup.
This is the problem with having lost round 1 if you're Saber. You can Neuromancy into Siri Dash because there's only one big answer, right? You either have to answer Keltulis or Siri Dash, but Siri Dash with a 4-turn counter is vulnerable to passing. And at some point, when Siri Dash is played, Demarcation can just say, all right, I'm going to pass here, I'm good, and go to a round 3 where there's maybe only Keltulis as a really scary option, and then you have the Heatwave for that Keltulis anyway. So we'll see if at this point, maybe not playing the Kalkstein last turn, maybe not a punish because it'll kill the 1-point Scarab, which is something that you're fine with, I think, if you're Demarcation. Like you mentioned, there's a Peller anyway to purify it. But you have to be careful now. You have to maybe purify this defender instantly or very soon. Although I guess, yeah, you have the Flying Redanian. It's fine. I mean, you're okay. As long as you stay above 7 coins.
No
as
problem.
long as you sit above the 7-coin mark, you don't really care too much about the Keltulis in this situation. Keltulis making short work there, though, of the defender does open up the board. But with that said, demarcation, now you make a choice, right? Because you need to trigger Passiflora. If you're playing Passiflora in this situation, you need to trigger, otherwise it's going to get heat waved. But then you overprofit. Oof. Oof.
And a lot of very intricate interaction between some of these cards. I mean, as long as you stay above 7 coins, there's nothing Saber can do, I think, to deal with Flying Redanian. The Cox thing comes down, you overprofit, but sometimes in these matchups, points just don't even matter anymore because these cards are so lopsided in the effects they have, and Keltulis here just burning this ship, juggling the ship, turn and turn. Again, you can't do anything about it because if it's killed...
Is there an argument for heat waving the Redanian? I'm just thinking if it's gonna get killed, you know, time and time again, that equates to say maybe like 9 points of killing it and it coming back. Then it does clear up the board, and because demarcation still has more units, that could potentially be a line of play. I don't know.
I think we had a similar discussion in the last Open, and I think it ended up not being the case. It didn't end up being played. It was the same with, I think, the Ruhin in one of the overwhelming hunger lists, where it seemed like the obvious choice, but in the end, it wasn't the play that was made. So we'll see the ship gets burned here from the Keltulis.
And eventually comes back. I suppose the thing is demarcation needs to stay above 7 coins, right? So it'll come back at the end of the round. And at the moment, Saber, you know, he is comfortably ahead, and he could always use that heat wave onto, say, a Peaches or a Seductress, for example. And there's good options there as well.
Yeah, considering there's only 1 chapter left in the Passiflora, you're not really saving it for the Passiflora anymore. Adriana comes down here, looks like with a tribute option as well. Gonna get the Seductress there from the Passiflora, and still, like you mentioned, staying above that 7-coin marker. It's the game plan here for demarcation. He has the chance to tank all the hits from this Keltulis. And we mentioned Keltulis being a very strong card, but being countered by one, you know, flying Redanian ship, turn and turn again, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, really not a lot. And demarcation, just respecting this girl in this list, got that Flying Redanian out straight off the bat with the Ajar plus the profit from the leader ability. 30 points to 22. And this is, bear in mind, round 2. So this is looking, you know, like demarcation might be going for a 2-0. Does he have a spender, though? Not at the moment.
And Siri Dash is still a thing. He has to be careful. The heat wave does come out now. And the heat wave finally comes onto the ship. So heads up play, you mentioned it maybe was the way to go now, and we'll see what Saber decides to go for now that the heat wave has come down onto the Flying Redanian.
Demarcation can't pass because Keltulis will kill another unit, right?
Yeah, so he can heat wave the Keltulis now. The defender has been purified. Yeah. He has the option to now hit up this Keltulis, and now that it is activated and it is actually going to start burning units, he can deal with it now. And it looks like the hover is there. The Keltulis is finally gone. So in the end, Saber is forced to play a heat wave onto a Flying Redanian. Not the ideal, and this is what we're talking about with having these subtle interactions, these very weird interactions. You have to go kind of think outside the box and make plays you never would make in a usual game.
And demarcation at 24 points there to the 13 of Saber. Saber looking with the Neuromancy. What is it that he decides to play in this situation? It is the Ozril. You can't afford to go for a Siri Dash at this point because your opponent would just pass. It's too low tempo. So the Ozril onto, I would imagine, the Ighern, putting him ahead with a card up.
And this is now scary for demarcation. His hand is looking, well, this Ransacker is just terrible. He has 9 coins that he's been misspending the entirety of this round because he was kind of playing into that ship strategy where you had to stay above 7 coins, and he played Felipe in round 1, which I think I called it as an overcommitment, and maybe it's something he thought he had to spend because he had to have control over how this game went, but he won by 30 points in round 1, and he had to spend this Felipe as well, which was huge. And the heat wave coming down now onto the Keltulis means that he can't answer either this 14-point Ozril or the 13-point Cave Troll. And like you mentioned, he's down 3 points, and he's down a card as well.
He does have, 4 coins of carryover at least, so he's got money in the bank in that regard. But that heat wave also meaning that if there's a pass here, which there is, that Redanian not coming back and not representing the points of carryover it usually would. So actually, although it looked a bit weird to heat wave a 3-point card, it's actually maybe turning out to be dividends for Saber. We'll have to see though with the draws, because at the moment Saber's hand is not so pretty.
And the 3 charges are still left for Saber, so he still has considerably more points. Kind of, you have all the charges left. You have this kind of finisher lead ability, whereas Demarcation has spread out his value of his lead ability over 3 turns, and it didn't really work to his favor in round 2, where he went for a bleed and he ended up going down a card. Even though he was able to bait out the heat wave, there's still an Immolated Wrath that can be very punishing. He doesn't have any tall unit punish in his deck now that he's played his own heat wave and his Philippa, so there's no punish to playing things like the Adrenaline Rush to get maximum value from the Immolated Wrath. And the Soul can get punished very easily with even with Parasite. He's not too many points up. And like you mentioned, he lost the carryover in the ship as well. So maybe this is looking like Saber's game, even though he doesn't have no Keltullus, no.
You can almost. I was gonna say, you can almost see a glimmer of hope on the camera now. I said he looked sad earlier. You can see him kind of muttering to himself and counting and thinking. We'll have to have a look at what a Neuromancy is going to pull. There's quite a few options in there, including Siri Dash.
What's the answer once Heat Wave has come out and Philippa has come out and it was maybe overcommitted on round 1? Now you have no answer to Siri Dash and she has time to go off still in this round 3.
Yeah, Demarcation with the bleed in round 2, maybe not looking quite so hot. He doesn't have his poisons. He needed just maybe 1 poison plus the bank, and he could have poisoned her. There's enough turns to have that. Oh, actually, no, he can't, because of the veil. I'm talking absolute nonsense. So even if he did have the poisons, it doesn't matter.
And there's the Sol is the singular ray of hope for Demarcation, but there's
No,
an instant punish from the Wrath. And the rest of it is just bronzes. I mean, Street Urchin, Double Ransackers, the deck is full of bronzes as well, and the Von Hurst, I suppose, but will that be enough to take down Saber? I'm not sure it will be. And Saber might close it out here and get a 3-1 in the series.
And bear in mind, effectively in this round, Saber has ended up with 2 card advantage, right? Because the Siri triggering plus the card that he got from the failed bleed means that, even if his cards are, say, mediocre, natural selection, not exactly the card you want to see, and Drago Warrior, it's kind of okay, it eats things and it doesn't really do much else. Those aren't the cards you necessarily want here. But when you have 2 extra cards, it just doesn't matter.
And you're in no rush to answer the Sol as well, so you have a chance to Parasite the Von Hurst here as well to deal with that engine. And Demarcation's card had to have been an incredible card quality, like you said, play around that 2-card disadvantage, but because they're also mediocre, I'm not sure he has a chance to play into this.
He's over profiting there as well off of the Urchin, so even there, losing out on a few points of value just because he has too many coins. He lost the Flying Redanian, and Drago Warrior now getting played, I would hope, on the range row and not just, consuming your own Siri. Just the 4-point play there, but there's the card draw into Adrenaline Rush, which is a +8. So even with this poor hand quality, there's 2 leader charges. You've got options for the Soul, you've got the natural selection, you've got Adrenaline Rush. I think this may in fact be Saber's game.
And this is the magic of open deck lists. You're able to so cleanly play around everything your opponent has, and once certain cards are played, you know that you don't have to play around tall punish anymore. That's a big point gap now for Demarcation, but Immolated Wrath will come down. Still 2 charges left on the Carry Fast lead ability as well, and natural selection. It's going to be enough. Saber's going to take this game 4 of the series, win 3-1 against Demarcation, and move on to the semifinals tomorrow.
And I do want to point out there, we did get a double fist pump, so we do see some extra fist pumps there. Yeah, making up for lost time. And it looks a bit tired, to be honest, after that set. I think he maybe felt a little bit flustered with the mirror match, but managing to finally find his out there and win in a very clean, I would say, overall 3-1. Considering you're the 4th set of the game, there's a lot of fatigue in that, just waiting. Players hate to go last because you're just constantly waiting for your games and looking over your decks, and you can kind of get into your head a little bit. So Saber, with his appearance on the tournament scene, going 3-1 against Demarcation. Let's throw over to Berja, who I hope is still alive, and find out what it is Saber has to say.
It might be late, but I am alive and ready, and I'm here with Saber, the winner of the last quarterfinal of today. How do you feel, man?
That was amazing. I mean, to beat a player like Demarcation in the World Masters is absolutely insane. Like, I didn't really happy about that win. I think I had some some very good matchups. But yeah, like really happy with the result, obviously.
Yeah, you're pretty much a new face in this World Masters, and we haven't seen you like in the tournament throughout this second season. But you came in and you took out Demarcation, who has been prevalent here, and he's been appearing in almost the majority of the opens this year. So how was it going against such an experienced player?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously I have less tournament experience than all the other participants here, but in terms of like ladder and qualifiers, that sort of stuff, I'm playing against him on a daily basis. So I don't really agree with this underdog narrative. I think like all of us are really good, and yeah, I mean, this time I turned out to take the win.
Yeah, in this case, I'm kind of saying it more in a way that sometimes we see players come in to a tournament, and we're talking about World Masters, where you are pretty much going against all these players, and they played previously in opens, and you're coming in fresh, and sometimes there is this like stage fright, you can call it, like you're going for the first time. And we're talking about an event which has a pretty big prize pool. So we could tell that you are, you were calm, collected, going play by play, and everything was super smooth. So I mean, congrats on that. How do you feel going against Colomoan? Like, he's been kind of in and out this season, but he still is a GWENT Masters pro.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of respect for Cole. I think he is one of the greatest players out there. He has been playing a little bit less this season, this year. But like, no one should ever underestimate Cole. I think he's yeah, I mean, he's great, and it's going to be a huge challenge to play against him. Really looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you for the interview. I won't be taking more of your time because it's super late. So thank you. It was awesome talking to you. And before we go, I also have the last leak for today. And let's show it. It's Salamandra Mage. And I think this art might have leaked one day. This is a human, of course, Salamandra, so you know which faction this is going for. This card has Tribute 4, damage 3 adjacent enemy units by 2, and also has Adrenaline 5. Whenever you pay a Tribute ability, gain 1 coin. This art has been done by Brian Sola. 5 provision, 5 power, simple as that. But enough from me. We have one final analysis by the one and only Shinmiri. So Shinmiri, when you're ready, take it away.
Thanks again, Birza. Wow, what an incredible last set between Demarcation and Saber. For this final analysis segment, I want to focus on the surprise Carapace Mirror. This matchup is just so big brain. I'm loving what I see here. And this is the second Carapace Mirror we've seen today, but I feel like we're going to see possibly more tomorrow and maybe even more unique plays. So here, this is round 1. Saber's on blue coin, and Saber has a great hand here. He has Defender, he has Siri Dash. Demarcation, on the other hand, has a pretty awful hand for the mirror. He doesn't have Oniromancy, doesn't have access to Defender, doesn't have access to Siri Dash. And you might feel, people in Demarcation's position might be like, damn, I got so unlucky here. My opponent has Defender and Siri Dash. I got nothing. I'm just going to give up and go next. But Demarcation fought really hard, and I feel like he came up with some really good plays here. On his first turn, he knows that his opponent wants to go Defender and then immediately into Siri Dash, because Siri Dash is a card that takes 4 turns. It needs to be played second at the latest in round 1 in order to utilize its draw a card effect before your opponent can safely pass at 7 cards. So knowing that, Demarcation with no Defender, he is able to make the best of the situation by playing the Beast right away. As we can see here, the Beast comes down, and normally the Beast is just able to be answered by a good old Parasite. But because Saber wants to play Dash on this turn, he isn't able to answer the Beast at the same time. This is what we call a fork, which comes from, I guess it's a chess term. When a knight forks a king and a queen, you can only save one of them. You can't save both of them. So it's exactly what Demarcation does here. I really love this. And Because of this, he's able to protect his beast from Parasite. He's able to play his Apiaran Phantom next turn with a leader charge to protect that from Parasite as well. And eventually, Saber ends up wasting his Parasite, I think just as a 6-point boost. So he doesn't actually get removal value from that Parasite. Demarcation with these two engines going the entire round is actually able to fight tooth and nail for this round. But Saber's not done. Saber says, hey, two can play this game. You want to fork me? I can fork you too. So later in that round, as we see here, near the end of round 1, both players still fighting hard for the round. Demarcation trying not to lose on even. Demarcation trying very hard not to lose on even. Saber trying to win on even or at least lose up 2 cards, is looking here to utilize his own fork. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit right here. And he uses the Vanilla Siri to fork Demarcation in this case. Saber being the only player, only Carapace player at this tournament to play Vanilla Siri, really showing how useful it is in this situation. He not only gets ahead with the Vanilla Siri, plus a leader charge, at the same time, he's saying, you need to answer my Siri, otherwise I'm gonna pass and lose and go 2 cards up on you because I'm gonna get the Siri back into my hand. Or if you pass, then I just win this round on even. It's like a catch-22. You either lose the round on even or you win the round down 2 cards. And so I really love the high-level gameplay, utilizing the concept of the fork in Gwent, and really showcasing how great both of these players are. Again, congrats to Saber, and we're gonna take a final look at the brackets, and I'll see you tomorrow.
And there is the bracket. Gravish and Piable playing in semifinal number 1 tomorrow, and Colemon and Saber playing in semifinal number 2 tomorrow as well. There's only one more day of this Gwent Masters left. And to be honest, I'm gonna be upfront. I have not gotten a single winner right in my divination challenge, so I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe this tournament is just full of surprises, but I went 0 for 4 today. And players like Piable and Saber, like Saber mentioned, he's been playing all season long. He hasn't made it maybe to the big stage, but he's been there grinding and playing a ton of matches, and he knows all these matchups in and out, and the nerves aren't there. Piable won the last Gwent Open number 4 in his debut in a big tournament, and Saber has now taken down Demarcation, with Piable also taking out Tailbot. So 2 of the big favorites for this season 2 taken down by rookie or newer players. Definitely not the case here. They've proven they're just as good as everyone else, and they're going to have a chance to maybe make it to the finals tomorrow and see a Piable versus Saber final. That would be quite the way to end season 2 for sure.
What I didn't realize was that there were so many players forking each other this this quarterfinal. But you know, we did establish that this is an adult card game for adults, so I guess I'm not really surprised at this point. But let's have a little look at the prizing and see how much money that forking has led to. And you can see that so far, 2-3 for Cam's versus Gravesh. We saw a 3-1 for Piable. We saw an 0-3 for Colemon and a 3-1 for Saber, meaning that the players who won the mostest win the mostest.
And Colemon is the prize money leader for today, but the stakes will only get bigger and bigger as we move on. There's $88,000 total in this tournament. You're looking at the splits right now. There's still a lot of money missing there. So the winners of semifinals tomorrow will get an even bigger prize pool, and the winner of the final will get the usual stake win plus an additional 17,000 bonus for being the winner. So although these players have made a lot of money today and they're obviously very happy, there's a lot more in store tomorrow and a lot more at stake, and they have to be well rested tonight and ready for their new matchups tomorrow, the new semifinals coming in, because there's going to be a lot of very exciting Gwent action to unfold for us tomorrow as well.
And just before we go, I do want to remind you guys about the pre-order available for our upcoming Gwent expansion, Way of the Witcher. You can get the Alzur's pre-order pack, giving you the premium Alzur. You've got the board, you've got the kegs, we've got this cool card back that changes depending on the faction that you use, or you can get them both and also get a 10 level boost in Alzur's Journey, which is pretty spicy. But I guess that is it for today. So we have to say a big thank you to Shinmiri on the analyst desk, to our fellow casters, Dane and Matt, and all the team and production, and of course the people at home.
And the players. The players are the ones, you know, they're the big reason this tournament exists. So I think we gotta we have to thank the players as well for providing some fantastic gameplay for us to watch. This is, of course, the finale of Season 2. The best players are here, and I think it shows in the gameplay, in the high-level play that we're seeing showcased for us. So a big thank you from us. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 4 p.m. CET, same time, same place, same Twitch channel. Nothing changing except for, well, the matches, I guess, and the players that are there, because some players have gone home already. But a lot more tomorrow. We'll see you guys there.